Chapter 1. In the pitch-black night, silence enveloped the surroundings, the chilling wind howled outside, and the rustling of leaves echoed as the blood-red hue gradually tainted the entire mansion. "Please take care of Yuki for me, Shu." Conan Shu cradled Yuki, who had transformed into a human. Gazing at his exquisite younger brother with white hair, he said, "Let us depart, Keed." "Brother, where do you intend to take her? It is perilous everywhere, is it not?" Keed furrowed his brow, eyeing the unconscious Yuki. Only just awakened, he was unaware of the reason behind the sudden addition of this burdensome girl. "No, there exists a place that is indeed safe," Conan Shu replied softly. "What place?" "Heizhu Gui Yin, the once strongest vampire hunter." Keed tugged at his brother's sleeve, his tone laced with disapproval. "Brother, you must be mad. You would place a pure-blood vampire in the hands of the most formidable vampire hunter? Is that not akin to sending a sheep into the jaws of tiger?" Even though he found this person burdensome, he had no intention of allowing her demise. Conan Shu smiled gently, tenderly pinching his brother's small face, and spoke, "She is no longer a pure-blood vampire, she is merely a human now. Moreover, Heizhu Gui Yin is one of the few hunters who advocate for the peaceful coexistence of humans and vampires. I still believe it is too risky," Keed insisted, his frown deepening. "Did you not claim to dislike Yuki? Then why the concern for her?" "I do not like her, but I am also the second son of the Conan family. I cannot simply stand by and watch the pure-blood princess of the Conan family come to harm. Is this not our duty as ancestors?" Awakened from slumber by his brother, Keed had only just begun to reconcile with this identity when upheaval struck the Conan family. Even though he had yet to grasp the specifics of what transpired, he understood he bore the weight of the Conan lineage. "I revived you from the original Conan Keed's body when he was on the brink of death for all these years. I have been sustaining his life. Shuri and you both know your identity, so there is no need for undue worry. You owe nothing to the Conan family. I understand your aversion to the factional struggles among vampires. However, Keed, my awakening of you was a necessity." Conan Shu sighed, gazing at his brother with a hint of helplessness. "I comprehend. It is always the same matters the competition among pure bloods, the factional struggles between those aligned with family and those who oppose them. After thousands of years, this trivial issue remains unresolved. The current pure bloods are, indeed, utterly useless." Keed uttered words that belied his youthful, delicate features. "You two are a pure blood, Keed." Conan Shu looked at his brother, who was inadvertently disparaging himself. Perhaps due to his prolonged slumber, Keed's intellect had not matured significantly. He remained as impulsive as before. "I am not akin to those pure bloods. I am an ancestor last of the two vampire progenitors in existence." Keed puffed out his cheeks, clearly miffed at being compared to those worthless purebloods. "Do not flaunt the title of ancestor, remember. You are now Conan Keed, the second son of the Conan family, not the former ancestor. Otherwise, be wary, for if those purebloods discover your identity, your life may be at stake. Do not forget, you are currently incapable of wielding even a tenth of your ancestral powers." Conan Shu glared at the disgruntled Keed, emphasizing his point once more. Chastened by his brother's reprimand, Keed could only lower his head in resignation. "Understood, brother. Let us go after we see Yuki off. You two must depart." Conan Shu ruffled his brother's hair as he spoke. "I must leave? Why? I refuse to go." Keed released his brother's sleeve, looking up at Conan Shu with a sense of grievance. He had only just awakened and reunited with his brother. Still bewildered by everything, why must he be sent away? Conan Shu anticipated this reaction from his younger brother. Yet, for the sake of his safety and the plans ahead, Keed had to leave as well. "Let's discuss this later." Conan Shu, holding the unconscious Yuki, exited the Conan mansion. Observing this, Keed stomped his feet in annoyance before following closely behind his brother. "Keed, stay put and wait for me." Sensing the presence of vampires trailing them, Conan Shu placed the recently awakened Yuki beside Keed and moved to deal with the pursuers behind them. "Keed, brother." Yuki clutched the edge of the young man's clothing, fearfully retreating behind him, timidly calling out. Keed, vigilant of their surroundings, glanced at the frightened Yuki, realizing just how troublesome his brother could be. continuously reminding himself that he occupied her brother's body. It was only natural for him to protect her. Do not be afraid. Keed awkwardly patted her head, offering comfort. Suddenly, a vampire sprang forth from the shadows, and Keed immediately turned, his eyes flashing a crimson hue, causing the vampire to disintegrate into dust. A mere lowly level E dares to act brazenly before me, truly courting death. Keed mused, feeling that as an ancestor, he had lost all dignity, being provoked by even the lowest tier of level E. Stay still, you will be safe. Do you trust me? Gradually loosening Yuki's grip on his clothing, he regarded the approaching throng of level E with a cold expression. Vampires are classified in a pyramid hierarchy, ranging from purebloods, known as level A and level E, with purebloods being the highest and D being the lowest. As for level E, merely a collection of refuse. Level E is the only type of vampire that exists outside the pyramid. Originally human, they have fallen into a state devoid of reason, driven solely by the instinct to attack and hunt nearby. Humans, vampire hunters exist to eradicate such filth. While Keed dealt with the encroaching vampires, a level D vampire approached Yuki, baring its fangs and lunging towards her. Be careful. Keed swiftly dispatched the vampire, blocking his path, turning to race towards Yuki. Coincidentally, Jiu Lan Shu returned just in time to witness this scene, seizing the vampire by the neck, his eyes glowing red as he bared his fangs, exerting force until he crushed its neck. In that instant of death, it instantly turned to ash. You frightened me. Thankfully, brother, you returned swiftly. Keed gradually retracted his vampiric form, observing the stunned Yuki, then glancing at his brother, who had yet to revert to his original self, feeling a pang of concern. Yuki wouldn't be frightened of his brother, would she? Jiu Lan Shu knelt down, adjusting Yuki's clothing. After a moment of hesitation, she finally reached out to touch Jiu Lan Shu's sharp fangs. Fearing for her safety, he quickly withdrew his teeth, softly saying, "Do not touch the fangs." "Oh, all right." Yuki withdrew her hand, taking hold of Jiu Lan Shu's hand as they departed together with the brothers. Where did all these level E come from? Have there always been this many former human vampires? Walking beside his brother, Keed frowned and inquired, still adjusting to this era after his awakening. Some purebloods disregard the regulations set forth by the Pureblood and Hunter Association, recklessly biting humans. This is one of the reasons I awakened you. Certain purebloods have even fallen, no longer content with mere sustenance, finding pleasure in hunting humans, significantly increasing the presence of level E. Moreover, since they were able to locate my resting place and awaken me, it is only a matter of time before they find yours. To prevent you from being subjected to the same fate as I had no choice but to awaken you before they could reach you. Little Keed, do not blame your brother for involving you in this. Jiu Lan Shu revealed the truth behind his awakening Keed. Upon understanding the reason for his awakening, Keed felt a surge of anger. The current purebloods were truly brazen. After 10,000 years, their abilities had scarcely improved, yet their audacity had grown considerably. I do not blame you, brother. It is merely that some of the vampires today have indeed gone too far, Keed replied, his gaze fixed ahead, suppressing his fury. During the era of the ancestors, Jiu Lan Shu and Jiu Lan Keed served as lords of a territory in Europe, leading the humans of their domain in development and creation while using their blood to create medicinal materials for them. Keed had once found his brother's decisions baffling, questioning why they would supply humans with medicinal materials when they were merely their food. In response to his brother's inquiry, Shu provided his reasoning: all things possess duality, matter is conserved. Vampires require human blood to satiate their hunger and fulfill their nutritional needs. However, humans bitten by ancestors and purebloods ultimately transform into vampires. Once they become vampires, they must feed on human blood. While those bitten by them do not become vampires, human blood accelerates their fall. Ultimately, they will become mindless beasts, knowing only to attack humans and feed on their blood. And as for the martial prowess of humanity, you are well aware that they stand defenseless even against the most inferior level E, let alone those progenitors capable of transforming them into vampires. The ebb and flow of power suggests that humanity is destined for extinction. When that time comes, from where will the vampires procure their sustenance? While mutual bloodletting may alleviate hunger, what are the essential nutrients required by vampires? In the end, vampires too will face annihilation. As the kings of vampires, it is our duty to restrain and regulate them. However, ensuring their propagation and survival is equally our responsibility. When encountering humans in need, we should offer our assistance whenever possible. The lifespan of vampire is extraordinarily long, and if left unchecked, who can predict what the future holds? After SH elucidated his thoughts, Keed promptly aligned herself with her brother's intentions, wholeheartedly supporting his decisions. The petite Keed, recently granted permission to venture outside, had yet to bite anyone and had cultivated a habit of abstaining from such actions, embarking instead on a path of bartering blood for goods. However, not all humans were willing to engage in such exchanges. A significant portion regarded them with fear and loathing, leaving only a select fewer those desperately in need of medicinal herbs to prolong life willing to barter. This reality hindered their path to reform, while other progenitors, lacking such foresight, continued to indulge in the rampant consumption and enslavement of humans. The road to reform was arduous, and Keed, having abstained from consuming human blood for an extended period, had even fainted due to her frail constitution. In the aftermath, SH no longer adhered to a policy of gentleness when absolutely necessary. He would resort to using his abilities to control humans, inflicting wounds to extract the required nourishment. Of course, he would not take human blood without due compensation, ensuring that they received generous rewards in return. At times, the two brothers would even draw blood from one another to satisfy their dietary needs. Regrettably, due to the pervasive fear humans held towards vampires, even with substantial rewards offered, they remained ungrateful, ultimately forcing the brothers to vacate their territory. Keed possessed an innate ability to sense the emotions of other progenitors and humans. Yet this remarkable gift was accompanied by a physically frail form. Apart from inheriting a singular offensive capability from her brother, her other abilities were primarily supportive, which proved ineffective against the other progenitors. Had it not been for SH's formidable powers, Keed would have long been seized by other progenitors as a mere source of blood to enhance their own abilities. No progenitor or pure blood could resist the insatiable desire to grow stronger. Numerous factors contributed to the prolonged journey of reform for SH. The brothers, now exiled from their territory, could only focus on purging malevolent vampires while ensuring the survival of humanity, all the while devising ways to bolster humans' self-defense capabilities. They even conducted experiments on themselves in a quest to discover methods to eradicate the undead vampires, hoping to alleviate humanity's fear of these creatures. Eventually, with the addition of a like-minded companion, they succeeded in developing weapons capable of combating vampires, while also training vampire hunters. Though hunters could not slay pure bloods, their existence served as a constraint upon them. It was then that SH felt his ambitions finally set upon a smoother path. As companions with shared ideals gradually perished, only the two brothers remained. Having sensed an overwhelming array of emotions, Keed found the passage of time devoid of meaning and chose to enter a deep slumber. Soon thereafter, her brother SH also opted for sleep. Had it not been for an unforeseen incident, the two brothers would have intended to slumber until they turned to dust. For in SH's view, they had lived long enough. The aggressive progenitors and purebloods had been vanquished, and the remaining purebloods had forged treaties with the hunters, thereby granting the diminutive humans a semblance of survival space under the mutual restraint of hunters and vampires. As the king of vampires, he had provided a satisfactory resolution for all vampires, allowing him to rest in peace alongside his cherished younger brother. That beloved brother, whose heart had been shattered by humanity. Yet, SH had not anticipated that while humans were simple-minded millennia ago, they had transformed immensely over the course of 10,000 years. Moreover, the pure bloods, having lived without restraint for millennia, began to awaken their latent cunning. After Jiu Lan Shu and Jiu Lan Li bore their first child together, Jiu Lan Li Tu, in a quest for power, sacrificially offered that child to the progenitor of the Jiu Lan family, namely SH, through forbidden arts. Upon awakening, SH learned from Shuri and why about the ongoing factional strife among vampires, instantly grasping Jiu Lan Li Tu's treachery. However, since SH had been awakened through Jiu Lan Li Tu's forbidden arts, he found himself unable to eliminate him. Caught in a dire predicament, SH, anxious for his brother Keed's safety, shielded the body of Jiu Lan Li Tu's second son as he was on the verge of vanishing and awakened Keed. Originally, Jiu Lan Keed had been born weak and frail due to Jiu Lan Li Tu's ambush, suffering from congenital deficiencies. In a family of brown-haired members, only Jiu Lan Keed was born with white hair, destined to turn to ash by the age of 6. After receiving the consent of Shuri and Yu, Shu used his own strength to protect the body of Jiu Lan Feng, and then awakened his younger brother, the progenitor Feng, to conceal Jiu Lan Feng's existence. He had been living in the basement to recuperate ever since his awakening. It was only after the recent massacre involving Jiu Lan Li Tu that Shu summoned him from the basement. Thus, he entrusted little Yuji to He Zuhuigu and left with the small Feng. He Zuhuigu retracted his frivolous demeanor, his gaze beneath the glasses fixated intently on the child held by Jiu Lan Shu. "Brother, I don't want to leave that. If I go, who will help you deal with Jiu Lan Li Tu? He is merely sealed by you. Do not forget, you cannot kill him." Jiu Lan Feng brushed aside his brother's hand. His ice-blue eyes firmly locked onto him. "Listen, Jiu Lan Li Tu is already sealed. For the time being, my brother is fine. And you, having just awakened, this body is even weaker than before. You need time to familiarize yourself with your abilities. It is too dangerous to be near me. The vampires are aware that the second son of the Jiu Lan family has passed away, which is why those who are fixated on this body have withdrawn. You should understand the allure this body has for purebloods. Not to mention this inherently frail body. Even a healthy one would be hidden away until you can control your abilities to... One understands the allure of pure blood offspring better than you. If Li Tu and those who are fixated on this body were to discover it, though others may not dare to speak, Jiu Lan Li Tu could easily deduce that you are the progenitor, which poses an even greater danger that he is merely sealed by me, but not asleep, that he still has channels to gather information from the outside world, and his subordinates are not to be underestimated. Remaining by my side brings you no benefits. Jiu Lan Shu half-squatted before his brother, reaching out to tousle his white, soft hair, softly coaxing. Understood? Feng pouted, reluctantly agreeing he did not expect that even after changing bodies. He could not escape the fate of frailty. In fact, it seemed to worsen with each iteration. It's nothing to don't come back to find me. There are too many purebloods watching me. Just enjoy yourself. You are not like other purebloods. I can rest easy placing you in the human world. You harm others indiscriminately. Don't you want to see the descendants of the humans we protect? Don't you want to see the differences between 10,000 years ago and now? In an attempt to soothe his younger brother, Jiu Lan Shu even threw out bait, who really want to see how those short-lived beings live. Jiu Lan Feng pouted, muttering his insincerity to not misuse your abilities. After all, vampire hunters still exist, so be cautious. Furthermore, most vampire nobles have assets in the human world, including the Jiu Lan family, which is sufficient for you to live comfortably. If you encounter a level E, just deal with it casually. Garbage needs to be cleaned up. Jiu Lan Shu handed a black card to little Feng, sending him off to the bustling city center before departing. He had great faith in his brother's ability to thrive in the human world. Even if he was frail, he was not susceptible to human harm. Having arranged everything, Jiu Lan Shu left with ease, unaware that humanity had changed over the millennia. His younger brother, who had just awakened and whose thoughts still lingered in the past, was as innocent as a blank slate and would be no match for the cunning humans. Little did he know that upon his departure, the brother he trusted would immediately expose his vampire identity and be abducted. Such a fragrant scent. Whose blood is that? How could it be so aromatic? I hope I'm not encountering one of those level E trash right after arriving here. Jiu Lan Feng, drawn by the scent of blood, scampered over with his short legs, following the aroma. He found himself at the entrance of a secluded alley, where he spotted a boy leaning against the wall, tending to his wounds. Jiu Lan Feng scrutinized the boy before him. The enticing fragrance wafted through the air, continuously stimulating his sense of smell. The boy appeared to be around 9 or 10 years old, but when compared to his own malnourished body, though he was 6 years old, he looked more like 4 or 5. The boy seemed significantly taller. His shoulder-length silver hair was tousled by the wind, and his green eyes coldly fixed on Jiu Lan Feng, a vampire. Jiu Lan Feng had encountered many striking appearances, but perhaps it was the blood he was losing that attracted him. He felt that this boy was not inferior to his brother. However, recalling the treatment he and his brother had suffered before his slumber, he cautiously took 2 steps back, fearing he might frighten the boy. In a soft, gentle voice, he said, "Don't be afraid. I came over because I smelled blood. Are you injured? Can I help you heal? I have healing abilities. Just give me a little bit of your blood. And I won't ask for anything in return. I can treat your wounds. And you can give me a meal in exchange." Of course, Jiu Lan Feng did not dare to voice the latter part. Fearing that he might scare the boy away, "I don't need anything from here," the boy replied coldly, his tone devoid of any emotion as he dismissed him. Under ordinary circumstances, had anyone dared to treat Jiu Lan Feng this way, he would have turned and left immediately. He had encountered such treatment far too often a millennium ago, and his heart had long been shattered. However, if a vampire were to treat him like this, Jiu Lan Feng would indeed make him experience the taste of becoming dust. Unfortunately, the boy before him was human, salivating at the enticing aroma. How could a mere human possess such delectable blood? Even when compared to his brother as pure blood, it did not seem lacking. Moreover, he did not sense any fear or disgust from the boy, which emboldened him slightly. Recently awakened, Jiu Lan Feng still struggled to control his thirst for blood, which was one reason Jiu Lan Shu had sent him to the human world, fearing that some ill-intentioned vampires might lure him in with their blood. Little did he expect that on the very first day after sending his brother away, he would drool over a stranger, driven by desire. Jiu Lan Feng inched closer to the boy. The boy initially intended to brush Jiu Lan Feng off and leave, but soon found his body unresponsive. Observing the delicate child drawing nearer, he momentarily lost track of the child's gender, noticing the small fangs peeking from his lips and his eyes gradually turning red. The boy realized why he felt out of control. It was all due to the seemingly harmless figure before him. "What have you done?" he asked, his voice icy, snapping Jiu Lan Feng back to his senses. Instantly, Jiu Lan Feng's eyes returned to their ice-blue hue, and he covered his mouth with his small hands to hide his fangs, retracting the unintentional pressure he had exuded. "I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself. Please don't hate me," he stammered. Offering his apologies, memories of being driven away by humans resurfaced, and Jiu Lan Feng felt frustrated with himself for failing to control his characteristics, especially towards a child from whom he sensed no fear or disgust. Now it seemed he would be hated once more, but his blood truly was so fragrant. Feeling uncomfortable under the boy's gaze, Jiu Lan Feng found himself being scolded. "Stop crying. I didn't say I hated you." Vampire? The boy recalled some recent rumors he had heard about vampires. However, he had always scoffed at such tales, never expecting to encounter one today. "No, I'm not." Jiu Lan Feng retreated a couple of steps, hastily denying it, fearful of frightening the boy. Since being shunned by humans and falling into a deep slumber until awakened by his brother, he had only interacted with He Zhu Hui Ge, making this boy the second human he encountered after awakening, leaving him unsure of how to interact with him. "Look at those sharp fangs. You say you're not?" The boy thought the child before him was a bit foolish. But looking at him, he didn't resemble the kind of vampires his peers described as harmful. This child harming others? He might end up being the one harmed. "I'm sorry. I couldn't control myself just now. If you're scared, I'll leave right away, but you really do smell delightful." Jiu Lan Feng apologized while stepping back, casting a reluctant gaze at the boy. The boy, speechless, looked at this little fool. Is this really a vampire? If all vampires were like him, surely no one would be afraid. However, despite his internal musings, he had no intention of stopping the child. After all, even if he was foolish, he was still a vampire, and having just lost control of himself, the boy did not wish to experience that sensation again. Be careful. Jiu Lan Feng instantly teleported to the boy's side, shedding the previously soft and adorable expression in favor of a frigid countenance. "Get lost. Did no one inform you that attacking humans in their world is forbidden? 2 level D vampires, soon to degenerate into level E refuse. What pure-blooded bloodservants are you to dare saunter before me? Although Jiu Lan Feng's voice bore a hint of childishness, it was laced with undeniable authority. After all, no matter how endearing or gentle one may appear, beneath that facade lay the pride of an ancestor. Purebloods, especially mere fledglings, were to be brought before the elders, who would surely reward them. Perhaps then they could avoid their descent into depravity. The two original human vampires gazed at Jiu Lan Feng with excitement. Despite the hierarchical suppression among vampires, most would not dare provoke a pureblood. Yet exceptions existed, particularly concerning pure-blooded fledglings in their juvenile state. Purebloods lacked mastery over their abilities, emboldening some daring vampires to challenge them. The two original human vampires had high hopes, but alas, Jiu Lan Feng was no ordinary pureblood fledgling. Otherwise, Jiu Lan Shu would never have allowed him to wander into the human realm alone. Such danger. I was initially inclined to spare you, considering you have yet to sink to the level of your refuse. But it appears you are truly courting death. Farewell, trash, with a flash of crimson in his eyes. Jiu Lan Feng cast a glance at them, and the two original human vampires were instantly reduced to dust, scattered by the wind. After disposing of the bothersome pests, Jiu Lan Feng reverted to his harmless facade. Smiling at the boy behind him, gently inquiring, "Where do you live? Allow me to escort you home. You bear wounds that attract vampires. Encountering them could lead to your harm. You desire to drink as well. Do you not? Is it not the sin of blood that lured you here?" The boy recalled the initial words spoken by the child before him, immediately piercing through his thoughts. Jiu Lan Feng's small face turned pale as he took a few steps back, feeling aggrieved. "Please don't be afraid. I am not like those worthless fiends who only seek to drink blood. I would never take from you without your consent. Might we strike a bargain instead? Please hold off on disliking me for the time being." The more he spoke, the more pitiful he sounded. He truly had no intention of biting anyone. Even in his dire hunger, he merely sought to negotiate a transaction with the little boy. Millennia ago, human children had run far from him. Even though he had done nothing wrong, he had once gifted medicinal herbs, nourished by his own blood, to human children, only to receive no gratitude in return. Now, devoid of herbs and armed only with a mysterious card given by his brother, he had nothing to offer in exchange. Would the boy even consider giving him half a bowl of blood in return for escorting him home? Stupid brother, awakening me was one thing, but tossing me into the human realm without anything to barter is another. Now, being disliked is just the cherry on top that I might as well continue my slumber. Don't cry. I never said I disliked you, that if you keep this up, I truly will come to dislike you. The boy threatened, his expression stern. The boy looked at him impassively, contemplating who was more fearsome. You, a vampire, are so soft. Is that truly acceptable? What kind of parent would allow such a soft little vampire to roam free? They must be quite reckless. If this were my world, a human would be easily deceived, potentially losing their life. I did not cry. I merely feel wronged. I have never harmed a human, yet you all fear me. There are good and bad among humans, just as there are among vampires. Must you condemn all vampires without distinction? Having just awakened, he expressed all the thoughts he had harbored for millennia to the stranger before him. His need for blood was merely to supplement his nutrition, and he always left compensation in return. If not for the fact that vampire blood could not sustain his nutritional needs, he would prefer to consume the blood of other vampires. Yet he had never sought to harm anyone. The pervasive disdain and fear surrounding him were truly distressing. Observing the increasingly aggrieved little vampire, the boy felt a headache coming on. Whose neglectful parent allowed this little fool to roam free? Jiu Lan Shu sneezed, puzzled by the notion of vampires falling ill. Enough with the grievances. Are you not hungry? Consider this a reward for your earlier assistance. I dislike owing favors, especially to vampires. The boy lifted his half-long hair, turning his neck toward Jiu Lan Feng, that the mere drop of blood would suffice to appease this little vampire. Not too much trouble. Faced with a pitiable little vampire, he could easily overpower. The boy felt a sense of exasperation that no, I cannot bite you. Jiu Lan Feng gazed at the boy's fair neck, his innate abilities allowing him to see the blood coursing beneath the skin. He swallowed hard, forcing himself to decline. Are you not hungry? The boy queried, perplexed and somewhat irritated. You keep talking about drinking, but what do you truly want? If I bite you, You will end up like them. Jiu Lan Feng indicated the pile of dust on the ground, whispering he was uncertain whether his admission would lead to the boy disliking him, but wished to avoid deceiving the innocent child before him. This boy seemed utterly ignorant of vampires, perhaps raised without warning against their bite. The two children, meeting for the first time, inadvertently dismissed their human and vampire elders alike. How dare you expose your neck like that? I see. The boy lowered his hair, unwrapping the bandage from his arm, revealing a hidden dagger tucked away on his leg, and made another cut. Hey, don't do that. It hurts. Jiu Lan Feng quickly intervened. This was the first time he had encountered a child so cruel to himself. Did it not hurt? Why not drink it quickly? If you stop bleeding, do not expect me to let you bleed again. The boy said coldly to, "Oh." Jiu Lan Feng rushed over, standing on tiptoe in an attempt to press his lips against the wound, only to find himself too short. How foolish. The boy simply sat down, allowing Jiu Lan Feng to reach the blood without needing to stretch. That I am not foolish. You are too tall. Jiu Lan Feng quietly protested. Though the little vampire faced disdain, he felt quite elated. He sensed no animosity from the boy, who remained calm, which filled him with joy. It seemed his brother's intentions had come to fruition. Their previous efforts had not been in vain. How could a vampire not feel delighted? This was a beautiful misunderstanding. The fledgling vampire, new to human society, was unaware that some individuals could exist without desires or demands that if you will not drink, then I shall bandage it, the boy declared as he began to tend to the wound. Hey, wait. I will drink. I will drink. Is that acceptable? Why must you be so fierce? Jiu Lan Feng complained in a tiny voice. But alas, the boy heard him clearly. The boy thought, you are pressing me, drinking my blood, and yet you dare complain that I am fierce. This little vampire seems to be taking things a bit too far. The sounds of swallowing echoed in the boy's ears, and he noticed the little fool's toes tapping rhythmically against the ground, clearly unable to contain his happiness. After a long interval, without tasting human blood, Jiu Lan Feng resisted his cravings, finally withdrawing from the wound. His tongue delicately caressed the area, and in an instant, the wound healed. This was a unique ability possessed by pure bloods. The wound is healed. Consider it a reward for allowing me to drink your blood. Rest assured, my fangs have not pierced your skin. I exerted great effort to control myself, and you shall not become a vampire. Jiu Lan Feng assured with a beaming smile. The boy stared in astonishment at the healed wound, finally understanding the rumors surrounding the strength of vampires. Allow me to escort you home, lest you encounter further dangers on your way. This too shall serve as recompense for my drink. I am not one to partake without offering in return. I simply lack anything to barter with at the moment, but I shall compensate you in the future. He possessed only a black card, devoid of jewels, using that as payment would likely lead to disdain and no need. The debt owed to you is settled. The boy stood and exited the alley. Hey, wait for me. Can I accompany you? Or perhaps I could build a house near yours. I have nowhere to stay. Jiu Lan Feng hurriedly chased after him. The boy halted, gazing at Jiu Lan Feng. You build a house? This is a vampire living in the last century, isn't it? I must admit, the boy was half right. It is not from the last century, but rather from millennia ago, that I should be able to hitch a ride. Or at the very least, find someone to assist me. The only issue is that I possess a worthless card, and I wonder if anyone would be willing to exchange it. Jiu Lan Feng waved the black card given to him by his brother in front of the boy. The boy responded with silence. I asked him, who has the problem? Or is it this vampire who is at fault? Is interspecies communication truly so arduous? The boy remained oblivious. This was not merely a matter of crossing species, but rather of transcending eras. The little vampire before him was indeed a genuine antique. Firstly, private construction is prohibited here. One can only purchase. Secondly, no one would sell a house to a mere child. Furthermore, keep that card of yours safe. Do not foolishly exchange IT. IT holds all your funds. Do you understand? What kind of naive fool are you? Do you lack common sense? The boy inquired, his head throbbing, from the Jiu Lan family. I am called Jiu Lan Feng. What is your name, brother? Jiu Lan Feng remembered his brother's words and refrained from disclosing his status as an ancestor, while also understanding that one must respond when questioned. Among the myriad of inquiries, he only knew the answer to the last one, that if he did not reply, would this boy cease to converse with him? It was a rare encounter with a human whose calm demeanor made the vampire feel at ease. And Jiu Lan Feng did not wish to be dismissed so easily. Very well. You should return home quickly. We shall not meet again, and informing you would be superfluous, the boy declared, leaving Jiu Lan Feng behind. Ah, brother, please tell me. If you remain silent, I shall follow you persistently. Jiu Lan Feng trailed after the boy, continuing to inquire. Hakuz Jin, you may leave now. The boy, without looking back, stated his name and walked straight ahead. Hakuz Jin, I shall remember that. Brother, I will find you. Do wait for me. Jiu Lan Feng waved a small hand, bidding farewell to Hakuz Jin. Yet fearing he might be attacked on the way, he discreetly concealed himself and escorted him home. Foolish child, the boy, Hakuz Jin, murmured softly. Upon entering his home, Jiu Lan Feng was immediately approached by a black-haired vampire. Level B. Noble vampire? Noble? Jiu Lan Feng set aside his previously soft demeanor and regarded the vampire seriously. Indeed, I am Izumi Yudo, sent by Lord Shu to take care of you. Izumi Yudo placed his left hand on his chest, bowing respectfully to care for me, or to monitor me, to care for you. Lord Shu mentioned that I should merely follow your instructions and act accordingly. Unless it is an exceedingly dangerous matter, I will defer to your judgment, Lord Feng. Naturally, Lord Shu advised that until your abilities have fully recovered, you should refrain from mingling in the vampire world and remain in the human realm for your safety. Izumi Yudo explained earnestly. All right, I understand. Is there anything else? Jiu Lan Feng raised his gaze. Continuing to inquire, Lord Shu instructed that you must not reveal your identity to humans, that if you wish to befriend them, do so under your human guise. Brother, you spoke too late. I've already exposed myself. However, since I was unaware before, I shall consider myself oblivious now. Lord Feng? Yudo, did my brother instruct you to heed my every word? Jiu Lan Feng blinked at Izumi Yudo. Yes, very well. I command you to retract that half-sentence about not revealing my identity. As if I never heard it. Did you comprehend? Jiu Lan Feng narrowed his eyes, issuing a subtle threat. Understood, Lord Feng. Perhaps it is best not to press the matter, if you did not hear it. Then it is as if it never happened. Allow me to confirm, you are the only level B accompanying me, correct? Indeed, Lord Feng. Then that means any additional level B in a household can be dealt with accordingly. Jiu Lan Feng's gaze fixed intently on a distant point beyond the living room. You followed me all the way from the street. Why do you not reveal yourself now? Your ability to conceal yourself is commendable. But alas, you are still lacking. With a flash of red in his eyes, Jiu Lan Feng activated his innate power, shattering the glassware in the living room, and compelling the hidden level B to emerge. Had he not been preoccupied with finding his way home earlier, this vampire would not have survived until now. Cough, cough. The level B, immobilized by Jiu Lan Feng's oppressive aura, looked on in panic. He had not anticipated that a pure-blood infant would possess such strength. It is known that other pure-blood infants at this age can only emit pressure, and often cannot even control it. Thus, parents of purebloods usually do not allow their young to roam freely. Speak. To which family do you belong? Following a pureblood, you possess quite the audacity. Even if I am but a child, I'm not someone of your level B can contend with. As soon as Jiu Lan Feng finished speaking, the noble vampire on the ground was sent flying backwards as if struck by a heavy blow. You recognize him? Jiu Lan Feng turned to Izumi Yudo, inquiring. Unwilling to converse with the stalker, he opted to question his companion instead. Dayuan Lian, a noble of the Dayuan family. Which pureblood subordinate? The subordinate of Lord Hayakura. Izumi Yudo answered, lowering his head. Jiu Lan Feng raised an eyebrow. Oh, a subordinate of the Hayakura family. If I recall correctly, this Hayakura Lian is the betrothed of Jiu Lan Li Tu, is she not? Although he had only recently awakened, Jiu Lan Shu had briefed him on the relationships within the vampire world, ensuring that the newly revived Feng was not left in ignorance. Despite possessing the ability to sense emotions and discern good from evil, it was still essential to be aware of the pure blood families. After all, the era of the ancestors had long passed. It was now the domain of purebloods. Indeed, Lord Feng, Lady Hayakura has been under the protection of the Council of Elders. However, it has recently been reported that she has fallen in love with a human and fled from the council. Izumi Yudo added information that Jiu Lan Feng was unaware of. Oh, how amusing. That fellow, Jiu Lan Li Tu, has finally met his match. The Council of Elders? I see that as a veiled form of imprisonment. Jiu Lan Feng raised an eyebrow, sneering as for you, although I bear no grudge against your lady, and she even aided me in tricking Jiu Lan Li Tu once, I ought to have spared you for her sake. Unfortunately, you have seen my true self, know where I reside, and upon seeing Yudo, you must have deduced which pure blood family I belong to. Thus, I am afraid you have no chance of survival. Blame your poor choice to follow me. Jiu Lan Feng regarded Dayuan Lian with a smile. Though his delicate features were youthful, one could already envision the allure he would possess in the future. Accompanied by a gentle smile, he appeared utterly harmless. Yet in Dayuan Lian's eyes, that smile was akin to a devil's grin. Lord Feng, spare me. I truly did not know which pure blood you were. Feeling the intensifying pressure emanating from Jiu Lan Feng, Dayuan Lian finally panicked. Pleading desperately, the noble vampire should possess a modicum of dignity. Such cries for mercy are utterly distasteful and a disgrace to the Dayuan family. Jiu Lan Feng cast a sidelong glance at him. A flash of red in his eyes, and in an instant, Dayuan Lian was reduced to dust. Clean the area and ensure the living room is tidied up as well, Jiu Lan Feng commanded. Understood, Lord Feng. Izumi Yudo replied respectfully. Jiu Lan Feng grimaced at the disarray in the living room, expressing his dissatisfaction with a click of his tongue. Tsuke, my abilities remain uncontrollable. The radius of effect is far too extensive. He initially intended to force that vampire to reveal himself, yet ended up causing chaos in the living room. As he tidied up, Izumi Yudo paused, swallowed hard, and marveled at how truly impressive was that the brother of Lord Shu possessed such remarkable abilities. Even at such a young age, Jiu Lan Feng, unaware of Yudo's thoughts, yawned and sleepily ascended the stairs. Indeed, daytime made one easily drowsy. After awakening, she would seek out the young gentleman to play, perhaps even indulge in a sip of blood. By evening, Jiu Lan Feng awoke promptly, recalling the destination she had previously sent him to and the information gleaned from the blood. She opened the window and leapt from the second floor, running barefoot to the location of Kurosawa Jin. Not wanting to disturb the surrounding people, she utilized her abilities to cloak herself, observing Kurosawa Jin as he trained. Why does it seem like the young gentleman is working so hard? What exactly is he doing? With her chin resting on her hand, she sat on the ground, gazing intently at Kurosawa J. It appeared she had slept longer than intended. The world seemed somewhat unfamiliar. Yet the one constant remained humanity's disdain for her kind. How vexing. After all, she had borne the blame for millennia. Who understands the plight of a vampire who refrains from biting? Jiu Lan Feng muttered her grievances. Knowing no one could hear her, she continued to watch Kurosawa Jin train, engaging in combat with others for an extended period without pause. Gently biting her lip, her ice-blue eyes filled with concern. If the young gentleman was this exhausted, would she still be able to drink his blood later? Indeed, to Jiu Lan Feng, Kurosawa Jin was akin to a delectable, mobile blood bank. Nevertheless, Jiu Lan Feng held to her principles. If Kurosawa Jin did not consent to her drinking his blood, she would never resort to biting him. After all, it had been thousands of years, and she had only bitten Jiu Lan Shu once. No, rather, a single vampire. Finally, when only Kurosawa Jin remained, Jiu Lan Feng stealthily approached him, poked his cheek, and softly called out, "Young gentleman, I found you." I promised I would ask for how she had located him. Let it remain a secret. Hearing that soft, mellifluous voice, Kurosawa Jin looked at the empty space before him and surmised that this was yet another manifestation of the little vampire's unique ability. However, this was advantageous, as it allowed them to avoid surveillance. With the presence of monitoring, he thought it prudent to remain hidden. Seizing the moment to wipe the sweat from his brow, he discreetly relayed a message to Jiu Lan Feng with a towel covering his mouth. He was not concerned for the little vampire, but rather wary of attracting trouble for himself. I understand. What is surveillance, anyway? Jiu Lan Feng, a vampire of an ancient lineage, was genuinely oblivious to the functions of modern technology. Yet she grasped the essence of not revealing herself. If it pleased the young gentleman, so be it. If only she could indulge in a couple of sips of blood, that would be even better. Come out, Kurosawa Jin said, leaving the training area and casually seeking a more concealed alleyway, addressing the air. "Young gentleman, have I caused you trouble?" Jiu Lan Feng manifested, standing before Kuzuo-jin with her head bowed. Despite her unfamiliarity with contemporary technology and the concept of surveillance, she understood Kuzuo-jin's intent in bringing her to this secluded alley. Feeling quite dejected, her long-formed habit made her reluctant to burden others. "You came again?" Kuzuo-jin leaned against the wall, observing the little vampire whose head nearly touched the ground. "I just wanted to play with you. You're the first human who isn't afraid of me. Of course, it would be even better if I could have a taste of blood too." Jiu Lan Feng raised her head, her ice-blue eyes filled with profound grievances. "I don't have time to play with you. You should hurry home. Don't your family worry about you sneaking out every day?" Kuzuo-jin looked at the little vampire with a headache, feeling as though he was being entangled, and thought it best to send her away. If this were not a young vampire, he would have resolved the matter long ago instead of engaging in this tedious conversation. Though the little vampire seemed somewhat soft, she was not to be underestimated. "I only have an elder brother who sent me to the human world, forbidding me from staying by his side." Jiu Lan Feng felt even more wronged. It was merely a matter of Jiu Lan Li. Yet her brother, unable to kill him due to being awakened by him, still cast her aside. How unfair. "Why?" "My brother said it was dangerous around him, and I cannot properly control my abilities. Being targeted by other purebloods could lead to complications. Purebloods generally do not venture into the human realm, so it is safer for me here." The newly awakened, muddled ancient vampire divulged nearly everything about herself to a delectable, mobile blood bank, Kuzuo-jin. He had not intended to inquire so deeply. It was merely a casual question. What sort of colossal heart did this so-called brother possess to release such a foolish child? "You need not explain so much to me. Does your brother know you've revealed so much about yourself to a human you've only met twice? Shouldn't you be a bit more cautious?" Given that this little vampire had saved him yesterday, he thought it prudent to offer some guidance. "Did I say that much? But isn't it natural to have a question-and-answer interaction?" Jiu Lan Feng was not quite certain where she had gone wrong. Yet she could not be blamed. Even after living for millennia, she had always had Jiu Lan Shu by her side during her ancient ERAS for humans. Their emotions were enough to stop her in her tracks. The surrounding vampires also treated her with the utmost respect. Having been in slumber for so long, she was utterly perplexed by human sentiments. Her ability was merely emotional perception, not mind-reading, that if she could read minds. Jiu Lan Feng would likely have collapsed far earlier. "Kuzuo-jin, you've nearly divulged your entire background. Is that not sufficient? In any case, hurry back home and refrain from seeking me out again." Kuzuo-jin spoke with resignation. "Why not? Although I cannot control my abilities well, my perception remains intact that I clearly did not sense any fear. Moreover, you do not harbor any disdain for me." Jiu Lan Feng tilted her head, looking distressed as she gazed at Kuzuo-jin. "It has nothing to do with fear. My surroundings are not as safe as you imagine. Naive little one, that while I am unsure why you cling to me, I must caution you that not all humans are benevolent. Exercise caution around humans, and do not foolishly attach yourself to them. I, too, am not a good person, so keep your distance, familiarize yourself with your abilities, and return to your brother sooner." Kuzuo-jin felt that since meeting this little fool, he had been burdened with an excess of concern. He had spoken more in these 2 days than in the past 6 months. "But I like you. Whether you are a good person or not is irrelevant. At least I do not sense any intent to harm me. Besides, I have no companions. Aside from you, I do not know whom to turn to. There are dangers among the vampires, and now I've finally encountered a human who isn't afraid of me, yet I cannot interact with you. Am I to remain alone in a room for several more years?" Jiu Lan Feng lamented, expressing her frustration at having lived in the basement of the Jiu Lan household, a situation she had endured out of necessity. Now that she had finally emerged, was she to be left alone once more? Even if life were prolonged, it was not meant to be spent this way. I might as well continue sleeping. Wouldn't it be better to slumber until I turn to dust? Jiu Lan Feng drooped her head. On the verge of tears, she had been born a vampire. What could she do? It was not her choice to become one. She did not desire a long life. Why was she subjected to such torment? Sleep? Kuzuo-jin, puzzled by the little vampire's incomprehensible words, observed her closely. Suddenly, he realized something was amiss. The ground was damp. "Hey, are you crying?" Kurozuajin could hardly believe it. Since encountering this little vampire, his perceptions of vampires had been utterly transformed. The two who had attacked him yesterday were what people envisioned vampires to be. This one before him, however, was entirely different. "Who is crying?" "Not me." Jiu Lan Feng hastily wiped her tears and lifted her head to face Kurozuajin, though the dampness at her corners and the redness at the edges betrayed her. "Very well. If you wish to accompany me, there is one condition. When you seek me out, you must ensure that no one sees you. And my acquaintances must never know you are a vampire, understood?" Kurozuajin frowned, resigning himself to the situation, unable to overpower her and faced with a clingy companion. What other choice did he have? Once the novelty wore off, he should be able to find peace again. Despite being a killer cultivated by the organization, he was well aware of the experiments conducted within. This foolish little vampire was, in the eyes of those individuals, nothing more than a ready-made subject for experimentation. The interminable existence of a vampire is precisely what many people yearn for, is it not? "Fear not, for I shall conceal myself, just as I have today. After all, did anyone truly notice my presence?" Jiu Lan Feng gazed at him with delight, eagerly anticipating praise. However, mere evasion is futile, as surveillance permeates every corner. Once discovered, you may encounter dangers far greater than those posed by your brother. "Are you certain you wish to seek me out still?" Heizei Zhen did not intend to frighten him, but merely elucidated the worst-case scenario. "What is surveillance?" Heizei Zhen regarded the vampire before him, who seemed to belong to another era, and began to question whether his own retreat was indeed the correct course of action. "Simply put, even if you find yourself alone, certain individuals will still witness your every move. Does this explanation resonate with you? I understand now. It means that when I search for you, I must remain hidden regardless of my location, emerging only at your behest. Does that suffice?" Jiu Lan Feng blinked, articulating his comprehension. "That interpretation holds merit. Should you fail to adhere to it, do not approach me again." Heizei Zhen fixed him with a cold stare. Though he was no paragon of virtue, he would feel a twinge of guilt if this foolish child drew the organization as attention due to his actions that not be upset. "I shall heed your words." Though perplexed by Heizei Zhen's insistence, he thought that accompanying this mobile blood bank might afford him the chance to occasionally indulge in a sip of blood. "Let's be off," Heizei Zhen declared, turning to leave. Jiu Lan Feng hurriedly followed, asking, "Where are we going?" "To buy you shoes. Running barefoot for such a distance. Are you not concerned about injuring your feet?" "I fear not. I heal swiftly, provided I'm not struck by the weapons of vampire hunters." Jiu Lan Feng replied with a cheerful smile. Heizei Zhen paused, nearly forgetting that this little vampire possessed only healing abilities that you still desire shoes? "Indeed." Jiu Lan Feng nodded enthusiastically, since Heizei Zhen relented. Jiu Lan Feng reported to him punctually each day. After concealing himself as usual, he sat on the ground, observing Heizei Zhen's training. Yet today's session seemed different. Why were weapons involved? Was it not typically a one-on-one combat scenario? Why had it transformed into a chaotic melee? Jiu Lan Feng felt a pang of worry, his eyes fixed on Heizei Zhen without blinking. He longed to assist with his abilities, but recalling Heizei Zhen's warning, he retracted his eager hands, biting his lower lip in anxious prayer for the skirmish to conclude swiftly. "Hiss!" Jiu Lan Feng, overwhelmed with concern for Heizei Zhen, inadvertently bit his own lip, his not yet fully formed fangs piercing through, blood oozing from the wound. I bled. Let us not waste it." Jiu Lan Feng swept his tongue over the droplet, savoring the taste, and as he did, the wound healed, allowing him to continue watching Heizei Zhen train. The fray finally subsided, leaving Heizei Zhen as the sole survivor. Only then did Jiu Lan Feng's heart truly relax. "Brother, you are injured," Jiu Lan Feng said, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Heizei Zhen's wound, laced with concern. Heizei Zhen, hearing this statement filled with both care and longing, shook his head helplessly, wiping the sweat from his brow while responding, "I will attend to it later. There are too many people here." Having been accompanied by this little tale for so long, he was well aware of what was on Jiu Lan Feng's mind. Yes, you're the best, dear brother. I shall drink just a little and then help you heal." Jiu Lan Feng nodded vigorously, even licking the corner of his mouth, even without seeing Jiu Lan Feng's face. He Zhejian could envision his expression. Through these days of interaction, he had come to understand this little vampire, both foolish and soft, yet undeniably greedy, often yearning for a sip of blood from him. However, he was a polite little vampire. Unless offered blood, he would not broach the subject himself. Let us go. He Zhejian cleaned the blood from his body, gently reminding Jiu Lan Feng before departing from the training ground. Once they were at a distance, Jiu Lan Feng revealed himself, turning to question He Zhejian, "Are you not supposed to be training in combat? Why the sudden melee today? Surely those individuals are dead. Will you not be reprimanded? Are you afraid of my capacity for killing?" He Zhejian turned back to regard him. Jiu Lan Feng, puzzled by this inquiry, replied, "Not at all. I have lost count of how many of my kind I have slain. The individuals you fought today were likely meticulously trained. No? Will you not face trouble? So it is fear of trouble that concerns you." He Zhejian nearly mistook this little vampire for someone unable to accept his own ruthlessness. A top-tier assassin requires but one. Do you understand? Jiu Lan Feng shook his head. "I do not understand." "It is of no consequence if you do not comprehend. You need not understand. Would you like to drink?" He Zhejian exposed the wound on his shoulder, inquiring. "Yes." Jiu Lan Feng eagerly abandoned his earlier question, clutching He Zhejian's arm and beginning to drink. He Zhejian observed the little vampire, suspended in midair, clinging to his arm for a sip of blood. "That is this not uncomfortable for you? I've had my fill. I cannot indulge further, lest you risk excessive blood loss." Jiu Lan Feng forced himself to stop, healing the wound in the process. He Zhejian's lips curled slightly. "With your meager appetite, you drink but a few sips, hardly more than the blood lost from an injury. If I were to feast, you might be drained to a mere husk." Jiu Lan Feng threatened with a fierce expression, then furrowed his brow, reflecting on He Zhejian's earlier words. Transforming his fangs, he bit down hard on his own wrist. "What are you doing? I am not forbidding you from drinking. Must you resort to filling your belly with your own blood?" He Zhejian admonished. "No, wait. Allow me to explain later. Controlling my ability to refrain from healing the wound is quite challenging." Jiu Lan Feng climbed onto He Zhejian, pressing his wrist to his lips. "Hurry, drink. Do not let it go to waste." Jiu Lan Feng employed his abilities to compel He Zhejian to remain still, his wrist firmly against his mouth. Realizing he could not escape, He Zhejian reluctantly performed the act of swallowing. Once Jiu Lan Feng saw him drink, he finally relented, withdrawing his wrist and licking the wound. "Now, might you explain? This is the second time you have used your ability to suppress me." He Zhejian glared at the little vampire, displeased. Jiu Lan Feng chuckled, albeit uncertain about why a top-tier assassin only required one. "However, I hope you are the survivor. The blood of vampires can enhance human physicality, and pure blood's blood is even more potent, ensuring you will no longer be injured." He Zhejian did not anticipate this rationale. This foolish child spoke too freely, clearly unafraid of him using her blood to bolster his strength. "Should I remain uninjured, you shall have no opportunity to drink blood." "Then, well, I shall forego it." Jiu Lan Feng endeavored to convey his indifference. "It was merely a sip of blood." He Zhejian was about to respond when a voice interrupted. "Lord Feng." Izumi Yudo knelt on one knee respectfully. "What brings you here?" Jiu Lan Feng furrowed his brow, positioning himself protectively before He Zhejian. He disliked subordinates lacking boundaries. "I detected the scent of your blood, Lord Feng, and feared for your safety. Thus I came to check." He had caught a whiff of pure blood-s scent while at home, prompting his hurried arrival. Yet, given the current scene, it appeared that Lord Feng had bled on his own accord. Vampires are acutely sensitive to the scent of blood, particularly pure blood, which possesses a deadly allure for other vampires. "Oh no, I completely overlooked this matter." Jiu Lan Feng chastised himself, realizing that his recent life had been overly complacent, solely focused on enhancing He Zhejian's strength, while neglecting the critical issue of not allowing blood to be freely spilled. "Izumi Yudo, Lord Su, are you truly at ease leaving Lord Feng alone in the human realm? It seems rather unreliable. Brother, we must depart swiftly. Now that Yudo has been lured here, other vampires may be converging as well. Let us hurry." Jiu Lan Feng grasped He Zhejian's hand and swiftly moved. "Yudo, regardless of what transpires, protect him. If anything happens to him, you shall merge with this world. Jiu Lan Feng admonished Izumi Yudo while running. I do not require. Heikei's Jin furrowed his brow and firmly declined. Jiu Lan Feng's eyes lost their mirth, and her expression shifted to one of solemnity. You need to understand, brother, that your skills surpass those of your peers, and even those older than you. However, they are not human. Once I am surrounded by those vampires, driven to madness by their pure blood lineage, you must leave with Yudo. Master Feng, my duty is to protect you, if it were not for the necessity of your protection. Your previous statement alone would have left you gravely injured. Izumi Yudo, do not test my patience. You were sent by my brother. Without his permission, I will not kill you. This is your first warning. Should there be another, you shall return to my brother. Jiu Lan Feng's icy words struck Izumi Yudo forcefully, leaving him with no choice but to comply. Understood. Master Feng, be careful. Jiu Lan Feng observed the boy cornered by two level E vampires in the alley. Regardless of whether it was due to her own blood's allure or simply the boy's injuries attracting them, she could not turn a blind eye. The teachings of her brother had long been etched into her very bones. The golden-haired boy stared in bewilderment at the strange figure that had suddenly turned to ash before him, glancing back at the one who had made the sound, that a child? No longer fleeing. Having pursued for so long, they had chosen death, and she would grant them their wish. Jiu Lan Feng halted, her gaze fixed intently on the depths of the alley. Yudo, take my brother and leave. Do not let that golden-haired one escape, either. I shall find you shortly. She cast a glance at Izumi Yudo, issuing her command. Very well, Master Feng. Izumi Yudo swiftly grasped the boy and retreated from the battlefield. Whether carrying one or two, it was all the same. It was convenient. I must ask, who are you? Just leaving a child behind like that. And what were those two who suddenly turned to ash? Did they escape from a mental asylum? The golden-haired boy, utterly perplexed, bombarded them with questions. Silence. Heikei's Jin, concerned for Jiu Lan Feng, was in a foul mood, especially with this incessant chatter beside him. Do you not think you should explain this to me? The golden-haired boy was genuinely confused. The two that attacked you were vampires, a type of beast that has devolved from original humanity, solely driven to assault humans. Izumi Yudo provided a succinct explanation. You simply told him that. Do vampires lack intelligence? Heikei's Jin shot a glance at Izumi Yudo, feeling it was safer to vent his frustrations about Jiu Lan Feng onto his subordinate. Fear not. When Master Feng returns, he will erase his memories of vampires. Izumi Yudo reassured. Vampires? Are they not a myth? Is there truly a world with vampires? The golden-haired boy gazed at Izumi Yudo in shock, as if his entire worldview had collapsed. Heikei's Jin remained silent, having once thought the same before encountering that young vampire. Originally, vampires and humans lived segregated lives, with vampire hunters maintaining order in the human realm. However, in recent years, many purebloods, dissatisfied with the Jiu family's established regulations of coexisting peacefully with vampires, began to assault humans. The presence of vampires in the human world had gradually increased. Nonetheless, purebloods had always held their pride and rarely ventured into the human realm. Izumi Yudo elaborated. Heikei's Jin raised an eyebrow. Are you certain that your so-called purebloods possess pride, that they refrain from entering the human world? Understanding the underlying implication in Heikei's Jin's words, Izumi Yudo awkwardly cleared his throat. Master Feng is an exception. Then does that mean the one who saved me earlier was you? Are you also a vampire? Why did you leave that child behind? The golden-haired boy, whose worldview was being reconstructed, evidently overlooked the most crucial point, observing the golden-haired boy's failure to grasp the key issue. Izumi Yudo constantly reminded himself that this was entrusted to him by Master Feng. And soon enough, the boy's memories would be erased. There was no need to argue with him. The one who just saved you was Master Feng, the very child you mentioned. Surely not. A child so powerful? The golden-haired boy stared at Izumi Yudo in astonishment. Vampires do not judge each other by age, but by bloodline. Purebloods reign as the kings of all vampires. However, their pursuits differ. Some purebloods favor peace, while others prefer chaos, much like humans that I see. Then when he returns, I must express my gratitude to him. Jiu Lan Feng gazed at the gathering horde of low-level vampires with a bloodthirsty smile. Since they had come, they would not leave. Their greed would cost them their lives. Jiu Lan Feng's greatest ability was the same as her brother Jiu Lan Shu's: mental assault, though she could not yet fully control its range. In the current situation, a lack of control proved to be more effective. Die. Jiu Lan Feng parted her lips, her eyes glowing red, transforming in her vampire form, her nails elongating into sharp points, and her symmetrical fangs lengthening slightly. One could not deny that as a pure-blood vampire, Jiu Lan Feng's appearance became even more exquisite in this form. Her elongated fangs added a touch of playfulness rather than fear, whenever her gaze swept over a location. The vampires there would turn to dust. Those fortunate enough to escape momentarily were met with Jiu Lan Feng's hand piercing their hearts, reducing them to ashes. Once she confirmed that no one had evaded her wrath, she sighed in relief. After extensively utilizing her abilities, Jiu Lan Feng's complexion turned pale as she leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. Now that she had transformed, she might as well fly to find her companions. Due to her significantly diminished stamina, Jiu Lan Feng flew unsteadily, ultimately resorting to her jumping ability to land before the Threed, the golden-haired boy, witnessing Jiu Lan Feng's transformation, finally accepted the reality of her being a vampire. Running up to Jiu Lan Feng alongside Haikei's Jean, he asked with concern, "Are you all right? Your face is so pale. Are you injured?" Jiu Lan Feng glanced at Haikei's Jean and then at the genuinely worried golden-haired boy, murmuring, "You are not afraid of me. I am of the same kind that just attacked you." "Not at all. That gentleman explained it earlier. You are not like those mindless beasts. Besides, you saved me, and I have yet to thank you." "Why would I fear you?" The golden-haired boy replied with an open-hearted smile. "The two that attacked you were perhaps drawn by me." Jiu Lan Feng hid behind Haikei's Jean, peeking out with a lowered gaze, unable to meet the boy's eyes. "Yet it cannot be blamed on you. Even if you drew them in, there must be a cause. If they were not greedy, how could they have been lured by you? Though I am unsure what it is that attracts them, it is certainly their fault. Moreover, it may have been my wound that drew them in," the golden-haired boy reasoned, refusing to place blame on others. Furthermore, considering that he had just saved himself, they could have chosen to ignore him. Couldn't they? "Is that so?" Jiu Lan Feng looked up at Haikei's Jean. Indeed. Haikei's Jean nodded, having come to understand Jiu Lan Feng's tendencies over their time together. It was likely that she had been rejected by humans too many times, leading her to feel that it was her fault. "Master Feng." Izumiyama Yudo approached, scrutinizing Jiu Lan Feng closely to ensure she had no issues aside from her overexertion before he felt at ease. "Replenish your strength." Izumiyama Yudo traced his fingertip across his wrist, presenting it before Jiu Lan Feng. Having already exhausted herself, Jiu Lan Feng suddenly felt a surge of thirst. She treated Izumiyama Yudo with less gentleness than she had shown Haikei's Jean, pressing her lips to the wound and drinking deeply. Once she felt her strength returning, she released Izumiyama Yudo's wrist. "Thank you. It is my duty. You need not be polite, Master Feng." Izumiyama Yudo smiled as he withdrew his hand. "How filthy." After regaining her strength, Jiu Lan Feng looked at Haikei's Jean with a pitiful expression, displaying her blood-stained hands. Upon seeing her like this, Haikei's Jean felt a sudden urge to tease her. "Isn't it just blood? Why do you find it distasteful? Who wants to drink that filthy blood? It stinks. I don't care. You clean it." Jiu Lan Feng retorted angrily, playfully glaring at Haikei's Jean. Having spent much time together, Jiu Lan Feng's inherent spoiled nature gradually revealed itself. Her occasional outbursts were not off-putting, but rather endearing. "I do have tissues, but they probably won't clean it properly." The blonde boy genuinely believed that Jiu Lan Feng was upset due to the dirt on his hands, prompting him to retrieve a tissue and assist in cleaning them. "You truly do not despise me. After all, I am a vampire, the kind that bites," he remarked. Jiu Lan Feng curiously observed the boy aiding him, playfully opening his mouth to frighten him. Yes, I am aware you are a vampire, the biting kind," the blonde boy replied dismissively. "Then why are you so close to me?" Jiu Lan Feng murmured softly. Wasn't he also human? He had never shown fear towards Jiu Lan Feng. Their interactions appeared quite harmonious. The gentleman had just stated that upon Jiu Lan Feng's return, he would erase his memories. "I have just reconstructed my worldview, and to forget it so soon would be a great loss. So, Do you mind having another friend? I find you little vampire rather adorable. The blond boy gestured towards He Zhejian and continued to wipe Jiu Lan Feng's hands. For the first time, someone had actively sought friendship with Jiu Lan Feng, leaving him both elated and somewhat flustered as he instinctively glanced at He Zhejian. As you wish, if you agree. Respond. If not, simply erase his memory. He Zhejian nonchalantly stated he had no need for friends, and the only vampire cub around was one he had brought along himself. Additionally, he understood that Jiu Lan Feng possessed a unique discernment and would not easily be deceived. The mere fact that he entertained such thoughts indicated that this golden-haired boy had commendable character. Well then, greetings. I am Jiu Lan Feng, a pure-blood vampire from the Jiu Lan family that I do not bite. I have an elder brother, who is also pure. Caught up in the excitement of being approached for friendship, Jiu Lan Feng began to divulge details of his background. That is enough, Lord Feng. No need for such an elaborate self-introduction. Izumi Yudo quickly interjected, fearing that if Jiu Lan Feng continued, Lord Shu would soon be enraged at Is it unnecessary? I am not familiar with this. No human has ever wanted to befriend me, as they all fear me. Jiu Lan Feng replied, tilting his head, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. He Zhejian turned his head, suppressing a smile that he knew this little vampire cub would not articulate anything sensible. The blond boy was momentarily taken aback before responding with a smile. My name is Ryu, and I can introduce you to a good friend later. He will surely like you. But if you reveal your identity, be cautious. The experience of reconstructing one's worldview is rather unpleasant. I would never do that. My brother advised me to keep my identity hidden. Jiu Lan Feng protested defiantly. Izumi Yudo looked skyward, pondering that the so-called secrecy of identity was rendered futile by the fact that on the very first day, it had been exposed, and before long, it would be discovered again. The opportunity to erase memories had been squandered, and now, concealing one's identity amidst newfound friendships would likely infuriate Lord Shu. All right, as long as you can honestly keep your identity hidden. I have no high demands, He Zhejian said, patting Jiu Lan Feng's head, attempting to temper his spirits. Hey, I am not that unreliable, Jiu Lan Feng replied, puffing up in indignation as he glared at He Zhejian. He Zhejian, Ryu, and Izumi Yudo replied in unison. You are, what about you? We have both introduced ourselves. You might as well do the same, Ryu urged, glancing at He Zhejian. This gentleman is He Zhejian. Remarkably skilled, Jiu Lan Feng began. He Zhejian promptly silenced him to prevent the foolish little vampire from inadvertently revealing his own background. IT matters not. Knowing names is sufficient. At least one of you is reliable. Or else this little vampire might sell himself out. Even though they had only recently met, Ryu could already discern the little vampire's nature. You two are truly insufferable that I know nothing at all. My brother is usually by my side, and now he has unceremoniously cast me aside. Were it not for you, I might have remained at home waiting for him to return. Jiu Lan Feng's lament drew the ire of all three individuals. Suddenly hearing Jiu Lan Feng complain about Jiu Lan Shu, Izumi Yudo shivered, pondering whether he might be silenced. Oh, poor thing, you seem quite pitiful. Call me brother, and I shall take you out to play. Ryu teased, ruffling Jiu Lan Feng's hair. Brother. The soft utterance of brother from Jiu Lan Feng indicated he had taken a bait. He Zhejian covered his face in disbelief, questioning the reliability of this Ryu fellow. Ryu, momentarily stunned by the unexpected response, quickly reassured himself that it was no matter, as he had intended to take Jiu Lan Feng out for some fun. Such a good boy, he remarked. Izumi Yudo, observing the delighted Jiu Lan Feng, suddenly comprehended why Lord Shu was so intent on sending him into the human world. A joyful Jiu Lan Feng was indeed a rarity. One of the few aware that the second son of the Jiu Lan family had not perished. He recognized the significance of Jiu Lan Feng in Lord Shu's eyes. He was even ranked above the late pure-blood princess of the Jiu Lan family. However, despite his reluctance to interrupt the joyous Jiu Lan Feng, it was already quite late. Lord Feng, we must return. This area has become rather unstable, with numerous levelly disturbances, and the Hunters Association has issued a purge order. Jiu Lan Feng frowned, voicing his discontent. What does that have to do with me? I have never bitten anyone, nor have I created any level D, former humans turned vampires. Even if they have fallen to level E, it is no concern of mine. The Hunters Association has no reason to target me. They can deal with their own affairs. Observing Jiu Lan Feng's obstinacy, Izumi Yudo felt a headache coming on to it is not that simple. As a pure blood appearing in the human world, it would be difficult to explain if the hunters discovered you. What if they investigate further? What if they uncover which pure blood you belong to? Lord Shu, brother, who do you belong to? The Hunters Association cannot indiscriminately kill vampires unless they are on the wanted list. I am well aware of this matter, Jiu Lan Feng asserted, exuding an air of authority that forced Izumi Yudo to kneel before him. When his master became obstinate, no one could intervene. Izumi Yudo could only cast a desperate glance towards Heizei Jun and Ryu. Though they were oblivious to the matters concerning vampire hunters, they could tell from Izumi Yudo's expression that this was not the time for Jiu Lan Feng's defiance, and thus could only attempt to persuade him. Return home first. Do not be willful. Heizei Jun sighed as he looked at Jiu Lan Feng. But Jiu Lan Feng raised his head to look at him, his gaze flitting towards Ryu, hesitating to speak. He will not leave. He will not ignore you. Just return home for now. Heizei Jun reassured him, understanding his concerns. Upon hearing Heizei Jun's words, Ryu realized the crux of the matter lay with him. Are we not friends? Friends do not part ways after a single meeting. Go home. We shall see each other tomorrow. Reassured by Ryu's promise, Jiu Lan Feng reluctantly turned back. Then I shall take my leave first. I will come to find you tomorrow. You. Ensure they return safely, lest any ill-fated individuals take notice of them. He warned Izumi Yudo with a fierce glare, his demeanor shifting in an instant. Yes, Lord Feng. After Jiu Lan Feng departed, Izumi Yudo finally stood up. That I can return on my own. Heizei Jun frowned, uncomfortable with the idea of being escorted. That I can also. Ryu chimed in. I wish to remain alive. Thus, I cannot disobey Lord Feng's orders. Izumi Yudo declined their offers. Very well. I shall not pressure you. It is indeed quite taxing, Ryu conceded. What was that about vampire hunters you mentioned earlier? Heizei Jun inquired. Only vampire hunters possess the means to slay vampires, aside from other vampires. The hunters maintain the boundary between humans and vampires. Generally, they hunt level E, which are the fallen forms of former humans turned vampires. However, there are also some vampires on their wanted list, typically those who have committed heinous acts, Izumi Yudo explained. What does that have to do with little Feng? He is not on the list. Is he? Ryu asked. Heizei Jun seemed to have pieced together some understanding, a knowing expression crossing his features. Izumi Yudo, observing Heizei Jun's demeanor, realized that Jiu Lan Feng had likely let slip some information. You are aware, then? Izumi Yudo queried, studying Heizei Jun, that it must be related to his identity. Is he not here to evade enemies? Heizei Jun succinctly described the situation. Lord Feng, due to his frail constitution at birth, has seemingly vanished from the eyes of outsiders. Only a select few are aware that he still lives. Many vampires believe that the Conan family boasts only a single pure-blood heir, but that is far from the truth. Lord Feng was raised in a basement, isolated from any vampires besides his family, and thus has never had companions. He knows nothing of the world. His life is a blank slate. Lord Feng possesses a unique ability to sense the emotions of others towards him. Yet he has only ever perceived disdain, fear, and loathing. Consequently, he cherishes you immensely. Should I discover that you betray Lord Feng, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. Izumi Yudo squinted, threatening the two before him. I have no time to betray others. Heizei Jun retorted with disdain. That it seems you are indeed a pitiful creature, but I do not have a habit of betraying others. Shizuki Arei frowned, evidently reminded of his own experiences. However, he considered himself somewhat superior, as he at least had a childhood friend by his side. Conan Feng, concealing his presence, crouched in a corner, observing a boy of similar age below, training his skills, unintentionally wandering here after parting ways with Shizuki Arei. He mused, quite impressive. This young child demonstrates such skill at such a tender age. Brothers and Shirley did not begin training at such a young age, did he? Must humans push themselves to this extent? Conan Feng tilted his head in confusion, unable to comprehend the contemporary human mentality. 0. Wait here for your parents. We shall return shortly. The couple emerged from a nearby dwelling, weapons in hand, cautioning the young boy who was training. Jiu Feng's eyes fixated on the weapons they wielded. A bitter smile crossed his face upon realizing they belonged to a vampire hunter family. It was no wonder they began training so early. As he crouched against the wall, watching the young boy persist in his training even after his parents departed, Jiu Feng contemplated leaving. After all, vampire hunters and vampires were natural enemies. It would be best to avoid drawing attention to himself. Just as he resolved to rise and depart, he sensed the approach of another vampire. Could it be? Which vampire possessed the audacity to intrude upon a hunter's domain? Intrigued, Jiu Feng halted his departure, resting his chin on his hand to observe the unfolding drama. A level C vampire? It seems there is a mastermind behind this. If it were a D or E-class vampire, one could understand their foolish intrusion into a hunter's home. But a C-class vampire without guidance? Who would believe that? Jiu Feng scoffed, questioning why he should involve himself in such trivial matters. The current strife among vampire factions was indeed a headache. Hey, you down there. Foolish one, who sent you here? Instead of searching for your parents, you come to bully a child. Jiu Feng released his concealment, his expression icy as he unleashed his aura. The pure-blooded youngling, the C-class vampire, though immobilized by the pressure, could not suppress the greed gleaming in his eyes. Why are you, a mere child, not staying at home? What are you doing out here? The silver-haired boy admonished sternly. Little hunter, do not be so fierce. I merely passed by and saw some vampires causing a ruckus. I thought to lend a hand. Surely, you do not wish for your parents to return and find you lifeless, do you? A C-class vampire is beyond your current capabilities. Jiu Feng rolled his eyes, realizing that goodwill had been misconstrued. Indeed, adversaries were irksome. Do you not understand the allure a pure-blooded child holds for these vampires? This is sheer nonsense. You, a human child of similar age, have the audacity to look down upon me. Fine, I shall show restraint. I will inquire about the situation and allow you to practice. Rest assured, under my suppression, he shall not harm you. Who sent you? What grievance does this family hold against you? Jiu Feng's gaze hardened as he regarded the C-class vampire on the ground. They killed my beloved. I shall make them experience the pain of losing a loved one. The C-class vampire thrashed wildly. While your reasoning sounds plausible, I cannot accept it. Currently, hunters must eradicate vampires under orders issued by the association. Even in the case of accidental killings, this family should not be your target. Moreover, who knows if your so-called beloved did not engage in hunting humans independently? As a pure blood, to side with the hunters was indeed a betrayal. The adults had not been mistaken, for some purebloods were indeed turning traitor. Who is the adult you speak of? Jiu Feng struggled to contain his power, fearing he might inadvertently destroy the young hunter's home. The C-class vampire, realizing he had just let slip a crucial detail in his anger, fell silent. Little hunter, do you dare to kill him? If you do not, I shall assist you. However, I believe you should train a bit more. The choice is yours. Jiu Feng gestured invitingly, a smile gracing his features as he regarded the young boy. I intend to become the strongest vampire hunter. There is nothing I fear, the boy declared, brandishing the long knife in his hand, advancing step by step toward the subdued vampire. With that weapon capable of harming vampires, aim for his heart. That is the fatal point, Jiu Feng whispered softly. I know, the boy replied, plunging the knife into the vampire. The creature disintegrated into dust instantly. Bravo, well done, little hunter. Jiu Feng applauded, leaping down from a wall. Which family do you belong to? You display remarkable audacity. How dare you sneak out? Do you not fear being targeted by other purebloods seeking to augment their strength? The boy furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the pureblood child before him. I told you. Can you keep this a secret? We have forged a bond of life and death, have we not? Jiu Feng grinned, gesturing toward the pile of dust on the ground. I did not ask for your help, the boy retorted, turning his head away stubbornly. Very well, I admit my meddling. Consider it a request. Please keep this secret from me, that I cannot let the hunters discover my identity. It would lead to significant trouble. Jiu Feng clasped his hands together, blinking innocently. Quickly return to your parents. Younglings should not wander alone. Though the boy did not verbally agree, he was beginning to relent internally. You can call me Xiao Feng. It's settled then. Little hunter, continue your training. You will undoubtedly become the strongest vampire hunter to be. Why then? I shall have a powerful ally. Conan Feng chuckled. Who wishes to be your ally? Furthermore, you do not even disclose your surname. You clearly do not trust me to keep your secret. The boy felt deceived by this small pure blood. Apologies, but I truly cannot reveal it now. I promise to tell you my surname when the opportunity arises, oh, please do not be angry. I must take my leave and will return to play another day. Conan Feng waved goodbye, turning to depart. Hey, the boy called out, stopping Conan Feng in his tracks. What is it? Zero, that is my name. The boy awkwardly stated that. I know. I just heard your mother call you. You share the same name as a friend of mine. I shall introduce you both when the time comes. Keep up the training. Zero. Only by strengthening yourself can you avoid peril. While I have never harmed anyone and maintain a friendly disposition towards humans, there are still pure bloods whose ideologies clash with mine. Therefore, Zero, you must grow stronger to two-faced dangers. I truly cannot disclose my surname, as it would bring trouble to your family. I have my own humans to protect. Let us strive together. Zero. Conan Feng gazed at Zero with warmth, encouraging him continuously. Who wishes to befriend a vampire, especially a pure blood with the same name as mine? Zero frowned, clearly displeased. He is not a vampire. He is human. I have no vampire friends. They either fear my abilities or disdain my affinity for humans. Thus, I have always been alone, though now I have 2 human friends and a future ally destined to become the strongest hunter. I am quite content. Farewell. Zero. Conan Feng waved, leaping atop the surrounding wall before vanishing from sight. Zero stared at the weapon designed for hunting vampires in his hand, murmuring to himself, who wishes to befriend a pure blood? However, the strongest hunter sounds impressive. Let us strive together, Feng. And so it is, he remarked. That little hunter is truly remarkable, and he shares a name with you. Zero. Yet, he did not disclose his surname. Jiu Lan Feng sat upon a park bench, chattering incessantly, blissfully oblivious to the increasingly displeased expressions of Jiang Guoling and He Zhejian before him. At last, Jiang Guoling could no longer restrain himself. He reached out and struck Jiu Lan Feng sharply on the head. You foolish boy, you are truly driving me to my wit's end. That hurt. Zero, what are you doing? Jiu Lan Feng exclaimed, cradling his head and gazing up at Jiang Guoling with teary eyes. Good. It should hurt. Are you really so dim-witted? His entire family are vampire hunters, and you, a mere vampire, waltz into their home. What were you thinking? You still wish to befriend a hunter. Could you exercise a modicum of caution? Jiang Guoling rolled his eyes in disdain. Have you forgotten you must not reveal your identity to vampire hunters? Can you not spare us the trouble? He Zhejian added, his head throbbing as he pondered how this foolish child had managed to cross paths with vampire hunters merely days after completing his final training as an assassin. I did not tell him my name is Jiu Lan Feng. I only introduced myself as Feng. The surname Jiu Lan is of no consequence to you, for you are unaware of the vampire clans. However, for those hunters, such knowledge is fundamental. Jiu Lan Feng defended himself, his expression one of indignation that I am not foolish. How could I possibly expose my identity? Besides, vampire hunters were created by my brother, my companions, and me millennia ago. The vampires of the Jiu faction are not adversaries to the hunters. Perhaps there is still hope. You are not beyond redemption yet. He Zhejian sighed. Not disclosing your surname was indeed wise. But I still believe your close association with vampire hunters is ill-advised. Jiang Guoling frowned, clearly disapproving. But he is just a fledgling hunter, and he cannot harm me now. Moreover, he does not strike me as someone who would wish to cause me harm. Let us not forget, I possess the ability to sense these things, Jiu Lan Feng insisted, confident that Zero was different from other vampire hunters and would keep his secret. Your sensing ability is not infallible. Do not place blind faith in it. He Zhejian cautioned, but please, just trust me this once. Hunters do not indiscriminately slaughter vampires any longer, especially purebloods, that if they would kill a pure blood, the entire hunter association would face retribution from vampires. Regardless of faction, they would stand united against such an act. Jiu Lan Feng explained earnestly to He Zhejian and Jiang Guoling. He Zhe, can we return this foolish boy to his brother? My head is starting to ache. Jiang Guoling turned his face away, momentarily wishing to avoid Jiu Lan Feng's innocent visage. I, too, wish to return him. Whoever has such a foolish younger brother should take care of him. He Zhejian remarked, never having found Jiang Guoling's words quite so melodious. Absolutely not. You cannot return me. Do not send me back. It's too late. How can you treat me this way? Jiu Lan Feng exclaimed. Leaping off the bench, arms outstretched to block both of them, his cheeks puffed up in indignation as he gazed at his ungrateful friends, that I am not foolish. I simply have not experienced the kindness of others before. Aside from my brother, no one has ever engaged with me. That my brother and I once bled ourselves to provide medicine for humans in exchange for something. Yet once they learned of our identity, their demeanors shifted. Fear, disgust, and all manner of negative emotions emerged. Unlike my brother, I can distinctly sense these emotions. Everyone I encounter carries such feelings. Since my early days, I have been surrounded by them, which is why I seldom converse with others. However, human blood contains the nourishment we require, and my brother and I sought to barter for it. Yet they denied us that opportunity. Jiu Lan Feng lamented, fearful of being rejected by his two friends. He Zhejian recalled the changes he had undergone after Jiu Lan Feng had fed him blood, and upon hearing him speak of nourishing humans only to be shunned, he felt a surge of anger. Have you not dealt with those humans? Though you're new to vampires, by virtue of Izumi Yudo's attitude toward you, surely you purebloods possess a sense of pride. He Zhejian countered. Jiu Lan Feng shook his head. No, my brother and I departed because those humans, to us, were as inconsequential as ants, easily extinguished. Would you concern yourself with ants? No, for the disparity in combatability is too great. Indeed, Jiang Guoling replied. Thus, my brother and I chose to leave. That I cannot speak for other purebloods, but for me, I am solitary. Aside from pureblood vampires, I am met only with respect and fear. No one can be a friend. A poor child, Jiang Guoling murmured, tenderly ruffling his hair. Therefore, please do not drive me away. That I cannot return to my brother now, Jiu Lan Feng implored. You truly are foolish if you cannot discern a jest. Such an adorable little vampire, we could never part with you. We were merely irked by your lack of cunning, which led you to divulge your circumstances to that vampire hunter. Jiang Guoling pinched Jiu Lan Feng's tender cheek. Exasperated, did you also deceive me? You do not genuinely wish to return me to my brother. Jiu Lan Feng suddenly perked up, looking at He Zhejian. I do not know your brother, so how could I send you away? Truly foolish, He Zhejian replied. What is this? You are going too far. How can you frighten me so? Can you not have a little compassion for one who has only just regained consciousness? Jiu Lan Feng blurted out, inadvertently letting slip his earlier words. An old man you? He Zhejian and Jiang Guoling stared at him in confusion. Oh no, I have blurted out again. Please pretend you did not hear that. Jiu Lan Feng said, his expression betraying his guilt. What did you just say? He Zhe, did you hear? Jiang Guoling feigned ignorance. Nothing, He Zhejian replied. You two are the best. Jiu Lan Feng smiled sheepishly. By the way, little Feng, may I ask you a question? Jiang Guoling inquired, fixing his gaze on Jiu Lan Feng. What is it? Why do you hold such a fondness for humans? Normally, given your status, no one would dare offend you. Why? After facing difficulties amongst humans, do you still wish to draw near to them? Just as some humans envy the long lifespans of vampires, some vampires find their longevity to be a curse. While an extended life has its benefits, it can sometimes feel monotonous and tiresome. Moreover, my brother has said that existence is inevitable. The presence of humans bears its own rationale to be why aiding humans, we secure a path for ourselves. If humanity were to perish, it would not bode well for us, Jiu Lan Feng explained, spreading his hands, that I envy the brevity of human life. It is vibrant and interesting, despite its fleeting nature. Very well. I understand. Perhaps it is a matter of desiring what one cannot have. Jiang Guoling succinctly summarized Jiu Lan Feng's sentiments. Roughly, so that be why the way 0. Have you been in a scuffle? Although, there's only a faint scent of blood. It seems to be healing, yet it cannot escape my nose, Jiu Lan Feng said, concern evident in his eyes. Oh, it is nothing. I am used to it. Jiang Guoling waved dismissively, feigning nonchalance that we shall confront them. How dare they bully you? I can summon a few vampires to intimidate them. I am generally amiable towards humans, but I cannot abide them mistreating you. Jiu Lan Feng seethed, ready to seek vengeance for Jiang Guoling. Please omit them. Only he was bullied. He Zhejian quickly distanced himself from Jiang Guoling. Hey, little Feng, calm down. Take it easy. There is no need for that, truly. There is no need, Jiang Guoling said hastily, fearing that this young vampire might indeed take such a drastic action. Hey Zhe, lend a hand to restrain him. Little Feng, return. Do not act rashly. He Zhejian called out, his voice laced with goodwill as he beckoned Jiu Lan Feng back. Jiu Lan Feng pouted, retreating to He Zhejian's side. Shall I assist you in dealing with him? Useless. You two, be quiet. None of you are a source of peace. Kate Gammy Ray bellowed. He wished fervently to traverse back in time and strangle the version of himself that sought companionship with J. Ran Keed. Had he foreseen that befriending this individual would entail enduring the heartache of an older brother, all while watching a mere trinket avoid causing him trouble, he would have preferred Keed to erase his memories from the outset. Both of you, cease your ruckus. One of you must not reveal your vampiric identity before outsiders, nor should you leverage that identity to intimidate others, as for the other, although I am unaware of your intentions. Those individuals are not deserving of death. Exercise some restraint, Kate Gammy reprimanded them in turn. Puff. As if I care, Kurosawa Jean scoffed, thinking that were it not for Keed's desire to assist, fearing exposure, he would have kept his mouth shut. Did they truly believe he was the kind-hearted sort who would help with every trivial matter? Hey, stop arguing, Keed exclaimed, sensing that her two companions were on the verge of a quarrel. There is no conflict. I understand Jean's point, and I'm not angry. Let us go back. Are you coming, or do you insist on meddling? Kurosawa turned to leave, but not before inquiring about Keed. Don't go. Jean, Ray didn't mean it that way. He only fears for our safety and doesn't want us to assist. Please don't hold it against him. Keed quickly grasped the hem of Kurosawa's garment. Attempting to clarify, for Kei Gammy, Ray stood awkwardly to the side, his lips moving as if to speak, but ultimately remaining silent, choosing instead to turn away uncomfortably. Kurosawa pressed his forehead in exasperation, looking at the little vampire with a sigh. Change your address that I want unless you promise me that if I change it, you'll stay and not be angry with Ray. Otherwise, I'll keep calling you Jean. Keed remained resolute, gazing intently at Kurosawa. You change it, he relented. So you're not angry now? Keed inquired. I was never angry. I'll only explain once that I'm not a good person, so don't threaten me with laws or morals. Our backgrounds are different, and I don't require anyone's understanding. Kurosawa, who typically despised explanations, made an exception for Kei Gammy, albeit with a rather unfriendly tone. His connection with Ray was solely due to Keed. I apologize. I didn't mean anything by it. I understand you're trying to protect Keed's identity, which is why you intended to assist me. That my tone was inappropriate. I was merely concerned about bringing you trouble. However, since you dislike discussions of law and morality, I'll bring it up again. Kei Gammy bowed in apology to Kurosawa. Kurosawa began, intending to say it was unnecessary, but the chill from Kei Gammy's palm halted his words, and he swallowed them back. It's fine. So, Ray, can you reconcile with your brother? Can we please stop arguing? I don't want to lose either of you. Keed, unwilling to make a choice, sought to mend their relationship to the best of her ability. Of course, I befriended a vampire. Doesn't that make me a bad person? What do I have to fear? After all, they wouldn't harm me, and as for everything else, I'll just pretend I don't understand. Kei Gammy smiled slightly, reaching out to ruffle Keed's hair. Kurosawa stared at Kei Gammy in surprise, clearly puzzled by how quickly things had changed. Noticing Kurosawa's gaze, Kei Gammy smiled dimmed a bit as he explained. I don't want to put Keed in a difficult position. Despite being a little vampire, she is unexpectedly adorable that I've experienced the feeling of being discriminated against and isolated. Therefore, I understand the pain Keed harbors. And this fellow's nature is so rare, innocent and pure, like a blank canvas. I quite like this little vampire, so I want to let her suffer. Moreover, you were right. Our experiences differ. Thus, I cannot impose my views for change. That wouldn't be fair to you. I'll choose to selectively ignore what I don't comprehend. After all, with Keed around, you wouldn't harm me, would you? I believe our thoughts regarding Keed should align. Kei Gammy smiled at Kurosawa. What a hassle. Also, stop using so many words to describe him. Just say he is simply foolish. Kurosawa accepted Kagami's explanation while correcting his choice of adjectives. Jinjin, Heed, bewildered by the lengthy discourse between the two, only caught the part where Kurosawa called her foolish and shouted at him in indignation. Unfortunately, her youthful voice, due to her age, diminished the effect of her anger. Change your address. Kurosawa reminded Keed again. Clearly at his wit's end, oh, brother. Keed stuck out her tongue and promptly altered her address. The Kagami watched with glee as Kurosawa faced a moment of embarrassment. Why be so serious? Keed calls me Ray Ray. And Jean sounds quite lovely too. Oh, you wish to die? Kurosawa shot him a murderous glance. Not at all. Kagami, having made his point clear, was unafraid, responding with a smile. Then be quiet. If you want me to be quiet, then I will, but I wager Keed will revert to calling you Jean in a few days. The thought left Kurosawa unwilling to contemplate what might follow. Though he deemed such a possibility likely, he resolved to control it for as long as he could. Yet how to resolve the issue of Ray being bullied? Ray, your blood's enticing aroma is nearly awakening my cravings. Keed had not forgotten about Kagami's altercation, casting a longing glance at Kurosawa. Rest assured, those individuals are injured worse than I am. As of the sin of blood, I'm unsure what to do. Perhaps I should recuperate before seeking you out? Kagami furrowed his brow, pondering solutions in own need. Ray, show me your injury. What's wrong? Kagami revealed the wound on his arm. Key placed her small hand over the injury, and it healed instantly. Looking up, she smiled proudly. See, Ray, am I not impressive? Both my brother and I possess healing abilities, though it only extends to external wounds. Beyond that, we are helpless. Observing Keed's dissatisfaction with her limited abilities, Kagami endeavored to maintain his composure. Praising her, that is already quite remarkable. Keed, you're wonderful. Keed bashfully scratched her head. So you can heal with your hands? Then why do you always use your mouth to touch my wounds? Kurosawa had genuinely believed that this little vampire-esque healing could only be achieved through kissing. Now, it was evident that this little vampire was simply greedy, and oh wonder she often acted foolishly. All her cleverness was directed towards satisfying her cravings. Oh no, I've exposed myself. Ray, save me. Keed darted behind Kagami, peeking out curiously at Kurosawa. For the sake of satisfying cravings, just let it go. Kurosawa abandoned any further attempts to educate the little vampire as what exactly happened. Kagami, bewildered by their cryptic conversation, sought clarity. Why brother often gets injured. I help heal him with kisses, and I secretly drink a tiny bit of blood. Keed held up 2 fingers, making a tiny bit gesture to emphasize that she truly only drank a little. Greedy little brat. Kagami chuckled as he pinched Keed's cheek. But it's not just greed. This ability is called the healing kiss, unique to my brother and me. Any wound we kiss can heal. Thus, I habitually use kisses to help him, while also sneaking a tiny sip of blood. Just now, I had the sudden urge to see if this ability could be applied elsewhere, and it turns out it can. Keed twirled joyfully on the spot, excited about her newfound revelation. Perhaps your brother already knows. Kagami teased with a smile. Not necessarily. My brother rarely uses this ability, so he probably doesn't know as much as I do. Our vampiric self-healing abilities are quite strong. Moreover, my brother seldom gets injured. And as for treating others, who would dare let a pure blood from the Jiu Lan family treat them? Do they wish to court death? Keed was delighted by her discovery and unknowingly drew her 2 friends into her conversation. Kurosawa and Kagami, both feeling as though they should be honored, were left pondering their own fate. Ray, I'll come and play with you. Jiu Lan Feng suddenly appeared behind Jiang Guoling. Due to Jiu Lan Feng's frequent and mysterious comings and goings, Jiang Guoling had long since grown accustomed to the sudden emergence of voices around him, and he was not startled. However, the boy beside Jiang Guoling was indeed taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise as he instinctively took 2 steps back. It was then that Jiu Lan Feng noticed a child who had been obscured from view in front of Jiang Guoling. Seeing that he had frightened the boy, he quickly hid behind a tree, too scared to come out. Jiang Guoling helplessly rubbed his forehead, glancing at the frightened child before him, and then at the other boy peeking out from behind the tree. Feeling a pang of sympathy for himself, he truly found it quite difficult. Hero, do not be afraid. Little Feng enjoys appearing out of nowhere. He did not mean to frighten you. You were probably blocked from his view by me. Just wait here for me, okay? Jiang Guoling gently reassured the frightened child, then moved to the tree and pulled out the little rascal who had also been startled. Why did you hide again? Why do you hide when you see me? Jiang Guoling had no way to deal with the little vampire's timidity, and no matter how he and He Zhejian tried to guide him. Whenever this little one sensed fear from others, he would instinctively become cautious. Jiang Guoling truly could not comprehend what Jiu Lan Feng had experienced before. How could someone so young possess such sensitivity? What kind of irresponsible upbringing had that unreliable brother of his provided? Little did he know that within the small frame of Jiu Lan Feng, merely 5 or 6 years old, resided the essence of an ancient vampire progenitor who had lived for millennia. Once despondent and wishing to sleep until the end of his life, the shadows within Jiu Lan Feng's heart were not easily dispelled. That I did not mean to frighten you, that I did not know there was someone in front of you. He seems afraid of me. Did I scare your friend? Jiu Lan Feng lamented, lowering his head in regret. Over time, he had become more lively in their company, but it seemed he had erred again today. You did frighten him, but not because of your identity. Just look at how you appear now. Is there any difference between you and other human children? Jiang Guoling explained gently. Then why is he afraid? I sensed his fear. Jiu Lan Feng lifted his head, blinking wide-eyed, his icy blue eyes seemingly filled with question marks. The poor child still did not realize how frightening his sudden appearances could be. Silly little one, when you suddenly appear and speak, anyone would be startled, you know? But that is not true. Neither you nor Jean are frightened when I suddenly show up. That is because we are used to it. Hero is encountering this for the first time. Of course he would be scared, Jiang Guoling replied, patting Jiu Lan Feng's white hair. All right, don't be downcast. Let me introduce you to it over time, when you appear suddenly. Hero will no longer be frightened. Jiang Guoling took Jiu Lan Feng's hand and brought him in front of the child. This is Zhu Fu Jingguang, my playmate. This silly little one is Jiu Lan Feng. He can be a bit oblivious at times. So Hero, don't take it too seriously. You'll come to find him quite adorable and innocent over time. I'm sorry. I didn't see someone was in front of Ling Ling. If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have appeared like that. Ling Ling just scolded me earlier. Please don't be angry. Jiu Lan Feng apologized softly, a hint of trepidation in his eyes. Upon seeing the person who had just frightened him turn out to be so small, Zhu Fu Jingguang felt a bit embarrassed, blushing as he stammered. And no, it's fine that I'm not angry. Jiu Lan Feng sensed that Zhu Fu Jingguang no longer felt fear and then broke into a broad smile. Whereas Jiang Guoling was somewhat curious about why Jiu Lan Feng had come to find him alone. Was he the little vampire fond of sticking to He Zhejian? Jean said he finished his assessment and had a mission to attend to. There are others around, so he asked me to find you first. He'll come to find us when he is alone, Jiu Lan Feng explained, pouting slightly, feeling rejected despite knowing he could have concealed his presence to follow beside Jun. You called him Jun again. He'll scold you if he hears that, Jiang Guoling teased, pinching Jiu Lan Feng's soft flesh. It's strange to call him He Zhe like you do. I don't like it. Call him whatever makes you happy. It's just a name. Watching him get flustered is quite amusing that I don't quite understand why you both enjoy watching each other flounder, Jiu Lan Feng said. Perplexed by their amusement, perhaps it's just a natural clash of personalities, Jiang Guoling pondered before responding. But I think your relationship is quite good. Although Jun seems a bit cold, he is still worried about you being bullied. He even taught you martial arts, you two stubborn little ones. Jiu Lan Feng could not help but murmur. Jiang Guoling's lips twitched slightly. Was He Zhejian really just a bit cold? That is cold-blooded. Thank you very much. And what do you mean by worrying about you getting bullied and teaching you martial arts? It's just you pestering him until he agreed. How could the description of He Zhejian from Jiu Lan Feng's lips differ so greatly from the person he knew? You really shouldn't have such a blind spot. Who is He Zhe? Zhu Fu Jingguang interjected. Jiang Guoling rolled his eyes and replied, a heartless fellow. That is not true. Jun is actually quite soft-hearted, just a bit cold. Jiu Lan Feng defended He Zhejian. Little Feng, I believe we are not speaking about the same person. Can you please lower your filter a bit? Your filter rivals a skyscraper. Jiang Guoling could hardly bear to listen. If he didn't know better, he might have been fine, but the reality was that he understood just what kind of person that fellow was, making acceptance difficult. Jiu Lan Feng tilted his head in confusion. That I don't have a filter. Jean is really soft-hearted. He worries that I might starve and frequently feeds me blood. Perhaps the calm emotions around them, coupled with Jiang Guoling's presence, made him lose his composure and speak out of turn. Upon hearing the word starve, Jiang Guoling felt a surge of crisis and quickly covered Jiu Lan Feng's mouth. But he was still a moment too late, allowing the key phrase to escape. Feeding blood? What does that mean? Zhu Fu Jingguang curiously repeated the phrase, feeding blood. Oblivious to the gravity of his words, Jiu Lan Feng was so engrossed in defending himself to Jiang Guoling that he forgot there was another person present. Now realizing this, his face turned pale as he looked at Jiang Guoling. Too afraid to meet Zhu Fu Jingguang's gaze, that he internally contemplated whether to erase the child's memory. But since he was Jiang Guoling's playmate, was it necessary? Jiu Lan Feng did not care about others, but he still valued Jiang Guoling's emotions that, it's alright, it's alright. We're all friends here. Hero is one of us, so don't be afraid, little Feng, Jiang Guoling said, quickly embracing the pale-faced Jiu Lan Feng, gently patting his back to comfort him. Due to Jiu Lan Feng's deceptive nature, Jiang Guoling lacked the perceptiveness to realize that someone was visibly pale, contemplating how to remedy the situation. That I didn't mean to let it slip. I'm just so used to talking to you both that I forgot there was someone else around. Jiu Lan Feng explained, burying his head against Jiang Guoling's chest in a pitiful manner. I seem to have gotten a bit carried away lately, which is why I've let slip so many times. Not everyone was like Zhe Zhen and Jiang Guoling, and the memories from millennia past still occasionally surfaced in Jiu Lan Feng's mind. Hearing the quiver in his voice, Jiang Guoling sighed. Though he knew Jiu Lan Feng's identity could not be concealed from Hero for long. After all, Hero was observant and intelligent. He did not expect the revelation to stem from their argument. Jiang Guoling felt a twinge of regret for having debated with Jiu Lan Feng. The little vampire would say whatever came to mind, and he knew Jiu Lan Feng had a blind spot regarding Zhe Zhen. Not to mention, he himself also had a filter. Even though he had won fights against other children, in Jiu Lan Feng's eyes, he had become the pitiful one being bullied. That's not true. Our little Feng is the best. It's my fault for arguing with you about those things. Don't take all the blame upon yourself, okay? Jiang Guoling gently guided it. So, you're saying there are things I shouldn't know? If that's the case, I won't ask any further. Just now, I can pretend I didn't hear anything that, little Feng, please don't cry. Zhu Fu Jingguang sensed that there were secrets between the two that he was unaware of. However, he was not one to pry. Everyone had their wounds to bear, and he too had secrets he kept from Jiang Guoling should he tell Hero. If you prefer not to disclose it to him, then so be it. Hero is not the type to hold grudges that, if all else fails, you could simply erase his memories of today. Upon hearing the words of Zero, Kuran Keed felt a flicker of emotion. Glancing briefly at Zero before turning her gaze to the concerned Jifuku Kagaya by her side. After some contemplation, she decided to observe the situation further. Is he very important to you? Do you often spend time together? Does that mean I might run into him when I come to see you? Kuran Keed refrained from making a choice and instead inquired about Jifuku Kagaya's significance in Zero's heart. Hero is important, but so are you. The matter concerning your identity is of greater importance. Therefore, you need not make decisions for my sake. Act according to your own thoughts and desires. Zero gently ruffled his hair and replied softly. Understand, then Zero. You should tell him, I'll be leaving now and will come to see you again tomorrow. If he's frightened, I can erase his memory once more that I lack confidence in myself and fear I might inadvertently let something slip again. So please inform him. With that, Kuran Keed vanished from the spot. He simply did not know how to interact with others and wished to avoid experiencing unpleasant emotions once more, especially considering that this person was a companion of Zero. Let him be timid. Tomorrow will reveal the answers, and remaining here serves no purpose. Observing the fleeing Kuran Keed and the astonished Jifuku Kagaya, Zero let out a sigh. The journey ahead is indeed arduous. Kuran Keed wandered aimlessly down the street, kicking small stones in front of her with each step. With a Kasawajin assigned to a mission, Zero could not return at this time. Kuran Keed never anticipated that despite not being alone, she still felt so isolated. Reflecting on this, her eyes involuntarily welled up with tears. It seemed that after leaving her brother, she could no longer accomplish anything. Sometimes, Conan Keed pondered whether humanity truly deserved the extensive effort she and her brother invested. Setting aside other considerations, merely the emotions she sensed became increasingly convoluted, with a significant rise in negative sentiments. She could even perceive distressing emotions in some children, in stark contrast to these individuals. The emotions of Akasawa Jean and Zero appeared serene, with one exhibiting minimal fluctuations and the other radiating positivity. How could Conan Keed not relish their company? Why are you out here alone again? The silver-haired boy stood not far off, frowning as he regarded Conan Keed. Conan Keed exclaimed in surprise, glancing around to realize she had unwittingly wandered quite a distance. Have you been crying? A pure blood. Who would dare wrong you? Why do you appear as if abandoned? Zero approached her, holding a bag in his hand. As you mentioned, I am a pure blood. How could I be wronged? You are mistaken, little hunter. Conan Keed turned her head away, refusing to let Zero see her eyes. Observing the little vampire's forced calmness, Zero gently remarked, Please, your eyes are quite evident. Even a slight redness is noticeable. Do not presume others to be as foolish as you. Do you think I am truly foolish? Ever since leaving my brother, it feels as if I have accomplished nothing. Conan Keed pursed her lips, taking a long pause before speaking. It was then that Zero sensed something was gravely amiss with the little vampire, indicating she had suffered significant distress. Come with me. Zero grasped Conan Keed's hand and led her to a nearby park slated for demolition. Here, they would be alone, shielded from the gaze of others who might witness her vulnerability. How could a pure blood appear so disheveled? Or could it be that the source of her distress was due to her so-called human friends? Zero speculated. It is not them. They have treated me kindly. Conan Keed defended softly. Then what is this? If you do not speak, I shall return home. Hesitantly, Conan Keed divulged her predicament. I accidentally let something slip, and now that boy named Jifuka Kagaya must surely know my identity. He will undoubtedly be frightened. Erasing his memory would suffice. Even if you cannot do it yourself, there must be vampires around you who can. Zero believed Conan Keed's despondency over this matter to be unwarranted. Vampires and humans inherently belong to two distinct species, and fear was a natural reaction. As for the two humans who befriended a pure blood, Zero found himself perplexed regarding their thoughts. But I asked Zero to reveal my identity to him. He is a good friend of Zero's, and they will likely cross paths often. What if I let something slip again? Would I not have to erase his memory once more? Upon hearing Conan Keed refer to another person sharing his name, Zero shivered, grateful that this individual did not invoke such a seminal name. However, I seem to have figured out which pure blood family you belong to, capable of erasing memories. Aside from that family, only a rare few vampires possess such an ability. You truly guessed it? Conan Keed's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Zero. Yes, the pure blood from the family advocating for peaceful coexistence between humans and vampires. No wonder you were so inclined to befriend humans. The awkwardness surrounding Conan Keed began to unravel. Given that family's propensity to befriend humans, it was indeed not surprising. You inferred it without me saying anything. I suppose I am the more foolish one. Conan Keed lowered her head in disappointment. Moreover, I am uncertain whether what my brother and I are doing is correct. The matter of letting something slip was trivial. What truly troubled Conan Keed was the confusion surrounding this issue. What do you mean? Is humanity truly worthy of the immense effort my brother expends to protect them? Their greed, jealousy, lust, arrogance, and incessant scheming. Do they genuinely merit my brother's sacrifices? Having spent time in the human world, the emotions she sensed continually plagued Conan Keed. Millennia ago, they were not like this. Fear and disdain were emotions to be expected from normal individuals. Yet the majority of humanity seemed preoccupied solely with survival. But now, is it truly because their lives have improved? Shouldn't an enhanced standard of living correlate with greater happiness? Why then do such myriad negative emotions arise? The ancient relic, having slumbered for millennia, found it difficult to comprehend. The young hunter understood. It appeared that the fledgling vampire had yet to grasp human behavior. 1 cannot simply declare right or wrong. The ancestors of your kind did not make such decisions solely to protect humanity. Being from an ancient lineage of vampire hunters, he was well acquainted with vampire history. Furthermore, With the advancement of society and rising living standards, the desires of individuals multiplied, and the schemes you mentioned would only proliferate. However, this has little to do with you. Even if your pro-human faction of vampires is relatively friendly, you are not of the same species. Their machinations are directed solely at their own kind. As long as your friends do not plot against you, it is irrelevant. Besides, do not vampires also engage in such scheming? The young hunter held a strong disdain for the actions of certain purebloods. After his guidance, Conan found her entanglement dissipating. Contemplating the affairs among vampires only served to aggravate her further. Were it not for the drastic changes in humanity over the eons, Conan would not be so obstinate. Zero, you did not truly deduce my identity, did you? Conan looked at him glumly, wishing to retain some semblance of dignity. The speed at which her secret was unveiled was rather alarming. Do you wish me to continue? However, I never expected you to have deceived both hunters and other vampires. No wonder he wanted to send you to live among humans. Having reached this point in their conversation, Conan saw no need to press further. Continuing would likely result in losing everything. Discontentedly pouting, she thought, as long as I do not admit it, you will remain unaware of my family, right? Gazing into Zero's accusatory ice-blue eyes, the young hunter could only reluctantly nod, simultaneously questioning the intentions of the vampire king who had released such an innocent being, allowing such a naive child to roam freely. How audacious! You have already deduced my identity. I wonder when I shall discover which hunter family you belong to. However, since I can only glean the secrets of vampires, it must be from one of those ancient hunting families. Yet the answers were too numerous. Conan momentarily could not ascertain which family Zero hailed from. Tsukishiro Zero from the Tsukishiro family. Tsukishiro Zero introduced himself, having already surmised the identity of the little vampire, thus feeling no need to conceal his surname. Tsukishiro family? Ah, indeed, you hail from an ancient lineage of hunters. A prestigious family of top-tier hunters, Zero. Are you truly that formidable? The brilliant eyes of Quang Feng sparkled as he gazed at Suikesuzo, but let us set aside such matters for now. Regarding your earlier perplexing inquiry, have you ever contemplated that humans and vampires are fundamentally beings from two distinct worlds? Their fear of vampires stemmed from an inherent dread of the unknown. Thus, their trepidation towards you may not necessarily be a reflection of your character, but rather a reaction to your otherness. Do you comprehend this sentiment? One cannot impose the peculiarities of those around them onto every human they encounter. Their fear is instinctual. When faced with such individuals, it is best to disregard them, that if you feel lonely, do you not have the friend you mentioned to accompany you? Suikesuzo perceived a certain resemblance between himself and his younger brother, who due to physical constraints could not integrate with his peers that I understand. In fact, it is beings like myself, vampires, who are the true anomalies, is it not? For I strive to refrain from harming others, even to the point of fainting from hunger. Aside from my brother, there are no other vampires, correct? Since you have discerned my pure blood lineage, you must have heard of my circumstances, otherwise you would not have uttered those previous remarks. Quang Feng inquired about the present state of this body. No matter how oblivious he may be, Quang Shu has strictly forbidden any mention of our progenitor, and thus he shall not speak. I have a general understanding. Suikesuzo nodded slightly. I was sent to the human realm by my brother, as his surroundings were perilous, and he feared for my safety, hence my relocation. This is understandable. Pure blood younglings do possess a significant allure for other pure bloods, and sending you away was indeed a prudent decision. Upon my arrival in the human world, I fortuitously rescued Jinjin, though I inadvertently revealed my vampire identity on the very first day. Yet, Jinjin did not fear me. Rather, he chose to befriend me. Jinjin is truly a remarkable person. He seems quite amiable and remarkably bold. Thankfully, he eyes Jean is currently on a mission. Otherwise, he would be infuriated by Quang Feng. What does it mean to befriend him? Is it not merely a little vampire clinging desperately for his blood? Subsequently, due to Jinjin's penchant for perilous escapades, I began to provide him with my blood, which in turn attracted a multitude of vampires. During this tumultuous encounter, I crossed paths with Lingling, and after dispatching those vampires, my overexertion rendered me unable to maintain my usual facade, revealing my true nature to Lingling. Kwang Feng leisurely recounted his experiences of meeting two dear friends. Suika 0.0 regarded Kwang Feng with a look of incredulity. Such a rapid revelation of his identity was indeed unexpected. No wonder he remarked on his inability to conceal it effectively. Something feels amiss. Wait, you said you fed your blood to someone else? You allowed a human to consume the blood of a pure blood? Suika gazed at Kwang Feng in shock. It was because his surroundings were fraught with danger. I was concerned for him. So I endeavored to enhance his abilities. That not acceptable. Kwang Feng tilted his head, looking at him. Your brother would be driven to despair. Suika, as an older sibling, understood that if his own younger brother were to be so reckless, it would indeed be infuriating. That is pure blood, a substance that countless vampires covet. Furthermore, do you not realize that the blood of a pure blood can transform a human body, prolonging their life and preserving their youth? Are you unaware of the immense allure such power holds for humans? I am aware, yet I do not wish for him to be harmed. If, indeed, the situation you describe were to occur, I would simply withdraw and cease to see him. But I do not believe he is that kind of person. Kwang Feng sincerely treats others, yet he does not engage blindly. Even though his perceptive abilities often bring him distress, they also afford him numerous advantages. Should any significant threat arise, he would keep his distance. However, at this moment, he truly does not wish to part from these two friends. Very well, exercise caution. Moreover, refrain from approaching the vicinity inhabited by hunters. They are not the ignorant humans you might assume. The hunters are far more perilous than the humans. As for your previous query regarding your own foolishness, I can affirm that, indeed, it is quite foolish. Yet endearingly, so that I hope you can forever maintain this heart of yours and refrain from actions that might cause harm. Otherwise, should you find yourself on the association's list, I shall not show mercy. Suika regarded Kwang Feng with solemnity. I shall not grant you that opportunity. Kwang Feng smiled, then inquired, so does this mean we are friends now? He gazed cautiously at Suika. Unlike Jian, Zero possessed a profound understanding of vampire matters, and there were certain things that did not require explanation for him to comprehend. Let us not dwell on our initial meeting, but know that our friendship hinges upon my refrain from indiscriminate killing, correct? Kwang Feng interjected, echoing Suika's sentiments that it is good that you understand. I must return now, as Ichue is still waiting for me at home. Wait, Ichue? Is it your twin brother from the Hunter family? Since both have survived, it stands to reason that at least one of them must be physically compromised. Kwang Feng halted Suika, pursing his lips, lost in contemplation. Indeed, Ichue is unwell, destined never to become a vampire hunter. Yet I shall protect him, for I am his brother. What if I told you I possess a method to assist him? I am aware of the method you speak of, but it is unnecessary. Foolish Xiaofeng. Do not invest too much emotion in those you have just met, for caution against deception is warranted. Not all individuals resemble the two you know, or myself. Occasional strokes of luck do not guarantee perpetual fortune. Do not harbor such hopes that I understand that your blood could aid each. Yet as friends, we ought not to inflict harm upon one another. Suika waved his hand dismissively and departed without looking back. What a childish act, putting on airs like a little adult. Are we not of a similar age? Just concede to me. Kwang Feng had repeated this line countless times that day, yet the individual before him remained unmoved. No, why not? Kwang Feng persisted, undeterred. Because I lack sufficient authority within, Xiaofeng, it is unsafe for you to go. Jian, or rather, now known as Jin, you always say this. You simply harbor disdain for my naivety. It has been 5 years, and I have matured. I am no longer that little vampire fledgling who knew nothing upon first arriving in the human world. Kwang Feng pouted, glowering at Jin that I recognize your growth. Yet Xiaofeng, it truly is not permissible. What is the most crucial aspect of the organization's human experimentation projects? Surely you are aware. It is precisely for this reason that you must not take risks. Jin gently ruffled Kwang Feng's short white hair, attempting to reason with him. Yet your missions are equally perilous. After all, did you not return injured last time, and the time before that, and the time before that? Out of the numerous missions I have undertaken, only these 3 resulted in injury due to the overwhelming number of adversaries and weaponry. The rest, I have emerged unscathed, oh not forget. I have been transformed by your blood. The average person cannot harm me. If you insist, then so be it. But why did you and Lingling cast me into a human school? Quang Feng unveiled his true motives. Why must a vampire like me attend a human institution? To better conceal your identity. Have you not noticed the recent surge in vampire attack incidents, alongside the increased activity of vampire hunters? Jin frowned as he articulated these observations from recent times. I am aware. It must be my brother who has instigated something, as certain factions begin to probe. However, my brother forbids my return. I once ventured back, only to be sent away by him, upon recalling this event. Quang Feng felt a surge of anger. After finally gaining some control over his abilities last year, he had eagerly returned to share his joy, only to be promptly rejected by his callous brother, who insisted it was not yet time for him to return to tea that moment. He had cried for quite some time, clutching Heizhen. Subtlety is found in the mountains, while grandness resides within the city. Both Jin and I had long desired for you to attend school, yet your previous unfamiliarity with the human world necessitated our guidance. Now, we can confidently entrust you to the outside world. You all have your reasons. You, Lingling, and Jingwang have perpetually regarded me as a child, despite knowing my strength. Quang Feng lowered his head, fiddling with his fingers, voicing his discontent softly. You are the youngest among us. And indeed, the most innocent. Regardless of whether it is I, Jianggu, or Zhu Fu, we all yearn for you to lead a life filled with joy. The political turmoil on your side is beyond our involvement. However, we are capable of safeguarding you within the limits of our abilities. Jianggu remains unfazed, an easygoing optimist. As for Zhu Fu, he harbors secrets that likely do not bode well. Have you not noticed how he treats you, as if you were a fragile glass object? Fearing even the slightest harm might befall you, your innocence is something we admire, yet cannot possess. Having been raised in an organization, he has encountered a myriad of individuals, yet the purest heart he has encountered is that of this little vampire before him. Are you envious too? Jiu Lan Feng inquired curiously, gazing at Jinjiu. Not really, for in the organization, the innocent often remain oblivious to their own demise. That as for you, were you not the one who clung to me with persistence, rendering it impossible to shake you off? Jinjiu smirked, his eyes twinkling as he regarded him. After all, your blood is truly intoxicating. At that moment, I had just awakened and was particularly susceptible to cravings. Jiu Lan Feng endeavored to justify himself. If my initial attachment stemmed from that reason, it has since evolved. Although you may appear cold and distant, my perception did not detect any aversion or fear, which is precisely why I pursued you. Jiu Lan Feng defended himself further. The crux of the matter is that I sensed no emotions emanating from you at that time. How could I not be curious? Yes, and you would occasionally request a taste of my blood, correct? How excessive! Jiu Lan Feng glared at him in indignation. Kurzua, what mischief have you stirred up to provoke little Feng, Jianggu, and Zhu Fu? Clad in their uniforms and carrying backpacks, approach point zero. He accuses me of being greedy, yet I possess self-control. Jiu Lan Feng lamented, his tone filled with grievance. Have you craved blood again? Jianggu teased, gently tapping Jiu Lan Feng's forehead. I have not. You are all wrongfully accusing me, he retorted, leaping onto a tree in frustration. Observing Jiu Lan Feng's retreat into the foliage, the three below felt a familiar throb at their temples. This cursed sense of familiarity. Come down. Little Feng, descend. Come down. The three uttered the same command, albeit with varying inflections. So, do you deem me greedy? Not greedy. They contradicted begrudgingly, for each one had, at some point, found themselves entangled in this little vampire's blood-draining antics. Hee. Jiu Lan Feng nimbly leapt down from the dense leaves. Jianggu and Zhu Fu exchanged knowing glances, pushing Jinjiu forward while stepping back, allowing him to catch the descending little vampire. Traitor, Jinjiu remarked with a hint of disdain, his lips curling slightly. Those capable must bear the burden, Jianggu chuckled, patting Jinjiu's shoulder. Both he and Zhu Fu had attempted to catch Jiu Lan Feng before, yet they had never succeeded, leaving them with no choice but to conspire against Kurizawa Jin. I'm switching classes. I'm leaving, Jinjiu declared, firmly catching Jiu Lan Feng and handing him off to Jianggu before departing. Kurizua, Jianggu called after him. There's something amiss? Exercise caution. Do not grant this little vampire an opportunity to consume your blood. Jianggu urged. Understood. What are you giggling about, little Feng? Zhu Fu inquired, eyeing the grinning Jiu Lan Feng. I am amused by Zero and Jin's dynamic. They have transitioned from merely quarreling to genuinely caring for one another. What rapid progress. Do not jest. I merely worry he might perish outside. Leading to tears from a certain little vampire, Jianggu quipped, releasing Jiu Lan Feng and playfully flicking his forehead. During the time Jin instructed you in combat, he expressed similar sentiments, claiming he would feel distressed if you were harmed. Jiu Lan Feng murmured softly. Huh. Zhu Fu couldn't contain his laughter. Silence. You are here solely to torment me. Jianggu shot a glare at Jiu Lan Feng. Yet, Zero, you have made remarkable strides. You can now regard Jin's work with a sense of calm. What other choice is there? Should I revert to our previous state, nearly severing ties and placing you in the uncomfortable position of choosing between friends? Jianggu retorted, No, I refuse to be faced with such dilemmas. Jiu Lan Feng fervently shook his head. Thus, one among us must yield. He shall not, so I shall. Since I remain unaware of his true nature, it is best never to inquire, for the sake of all involved. Jianggu observed the direction in which Kurizua had departed, responding with composure. Do you grasp my meaning? Little Feng, you serve as the linchpin among us. Without you, there shall forever be a disconnect between Kurizua and us. As long as you persist, the thread binding us shall remain unbroken. Do you understand? Zhu Fu explained, affectionately ruffling Jiu Lan Feng's hair. Half comprehending yet unconcerned, as long as I am spared from such choices. Jiu Lan Feng blinked his bewildered eyes and responded in his own manner. You, indeed. Jianggu couldn't help but admire this little one's propensity for honing in on the crux of the matter. Jiu Lan Feng, sleeping again. Am I lecturing on lullabies? The young mathematics teacher, having endured much, finally lost his patience and admonished Jiu Lan Feng during class. Jianggu and Zhu Fu, seated at the back, couldn't help but facepalm. This had been a routine since this little vampire insisted on attending the same class as them 2 years ago. Keeping a minor vampire awake during the day proved to be a formidable challenge. Jianggu leaned closer to Zhu Fu's ear, chuckling softly to tone it down. Let little Feng know you are teasing him and see if he retaliates. Zhu Fu replied with a grin, I have already overheard you. Jiu Lan Feng stated, drowsily rising to his feet, squinting at his 2 companions behind him. This is a disaster. Jianggu felt an ominous sense of foreboding. You harbor grievances against me. You persist in sleeping during my class. I'm aware of your youth, being 2 years younger than your classmates, but you cannot sleep every time. The mathematics teacher was nearing her wit's end. But I am so tired. Jiu Lan Feng's soft, drowsy voice slipped out. You dare to speak? Come now. Explain yourself. Why do you doze off during my lessons? I do not solely sleep in your class. I doze off in other teachers' classes as well. And besides, my grades have never suffered. Jiu Lan Feng lazily replied, rubbing his eyes. Fine, fine. If you choose not to attend class, then you may leave. The mathematics teacher resignedly relented, for she truly had no means of dealing with Jiu Lan Feng. After all, he never attended class, yet consistently topped the grade. Then I shall take my leave. Jiu Lan Feng opened the window beside him and leaped out. This is the 2nd floor, the mathematics teacher gasped. Rushing to the window, watching as Jiu Lan Feng adeptly descended using the water pipe before finally exhaling in relief. Jianggu, Zhu Fu, could you possibly rein him in from the 1st to the 3rd year of middle school? I have yet to see him awake during morning classes. What does he do after school? The mathematics teacher, utterly exasperated with Jiu Lan Feng, turned her gaze to his guardians. Understood, teacher, they replied, once again shouldering the blame for him. There was no alternative, for the proposal to enroll this little vampire in school had been a joint decision made with Kurizua, who subsequently distanced himself entirely. All right, let us resume class. The mathematics teacher waved her hand. Every teacher appreciates a good student. However, must he be so peculiar? Having grown up together, why can't Jiu Lan Feng emulate his 2 friends? Little Feng, come down. We are heading out for a meal. Jianggu called from the classroom window, addressing the large tree outside. Coming. Jiu Lan Feng leaped down from the tree branch, effortlessly landing in the classroom through the open window. That I appreciate your finally recognizing the limits of normalcy and utilizing support. Jianggu remarked, patting Jiu Lan Feng's head with a sense of pride akin to that of a parent witnessing their child grow up. 0. You make it sound as if I am utterly unreliable. Not merely sound. You are indeed quite unreliable. Who was it that vanished in a daze during the first year of middle school, necessitating a return to erase everyone's memories? Jianggu chuckled. Oh dear, must you bring up my illustrious past? That was merely a momentary lapse. Although I was not entirely ignorant back then, I would occasionally forget things, and I have been putting considerable effort into disguising myself lately. Jiu Lan Feng pouted. Exasperated at Ling Ling for constantly digging up his dark past, a history he himself could hardly bear to revisit. All right, Zero, please refrain from teasing Xiaofeng. You are the one who defends him and the one who mercilessly unveils his black history. Isn't this rather contradictory? Zhu Fu Jingguang handed out lunchboxes to the two of them. Thank you, Jingguang, you truly are a lifesaver. Jiu Lan Feng accepted the lunchbox and smiled at Zhu Fu Jingguang. No need for thanks, just dig in that it was too easy to prepare something for you to eat. In order to help Jiu Lan Feng conceal his identity, Zhu Fu Jingguang had gone to great lengths to make a variety of dishes, eventually discovering several that piqued Jiu Lan Feng's interest. That I'm not like you two. I can eat most foods, but I have my own preferences. Moreover, my brother has sent me plenty of blood tablets. Although they are not particularly palatable, they are quite filling. Jiu Lan Feng was indifferent to whether he could consume human food. However, seeing Zhu Fu Jingguang exerting so much effort for him, he forced himself to try a little, and upon discovering what ingredients he could tolerate, Zhu Fu Jingguang focused solely on those, striving to create diverse dishes. This is the staple, and these are just for a change of flavor. Zhu Fu Jingguang said, patting his head with a smile. By the way, I'm leaving early this afternoon. I have some matters to attend to. Jiu Lan Feng informed his two friends. I sent Tikro Soa on a mission. Ruguvo mumbled through a mouthful of rice. Jiu Lan Feng waved his hand, explaining, Zhen, 1 TB back until evening. I'm going to find Durod ITS the designated day for our meeting. That hunter? Zhu Fu Jingguang inquired. Yes, indeed. Are you certain it's safe? You two are sworn enemies. Zhu Fu Jingguang expressed concern. Do not worry, hero. Although we have never met that hunter after 7 years, we can generally gauge his character. Otherwise, how could our little fool have remained unnoticed for so long in the Hunter Association? In contrast to Zhu Fu Jingguang's worries, Zero believed the young hunter to be trustworthy. After all, according to his foolish little brother, the hunter possessed considerable abilities. Surely, he could aid Xiaofeng in the future, especially since all three of them were ordinary humans, unable to assist with affairs concerning vampires. All right then, but Xiaofeng, you must be cautious and not reveal your true identity, Zhu Fu Jingguang advised. Rest assured, I will introduce Zero to you when I have the time. It's just that Zero has been busy, which is why I have postponed it. Well, this afternoon, we'll help you take a leave, so you can slip away. I envy your remarkable memory. You can recall anything after just a glance. That's merely a talent. You and Jingguang are truly impressive. Those dizzying formulas would drive me insane if I lacked such memory. Jiu Lan Feng grumbled, taking a hefty bite of his lunch, harboring resentment towards those scientific formulas. I am off now. See you tonight, just in time for Zhen's return. Jiu Lan Feng waved goodbye, bouncing away. Stay safe. That I know. Is that Zero's brother? Perhaps I should wait a while longer. Jiu Lan Feng spotted the brothers not far away and decided it best not to disturb them for now. Turning to leave. 0. A boy with a striking resemblance to Zero, yet differing in temperament, leaped out from behind a tree and embraced Zero's neck. Ichiru, Ruguguro looked disapprovingly at his brother. You running a fever. You should be resting at home, just like him. You're quite the worry, him? Who are you talking about? Ichiru asked. Nothing, but why did you come out when you're sick? What if it gets worse? Zero thought of a certain little vampire who mirrored the troublesome nature of his brother, likely already on his way. Fever is just a ruse. You know that. Ruguguro sighed. Do you really not want to bid farewell to the teacher? Ichiru shrugged. Unconcerned, after all. I'm just a student dragging everyone down. He would want to see me anyway. As long as Zero likes me, that's enough. Hmm? Snow. Rugugu Ichiru looked up at the white objects drifting down from the sky to know it's out-of-season cherry blossoms. Rugugu Zero's gaze fixated on a woman dressed in a pink kimono. Her long, silky hair cascading down her shoulders. Oh no, a vampire. What a beautiful person, Rugugu Ichiru remarked, following his brother's gaze. Rugugu Zero, noticing his oblivious brother, grabbed his hand and began to walk away. .0. You should return. Mom and Dad will worry. What's wrong, Zero? Rugugu Ichiru asked, observing his brother's icy demeanor. That is a vampire. Not every vampire is as friendly and naive as that one. I couldn't tell. Realizing the identity of the person he had just admired, Rugugu Ichiru felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Despite studying alongside the teacher, his brother was an exceptional hunter, while he could not even discern whether someone was a vampire. Releasing his brother's hand, Rugugu Ichiru embraced him, concealing his disappointment. 0 is truly remarkable. You've compensated for all my shortcomings. You will undoubtedly become the strongest vampire hunter. Ichiru, all right, let us hurry home. Mom and Dad must be anxious. Rugugu Ichiru feigned indifference towards the gap between him and his brother, forcing a smile. I'll bring some cake for Zero, and a portion for Ichiru as well. Although Zero fears his family discovering his true identity and doesn't want me to appear before them. After all, I am still Zero's brother. Jiu Lan Feng bent down, peering into the cabinet filled with cakes, murmuring to himself. Excuse me, could you please pack these 2 cakes? Thank you. Jiu Lan Feng pointed at 2 identical cakes. Smiling at the sales assistant. 0 is so slow. Did I misread the time? Jiu Lan Feng arrived at the grove where he had just seen the Rugugu brothers holding the cakes, sitting atop a tree branch. Swinging his legs and gazing in the direction of the Rugugu household. Unable to suppress a murmur, the gust of wind swept by, causing Jiu Lan Feng's nose to twitch as he distinctly caught the whiff of blood in the air. That scent, Zero. This is bad. Jiu Lan Feng vanished from his spot instantly, the 2 cakes tumbling to the ground and shattering into pieces. Let him go. Following the scent, Jiu Lan Feng arrived at the Rugugu household's living room. His eyes wide with horror at the scene before him. 2 lifeless bodies lay on the ground. The couple he had seen before, they were Zero's parents. Meanwhile, Rugugu was being bitten on the neck by a female vampire. Drawing blood, enraged, Jiu Lan Feng could no longer suppress his true form. His eyes glowed crimson as an invisible force surged toward the female vampire. Didn't anyone tell you not to provoke an adult pureblood? The female vampire withdrew her fangs from Rugugu Zero's neck, turning her gaze toward Jiu Lan Feng. Leave? Rugugu Zero lay on the ground, his gaze fixed intently on Jiu Lan Feng as he uttered weakly. Zero, don't be afraid. I will definitely help you obtain her blood today. Little pure blood, quite the bravado. Aren't you? Which clan do you hail from? The female vampire regarded Jiu Lan Feng with keen interest. Why attack the Rugugu household without cause? Do you not recall the agreement between vampires and the Hunter Association? You ask why I attack their home. I would like to ask them why my beloved has not fallen. Why must he be eradicated? The female vampire laughed mournfully, her eyes filled with sorrow as she looked at Jiu Lan Feng. You are Hiyori Saku, the pure blood of the Hiyori clan, known as the Mad Blossom Princess? Jiu Lan Feng deduced the identity of the vampire before him. It seems everyone knows about my human vampire lover. Fei Yingzhan wore a bitter smile. Regardless of whether he had fallen to level E, hunters were tasked with eliminating vampires that posed a threat to humanity. According to the lists issued by the Hunter Association, Zero's parents were merely following protocol. Why not inquire with the Hunter Association to clarify who assigned the mission? Zero's parents acted under orders. You should not hold them accountable for your grievances, nor should you have bitten Zero that you are well aware of the fate that befalls a human when bitten by a pure-blood vampire. Your beloved was once a human too. You cannot be oblivious to such anguish. Jiu Lan Feng gazed sorrowfully at the fallen Zero Kiryu, for he was the most promising vampire hunter. What was to become of him? Yet, what does it matter? His parents ended my beloved's life, and I shall see how the Hunter Association deals with a hunter who has descended to level E. You have truly lost your mind. Relinquish your blood, for I will not allow Zero to fall. Jiu Lan Feng extended his claws, lunging at Fei Yingzhan. You little pure blood, Do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Do not forget that your blood is a great boon to purebloods. Fei Yingzhan evaded Jiu Lan Feng's assault, rebuking him fiercely that I will not concern myself with others' matters. But his fate is mine to determine. We are all purebloods. We are not easily slain. I know I cannot kill you. But you shall not kill me either. Jiu Lan Feng's sole intention was to obtain Fei Yingzhan's blood. For this body still somewhat limited his capabilities. If you desire my blood, then come and try. However, little pure blood, let me caution you. Forming deep bonds with hunters is unwise. Did your parents not inform you of this? Fei Yingzhan detected Jiu Lan Feng's concern for the young hunter lying on the ground and could not help but frown. This little pure blood was indeed rebellious. Whether it is good or bad is not for you to decide. That I choose my friends based on their character, not their status. Jiu Lan Feng wiped the blood from the wound that Fei Yingzhan had inflicted, licking the traces off his fingers, his expression remaining stoic. You cannot defeat me. Perhaps once you reach maturity, I may not be your match, but at present, you are far too weak. Fei Yingzhan regarded the small vampire before him with astonishment. From which clan did he hail to possess such strength? Such a formidable pure blood should be well guarded. Yet here he was, in contact with hunters that I am aware that I cannot defeat you, but my aim today is not to kill you. I merely wish to secure what must be retained, even if it means exchanging wounds. Jiu Lan Feng ceased to suppress his abilities. He understood well the consequences of uncontrolled power release, yet he felt compelled to act. Kneeling on the ground, he clutched his chest, using his powers to stem the flow of blood. Your blood is remarkable. Young one, though I know not to which clan you belong, your abilities are commendable. Were it not for the fear of your family's retribution, I would have relished the opportunity to taste your blood. Fei Yingzhan cleaned the blood from his hands, savoring the moment. Jiu Lan Feng forced himself to rise again, eager to attempt once more. He had almost succeeded in exchanging injuries, only to be halted by Zero Kiryu, clutching at his pant leg. Zero. Are you all right? Please wait for me. I will ensure your safety. Jiu Lan Feng gently patted Zero's head in reassurance. Though if one overlooked the bloodstains on his face and body, he might have seemed credible. Don't go. Leave this place quickly. His speech was halting due to excessive blood loss. This little hunter seems quite concerned for you, little vampire. However, after today, I wonder if your relationship will remain as it was. Ha 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 ha. After all, it was a pure blood who bit him. Fei Yingzhan laughed maniacally, filled with irony as he observed the two adversaries who worried for one another. Whether Zero likes me or not is his affair. My duty is to prevent his descent. Jiu Lan Feng was reminded by Fei Yingzhan's words that perhaps he and Zero would indeed part ways in the future. I shall no longer play with you, two children, as for what you said, little pure blood. I will investigate, and no one involved in the death of my beloved shall escape. Fei Yingzhan, when we meet again, I will kill you, and your blood shall belong to me. Jiu Lan Feng glared at Fei Yingzhan's retreating figure, filled with hatred. Fei Yingzhan did not look back at the two injured miners. Accompanied by the sound of bells, he proceeded to the door, where a familiar silhouette appeared. Quickly, escape! Ichan. Kiryu watched helplessly as Kiryu Ichan followed Fei Yingzhan out. Gazing at the disappearing figure, he murmured in anguish. Ichan, Zero, are you all right? I'm sorry. I couldn't obtain her blood. I am too weak. Jiu Lan Feng helped Zero rise, bowing his head in self-reproach, his tone tinged with caution, fearful of inciting Zero's resentment. Noticing Jiu Lan Feng's apprehension, Zero sighed. Feng, if I fall, remember to kill me. Dying at your hands is better than perishing at another's. That will not happen, Zero. Trust me, I am also a pure blood. While my blood may not prevent your descent, it can suppress it. Give me some time, and I will procure Fei Yingzhan's blood for you. If that fails, I will seek my brother. He is powerful enough to defeat Fei Yingzhan. The hatred in Jiu Lan Feng's eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by concern, and he could not help but embrace Zero as tears began to flow. Do not cry. You have lost too much blood. More vampires will arrive shortly. You must leave now. Zero used all his strength to push Jiu Lan Feng toward the exit. Just in time. I was just overwhelmed by Fei Yingzhan. Let me see who dares provoke me now. First, drink some of my blood, then wait for me obediently. I will ensure your safe escape. With that, Jiu Lan Feng prepared to cut his wrist, but Zero stopped him. You want to die? I am still human and cannot drink blood. A flicker of disgust flashed in Zero's violet eyes, observing the contempt in Zero's gaze. Jiu Lan Feng silently retracted his hand, stepping back a couple of paces, forcing a smile. Then rest for now. I will not allow those trash to approach. Feng, I do not hate you. I detest myself. After a moment's thought, Zero felt the need to clarify. Jiu Lan Feng turned back with a smile, shaking his head. I know, Zero. There is no need for explanation. That I will return. In that instant, a chilling blue filled with deep hatred enveloped him. He had unwittingly taken the blame for those vampires, a truly wretched fate. Watching the swarm of lowly vampires approach, Jiu Lan Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. That I am in a foul mood today, so let none who arrive escape. The crimson light in his eyes remained as he unleashed his power, reducing throngs of lowly vampires to dust, leaving only those he deemed worthy of his wrath. Jiu Lan Feng walked step by step toward the remaining vampires, extending his hand to pierce through the chest of one, crushing its heart before moving on to the next. Once he finished, Jiu Lan Feng collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. He had overexerted his abilities today, pushing his body beyond its limits. Struggling to rise, he stumbled back toward the Kiryu residence. Feng, Zero Kiryu, struggled to his feet, quickly supporting the pallid Jiu Lan Feng. The two injured individuals leaned against each other, sharing strength. Would you like to drink some? After all, we've both been bitten. Zero presented the other side of his neck to Jiu Lan Feng, intending to help him regain some strength. That I do not bite. I could never bite, my friend. Moreover, in your current state, losing any more blood could cost you your life. Zero, do not test me like this. Jiu Lan Feng rejected Zero's offer, turning his head away in defiance. There's no test. You are in poor condition. Feng, I will be fine. Just give me a few minutes. I will take you away from here. Is there anything you wish to retrieve? A large number of vampires just gathered here. I'm sure the Hunter Association will soon be informed. This place is no longer safe. Zero shook his head in disappointment. There is nothing left to take. Vampires cannot use vampire hunter weapons, and I can no longer wield any myself. So, there is nothing worth carrying. Zero, do not give up. I have thought of a plan. I will suppress your transformation. Trust me. Jiu Lan Feng recalled a strategy and quickly reassured him. Thank you. Jiu Ling harbored little hope, yet upon witnessing Jiu Lan Feng's concern for him, he graciously expressed his gratitude. Let us depart. That I shall escort you away. Fueled by newfound vigor, Jiu Lan Feng effortlessly lifted Jiu Ling into his arms and exited the Jiu residence. Xiaofeng, what on earth is happening? Zhu Fu Jingguang exclaimed as he hurriedly approached. Noticing the precarious state of the two, Jingguang quickly take Zero inside. He has lost too much blood and lacks strength. Jiu Lan Feng urged Zhu Fu Jingguang. Zero, he eyes, come help. Zhu Fu Jingguang took Jiu Ling from Jiu Lan Feng, who had collapsed to the ground, and urgently called for assistance. Xiaofeng, Jin Jiu, and Jiang Guoling, hearing the commotion, abandoned their tasks and rushed over. What transpired? Jin Jiu inquired, observing Jiu Lan Feng's exhausted and bloodied visage with a furrowed brow. A mishap occurred, and I am utterly fatigued, Jiu Lan Feng confessed, leaning against Jin Jiu's embrace, unconsciously seeking comfort. Have a drink. Jin Jiu produced a dagger, slicing his wrist before presenting it to Jiu Lan Feng's lips. Jiu Lan Feng instinctively glanced at Jiu Ling, apprehensive of his reaction. Are you planning to wait for death? You are aware of the consequences of overexerting your abilities if you refuse my blood. Surely they will suffice. Jiu Ling's voice, though cold, bore a hint of concern, devoid of the disdain Jiu Lan Feng had anticipated. Unable to contain himself any longer, Jiu Lan Feng clung to Jin Jiu's arm. Drinking deeply, the excessive use of his abilities had rendered him desperately thirsty for blood. However, reason dictated that continued consumption would leave Jin Jiu as drained as Jiu Ling, prompting him to hastily mend Jin Jiu's wound and push his arm away. That is enough, Jiu Lan Feng stated, gazing at Jin Jiu, resolute in his refusal to drink further. Really? Jin Jiu countered, fully aware of Jiu Lan Feng's thoughts after 7 years of companionship. If it were anyone else, overexertion would lead to a critical blood thirst, and without sufficient replenishment, they would be left in a weakened state. Jiu Ling, having discerned Jiu Lan Feng's deception, felt no regret for intervening, regardless of whether Jiu Lan Feng would resent him. "I shall take care of this." Jiang Guoling seized the dagger from Jin Jiu, forcefully pressing his wrist against Jiu Lan Feng's lips. "Do not provoke my ire, Xiao Feng. You owe us an explanation. Once you have recuperated, you must recount the events, understood?" Jiang Guoling admonished, roughly tousling Jiu Lan Feng's white hair. Tears welled in Jiu Lan Feng's eyes as he consumed Jiang Guoling's blood. After reaching a certain point, he healed Jiang Guoling's wound and then turned his attention to Zhu Fu Jingguang. Regrettably, the combined blood of the three was hardly sufficient for Jiu Lan Feng, who was suffering from energy depletion. "Still not enough?" Jin Jiu inquired, observing the weakened Zhuisheng Ling slumped on the sofa. "Not enough that you have a way to contact my brother. Have him come. He must know numerous high-ranking vampires. I require energy. Ordinary human blood cannot suffice without quantity," Zhuisheng Ling replied, shaking his head. It was his first encounter witnessing a pure blood in such a state of depletion. He never anticipated that 3 individuals' blood would fail to suffice for Jiu Lan Feng's needs. "I shall go capture someone." Jin Jiu placed Jiu Lan Feng into Jiang Guoling's arms and turned to leave. "Stop right there. You must not go." Jiu Lan Feng objected vehemently, clearly opposed to the idea. Jin Jiu halted, turning to regard Jiu Lan Feng. "Xiao Feng," Jiang Guoling expressed his concern. "It is futile. Even if you capture someone, I will not drink. Do not waste your efforts. I assure you I am fine." Jiu Lan Feng attempted to soothe their worries, but none were convinced. Feng, a gentle voice resonated from the doorway. Upon hearing the familiar tone, Jiu Lan Feng swiftly turned, spotting a figure clad in a white suit adorned with black patterns, complemented by a red tie, with shoulder-length brown hair and a visage strikingly similar to Jiu Lan Feng's. The individual stood at the entrance. "Brother." Seeing his elder brother arrive, the grievances of the day surged forth, causing Jiu Lan Feng's heart to ache. As tears welled in his eyes, he blinked, allowing them to cascade down his cheeks as he collapsed into Jiu Lan Shu's embrace. The arrival of Jiu Lan Shu finally brought relief to the other 4 present. After all, should Jiu Lan Feng refuse to consume human blood, they would be at a loss. However, with his brother's presence, a solution was certain, given that they were both pure-blood vampires. Indeed, a pure blood of the Jiu Lan family. Zhuisheng Ling recognized the identity of the person Jiu Lan Feng clung to and immediately identified him as Jiu Lan Shu. So distressed. "Are we? Let me see. Why are you still crying?" Jiu Lan Shu gently ruffled his younger brother's hair, soothingly murmuring, "Yes, I am quite aggrieved. Someone bullied me, unlawfully took Zero's parents' lives, and even bit Zero. I demanded her blood on Zero's behalf, but she refused, leading to a confrontation that I could not best her, and she scorned me for my weakness." Jiu Lan Feng recounted the day's events, seeking solace. "Later, my blood attracted many low-ranking vampires, whom I dealt with, but alas, I overextended myself. Nevertheless, Zero, Jianghua, and Jingguang have already provided me with blood, and I feel significantly improved. Thank you to the 3 of you. My brother has caused you trouble," Jiu Lan Shu expressed, nodding in appreciation, "and no need for thanks. Xiao Feng is quite endearing," Zhu Fu Jingguang replied on behalf of the others. Their dynamic had always been such. He eyes rarely frightened anyone away, while Jiang Guoling could be impulsive at times. That Zhuisheng's young cub, bitten by a pureblood. Jiu Lan Shu's gaze fell upon Zhuisheng Ling, inquiring softly. Zhuisheng Ling, however, chose to ignore Jiu Lan Shu, harboring disdain for all vampires save for Jiu Lan Feng, particularly purebloods. Unfazed by the lack of response, Jiu Lan Feng understood his brother's feelings and bore no resentment. Yet, that was not an excuse for his foolish brother's energy depletion. "Brother," Jiu Lan Feng gazed up at him. "What is it? Could you procure some blood from that woman? I do not wish for Zero to fall into despair." Jiu Lan Feng blinked innocently, his eyes brimming with hope. Jiu Lan Shu pinched his younger brother's nose and firmly replied, "No." Upon hearing this, Jiu Lan Feng scrambled out of Jiu Lan Shu's embrace, pattering over to Jin Jiu's side, adopting a sulky demeanor as he turned away from his brother. "Come here," Jiu Lan Shu commanded. Jiu Lan Feng silently buried his head against Jin Jiu's back, refusing to speak. When will you outgrow this habit of sulking? At least allow me to finish speaking. Jiu Lan Shu found himself at a loss with his only younger brother, after indulging him for so many years. Jiu Lan Feng had become accustomed to this behavior, leaving Jiu Lan Shu to coax him patiently. Then tell me why you won't help Point Zero could become a formidable vampire hunter, yet now he cannot even wield a weapon. Is it right for pure bloods to attack hunters? Jiu Lan Feng interjected, his frustration evident. Are you unaware of how many vampires your blood has attracted? The Elder Council and the Hunter Association have dispatched individuals to investigate. They remain oblivious to your identity, as no vampires have tasted your blood, but they are already watching you. The Zhuixing family's tragedy will not go unnoticed by the Elder Council. However, if I intervene against Feng Yingjian now, it will expose our connection. Feng, you are too weak, Jiu Lan Shu said, bending down to meet his brother's gaze. That I know I am weak. Had I been strong, I would not require your assistance in obtaining blood for Zero. And as for the Elder Council, what a bunch of insufferable old fools, Jiu Lan Feng retorted quietly. What of Zero, then? I will not concern myself with it. If you refuse to assist, I shall never return home. Here, they can care for me just fine, and Zero will remain by my side. Jiu Lan Feng threatened, hands on his hips. We shall discuss his matters later. For now, we must prioritize your health. Isn't it merely energy depletion? A bit of blood will suffice. Jiu Lan Feng dismissed his health concerns nonchalantly. Come here. You have been suppressing yourself for too long. Now that your brother is here, you need not fear harming anyone. Jiu Lan Shu gently unraveled his younger brother's innermost thoughts, speaking softly to soothe him. Upon hearing this, Jiu Lan Feng dashed from behind Jinjiu, leaping into his brother's embrace, and bit into Jiu Lan Shu's neck, voraciously drinking his blood. Glug, glug, glug. Jiu Lan Shu was indeed correct. Jiu Lan Feng had been suppressing himself all along. If he were to indulge in drinking, the blood of those three individuals would scarcely suffice to quench his thirst. Take your time, do not rush. Jiu Lan Shu gently reminded, stroking his head, as Jiu Lan Feng finally replenished his blood. Zui Shengling, seated on the sofa, felt a wave of relief wash over him. His gaze towards Jiu Lan Shu devoid of the earlier contempt. Listening to the sound of Jiu Lan Feng swallowing, the three of them realized that the blood they had just offered had done little to alleviate the strain on his abilities. I am full now, brother. Having satiated his thirst, Jiu Lan Feng withdrew from his brother's neck, the deep bite marks swiftly returning to their usual smoothness. That I will remain here for the next few days until your body is restored. Before I return, brother Zero, Shu brother. Jiu Lan Feng playfully shook his hand, adopting a soft and endearing tone. Understood, little ancestor. Jiu Lan Shu took his brother by the hand and led him before Zui Shengling. Observing the marks left by the fangs on his neck, that he bit his fingertip, pressing it against the wound, reciting an ancient incantation, as the mark began to take form. He sliced Jiu Lan Feng's wrist, allowing his blood to merge with the sigil, and a silver cross appeared on Zui Shengling's neck. This incantation would delay his transformation into a vampire. However, it would merely postpone his humanity for a few more years. Inevitably, he would still succumb to vampirism, that if he wished to avoid falling, he could only obtain the blood of Fei Yingxian to transform into level D. Thus, is Zero's best outcome to become a vampire? How can this be? Is there truly no other way for you, brother? What about my blood? Can the blood of my ancestor not suppress it? In his anxiety, Jiu Lan Feng inadvertently revealed his hidden secret. Jiu Lan Feng. Upon hearing his brother's blunder, Jiu Lan Shu shed his usual gentleness, shouting in anger. Jiu Lan Feng hung his head, biting his lip, clearly aware of his mistake, observing his brother's pitiful demeanor. Jiu Lan Shu sighed. He truly found himself a loss with his brother. He should be grateful that the three humans here do not understand, and the one who does is bound by a restriction that prevents him from causing harm. What have you done to Zero? The incantation not only delays his transformation into a vampire, but most importantly, it binds him so he cannot harm his master, akin to a master-servant contract, Jiu Lan Shu explained. Jiu Lan Feng was instantly incensed, urging his brother to lift the incantation. Brother, how could you impose such a contract on Zero? I refuse it. You must cancel it at once, setting aside whether it can be undone. If it is lifted, he will turn to a vampire within days. Do you have the time to obtain Fei Yingxian's blood? Or do you wish to see him fall to level E and ultimately be exterminated by hunters? Jiu Lan Shu locked eyes with his brother, dissecting the pros and cons standing in front of Zero. Jiu Lan Feng silently confronted his brother that I do not wish to see Zero fall prey to hunters or vampires in the future. Yet, I also do not want to be bound by this so-called master-servant contract. Is this not an act of bullying? I refuse. Jiu Lan Feng covered his ears, retreating behind Qin Jiu once more. Jiu Lan Shu noted his brother's repeated retreat behind the same individual, clearly indicating that this person was of great significance to him. He cast a deep look at Qin Jiu, but ultimately refrained from saying anything further. Shouldn't we inquire about Zue Shunling's opinion? Observing his brother's obstinacy, Jiu Lan Shu shifted the topic to Zue Shunling. Go ahead and ask. Zero will surely not agree. Jiu Lan Feng turned to Zue Shunling, only to find him not immediately rejecting the idea, but rather remaining silent. Point zero. I agree. Zue Shunling nodded. Upon witnessing his affirmation, Jiu Lan Feng became utterly frantic. No, how can you agree, Zero? That is a master-servant contract. Qin Jiu, you must help me persuade him. Do not rush. Let us first hear what he has to say, Qin Jiu advised, observing Jiu Lan Feng's agitation. Little Feng, I ask you, even if a master-servant contract is signed, would you consider Zhe Sheng as your servant? Looking at the flustered Jiu Lan Feng, Ryugu Zero inquired with a smile, that of course not. Zero, you know that. He is my friend, a dear friend. How could I possibly regard him as a servant? Jiu Lan Feng retorted, furrowing his brow. Except for the still oblivious Jiu Lan Feng, everyone else smiled at him, even the corners of Qin Jiu's mouth turning up slightly. You see, you would never regard him as a servant. Thus, this would merely be an ordinary contract, one that merely prevents Zue Sheng from harming you. Moreover, it would delay his transformation process, granting you time to obtain that pure blood you mentioned, entirely beneficial with no detriment. Zhu Fu Jingguang elucidated for Jiu Lan Feng, recognizing that relying solely on his Navi mind would lead to a lifetime of confusion. Is that truly how you feel? Jiu Lan Feng gazed at Zue Shunling for confirmation. If it were anyone else, I would certainly refuse, for I cannot predict how they might exploit such a contract. However, Feng, you are different. Zue Shunling nodded. After 7 years of acquaintance, he had long seen through this little vampire's essence. But do you not wish to become a hunter? Once you transform into a vampire, that path will be closed to you. Jiu Lan Feng lamented the situation, hoping for Zhe Shunling to revert to humanity. Until I become a vampire, I am a vampire hunter. Even after transformation, as long as I do not fall to level E, I will remain a vampire hunter. Zue Shunling reassured Jiu Lan Feng in his own way, reminding himself to stay true to his original intentions. Jiu Lan Shu, observing his brother's anxious demeanor, finally expressed what he had intended to say all along but had been interrupted. There exists a weapon known as the Blood Rose Gun, which does not discriminate based on the user's race. It solely considers the wielder's capability. The Blood Rose Gun was once wielded by the most formidable vampire hunter, Heizhu Guiyin. It is not merely an unclaimed object. Zue Shunling frowned, despite feeling tempted. He held disdain for seizing another's weapon. Heizhu Guiyin. Is that him? Jiu Lan Feng blinked, looking at Jiu Lan Shu. Indeed, it is he, though he has since withdrawn from the Hunter Association, working alongside me for the peace between humans and vampires. He even established a private academy, divided into a daytime section for humans and a nighttime section for vampires. Jiu Lan Shu explained at such a clear division. Can that truly be called peace? Qin Jiu scoffed lightly. Jiu Lan Shu did not admonish him, but instead smiled. Precisely, for the time being, it may not qualify as true peace. Genuine peace resembles the camaraderie you share with Feng, yet it is a challenging endeavor. After all, you have spent considerable time together and have likely gleaned some understanding of vampires. You should know that a vampire like Feng may very well be unique. Even I cannot treat humans as amicably as he does. Millennia ago, we approached matters with excessive seriousness, exerting too much pressure on the children, leading to a more lenient view of humanity. Now, it has become somewhat irretrievable. The child fears he might eradicate humanity. still clinging to the conciliatory policies of millennia past. Little do they know, modern humans are far from the weak and easily deceived beings of yore. This is why, after he gained control over most of his abilities, I continue to encourage him to remain among you, in your company. Feng has experienced joys that he has not encountered in thousands of years. Thousands of years. But isn't little Feng only 13 this year? Ryu Guzuro seized upon this crucial point, while Qinjiu turned his gaze toward Jiu Lan Shu. Earlier, Feng let something slip. I have also gathered information about you through various channels in recent years. I hope you do not mind my clandestine inquiries. After all, he is my only brother. I have examined your experiences and character, as well as your feelings toward Feng, so certain matters ought to be revealed to you. Jiu Lan Shu chuckled, patting his brother, who was acting like an ostrich, too afraid to look. Based on my understanding of my foolish little brother, him managing to keep silent for 7 years is already a limit. He often lets things slip. However, because you are not familiar with vampires, you remain unaware of what he is saying. Feng and I are the progenitors of vampires, having existed long before the millennia. Are you curious as to why Feng, having lived for millennia, still knows so little? Jiu Lan Shu gazed humorously at the astonished Ryu Guzuro and Zhu Fu Jingguang. Indeed, the two exchanged nods. While Kiryusake, having spent considerable time with Conan, Feng could somewhat surmise that he was concealing something from him. Ages ago, due to humanity's fear of vampires, Feng and I were banished from our territory. With his unique perception abilities, Feng detected far more malice, leading him to the despondent decision to slumber. It is no wonder he frequently speaks of just having awakened. Finally, Akagami Rei grasped the previously incomprehensible nuances. Feng's chosen slumber was indeed genuine rest. Vampires possess long lifespans, yet even they are not eternal. Thus, he resolved to remain in sleep until his lifespan concluded, turning to dust, essentially choosing to die in his dreams. Little Feng, Akagami Rei and Jufuku Kiku exchanged disapproving glances at Conan Feng, while Kiryusake discreetly grasped his hand. And no wonder this fellow was always cautious when others feared him. The roots of his emotions lay here. To choose to sleep away life must have stemmed from profound disappointment. After Feng fell in a slumber, I, alongside like-minded companions, forged vampire hunters and crafted weapons for them. Subsequently, I joined Feng in his slumber, intending to remain this way until the end of my life. But an unexpected incident transpired. Conan Shu continued to elucidate matter for the group. A twist of fate, I was awakened by a pure blood from the Conan clan. But it was an incomplete awakening. Thus, I could not kill him and could only live in place of the eldest son of the Conan family. My resting place was not far from little Feng. If that individual could reach my resting place to awaken me, he could also target Feng. Prevent that person from controlling 2 progenitors. I preemptively awakened Feng and transferred his original body, making him the deceased second son of the Conan family. Protect him. I sent him to the human world, only to find that this troublesome fellow exposed his identity on the very first day. Conan Shu helplessly patted his head, calling him a foolish, unreliable child. Conan Feng, embarrassed by his elder brother's revelation, hid behind Kiryusake. The subsequent events are known to you. My surroundings are perilous if Feng's identity remains concealed. There is no danger, but once exposed, his immature body would attract the covetous attention of many purebloods. Therefore, Tsukishiro, I apologize, but for the sake of my brother, I had to compel you to sign a contract, ensuring your protection. Conan Shu, for the sake of his troublesome brother, lowered his proud head as a pureblood and bowed deeply to Tsukishiro Rei. Even if you do not scheme against me, I shall ensure his safety. However, I wish to know, did you have any involvement in the affairs of the Tsukishiro family? Tsukishiro Rei's gaze remained fixed on Conan Shu, unwavering to no. The Elder Council has colluded with the Hunter Association to eliminate certain bothersome vampires. Hiyori's lover did not reach the point of extermination. He merely obstructed the view of someone, a pureblood behind the Elder Council, the fiancé of Hiyori. Conan Shu divulged what he knew. If one wishes to seek assistance, one must be prepared to offer compensation. Is that not so? Hiyori's fiancé, Tsukishiro Rei, uninterested in the gossip surrounding vampires, was unaware of his identity. Kuran Ritsu, that persistent fellow. Upon mentioning this individual, Kuran Feng's composure began to waver, and his pressure gradually emanated. Control yourself. These are your friends. If you inadvertently harm them, I shall relish your tears. Kuran Shu admonished gently, urging him to rein in his aura. Prompted by his brother's reminder, Kuran Feng hurriedly contained his pressure. Kuran Ritsu, a member of your family? Tsukishiro Rei's eyes burned with animosity as he gazed at Kuran Shu. Sensing the tension, Kuran Feng immediately stepped in front of his brother to clarify. No way. Who would want to be associated with that guy? Only he and my brother are family, all right? Even Yuki doesn't count. Kuran Ritsu is the pure blood who awakened my brother and is our enemy. I distanced myself to evade him 7 years ago. He killed you and Yuri, my parents, the ones to whom this body belongs, and was subsequently sealed by my brother, I understand. Thank you for clarifying. Tsukishiro Rei expressed his gratitude sincerely. 0. Do not act impulsively. Wait for me. Once I am grown, I will settle account with that guy too. Please do not act rashly. Sensing the growing animosity radiating from Tsukishiro Rei, Kuran Feng quickly grasped his hand. I know. Tsukishiro Rei was not foolish enough to assume that even Kuran Shu could only choose to seal him. Recklessly seeking revenge would be akin to throwing an egg against a rock. Enough, Feng. For now, simply live happily and adapt. Do not concern yourself with the passage of time. After all, we're not short on time, so please do not overdo it. Kuran Shu's greatest worry was his troublesome brother. If it were possible, he would prefer to keep his brother close at hand. Did I understand so? Does this mean Zero will be living with us from now on? Kuran Feng's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed at Kuran Shu. No. When I return, I will bring Tsukishiro along. Why not? Although the mark on his neck could delay his transformation into a vampire, it was merely a delay. Should you lose control and he suddenly thirsts for blood, you wouldn't want him on the Hunter Association's extermination list, would you? Upon hearing his brother's explanation, Kuran Feng ceased his stubbornness. Nothing was more important than living well. He did not want this. But Zero is still human. If you bring him back, wouldn't that mean treating him as a vampire? You know how those nobles are. You cannot be oblivious to the fact that Zero would face ostracism. Kuran Feng remained worried. Having experienced ostracism himself, he understood the feeling. He did not wish for Zero to endure such trials. He could have a happy family, with a father, a mother, and a brother, throw a strand. Kuran Feng hesitated for a moment before speaking softly. Not mention him. Kuran Feng recoiled slightly at the outburst, biting his lip and lowering his head. What are you doing? Why shout at him? Akagami Rei stepped in front of Kuran Feng, glaring at Tsukishiro Rei. Had it not been for his status as a sickly patient, his clenched fist would have already struck his face. Kiryusake had no such reservations. He drew his gun, pressing it against Tsukishiro Rei's head, a cold smile playing on his lips. This gun cannot kill vampires, but you are still human. You may test whether a single bullet can send you to your demise. Jufuku Kiku also set aside his usual gentleness, regarding him with an icy gaze devoid of warmth. Kuran Shu observed the trio of friends his brother had made, his smile growing increasingly tender. Feng had finally discovered what he sought, and perhaps these three would prove beneficial in the future. Stop, calm down. Zero did not mean any harm. It is because Kuran Feng attempted to explain for Tsukishiro Rei. Though he struggled, as it was ultimately Zero's family matter, a strand has allied with that woman, that female vampire. Tsukishiro Rei shut his eyes, offering a weary explanation. The atmosphere grew heavy, as no one anticipated such an outcome. We will find him. Once we do, we can inquire further. Perhaps he has his own reasons. Unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere, Kuran Feng quickly interjected to alleviate the tension. All right, let us set aside this somber topic. Today has been eventful, so you should rest. There's a question I need you to ponder, and I expect your response by tomorrow. Kuran Shu had gleaned hints from the trio's earlier behaviors. Whether they agreed or not was their own affair. Out of consideration for Feng, he would not force them into this. What question? Akagami Rei sensed that Kuran Shu's inquiry was directed at the three of them. Have you considered becoming half-hunters? Half-hunters? What does that mean? Jufuku Kiku inquired. The reason vampire hunters are called hunters lies in their innate powers and specialized weapons. You are ordinary humans. although your blood does not carry the energy of hunters. You can rely on special weapons to slay vampires. However, relying solely on weapons can only eliminate level E vampires that, of course, if you strike a vital point, level D vampires can also be killed. However, should you choose this path, your lives will undoubtedly be far from peaceful. Nevertheless, you need not submit to the Hunter Association's orders. Consider this my personal invitation. Though left unspoken, everyone present was not foolish and understood Jiu Shu's underlying intention. Except for a certain little vampire who had not contemplated this matter at all, Jiu Lan Feng, though perplexed, was acutely aware of the peril inherent in the situation. He swiftly spread his arms, shielding his three friends behind him. No, I cannot agree to this. Once they become half-hunters, they will attract the attention of vampires who harbor hatred towards hunters. Brother, you are dragging them into danger, and I will not allow it. No matter what, I will not consent. Jiu Lan Feng fixed an unwavering gaze upon his brother, his small face, no larger than a palm, radiating defiance, and his usually warm eyes were now cold as they stared at Jiu Lan Shu. As Feng had articulated, the risk was indeed substantial, which is precisely why you are being given the choice. However, once that choice is made, there will be no turning back. Jiu Lan Shu turned and ascended the stairs, not casting another glance in their direction. Choose what? There is no possibility. Let me make this clear to the three of you. None of you are allowed to choose. Do you understand? It is truly dangerous. Hasn't the situation with the Suji family served as a warning to you? Jiu Lan Feng turned to his friends, biting his lip as he spoke softly, for he had sensed their emotions. Prompting his intense reaction. 0. Please persuade them. They're just ordinary people. They really do not need to get involved. Jiu Lan Feng looked at Suji Zero with a plea in his eyes, hoping he might intercede. Being a vampire hunter is not as simple as you might think. While becoming a half-hunter may seem easier, the dangers remain significant. Should an incident occur, the Suji family is a prime example. Of course, if you are unafraid and have weapons for self-defense, that is something, especially considering the increasing number of level E vampires. Suji Zero reluctantly stood, using the handrail to help him ascend the stairs, leaving the space below for the four of them, as outsiders should not meddle in their affairs. Nevertheless, it must be said that Jiu Lan Shu had indeed played a masterful game. You anticipated they would undoubtedly agree. Did you not? As Suji Zero reached the top of the stairs, he spotted Jiu Lan Shu lurking in the shadows. Who knows? Jiu Lan Shu replied with a calm smile. Are you not afraid that Feng will resent you? No. Setting aside whether I predicted it or not, even if I did, it would amount to nothing more than a few days of sulking. You two brothers are truly extreme. One is all cunning, while the other sees through everything. Suji Zero remarked with a cold smirk. There is no choice. The more I think, the more I cannot protect him. And no matter how you calculate, do not involve Feng in your schemes. I will kill you. We all care about the same person, do we not? Welcome to the game. There is no necessity. I do this solely for Feng. As for you vampires, I still find you quite detestable. Suji Zero turned and entered a room. Downstairs, the four remained oblivious to the friendly exchange occurring above. Jiu Lan Feng continued to glare at his three companions, pressing his lips together, his eyes filled with rejection. I agree. Jin was the first to make a decision. Being a killer trained by the organization, he reasoned that since they were not under the jurisdiction of the Hunter Association, they were free agents. It was merely a matter of increased danger, but every task he undertook was fraught with peril. I agree as well that I am already alone. My concern lies only with you feud. I need not worry about Kurta. The remaining ones are Hero and Xiaofeng. When facing vampires, Xiaofeng holds an advantage over us. And as for Hero, before he could finish, Zhu Fu Jingguang interrupted. I also agree. Having multiple means of self-defense is not a bad thing. Since this world is no longer as we once believed, having more options provides more avenues for survival. Moreover, who knows if those vampires are seeking revenge or simply killing? Despite Zhu Fu Jingguang's usual gentle demeanor, he was not one to back down. With the other two friends having made their decisions, even if he had not, he would have chosen the same path. After all, he aspired to be a protector, not a protected one. Why are you all like this? It infuriates me. Jiu Lan Feng exclaimed, squatting on the ground in a huddle, refusing to engage with the three of them any longer. having witnessed the frail humans from millennium ago. Jiu Lan Feng truly did not wish to involve them. Even though he knew things were different now, he remained deeply concerned for their safety. Xiao Feng, the danger you speak of presupposes that we expose our identities. But what if we do not? We are merely ordinary people, aside from possessing a weapon capable of slaying vampires, who would suspect us of being hunters. Nagatani Zero began to persuade the youngsters, knowing full well that his little friend would be easily convinced. Yes, as long as you keep your identities hidden and do not leave any witnesses, they will never discover who you are. Even if I am not at your side, I will not worry about you being attacked by level. Jiu Lan Feng was indeed swayed by Nagatani Zero's words, regaining his vigor. Nagatani Zero secretly rejoiced. For if he could convince this little vampire, the rest would be manageable. Go up and rest. If you overexert yourself, make sure to recuperate well. Jin patted Jiu Lan Feng on the shoulder, signaling him to rest. Are you going home? Jiu Lan Feng inquired of the three. We are staying. We will spend the night here. Even though Jiu Lan Feng had regained his spirits, Jin remained concerned for his health. Rather than let him return alone and worry, it was better to stay here, ensuring they could respond immediately if anything arose. We will stay too. You should rest. All right, I am off to rest now. Your rooms are cleaned daily, so just move in. Jiu Lan Feng waved his hand, skipping back to his room, still lively. Xiao Feng was a sight for sore eyes. Today, he had nearly frightened them to death. Zhu Fu Jingguang observed Jiu Lan Feng's vanishing figure with a sigh. Had his brother not come today, would you really have gone to capture someone, Kuriza? Nagatani Zero asked, reclining on the sofa while gazing at Jin. What else? And if he refuses to drink, force him. That was indeed a course of action Kurizawa could undertake, direct and brutal. Zhu Fu Jingguang chuckled at Jin's succinct reply. But what about Xiao Feng's brother? With only the three of them remaining in the living room, Nagatani Zero felt less restrained in his words, confident that the other two had already guessed Jiu Lan Shu's underlying intentions. Ah, he has truly played a clever game, Jin remarked, casting a cold smile toward the shadows above. Indeed, each of us has been saved by Xiao Feng from vampire attacks. We always rely on him, which makes us seem rather useless. Zhu Fu Jingguang stated with an unusual seriousness. That guy anticipated we would agree because he recognized our reluctance to hide behind Xiao Feng and our desire to protect him. Otherwise, he would have proposed this long ago, rather than waiting until now. Life from this point forward is unlikely to be peaceful. Zhu Fu Jingguang gazed out at the moon through the floor-to-ceiling window, reflecting on the notion. Ever since meeting Xiao Feng, tranquility was destined to elude them. Xiao Feng had offered them a choice, had he not? Initially, he had asked whether they wanted to erase their memories and live ordinary lives. And they had rejected it themselves, had they not? Nagatani Zero looked at his two friends, fully aware that he must relinquish some of his so-called softness. After all, when faced with an attack, it would be either the vampire or him who would perish. That is not the case, Jin interjected, dampening the mood. He never gave me a chance to choose. Nagatani Zero, Zhu Fu Jingguang. Prepare yourselves. If we need to truly kill, are you ready? Hey, who are you looking down on? Nagatani Zero charged at Jin, ready to retaliate. Jin, seemingly endowed with foresight, bent down to evade the attack, grasped Nagatani Zero's shoulder, and with a swift sweep of his leg, sent him crashing to the ground. Looking down from his elevated position at the fallen Nagatani Zero, Jin disdainfully uttered, "Trash," before returning to his room. Calm down. You know fully well you cannot defeat him, yet you still provoke him. Zhu Fu Jingguang hastily restrained the fuming Nagatani Zero, preventing any further escalation. Does he not seem excessive to you? Excessive. Zhu Fu Jingguang replied in agreement. Is it not infuriating? Infuriating. Are you seeking death? Zhu Fu Jingguang habitually nodded, only to realize what Nagatani Zero had just said. Seeking? You should be quiet. I am leaving. Time to sleep. After teasing J. Fuku Kagakura, Arisugawa Zero felt a sense of relief, resting his arm on his shoulder until they reached the threshold of the bedroom. When they finally parted ways, Kujo Seichi, who had been concealed on the second floor, emerged only after they had returned to their rooms, gazing tenderly at the door of his brother's chamber. The night was growing. But how far he would develop depended on their abilities that he hoped that the four of them would not disappoint him. A knight is not merely a protector of princesses, and those chosen by a prince might yield a different outcome. Keed, regardless of the final outcome, I can only strive to protect you. Come out. Kujo-Ashi's gaze suddenly shifted to the shadows behind him, and he uttered a cold reprimand. Lord Sh, a female vampire, knelt respectfully. Xing Lian, have matters been resolved? Yes, Lord Sh. I have disclosed Lady Hiyori's whereabouts to the Hunter Association and the Elder Council. That's so. Kujo-Sh murmured softly as he looked through the window at the moon hanging over the treetops. Those who disturb the balance must pay the price. But Lord Sh, what if the Hunter Association and the Elder Council eliminate Lady Hiyori? Does Lord Keed not desire her blood? Xing Lian asked anxiously. Observing Kujo-Sh, she will not perish. At worst, she may suffer some injuries. They lack the capability to slay pure bloods that those ancient, decrepit members of the Elder Council truly believe that Kujo-Rito can protect them indefinitely. Kujo-Sh was not a benevolent individual. As a progenitor of vampires, he had to possess sufficient means and cunning to safeguard his brother so effectively. Xing Lian, I shall remain here for 3 days, ensuring Keed's safety before returning to the academy. During these 3 days, I will entrust 3 individuals to you, training them to a level capable of handling level E threats. Understood, Lord Sh. When Kujo Keed awoke, it was already evening. Groggy, he descended the stairs and was instantly startled by the transformed living room. What are you all doing? Good afternoon, Lord Keed, Xing Lian greeted respectfully. Who are you? Xing Lian, Lord Sh's bodyguard, tasked with training the 3 of them. Kujo Keed followed Xing Lian's gesture and saw Jin, who was aiming a firearm at a target. Didn't you claim to be proficient with firearms? Approaching Jin, Keed was curious as to why he was training in this area, especially since he appeared to be quite skilled already. It's not just one gun. I need to familiarize myself with it. Jin handed the firearm to Kujo Keed, who then realized that it was a weapon used by vampire hunters. Well, you certainly are diligent. You're already quite formidable. Keed could not comprehend Jin's mindset. To him, Jin was already exceptional. Having become a member of that organization at 13 and the most renowned assassin by 15, Keed had observed Jin in battles against other members on multiple occasions. Not strong enough, Jin replied curtly. Perhaps he was formidable among humans, but in the face of vampires he felt inadequate. Jin had no intention of becoming a liability. You're already quite strong. Keed struggled to understand Jin's words. While Kujo-Sh admired the human's qualities, his prowess, ambition, and ruthlessness, yet he exhibited exceptional patience towards Keed that moment. Kujo-Sh was unaware that he would later find Jin to be a nuisance. Keed, what is it, brother? Have you given him your blood? Kujo-Sh had noticed Jin's similarities to modified humans during their sparring earlier that day and deduced that it must have been a mischief of his troublesome younger sibling. Realizing her brother had unraveled the truth, Keed reluctantly confessed, I have occasionally returned from missions with injuries, and I didn't want him to suffer, so I gave him blood, just once, and not a large amount. The modification shouldn't be too drastic. There shouldn't be any issues. Keed feared that her brother might blame her for disrupting the human world. After all, Jin was human, and his targets were also human. Even a slight modification could result in an overwhelming advantage over others. No, I was merely inquiring. Kujo-Sh observed the training trio, lost in thought. After their training session concluded, Xing Lian brought forth 3 glass vials filled with a crimson liquid. Distributing them among the 3. What is this? Arasuwa Zero inquired, shaking the vial. Watching the liquid slosh within. It's Lord Sh's blood, Xing Lian replied. Why are you giving us blood? We do not require a blood supplement. Zero, perplexed, returned the vial to Xing Lian and seated himself on a nearby sofa. Fuku Kagekura also handed his vial back, while Jin understood the reason for Xing Lian's offering but found Kujo-Sh's blood unappealing. He disdainfully tossed the vial back to Xing Lian. Xing Lian was incensed by their attitudes, but given that they were individuals of significance to Kujo Keed, he could only suppress his anger. Do you have any idea how coveted the contents of these vials are among vampires? How can you be so dismissive? His tone carried a hint of it's just blood. We are not vampires. So why offer us this? Arasugawa Zero genuinely did not grasp that vampire blood could enhance human physicality, finding Xing Lian's actions baffling. You just as Xing Lian was about to reprimand these ungrateful humans. He found himself unable to move. What do you think you're doing? Kujo Keed's icy voice resonated from behind Xing Lian. Lord Keed, Xing Lian bowed his head, not daring to retort. This is the first and last time. You are my brother's bodyguard, so I grant you this opportunity. They're my friends, and even if they are human, they are not to be bullied by you, a mere original human vampire. Hand over the vials and leave. Keed reached out to take the glass vials and waved for Xing Lian to withdraw. Little Keed, what was that about? For vampires who followed pure bloods, obtaining the blood of a pure blood was a reward. The energy contained within pure blood was immensely potent, serving as a great tonic for other vampires and signifying status. She merely felt that you offended my brother. Do not mind her, she's just an original human vampire, saved by him. Keed provided a brief explanation of Xing Lian's earlier behavior. I do not fully comprehend your vampire hierarchy. She treated you too as if you were her masters. That's about right. Xing Lian is of a lower rank. A human vampire saved by my brother and a loyal subordinate. Perhaps the hierarchical oppression among vampires seems absurd to you, but it is an identity determined from birth, a matter of bloodline supremacy. Why bestow upon us your brother's blood? J. Fuku Kagekura posed the crucial question. There is something I haven't disclosed to you. The energy contained in vampire blood can enhance your physicality. In pure blood is even more effective that I previously compelled Jinjin to drink my blood, but the amount was minimal and the improvements were not significant. Keed redistributed the glass vials to them while providing an explanation. So your suggestion is that we should consume this? Arasugawa Zero frowned at the vial in his hand, that if you do not drink it, do not pursue a career as hunters that truly cannot rely on you without any means of self-preservation. Initially, I intended to offer you my blood, but due to yesterday's overexertion, I cannot afford to lose more, so it falls to my brother. Keed licked his tongue. He understood his friends might struggle to accept this. However, it genuinely served as a means of survival for them. Only by enhancing their physicality could they hope to escape or eliminate threats posed by vampires. Understood. Arasugawa Zero opened the vial and drank its contents in one go. J. Fuku Kagura followed suit, and together they looked at Jin, who could only grimace as he reluctantly consumed the blood. It's not that unpalatable, is it? So this is the taste of vampire blood. It isn't even gamey to haven't you drunk little Keed's blood before? Why the disdain? Overcoming his mental barrier, Arasugawa Zero even commented on the flavor of the blood, then laughed at Jin's unpleasant expression. I believe his distaste stems from the fact that it is not little Keed's blood, J. Fuku Kagekura astutely remarked. Annoying, Jin cast a fleeting glance at the two individuals, resuming his meticulous polishing of the firearm in his grasp. What does the blood of Xiao Feng taste like? Is it not different? Each person's blood bears a unique flavor. Vampires possess the ability to discern who has been wounded through the scent of their blood. Jiu Lan Feng smiled as he elucidated this to Akai Shuichi. Oh, I see. Heisei, what does Xiao Feng's blood taste like? Unable to withstand the cacophony, Akai Shuichi suppressed the urge to hurl him out and replied. Sweet, that indeed aligns perfectly with Xiao Feng's character. After all, our Xiao Feng is quite sweet himself. Come now, let me hear you call me brother. Akai Shuichi jested, for Jiu Lan Feng was always a reliable source of amusement. Brother, see? Jiu Lan Feng sweetly addressed him as brother. Observing the gullible Jiu Lan Feng, Zhu Fu Jing Guang covered his eyes, truly unable to bear the sight any longer. Jiu Lan Shu emerged from the shadows, casting a casual glance at Akai Shuichi before stepping beside Jiu Lan Feng, brushing aside his hair and feeding his younger brother. After all, it would be more efficient to allow him to bite his neck rather than to control his self-healing abilities after injuring his wrist. Once Jiu Lan Feng had replenished the blood he required, he released Jiu Lan Shu's neck. Brother, are you not busy anymore? I have finished my tasks and come to remind you of a few matters. Jiu Lan Shu explained while ruffling his brother's hair. What matters? While you are out, apart from facing vampires, exercise control over your abilities. After the enhancement from pure blood, your speed, strength, agility, and perception will be significantly amplified. Be sure to conceal your abilities during regular interactions. After all, Many human institutions have set their sights on vampires, with numerous individuals seeking eternal life, youthful appearances, and abilities. Greed can drive them to madness. While they may not be able to reach vampires directly, they will certainly target those with enhanced physiques like you. Remember to remain inconspicuous. Jiu Lan Shu regarded the three of them, offering this counsel while casting a pointed gaze at Jin. What do you mean? Akai Shuichi furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Jiu Lan Shu. The purebloods are currently in turmoil, essentially divided into two factions. One advocates for peace, while the other promotes war. Although both aim to infiltrate your world, their methods diverge. For instance, the Jiu Lan family has numerous enterprises on your side, while some noble vampires even engage in the entertainment industry. The peace faction emphasizes harmonious coexistence between humans and vampires. These vampires primarily consume blood tablets, occasionally indulging in human food, much like Xiao Feng's current lifestyle. Jiu Lan Shu elucidated. And what of the opposing faction? Zhu Fu Jingguang inquired. They feast upon human blood, brazenly breeding human blood servants. Jiu Lan Shu's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Times have changed, and some vampires have grown audacious, no longer confined to their territories. What do you mean by claiming that certain institutions have set their sights on vampires? Surely, a vampire's abilities are not so easily captured by humans. Jiu Lan Shu smiled at the bewildered Akai Shuichi. What you refer to are pure bloods and noble vampires. But original human vampires and level E can indeed be captured. After all, you possess technologies that we lack. It is unclear when it began, but some institutions commenced the capture of lower-tier vampires, discovering through experimentation that vampire blood could enhance human physiques, prolong youth, and extend lifespan. Jiu Lan Shu casually glanced at Jin, fully aware of the experiments conducted by the organization behind him. Yet, isn't the blood of low-tier vampires relatively ineffective? Is their research truly necessary? Jingguang, you are too naive. For certain humans driven by greed, any effect, no matter how minimal, is alluring. Even the slightest result can kindle their avarice. Xiao Feng is correct. An intensifying greed will compel them to yearn for the blood of higher-tier vampires. However, since they cannot capture high-tier vampires, they resort to making deals with some of them. Jiu Lan Shu ruffled the hair of his younger brother, who was huddled on the sofa with a pillow, providing his response. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, remember to conceal your differences. Those individuals have tasted the benefits of transformation. It will be all too easy for them to deduce that you have ingested the blood of high-tier vampires. Since they cannot capture high-tier vampires, they will inevitably target you. This is precisely why I wish to keep you out of this mess. Being betrayed by one's own kind is an unpleasant experience. Jiu Lan Feng lamented, continuing his brother's words. Do you know which institutions are conducting such experiments? Jin suddenly interjected. It is not solely those conducting experiments that engage in transactions with vampires. Individuals of standing who can provide convenience to vampires will also strike deals with them. According to investigations, figures in Japan's political and law enforcement circles, as well as agencies like the FBI, CIA, and MI6 from other countries, have also engaged in transactions with those vampires. However, the specific individuals remain unclear. It is certain, though, that their positions are not low, for vampires would not deign to associate with those of lesser rank. Some of Jiu Lan Shu's comments shattered the worldviews of Akai Shuichi and Zhu Fu Jingguang. While these institutions, in their eyes, exist to protect ordinary people, they could not fathom the notion of colluding with vampires for selfish gain. It is indeed difficult to comprehend, much like how purebloods engaged in warfare struggle to understand our kind of vampires. Yet, their understanding or lack thereof matters little to me. Should a confrontation arise, it is uncertain who would perish first. Were it not for the necessity to adhere to the covenant against casual slaughter among purebloods, I would not need to devise such intricate plots. I had believed that the existence of vampires was known to few, only to discover that it is merely ordinary humans who are oblivious to such matters. Zhu Fu Jingguang chuckled wryly. Regardless of whether those individuals act out of self-interest or for other reasons, it bears no relation to us. As long as Xiao Feng is safe, that is all that matters. As for the complexities beyond that, do not involve Xiao Feng in them. Akai Shuichi regarded Jiu Lan Shu with a serious expression, unable to decipher this individual. whether it be through manipulation or divulging such information to them today. This vampire, named Jiu Lan Shu, seemed to be orchestrating a grand scheme. Naturally, Xiao Feng is my only kin in this world. I care for him more than you do. I implore you not to treat me as fragile as glass. I am quite strong, you know. Jiu Lan Feng pouted, gazing unhappily at those who perpetually sought to exclude him, no true to their childhood bond. Their understanding was profound. Jiu Lan Feng felt even more aggrieved. Snuggling up to Jin, complaining playfully, "They are bullying me." "Indeed, there will be sparring this afternoon." Jin patted his head, offering consolation. "Give them a good thrashing, but do take care not to be too harsh." "Okay, such indulgence." This mischievous child, watching the little vampire egging Jin on to retaliate against them. Akai Shuichi rolled his eyes. "Have you seen Zero today?" Jiu Lan Feng, having awakened some time ago, had yet to catch a glimpse of Kurosawa Zero. "No, we knocked on his door, but he did not answer. He hasn't eaten either. Should we go check on him? After all, we are not particularly close to him." Zhu Fu Jingguang suggested. "Then I shall go see him." "How could he skip a meal?" Jiu Lan Feng muttered as he ascended the stairs. .0. "May I come in?" Jiu Lan Feng stood at the door, gently knocking, slumped on the floor, leaning against the bed. Kurosawa slightly lifted his head, gazing vacantly at the door, yet he ultimately refrained from opening it. Jiu Lan Feng knocked several more times, but there was no response. "Then I shall not disturb you. Please rest well." With no success in gaining entry, Jiu Lan Feng's eyes darted, concocting an alternative method to sneak in. Hearing Jiu Lan Feng's voice fade into the distance, Kurosawa managed a bitter smile. Burying his face in his knees. .0. "If you won't open the door, how about opening the window? I might just fall. Help me, Zero." The sound of knocking on the window accompanied Jiu Lan Feng's cries for help, prompting Kurosawa to jerk his head up and glance outside, where he beheld Jiu Lan Feng precariously hanging from the window, swaying dangerously. .0 hurried over, flinging open the window and assisting Jiu Lan Feng inside. "What a reckless display," Kurosawa admonished sternly. "You refuse to open the door, leaving me no choice but to climb through the window. You know I won't get hurt." Jiu Lan Feng chuckled, settling down beside Kurosawa. "Zero, Jingguang mentioned you didn't go down for a meal today. May I bring you some food? You must eat." Jiu Lan Feng cast a worried glance at Zhui Shengling, softly articulating his intentions. "I'm not hungry yet. I don't wish to eat at the moment. .0. I understand your discomfort, but please do not torment yourself. We will gradually find solution. There is still ample time, and we will surely discover a way." Jiu Lan Feng embraced Zhui Shengling, offering him comfort. "May I have a moment to accept this?" Zhui Shengling spoke softly. Jiu Lan Feng met Zhui Shengling's gaze, his eyes filled with an insistence that brooked no refusal. "I can grant you the time to come to terms with it, but you must not mistreat your body. Whether you resent me or loathe me, or conflate me with other vampires, I shall resolutely drag you out today. Sigh, I'm not as fragile as you think. I have not yet avenged my grievances, nor have I found a shred of confrontation. I won't allow myself to falter. I merely wish to calm down. Forget it. I won't dwell on it anymore. Let's go." Zhui Shengling, feeling despondent, stood up and extended his hand towards Jiu Lan Feng, pulling him up with a forced smile that if you don't want to smile, then don't. .0. Your smile is more dismal than your tears. However, it is good that you can muster some spirit. There will always be a way, even if brother does not assist. Once I gain strength, I shall eliminate Fei Ying and retrieve the blood for you. If I cannot prevent you from becoming a vampire, then I shall at least stop your descent. At worst, we shall become the first vampire hunters. Once we acquire the Blood Rose Spear, you can still be a hunter. After all, your ancestors possessed vampire bloodlines. Their descendants born of the union between humans and vampires. Wouldn't thinking of it this way alleviate your spirits? Your comforting perspective is indeed peculiar. Hee hee. Let us go. Jingguang and the others are still waiting for me to take you down to. I must say, Jingguang's cooking is absolutely delightful. Yes, just as delectable as the cookies you baked. Zero. I shall make them for you again when the opportunity arises. At last, Zhui Shengling smiled, having found some relief. Zhu Fu Jingguang observed as Zhui Shengling exited the room, finally exhaling a breath of relief. If he truly succumbed to despair, Xiao Feng would also suffer. Are we really taking Zero away? Jiu Lan Feng tugged at his brother's sleeve, tears welling in his eyes. Indeed, Jiu Lan Shu replied, disregarding his younger brother's protests with a resolute nod. Is there no way to leave him here? Zero will face exclusion. Jiu Lan Shu sighed, explaining for the umpteenth time the same issue, setting aside whether they dare or not. Did I not promise you? Before he transforms into a vampire, he shall not enter the night division. He will live as other humans do. Then why can't he stay with me? Jiu Lan Feng pouted, clearly unhappy and on the verge of a tantrum. Is your role here to teach him how to be a vampire hunter, or shall those 3 half-hearted hunters behind you take on that task? Jiu Lan Shu tousled his brother's hair, revealing a truth that swayed him. The 3 who had been watching the brothers quarrel were inexplicably drawn into the discussion and faced disdain. So, does this mean I won't be able to see Zero? You won't let me return, and the Black Master Academy is situated at the border. You won't allow me to go there either. Jiu Lan Feng hung his head, dejectedly releasing his grip on his brother's sleeve. Realizing some things could not be changed by mere stubbornness, that I never said Jie Sheng couldn't come back. He is a free individual. I am merely assisting him in finding a place to reside where he can receive guidance. It is not meant to be restrictive. As long as you persuade him, you will be able to meet. However, you absolutely cannot return. To prevent anyone from disobeying and sneaking back, Jiu Lan Shu could only offer indirect reassurances. Understood, brother. You are really quite verbose. Covering his ears, he took a few steps back, gazing longingly at Jie Shengling. I will make time to visit you. Unable to withstand Jiu Lan Feng's pitiful gaze, Jie Shengling nodded. Yes, Zero is the best. Then goodbye, brother. Take care. He joyfully bounded over to Jin, waving cheerfully at Jiu Lan Shu. Just throw it away when you're done. Jiu Lan Shu raised an eyebrow. Not at all. I merely fear you may linger too long, and that it would not be safe. 1 pure blood, 1 human vampire, and 1 hunter. What danger could there possibly be? He thought to himself. At least find a reasonable excuse. Jiu Lan Shu did not wish to argue with his foolish brother. Looking at the other 3, he said, I leave Feng in your care. I have left him ample blood serum. If anything arises, let Izumi Yudo seek me out, and remember what I previously told you. With that, Jiu Lan Shu departed with a Shengling. They are really leaving. Jiu Lan Feng watched the departing figures of his brother and the others, feeling somewhat forlorn. Hadn't he just been quite happy about their departure? Zhang Guzuro chuckled teasingly. Isn't it because you don't want them to worry? After all, your brother has plenty to concern himself with. How could I allow him to worry about me as well? What you need to do is adapt well to your abilities. Should any unforeseen event occur, you must be able to protect yourself. I know. Jingguang. Hey, Zhen, where are you going? Jiu Lan Feng quickened his pace to catch up with the departing Jin. Training. Wait for us. Hero and I will join the training as well. Zhang Guzuro dashed after Zhu Fu Jingguang. Everyone is off to train? Then I shall go too. I will accompany you. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Jiu Lan Feng and his companions had graduated from university, transitioning from youthful boys to young men. Jiu Lan Feng, holding 3 cups of milk tea, navigated through the crowd to stand before Zhang Guzuro and Zhu Fu Jingguang. There are so many people at the graduation ceremony. It's so crowded just for a graduation ceremony. Jiu Lan Feng bit the straw, revealing a hint of his sharp fangs. It cannot be helped. After all, the University of Tokyo's graduation ceremony is open to the public, and many students' friends and family are here today. Zhang Guzuro accepted 2 cups of milk tea, handing one to Zhu Fu Jingguang. Where's Kurizawa? He should be attending my and Zero's graduation ceremony. Shouldn't he attend yours? Zhu Fu Jingguang inquired about the absent individual. Zhen is on a mission. Apparently not in Neon. I cannot reach him. It seems he is not on a simple task. Otherwise, he would have sent some news. Jiu Lan Feng explained that I hope that fellow is all right. Zhang Guzuro frowned, feeling a twinge of worry that he will be fine. He has probably ventured to some remote location again. Jiu Lan Feng was not overly concerned about Jin's safety, knowing that Jin carried the blood of both himself and his brother within him. Even ordinary vampires would not dare to challenge him, let alone mere humans. All right, enough about him. Let us head inside. Zhu Fu Jingguang shifted the topic to prevent Jiu Lan Feng from feeling discontent. After all, Jiu Lan Feng had always enjoyed sticking close to him. It's the three handsome boys of Tokyo University. They're truly captivating. As the three approached the auditorium, the murmurs grew louder. Here it comes again. Since entering university, we haven't had a moment of peace, Zhanggu Zero complained. Who told our little Feng to be so good-looking, such a stunning appearance? Allow me to correct you, Jing Guang. They're looking at all three of us. Not just me. Besides, isn't it true that all our looks are exceptional? Can I truly change that? Just as Zhanggu Zero was about to tease Jiu Lan Feng, a female classmate interrupted him. Jiu Lan Senior, I like you. Will you go out with me? A fair-skinned girl shyly extended a pink letter, her head bowed, blushing as she confessed, I'm sorry, classmate, but I currently have no intention of dating anyone. Jiu Lan Feng gently declined yet another girl's confession, marking the countless times he had turned down such advances during his university years. All right, please wait a moment, seniors. Two individuals wish to speak to Zhanggu and Zhufu seniors. The girl turned and dashed into the crowd, bringing out two shy girls. Zhanggu Senior, Zhufu Senior, I like you. So may we date? Zhanggu Zero watched the hesitant girls, interrupting the unspoken words. I'm sorry, classmate, but if what you wish to express is your feelings for me, then please refrain from saying it, as I currently have no such intentions. I apologize. I am not considering such matters at the moment. Thank you for your affection. With that, he departed alongside Jiu Lan Feng and Zhanggu Zero, rejected again, but I expected as much. Since the three of us entered school, no one has succeeded in confessing. So, it isn't too disappointing. The girl who confessed first tucked away the envelope, letting out a sigh as she comforted herself. Her intention was merely to confess before their graduation, to avoid leaving herself with any regrets. Being rejected was expected, so she steeled herself, determined to relish the moments they had left in school. The girl who had been at a loss for words just moments ago became quite loquacious when not facing a Akutagawa run, immediately lifting her spirits. I truly wish they could process this internally. Otherwise, no matter which girl they end up with, I will always feel unworthy of them. Having voiced my true feelings, I realized that with their graduation, it would be challenging to find anyone else who could uphold the beauty of the art, computer, and criminal investigation departments. For those of us who have another 2 or 3 years before graduating, how are we to endure? I envy the seniors who share the same year as them. The three girls chattered excitedly about their crushes, their eyes sparkling with fervor. Alas, their affections were destined to go unreciprocated. Goodness, they even came in a group. Thankfully, we have graduated. Jiu Lan Feng looked at her two friends with a hint of trepidation. After all, our Xiao Feng is most afraid of the kindness and affection radiated by others. For all these years, it has only been the four of us. Doesn't she feel lonely? Zhu Fu Jingguang gently adjusted Jiu Lan Feng's tousled white hair, asking curiously to know, their admiration is merely for my appearance. Once my true identity is revealed, they will immediately distance themselves. Without hope, there can be no disappointment. Having the four of you is enough for me. Feng, a cold voice drifted from behind them. Jiu Lan Feng turned in the direction of the voice and saw Akutagawa Ren leaning against a cherry blossom tree. Dressed in the Black Mane Academy's daytime uniform, scattered petals falling onto his shoulder. .0. You've come, Jiu Lan Feng exclaimed excitedly, running over and circling around Akutagawa Ren. The other two smiled as they approached. Congratulations on your graduation. I just accepted a mission and thought I'd drop by to see you all. That all could be omitted if it feels forced. 0. After all, you are all here, so it would be a bit rude not to include it. Wouldn't it? All right, you two, why do the two with the same name always seem to be at odds? Zhu Fu Jingguang interjected with a laugh. Interrupting their banter, I must ask, 0, we've all graduated from university. Logically speaking, you should be at least a sophomore now. Why are you still in high school? Akutagawa Ren glanced at his uniform, unable to suppress his curiosity, and finally asked. It's complicated. The Black Mane Academy operates differently from your school. You all know about the nighttime division, but the daytime division is filled with infatuated girls and boys, and it's too dangerous without supervision. Only Yuki and I know about the nighttime division's identities, and I cannot graduate until I fulfill my duty as a disciplinary committee member. Akutagawa Ren was equally at a loss. After all, vampires cannot openly reveal their existence to humans. those troublesome daytime students, if left unsupervised, might slip into the nighttime division at any moment. Should they discover the vampires' identities, their memories would need to be erased. Must be tough for you, Zero, always stuck in high school, Jiu Lan Feng remarked sympathetically. Not really, I can self-study the university material, and as for the diploma, the chairman will handle that. Aside from having to deal with those troublesome daytime students. Everything else is manageable, Akutagawa-run explained to Jiu Lan Feng. What about that person? Jiu Lan Feng asked awkwardly. Yuki, still the same, she has just spent an extra year in high school, and her grades remain poor. What a disgrace to pure bloods, Jiu Lan Feng grumbled, taking a harsh sip of bubble tea. Feeling down, Akutagawa-run observed Jiu Lan Feng's despondent demeanor and patted his head. N01 is truly happy. I am the biological brother of my elder sibling, while Yuki is merely the sister of this body, yet she gets to stay by my brother's side. Even today, my brother didn't come. Did he? It was better not to mention it. As soon as the topic arose, Jiu Lan Feng felt a sense of grievance. Akutagawa-run and Zhu Fu Jingguang exchanged glances, a flicker of compassion passing between them. You and she are different. She is human now. And if you were discovered, that would be genuinely dangerous, Akutagawa-run attempted to console him, though he himself was unsure how to do so. I think I heard someone complaining about me. Upon hearing a familiar voice, Jiu Lan Feng immediately turned around to see Jiu Lan Shu standing not far away, smiling at him. Brother! Jiu Lan Feng joyfully dashed over, leaping into his embrace, laughing with delight. Phew, finally back to life, Akutagawa-run sighed in relief, sharing a knowing glance with his friend, chuckling softly. Humph, at least he has a sense of conscience, Akutagawa-run scoffed. After all these years, why can't you stand him? Akutagawa-run teased that I despise every pure blood, except for Feng. Mind your manners. Be careful or Zero might take a swing at you. He is not Kurizawa. Only that guy would draw a gun at the slightest disagreement. Akutagawa-run was not concerned. After years of playful bickering, he had come to understand their personalities well. I see you're courting death, Akutagawa, Jin remarked, having rushed over to attend Jiu Lan Feng's graduation ceremony without even changing his clothes. You're back. It seems Xiao Feng must be very happy today. Zhu Fu Jingguang observed Jiu Lan Feng, still oblivious to Jin's arrival, clinging to his brother, smiling with satisfaction. Brother, what brings you here? Wouldn't I be waiting for you to pick on me, then ignore me in anger? Jiu Lan Shu teased, pinching his brother's cheek. And I think I heard someone being jealous of Yuki. I'm not. Who would be jealous of her? It's just that you spend so much time with her. What do I have to be jealous about? Jiu Lan Feng turned his head away, his ears slightly flushed. All right, you're not, but I think I should defend myself. First of all, Zero just mentioned that Yuki is now human. No vampire would care about a human. Secondly, taking care of her was a promise I made to you and the tree. It's my responsibility. Furthermore, I entrusted her to the Black Mane Academy's Grey Pavilion, and I need to oversee the members of the nighttime division, so my brother cannot always be by your side. I know, but brother, you left me for 14 years, and the times you came to see me are few and far between. Am I not allowed to voice my opinion? Regardless of how old one grows. In front of their brother, they remain a child. But you have company by your side, right? Then I'll come by more often, Jiu Lan Shu said with a reassuring smile. Jiu Lan Feng nodded. Okay, now, hurry up and get off me. This is your school, and they're all people. Reminded by her brother, Jiu Lan Feng felt embarrassed and reluctantly climbed down, just as she was about to return to her friends when she spotted a familiar figure in a black trench coat. The previous embarrassment was instantly forgotten. Jin, did you complete your mission? Jiu Lan Feng rushed to Jin, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yes, just in time, Jin replied, a soft smile gracing his lips. Hero, every time I see Kuzuo with Xiao Feng, I start to doubt whether we're talking about the same Kuzuo Jin. Akutagawa leaned towards Zhu Fu Jingguang, whispering that I want to hide it from you. I feel the same way. Zhu Fu Jingguang wholeheartedly agreed with his childhood friend's sentiment. With heightened senses, Jin clearly overheard their whispered conversation, casting them a glance devoid of emotion, but ultimately letting them be. Surrounded by family and friends, the three protagonists of the day successfully received their diplomas. Jiu Lan Feng curiously glanced at the 2 certificates in Akutagawa-ren's hands, exclaiming, "You really earned 2 degrees." 0. You're amazing. One is a hobby, and the other is to accompany Hero. That arts degree is a bit beyond my capabilities that I chose to major in art because it simply didn't want to think anymore. The most enjoyable part of college for me was not having a teacher call my name in the morning to reprimand me for sleeping in class. Besides, the art department has less strict supervision. If I want to skip morning classes, I can. Getting up early is truly a challenge for a vampire like me. Jiu Lan Feng returned the certificate to Akutagawa Run, lamenting about the injustices she once endured. Be grateful. Do you know how much your high school classmates envied you? You were never awake in class and consistently ranked first in exams, in a light-hearted manner. Akira jokes with Karu, remarking on the rather provocative statements just made that almost compel one to deliver a punch. Hey, graduation day. What do you and Jingwang plan to do, Zero? Hero intends to attend the police academy, and I shall accompany him. We have already submitted our application forms. Knowing you struggle to rise early, we decided not to inform you. Jin cast a deep glance at the two, but chose to remain silent. Fear not. My brother has previously mentioned he is unaware of your endeavors, as long as you exercise caution and do not fall into my grasp. Rest assured, my brother shall not pursue you. Jingwang discreetly distanced himself from his reckless childhood friend, turning away to avoid witnessing the ensuing events. Who are you calling brother? And do you honestly believe the Tokyo Metropolitan Police can apprehend me? They cannot, and neither can you. Jin retained a modicum of confidence in this regard, showing little concern for what these two might engage in subsequently. Return that item you possess. What business do you have bringing such a thing to school? Zero felt the cold muzzle of a gun pressed against his side, gritting his teeth as he glowered at Jin. Hurry and conceal it. What if someone sees? I won't, he replied, yet Jin still stowed the weapon away. What are your intentions, Kyo? Zero inquired. I'm not sure. I haven't decided why is it true I still cannot return home. Kiru turned to ask. Indeed. Well, returning home would only allow me to be by your sides. There's nothing else enjoyable about it. The Kujo family has its own enterprises, and I might as well be a parasitic creature, occasionally venturing out to experience the world, paint, and hold an exhibition. Keiru envisioned a bright future for himself. Chuckling softly. Ambitious, Jin remarked, patting his head. What else would I do? Join Zero and them at the police academy, but I'd have to rise early. The attendance there is certainly not as lenient as in university. I fear I might be expelled on my first day. What a terrifying thought. Kara shuddered at the mere contemplation of such a life. Moreover, having 2 out of the 4 of us as police officers suffices. If 3 of us were to join the force, Zhenjin would surely go mad. I shall accompany Zhenjin instead do as you please. But if you decide to accompany Haisuk, you must be cautious about your identity. It would be best not to go at all. That I concur with Zero. We remain oblivious to the situation on Haisuk's side. Aside from Kuro, who has infiltrated using his abilities, we know little. Yet considering the nature of his assignments, it is likely not a safe environment. Zhenjin, have you not already assumed a leadership role? Am I now permitted to accompany you? Kuro blinked eagerly at Jin, his eyes brimming with longing. Are you certain? Jin's expression returned to normal as he regarded Kuro. Is it not permissible? Zero and Jingwang will attend the police academy, and their subsequent work will undoubtedly be far less leisurely than mine. If you undertake a mission, I will be left alone. You may go, but you must heed my instructions. Conceal your identity well. Starting tomorrow, learn human combat techniques from me. Refrain from utilizing your abilities indiscriminately. If you cannot comply, then do not expect to accompany me. Jin laid down his demands, compelling Kuru to adhere. All right, Zhenjin, you are the best. Well then, Hero, it seems our aspirations of becoming police officers are rather futile. I could handle Haisuk, but now there's an additional little vampire to contend with. Let it be. I merely seek the truth as for any sense of justice that dissipated long ago under the blows of Kujo Shu's revelations. Jingwang's desire to join the police academy stemmed from a quest to uncover the truth behind his parents' murder, a fixation he could not relinquish. Rest assured, Jingwang, you will undoubtedly find the one who took your parents from you. Keiru assured, patting his shoulder earnestly. Yes, I will, came the determined reply. Control your habitual gestures. Remember, you're facing humans, not vampires, and you must not use telekinesis. Utilize your legs to kick, your hands to block. Do not employ teleportation or exceed human speed to evade attacks. Slow your pace. You must acclimate to this velocity. Use less force. I want you to throw punches, not penetrate humans' chest. Master the limits of human strength, even if you break someone's ribs or cause death. I will not intervene. However, you cannot pierce a human's chest. No human can penetrate another's chest with bare hands. Speed. Retract your claws. Humans do not possess such elongated nails. Employing that technique will expose your identity upon killing someone. Strength. Withdraw your telekinesis. From the evening onwards, Jin's stern voice echoed repeatedly throughout the courtyard as he accompanied Keiru for several hours of training. Since Keiru despised the scorching sun, they had adjusted their training schedule to commence at dusk. Hey, hero, this might be the most he's spoken in a long while. 14 years have passed, and it feels like the first time I've heard him speak at such length. 0, and Jingguang sat beneath a tree. Observing the two trained IT is also his most patient moment. Had it been any other person, we would have been tossed aside long. Be grateful. At least we were merely thrown out. Had it been anyone else, he would have drawn his firearm. These 14 years have not been in vain. While I may not rival Keiru, I have at least gained a modicum of status. The two exchanged banter about Jin, sharing a knowing smile afterward. If Keiru continues like this, Haisuk will surely lead him astray. Jingguang expressed concern for Keiru, as Haisuk was known for imparting lethal skills, and the latter had grown increasingly reckless around them. Do not worry, hero. If Keiru's brother, who is so protective of him, has agreed to Keiru's decision, it signifies he harbors no fears of Keiru turning to the dark side. That I suspect there are secrets concerning vampires within the organization Haisuk belongs to, possibly involving experiments on vampires. However, if Haisuk's organization is researching vampires, why would they allow Keiru to join? Wouldn't that be more perilous? Light, down, Black 0 articulated each word with precision, that we all know Haisuk has become a figure of authority. And Kujo Shu, that brother Khan, is certainly aware of it, likely knowing more than we do. For instance, he must be cognizant of the organization Haisuk serves. Kujo Shu would never be ignorant of that. Why entrusting his brother to Haisuk? It implies that Haisuk wields considerable influence, making it easy to protect Keiru. As long as Keiru does not reveal any abilities, he remains safe. Those individuals could never fathom that a vampire with such a proud disposition would willingly join their ranks. Zero meticulously analyzed the situation, growing increasingly convinced that he was inching closer to the truth. Kujo Shu, that old fox, was once again orchestrating schemes. That ancient fox, who had lived for millennia, was back to his machinations. Yet, since Kujo Shu entrusted his brother to Haisuk, perhaps, Jingguang continued, building on his childhood friend's thoughts, perhaps upheaval awaits Kujo Shu in a few years. Hence, Haisuk relentlessly trains Ko, molding his actions to resemble those of a human. Hero, I am somewhat concerned for them. Do you think Haisuk can protect Keiru? Must I truly attend the police academy? Zero gazed blankly at the two engaged in training, for the first time doubting his decision. He had resolved to accompany Hero to the police academy, never anticipating that Keiru would opt to join Haisuk's organization. Moreover, he was acutely aware of Hero's unwavering obsession with the perpetrator of his family's tragedy. Fear not. Should a crisis arise, regardless of whether we can fight or not, even if we cannot prevail, I assure you, with Haisuk and Keiru's abilities, those individuals cannot confine them. Whether those people could even withstand Haisuk, who had enhanced physical capabilities, was debatable, let alone contend with Keiru. 0. You are overthinking this. The two engaged in such earnest dialogue that they failed to notice when Jin and the others ceased their training and approached. Jin did not comment on Zero's earlier doubts. He merely cast him a glance before stating, "We remain unaware of who within the police hierarchy is colluding with vampires." A single statement pierced through the haze of confusion enveloping Akutagawa Rei, causing a confident and exuberant smile to reappear on his visage. He patted Jin's shoulder and, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, "Fear not, Kuruza. The selection of personnel from the police will be entrusted to Hero and myself. We shall undoubtedly infiltrate the upper echelons to uncover the truth, while you shall take charge of safeguarding Xiaofeng." Observing his childhood friend, who seemed invigorated as if by a shot of adrenaline, Shibuki Kagekura felt a rare surge of excitement and nodded affirmatively at Jin, affirming, "Indeed, Kurosawa, the police matter rests with us." Jiu Lan Feng gazed quizzically at his friends, listening to their discourse on topics he found difficult to grasp. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to voice his inquiry. Accustomed to perceiving emotions through innate talent, he found himself averse to pondering convoluted matters. After all, they were all individuals he held dear. No one would mock him. Rather than spending time in contemplation, he preferred to glean answers directly from their words. The collusion between the police hierarchy and vampires bears no relevance to us. Does it? It is evident that it is the Elder Council's vampires behind this. Their aim is merely to operate more conveniently within the human realm. What is there to investigate? Those ancient relics of the Elder Council. My brother and I shall eventually topple them. Watching the young vampire, who was intent on relying solely on brute strength, the trio felt a wave of exasperation. They finally understood why 7 years ago Jiu Lan Shu had broached this subject with Jiu Lan Feng while he was asleep. Their little one remained blissfully naive, and thankfully, his talents were not required here. However, his sole focus on force necessitated some correction. It's merely precautionary. After all, knowing oneself and one's adversary allows us to devise better solutions when challenges arise, does it not? Akutagawa Rei embarked on his path of persuasion once more. Stop fixating on violence. The shadowy puppeteers of the Elder Council are pure bloods, beings so formidable that even your brother cannot vanquish them. You, a pure blood whose abilities are primarily supportive, ought to exercise some restraint, Jin admonished as he lightly tapped the boy's head. Fearing that this unfortunate child might unwittingly provoke conflict. If their adversary were human, Jin would have been disinclined to engage in such discussions. After all, Jiu Lan Feng would not come to harm. Yet, when faced with an array of vampire abilities, Jin could not help but worry. Very well, that if violence is off the table, then so be it. He would obediently heed their directives. After all, among the four of them, intellect had always been represented by Junjin and Rei, with social finesse belonging to Kagekura, while he merely needed to ensure their safety in the presence of vampires. Trusting their counsel was undoubtedly wise, much like when he heeded his brother's advice millennia ago. Observing the compliant Jiu Lan Feng, Shibuki Kagekura shook his head in resigned amusement. What he cherished most about their little Feng was his docility and willingness to acknowledge his limitations, never demanding anything beyond what their indulgence permitted. In matters of importance, Jiu Lan Feng adhered to their guidance, which was truly a relief. Rei, when does the police academy you and Kagekura are to attend commence? Jiu Lan Feng inquired. In 2 months, I believe. Why do you ask? I must resolve my affairs here before your school begins, so I can escort you to the academy. We are not children anymore. We need not engage in such theatrics. Akutagawa Rei chuckled at Jiu Lan Feng. Indeed, indeed. After all, once you and Kagekura start school, it shall become increasingly difficult to meet. The academy may deter others, but certainly not you. Just ensure you do not suddenly appear, startling both Hiro and me. How unfair, M.Y. Lord Feng. Izanami Yudo suddenly materialized, kneeling on one knee. Oh, all you vampires enjoy such stealthy entrances. Akutagawa Rei rolled his eyes, having just spoken to Jiu Lan Feng when another appeared unexpectedly. I assumed you had grown accustomed to this. I did not expect you to be startled. Akutagawa. Over the years, Izanami Yudo had become familiar with them, even taking the trio under his wing to familiarize them with their abilities after they became half-hunters. Why have you returned? Wasn't your brother seeking you for something? I am here on Lord Shu's orders to deliver something to you. Izanami Yudo produced a mask and 3 handguns from his bag. He handed the mask to Jiu Lan Feng and distributed the handguns among the others. Lord Shu instructed that you should use your ability to examine the mask to discern its purpose. These 3 handguns are weapons for vampire hunters, re-enchanted by Lord Shu, modeled after the Blood Rose. While they do not match its performance, their design aligns better with the customary weaponry. Lord Shu believes your equipment is due for an update. And these 3 enchanted daggers are also for you. This time, Izanami Yudo placed another bag on the ground, indicating that the trio should retrieve it themselves, as he could not handle the enchanted daggers. Just as he was about to continue his reminder, Jiu Lan Feng let out a yelp. Ah, that hurts. Yudo, what on earth did you bring? My hand is burned. Jiu Lan Feng looked at Izayama Yudo with teary eyes, unable to divert his gaze from his scorched hand. Let me see. Jin seized Jiu Lan Feng's hand, revealing a charred mark on the previously fair palm, accompanied by a faint scent of singed flesh. How could you be so careless? Did not Izayama just say these are enchanted daggers? How could you touch them? Have you become increasingly reckless? Akutagawa Rei could not help but scold him. What shall we do now? Is your ability rendered ineffective? No one has taught us how to treat a vampire injured by specialized weapons. Shibuki Kagekura looked anxiously at Jiu Lan Feng's burn, but I was too preoccupied examining the mask to hear Yudo mention that these 3 daggers are weapons for vampire hunters. Jiu Lan Feng felt somewhat aggrieved and shot a fierce glare at Izayama Yudo. Why did you not warn me? I was just about to remind you when you touched them. Izayama Yudo stood awkwardly to the side. But wait, I could recognize a hunter's weapon at a glance. Why could I not identify these daggers? Otherwise, I would not have touched them. An vampire would idly play with a hunter's weapon, except for blood rose, as its core relies on energy to fire bullets, making contact with the blood rose casing entirely harmless. Otherwise, Akutagawa Rei would not be able to wield that weapon. This is what I intended to inform you. Lord Shu did not merely enchant them. He inscribed hidden curses, making it easier to conceal your identities. The handguns bear the same curses, and Lord Shu specifically cautioned against letting Feng come into contact with the daggers. The last statement was delivered with a hint of guilt by Izayama Yudo. No wonder he felt it necessary to issue such a warning. It had indeed resulted in injury. Be quiet. Your hindsight is unhelpful. Having touched them, you now choose to speak. Hurry and tell us how to remedy this. At this rate, we can see bone. What in the world is Lord Jiu Lan up to? Akutagawa Rei furrowed his brow, his patience with Izayama Yudo wearing thin. Simply drinking some vampire blood should suffice. With that, Izayama Yudo sliced his wrist, offering it to Jiu Lan Feng. Understanding Jiu Lan Feng's habits, he refrained from allowing him to bite his neck, instead suppressing the vampire's healing ability to facilitate feeding from his wrist. As Jiu Lan Feng replenished his blood, his hand gradually returned to its former state, prompting a sigh of relief from the trio. Hand me the dagger. I shall forge a sheath for it to prevent some little fool from injuring himself again. Jin confiscated the dagger, placing it in the original bag and setting it in the living room. That I know what my brother has done to the dagger, Jiu Lan Feng suddenly declared. Is it merely an injury? With a vampire's self-healing ability, it is hardly a concern. It is only a matter of slower recovery. There are no weapons capable of killing purebloods merely by touch in this world. Akutagawa Rei and Shibuki Kagekura regarded the naive child, whose thoughts leapt from one conclusion to another without concern, and let out a deep sigh. What has he done? Although somewhat exasperated by this oblivious child's erratic thought process, they still inquired out of respect. Jiu Lan Feng cast a glance at Izayama Yudo before retreating, using his sensing ability to confirm Yudo's departure before ushering his 3 friends into the living room. The curse inscribed on the dagger is an ancient one. Perhaps only my brother and I are aware of its existence now. However, while my elder brother is capable of invoking the forbidden spell, I am currently unable to do so. My abilities are not as refined as his, and the frailty of this body inherently limits my potential. Thus, it is unlikely that I can wield such a forbidden spell at this moment. Perhaps after a few decades of recuperation, I might be able to inscribe it. Jiu Lan Feng chuckled indifferently. He had always been aware of such forbidden spells without ever employing them. The trio found themselves at a loss for words at the term temporarily uttered by a certain individual. Indeed, this could truly be deemed temporary. So, what exactly is this forbidden spell? Akutagawa Renji quickly interjected, noting that Jiu Lan Feng had yet to touch upon the crux of the matter. It is a spell of considerable destructive power. As you have just witnessed, even I suffer burns from it. Noble vampires would sustain severe injuries upon contact, and a brush with a vital point could even lead to death. As for ordinary vampires, original human vampires, and level E, they would perish upon contact. The reason this spell is classified as forbidden is that if it falls into the hands of hunters, even purebloods would be gravely injured or even killed. However, you need not worry about that, as purebloods possess remarkable speed. You would likely not even manage to grasp the hem of their garments. It seems my brother has provided you with some means of protection. Perhaps he is concerned about high-ranking vampires infiltrating the Metropolitan Police Department. Jiu Lan Feng preferred not to dwell on such thoughts, yet he could glean some inkling of his brother's intentions. However, considering the formidable nature of this forbidden spell, wouldn't it be capable of eliminating the pure blood intent on harming you? Zhu Fu Jing Guang grasped the key point. Jiu Lan Feng shook his head, deeming it futile. The catalyst for the forbidden spell is my brother's blood. He was forcibly awakened by Jiu Lan Li Tu in an incomplete manner, rendering him incapable of killing him. A forbidden spell that relies on his blood as a catalyst would similarly prove ineffective. Unless I can devise this forbidden spell myself, my current physique cannot sustain the intricacies required for its inscription. This is what leaves Jiu Lan Feng feeling disheartened. He is utterly unable to assist. That individual will find a solution, the implication being that a mere fledgling vampire should refrain from meddling. Upon comprehending the meaning behind Jin's words, Jiu Lan Feng puffed up his cheeks and shot a glare at him. Regardless, from now on, do not touch our daggers. We shall ensure that the object remains distant from you. Akutagawa Rinji regarded the disobedient Jiu Lan Feng sternly, issuing a caution. Understood, but having these two items will undoubtedly enhance your safety. This thought brought Jiu Lan Feng immense joy, as he had long been concerned that his three friends might fall victim to vampire attacks due to his presence. After all, if they had not encountered him, they would not have chosen to become half-hunters. Naturally, this dagger must also be kept away from Zero, although the vampire factor within him currently lies dormant. It could still cause him harm. Jiu Lan Feng hastily reminded them. These items are indeed valuable, but they must not inflict harm upon our own. The three of them exchanged glances, exasperated, and Zhu Fu Jing Guang quickly shifted the topic. Pointing at the mask that Jiu Lan Feng had been holding, we understand the functions of the gun and dagger. But what about this? Ah, this can conceal my identity. It is a forbidden spell known only to the ancients. Once I don it, even pure bloods will be unable to discern my identity. As long as I do not reveal my abilities, I shall appear as merely human in their eyes. Jiu Lan Feng gently caressed the black rose mask, a soft expression gracing his face. His brother must have spent considerable time crafting this mask, suggesting that he anticipated my intention to accompany Zhenzhen and was genuinely concerned for my well-being. Akutagawa Rinji and Zhu Fu Jing Guang exchanged glances, sharing a moment of quiet satisfaction. After all, even with their company, little Feng still yearned for his brother, a separation that was necessitated by certain circumstances. Jin subtly curved his lips, observing the cheerful Jiu Lan Feng, pondering his thoughts. The bar was shrouded in smoke, groups of men and women huddled together, drinking, while some scantily clad women swayed sensually to the music. Jiu Lan Feng widened his eyes beneath the mask, gripping Jin's trench coat tightly. "What is it?" Jin leaned down, inquiring closely. Jiu Lan Feng shook his head, merely feeling overwhelmed by the noise. The cacophony of chaotic emotions threatened to engulf him. "This is a gathering place for external members. It is rather disorderly. Once you obtain your code name, the environment will be significantly improved." Jin preferred not to bring Jiu Lan Feng to such a chaotic locale unless absolutely necessary. Although he was the head of the action team, bringing someone directly into the action group was not a significant issue. Yet it would draw too much attention to Jiu Lan Feng. So he opted to adhere to protocol. "Zhenzhen, did you live here before knowing me? It is far too chaotic." Jiu Lan Feng furrowed his brow, feeling a pang of sympathy. "Here, remember to use your code names. Jin, do not call me by my name, understood? Furthermore, I am an assassin cultivated by the organization since childhood. I have not undergone the scrutiny of such places." Jin patted Jiu Lan Feng's head, straightening up and reverting to his usual indifference. Jiu Lan Feng looked up at Jin, having never witnessed such coldness from him. During their initial encounter, Jin had been filled with wariness. Even after meeting Akutagawa Rinji and Zhu Fu Jingguang, Jin remained somewhat aloof due to his nature. However, the current Jin seemed as if the entirety of the world held no significance in his eyes. "Oh, Jin, where did you pick up this person? Why is he wearing a mask?" A lecherous man cast a disgusting gaze over Jiu Lan Feng's slender figure, leering at the two as if Jiu Lan Feng were Jin's plaything. Bang! The gunshot reverberated through the noisy bar, and the establishment fell silent except for the music. The lecherous man collapsed to the ground, clutching his abdomen, howling in agony. Bring someone for the assessment, suppress your wicked thoughts, or I will not hesitate to change the person in charge. This individual had entered based on the abilities of Codename members. As an external head, you are not one to provoke. Do not forget, Codename members can kill you without consequence. Jin's words, laden with murderous intent, echoed in the lecherous man's ears. With great effort, the lecherous man struggled to rise, neglecting to bandage his wounds, hastily arranging for Jiu Lan Feng's assessment. He never anticipated that Jin would bring someone to partake in the external member's assessment. Jin, being a high-ranking member, could easily bring someone to be assessed among the Codename members. This shabby establishment could not accommodate such formidable presences. The assessment for external members is rather straightforward. One must possess the requisite skills and a specialty. As for whether one is subsequently selected by the action team or intelligence team, that is no longer the concern of the external member's leader. Jiu Lan Feng, still seething from the earlier provocation by the individual in charge, did not hold back in his attack, leaving several assessors with multiple fractures, unable to rise from the ground. Does this count as passing? Jiu Lan Feng's gaze swept over the lecherous man, a murderous aura enveloping him. The lecherous man, disregarding his bleeding abdomen, forced a smile, trembling as he replied, "If there's still one specialty to know." Jiu Lan Feng raised an eyebrow, snatching the gun from Jin's hand, aiming it squarely at the lecherous man. A cold smirk playing on his lips. The specialty, you say? My aim is quite accurate. Let me see where I should shoot. Perhaps the head, the heart, or... The gun aimed at the lecherous man's groin, prompting him to plead desperately. And no, please, I've passed. This is proof of passing the assessment. You all should leave quickly. Where did this devil come from? I'm trash. Also, your blood reeks. Jiu Lan Feng spun the gun before tossing it back to Jin. Receiving the proof and gazing at Jin, the prior menacing aura dissipating in an instant. The lecherous man shuddered, mistakenly believing that Jiu Lan Feng was merely repulsed by his earlier behavior, unaware that Jiu Lan Feng spoke the truth. Let's go. There are other assessments to complete. Jin nodded, turning to leave, with Jiu Lan Feng following closely behind, casting one last lingering look at the lecherous man sprawled on the ground. The lecherous man trembled at the sight of those reddish-brown eyes, his pants gradually becoming damp. Once they had distanced themselves, Jiu Lan Feng took a deep breath of fresh air, removing the mask and retracting his disguise ability. His reddish-brown eyes transformed back to icy blue, and his short white hair gradually lengthened to waist length. This ability not at risk of being discovered. Jiu Lan Feng shook his head, explaining, "Not at all. This is a natural disguise that pure bloods possess, allowing them to control their pupil-colored AS for hair length. Vampires can grow their hair at will. However, pure bloods typically refrain from disguising themselves, as that is an intrinsic pride. Moreover, with the mask gifted by my brother, employing a disguise or sensing ability will not be detected. However, telekinetic manipulation would not be possible. Such a scenario is quite acceptable. You remain concealed within the organization, rendering it improbable for others to discern your true appearance. However, the white hair is rather conspicuous. Could you not consider changing its color? My elder brother may be able to do so, but I cannot. The white hair is a consequence of this body having endured an assault while in the womb, resulting in inherent deficiencies from birth. Were it not I occupying this body presently, anyone else inhabiting it would inevitably become frail and incapable of movement." Jiu Lan Feng shook his head. His congenital limitations severely restricted many of his abilities, which was simply an unfortunate reality. Well then, let it be. However, once this matter concludes, will you return to your original body? Jinjiu was curious about this aspect. No. After the progenitor switches bodies, they gradually revert to their original appearance. Thus, my present visage resembles the original, and the same applies to my brother. However, once everything is over, I shall likely return to exchange my blood, for that will be the true essence of myself. Moreover, the progenitor's body has been dormant for so long that its physiological functions are inferior to that of this inherently flawed body, that we are no longer in the age of the progenitor. In fact, the progenitor's body is less functional than that of a pure blood. Vodka, you are tasked with evaluating this individual. Upon passing the assessment, they may apply for assignment to codename missions. Jiu guided Jiu Lan Feng to the evaluation area of the action team, instructing Vodka to serve as the examiner. With no other tasks at hand, many members of the action team gathered to spectate. Big brother, is this person truly part of the action team? Are they not from the intelligence team? They appear rather frail. Vodka scrutinized Jiu Lan Feng, uncertain if he truly wanted to engage him in combat. Furthermore, his speed is astonishing. He is applying for codename missions immediately after the assessment. Is there no probationary period required? Vodka, why are you so hesitant? Either you proceed or I shall take over. It is merely an assessment. If they do not pass, they can be sent back to the periphery without issue. Enough with the excessive chatter. Ireland took a sip of his drink, provocatively eyeing Vodka. Just this fragile-looking individual. Let us swiftly conclude the assessment and send them back. No need for all this fuss. Quit the idle talk. You've been instructed to conduct the assessment. So why all the superfluous words? Jiu cast a sidelong glance at Vodka, hoping this little vampire would not inadvertently leak any intelligence. Will he get hurt? Jiu Lan Feng expressed concern about potentially harming Vodka, knowing that this individual frequently undertook missions alongside Jiu. Only Jiu among those present comprehended Jiu Lan Feng's intentions, while the others began to mock him. Jiu waved his hand, offering a reminder to be gentle and not to cause any harm. His original intent was to caution Jiu Lan Feng against severely injuring Vodka, but Vodka misconstrued it as a directive to avoid harming the examiner. Vodka privately speculated about the relationship between his elder brother and the masked individual, consequently moderating his approach. Haven't you eaten? Is that the extent of your striking power? Once we finish, you ought to practice with me. Jiu remarked coldly. Didn't you tell me to go easy? Vodka looked at Jiu in confusion, not understanding why he was suddenly expected to engage in training. Jiu Lan Feng leapt in front of Vodka, delivering a punch to his face, shattering his sunglasses and drawing blood from his lip. Subsequently, Jiu Lan Feng afforded Vodka no opportunity to retaliate, circling around him and landing a flurry of punches until he finally jumped onto Vodka's back. Driving his knee down forcefully, Vodka collapsed to the ground, and Jiu Lan Feng stood triumphantly upon his back, grinning at Jiu. Does this count as passing? Does anyone else have objections? Ireland, didn't you just express a desire to test him? Jiu's gaze swept over those who had mocked, singling out the most vocal among them. No, you misheard me. Ireland, refusing to lose face, quickly backtracked. What a joke. He had witnessed Vodka's unfortunate state clearly. The speed exhibited could only be achieved by someone of such a slender build. However, the more alarming aspect of this masked individual was their considerable strength and high level of skill. Ireland was not confident he could defeat this newcomer who had just come from the periphery. Conan, Kiani, retrieve your sniper rifles. You shall oversee the next round of assessments. Jiu decided to introduce an additional evaluation. Lest this group of overly confident individuals continue to mock Jiu Lan Feng, he understood the mindset of these organization members well. Without their acknowledgement, even with backing, they would not show him proper respect. To mitigate future troubles, it was preferable for the little vampire to decisively subdue them all at once. Jiu Lan Feng blinked, tilting his head at Jiu. Wasn't he agreed that there would only be one assessment? An additional one has been added to prevent some from looking down on others. Jiu nodded at him, his tone softening slightly. All right, then. Jiu Lan Feng also picked up a sniper rifle, entering the simulation room. And upon grasping the firearm, he felt elated, as if he were soaring. Sniping, not to mention his vision as a vampire far exceeded that of ordinary humans. His shooting skills had been honed under the watchful eyes of Jiu and the Hunter Zero. And Jiu had personally taught him sniping. This was essentially a question with a guaranteed answer. Kiani and Conan failed at 650 yards, while Jiu Lan Feng ceased fire at 700 yards. Always mindful of Jiu's reminder to avoid drawing too much attention. From now on, he would be a member of the action team. Should anyone have objections, they could voice them, and further contests could substantiate his prowess. Jiu's gaze swept across the spectators, uttering a caution. The atmosphere fell silent. Even if this masked individual lacked strength in other aspects, these two abilities were sufficient for entry into the action team. After all, within the action team, Only Jinjiu was strong in both sniping and hand-to-hand combat. It appeared Jinjiu had recruited another like himself. Regarding your codename mission, this mobile device is to be used for receiving assignments. Jinjiu handed Jiu Lan Feng a phone, on which a mission had already been posted to others. This newcomer's progress seemed remarkably swift, yet in Jinjiu's eyes, it was far too slow. If not for the fear of others gossiping and upsetting the child, Jinjiu would have been disinclined to orchestrate all these matters. No one understood the true extent of his little vampire's abilities better than those who had grown up alongside him. Jiu Lan Feng accepted the phone, opening the mission details. Within mere seconds of his perusal, the information vanished. He cast a surprised glance at Jinjiu. Although he did not voice his query, Jinjiu had already surmised his thoughts. The mission information, upon reopening, was time-sensitive. Exceeding the allotted time would result in automatic deletion. It is imperative to complete your review within the specified time frame and retain the details of your task. Understood? Oh, okay. Jiu Lan Feng nodded, pocketing the phone. When do we commence the mission? Now. The sooner we conclude, the sooner we can disperse. However, no one will assist you with codename tasks. They must be completed independently, Jinjiu warned. Provide me with a sniper rifle, and I shall resolve this in a trice. Jiu Lan Feng also preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. Finishing swiftly meant returning home sooner. That it is merely a matter of taking a life. When he planned to accompany Jinjiu, he had already steeled himself for such actions. In his view, killing differed from biting. To kill was to extinguish a single life, whereas biting could result in the demise of many. However, Jinjiu feared he might struggle to accept this, and thus would filter out the deserving targets, leaving the remainder for Jinjiu to handle. In truth, Jiu Lan Feng was not as fragile as Jinjiu presumed. His reluctance to bite stemmed from a desire to prevent an increase in level E individuals at AS for killing. He bore no psychological burden. Vodka, are you dead? If not, go drive. Jinjiu glanced at Vodka, who lay despondently on the side, speaking with mild disdain. Understood, big brother. Vodka promptly rose, suppressing his emotions, and headed to the parking lot to fetch the car. He could hardly fathom how someone appearing so frail could possess such strength. During the assessment, he had distinctly sensed an aura from this newcomer akin to that of his elder brother. Upon reaching the destination, Jiu Lan Feng, clutching the sniper rifle, ascended to the rooftop alone. Jinjiu, through the scope, focused on Jiu Lan Feng's target, patiently awaiting the completion of his mission. Jinjiu did not have to wait long. The target was struck in the head and collapsed lifelessly. After tossing the binoculars to Vodka, he gazed at the passage leading to the rooftop, anticipating Jiu Lan Feng's descent. A figure bearing a sniper rifle bounded down the passageway. Upon spotting Jinjiu, Jiu Lan Feng instinctively desired to leap forward, habitually seeking his praise. However, he was halted by Jinjiu's gaze. Resigned, Jiu Lan Feng tossed the rifle to Jinjiu and pouted as he climbed into the car. That was swift. In less than 5 minutes, Vodka was astonished to see Jiu Lan Feng resolve the task objective. Wasn't it merely a matter of taking a life? The target had appeared. Why delay its resolution? Why squander precious time? Jiu Lan Feng was perplexed by Vodka's astonishment. After all, the vampire's night vision capabilities were formidable, making it exceedingly easy to eliminate a person under the cover of darkness. Sensing Jiu Lan Feng's puzzlement, Vodka couldn't help but question his own competence. Why did such a daunting task sound so trivial when expressed by him? Jin's fingers danced across the keys of his phone. And shortly thereafter, he received a new communication. Task completed. Congratulations on becoming a member of the action group, codenamed Negrini. In April, when cherry blossoms bloomed in splendid profusion, the warm sunlight filtered through the leaves, intertwining with the delicate pink and pure white blossoms in a romantic display. Large clusters of petals cascaded down with the gentle breeze, creating a breathtaking cherry blossom rain, adorned with a blue sun hat. Jiu Lan Feng perched atop the suitcase of D, his face radiating a tender smile while playfully insisting that D push him along. The refreshing breeze tousled the long hair, cascading down his back. As falling cherry blossoms and fluttering white strands vied for attention, showcasing their ethereal grace. Reluctantly, D pushed the suitcase, glancing at the serene figure of Jiu Lan Feng, who appeared as if he had stepped out of a beautiful painting. As the years passed, the young vampire became increasingly striking. While it might seem odd to describe a man as beautiful, Jiu Lan Feng truly embodied the term. His waist-length white hair and finely sculpted features, though somewhat gentle, offered no ambiguity regarding his gender. A touch of gallantry mingled with his softness. Owing to his disposition, he often wore a gentle smile. Though lively around friends, he inherited a tender demeanor from his brother when interacting with outsiders, which perhaps explained the confessions he received from both boys and girls alike at school. Thankfully, our little Feng did not choose to attend the police academy with us. Otherwise, those ravenous young men would undoubtedly have driven him to distraction. As Zhu Fu Jingguang approached the vicinity of the police academy, he had already garnered envious glances, all directed at the little vampire who sat on the suitcase, turning to smile and converse with them. Just them. They are unworthy of our little Feng, that if this were to reach Heisei's ears, he would surely have words with you. Nonetheless, little Feng is growing ever more handsome. As a child, he was merely a cherubic bundle, and we had assumed he would evolve into an adorable type. Who could have anticipated that this cherubic figure would blossom into a beauty? 0. You and Jingguang are overly biased in your perceptions of me. We are all inherently refined in appearance, and my brother is quite handsome too. Jiu Lan Feng exhibited a classic lack of self-awareness. While noble and pure-blooded vampires often possess commendable looks, Jiu Lan Feng undoubtedly stood out among them. Even if he bore a resemblance to Jiu Lan Shu, it would never lead to confusion. One was gentle and handsome, while the other was gentle and beautiful. Indeed, our bias towards you is excessive. May I inquire what exactly brings you here? D continued in the vein of their conversation, teasing him in the process. I'm here to see you off to school. Every other child has someone to accompany them, so our little one deserves the same. Jiu Lan Feng's eyes crinkled in a smile, his gentle yet clear voice tinged with a familiar softness, as he looked at the two with conviction. Little one, you're the only child in your family. Please acknowledge your position, all right? And is this truly how you intend to send us off to school? By sitting on my suitcase and making me drag you along? D halted, observing the lazy Jiu Lan Feng, poking his forehead in exasperation. That I'm tired, and I dislike traversing under the sun. Keep pretending. The sun you detest is the blinding, scorching kind. This gentle morning sun. Who could possibly dislike it? D mercilessly exposed Jiu Lan Feng's feigned sentiments. Realizing his ruse had been uncovered, Jiu Lan Feng resorted to a tactic of endearment. 0. You're the best. I'm tired. Will you please pull me along? If you want tea, then you can forget about taking my luggage. D. How did it come to this? Why are you threatening me? Resigned, he resumed pulling the suitcase forward, occasionally glancing back to ensure Jiu Lan Feng was seated securely, evidently accustomed to this lifestyle and reveling in it. Hey, Xiao Zhun Ping. Those three seem to have a wonderful rapport, and the one sitting on the suitcase is remarkably exquisite. I've never encountered someone so refined before. A warm, magnetic voice drifted from beside the trio. Hagi, tone it down. That is a boy, not one of those girls from college. Did you not notice how the gazes of the two boys beside him seemed to be daggers aimed at you after you made that comment? Jiu Lan Feng tilted his head, extending it from beside D to curiously observe the two young men. Upon sensing the goodwill emanating from the one who had just complimented him, Jiu Lan Feng shyly smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Noticing the restless child atop the suitcase acting foolishly, D reached out, gently redirecting his head back, his expression serious. If I take my eyes off you for a moment, you'll act foolishly and smile at strangers. It's only a matter of time before someone lures you away. Not a chance, 0. I sensed their aura was friendly, so there is no risk of being led astray. No one can deceive me. The clear, ice-blue pupils reflected D's figure as he regarded the Navi, Jiu Lan Feng, who relied solely on his instincts to discern the nature of others, leaving D deeply unsettled. Here we go again. You need to tone it down, Xiao Feng. Hero and I will be at the police academy for half a year, and without anyone watching over you. Stay close to Heisei, and don't wander off alone, lest you be taken away. After all these years, you remain blissfully ignorant. 0. You shouldn't always disparage Xiao Feng's naivety. That is simply his nature. Besides, you and Heisei have protected him like a precious gem. How could he not be innocent? Don't you find his simplicity endearing? Zhu Fu Jingguang revealed the inner thoughts of his childhood friend, a truly prideful fellow, though he often criticized Xiao Feng for being foolish. He was undoubtedly fond of him. Hero, have a little respect for me, Di gritted his teeth as he glanced at Zhu Fu Jingguang. Affection is one thing, but concern is another. They cannot be conflated. Here we go again. The familiar dynamic of Zero's tough exterior and soft heart reemerged. Jiu Lan Feng chuckled, unfazed by Di's remarks about his foolishness. Over the years, he had heard this sentiment uttered countless times. Yet whenever he sought assistance, Di would always respond patiently, exemplifying a unique bond of care exclusive to their relationship. Xiao Feng, I advise you to quiet down, or I'll toss you on a hero-esque suitcase. I was wrong. Sitting on Jingguang's suitcase is uncomfortable. It's too small, and I might fall off if I'm not careful. Jiu Lan Feng clasped his hands in a gesture of surrender. After all, only Zero would go to such lengths to ensure he could sit comfortably, even switching to a larger suitcase for his sake. Zhu Fu Jingguang mercilessly mocked his childhood friend. No way, Xiao Zhenping. I must get to know them. Their interactions are too delightful. A youth with shoulder-length, sleek black hair discarded his suitcase and approached Jiu Lan Feng and his companions. Hello there. Do you mind if I introduce myself? I am Hajiwara Kenji, a new student at the police academy. His charming, violet eyes sparkled with mirth as he regarded the trio. Jiu Lan Feng scrutinized the newcomer, noting his tall, slender stature and handsome features complemented by a pair of flirtatious, peach blossom-like eyes. He emanated the essence of a charming rogue. Yet from him, Jiu Lan Feng perceived only friendliness and warmth, traits that seemed incongruous with his appearance. Jiu Lan Feng had always relied on his unique perception rather than mere appearances to judge others. After all, the world is rife with individuals who present a false front. Greetings. I am Jiu Lan Feng. This is Di, and the gentleman beside me is Zhu Fu Jingguang. They are new students at the police academy this year, and I am here to see them off. Noticing that the individual named before him harbored no malicious intent, and that he would subsequently become a classmate of and the others, amiably introduced his companions, observing the candid demeanor of, even though he was aware that this fellow had sensed no ill will emanating from him. He could not help but lightly tap his head. Ouch, that hurts. What was that for? Complained, cradling his head and looking at with a sense of grievance. This is to teach you a lesson. Do not divulge everything upon merely meeting someone. Is bullying me, lamented pitifully to, suppressing a laugh, suggested, perhaps you could go back and have deal with him. I cannot take him on. All right, I will also mention what transpired today, particularly how someone naively introduced himself to a stranger. And I was taken down. This little ancestor is not to expect my favor. I was wrong. Please don't be angry, gently coaxed. Endowed with exceptional insight, easily discerned that the youth named possessed a rather innocent disposition. It was precisely because of this quality that appeared so concerned, for had it been himself, he might have shared the same worry. Gi. A voice, languid yet tinged with irritation, emanated from behind. Oh no. Suddenly recalled what he had forgotten. He had left a childhood friend behind. This time, it was truly unfortunate that my apologies, said with an apologetic smile as he acknowledges. You can carry your own suitcase, that a person tossed the suitcase into his hands and stood to the side. Arms crossed, visibly displeased. Yes, I will carry it myself. Nodded, accepting the suitcase. Allow me to introduce you. This is their new students at the police academy, just like us at AS4. Where is he? Began to introduce the youth beside him, only to suddenly realize one was missing. The moment's irritation surfaced, had stealthily utilized telekinesis to position himself and his suitcase behind. Hidden from view. I'm here, he quietly responded, peeking out from behind upon hearing's inquiry. Realizing the situation, stepped forward and explained to, and the others, my apologies, is a bit reserved. When your friend approached him in an agitated manner, he chose to hide, understood that was not genuinely shy. He had likely sensed something amiss and allowed his imagination to run wild. I apologize. This fellow is, though he may seem somewhat carefree and quick to anger, he is quite amiable. His earlier outburst was merely due to my abandoning him. And I did not intend to frighten you. You should apologize, sorry. Upon observing the delicate and seemingly timid youth before him, found it difficult to maintain his anger. After all, the source of his ire was his. not the individual who stood before him. Why does he seem so soft? Would he really not be bullied? No worries. My name is. Your friend has already introduced me to the two individuals beside me. It was not your fault. It was my own nature that caused the misunderstanding. That I understand you harbor no ill will. As he gazed at, hesitated to voice his discoveries, believing he had concealed his emotions well. But he had already been seen through by his friends and the newly acquainted, before long, used the excuse of tidying up their dormitory to depart with. After their exit, inquired of what he had sensed earlier that led him to hide behind his back. With a pursed lip, finally spoke, that little curly-haired one. I sensed feelings of disdain from him, which is why I assumed he disliked his friend speaking with us, prompting me to retreat. And then, when you greeted him, you mentioned he had no malice. Was your perception erroneous or merely incomplete? Questioned. Incomplete. His disdain was not directed at us or anyone else. It was aimed at this police academy, or perhaps at all police officers. Correct? Continued from statement. Yes, you guessed correctly. I initially thought I had misjudged, but during our conversation, I carefully sensed again, and the result remained unchanged. Yet there was a hint of awkwardness within it. I assented it strange. Why would someone who despises police officers come to a police academy? You humans are truly peculiar. That is a personal matter. You have invaded his privacy by sensing his emotions without his consent. Not everyone wishes for others to know their thoughts. Do you understand? Intended to ruffle his hair, but upon seeing the hat, opted instead to pinch his cheeks. However, I cannot turn it off. This auxiliary ability allows me to perceive as long as I am within range. Ever since ancient times, this ability has been somewhat uncontrollable, always unconsciously sensing the thoughts of others that, of course, if I wish to know someone's emotions in greater detail, I can, but I cannot disable it. It is merely a talent. That lowered his head, feeling somewhat aggrieved. He did not intend to infringe upon anyone's privacy. It was just that he truly could not block it as long as he was within a certain proximity. He could sense it. Realizing he had inadvertently brought up events from ancient times, wished he could slap himself. I apologize. That was not my intention. Lifted his head, displaying a broad smile as he reassured him. You need not explain. I understand your intent. That I acknowledge my mistake. That in the future, even if I sense something I do not comprehend, I shall not actively probe. Apart from the emotions I receive passively, I will not initiate any sensing. That cannot be the case. Whenever you perceive malice or any distasteful thoughts directed at you, you should delve deeper. If you find it unbearable, you may simply resolve the matter directly. Just remember, do not leave any room for those who harbor ill will towards you to be as decisive as you were when dealing with level E. Understand? Feared this innocent child might suffer due to his words, hastily imparting another method of handling such situations. Yes, I understand. You can rest assured. Obediently nodded. Meanwhile, the three were discussing, while the two who had walked away were curious about the youth named. Hey, what did your abnormal insight discern this time? You suddenly pulled me away. It was evident that the three had private matters to discuss, and they certainly did not wish to intrude. What else? Did not believe had only noticed that much. That child named, did you also perceive it? He seems a bit overly innocent. Recalled the small face that peeked out from behind others and responded. Not just that, it appears he possesses an exceptional sensitivity to the emotions of others. Articulated his findings. How so? Let me ask you. If you did not know me and approached that child simply because you found him attractive, what would your first reaction be? A dandy, romantic, untrustworthy, and I would likely throw a punch your way to make you tone down that frivolous demeanor. Had longed to critique his personality and had finally found the opportunity to twitch his lips in resignation, gazing at him. You have been wanting to say that for a while. Haven't you? Indeed. Now let us get to the point. Urged. Yes, you see, if you feel that way, others likely do too. Yet, that child clearly sensed I'm not that kind of person. He even stated that I harbored no ill will, voluntarily introduced himself, and shared information about his friends. Moreover, his two companions evidently trust him greatly. Even though expressed irritation towards me, he did not intervene. What further confirmed my thoughts was that when you approached me in anger, he chose to hide away. Do you remember what he said? Hajiwara Kenji inquired. Is it that phrase? I know you mean no harm. It is my issue, he nodded slightly. The child behind you seemed to struggle with his words. attempting to express something, yet hesitating repeatedly, that I surmised that his two companions had sensed the same, which is why I made an excuse to depart, allowing them some space. Otherwise, that child would have suffocated in his silence. He is truly a pure-hearted boy, a rarity in today's society. Hagi, do you think he's figured something out? You must have guessed it, right, Matsuda? Surely not. That would be quite alarming. However, to be able to discern another's emotions is indeed impressive. Matsuda's eyes widened in astonishment, clearly taken aback that someone had seen through him before even entering the police academy. It is likely the opposite of what you might think. That child, due to such sensitivity, has likely endured considerable hardship. Matsuda, not everyone possesses a heart as untainted as yours. In other words, if you can be attuned to various emotions, disgust, nausea, fear, jealousy, and other negative sentiments, how would you react? Hagiwara furrowed his brow. Allowing his imagination to wander, wouldn't one want to end their life? That would be exceedingly burdensome. If this is the case, then the reason his two friends are concerned for him becomes apparent. However, all of this is merely conjecture. Who can say for certain? Perhaps you are simply overthinking it, Hagi. That child is indeed sensitive, but as you mentioned, the ability to perceive specifics seems a bit far-fetched. Well, regardless, we are alumni, and if fortune smiles upon us, perhaps we will be classmates. I genuinely wish to befriend them. Hagiwara's fingers stroked his chin as he murmured to himself, "You're at it again." Matsuda said, rubbing his forehead, impressed by his childhood friend's social skills. Beneath the cherry trees of the police academy at midnight, the sounds of a scuffle gradually emerged. The two were throwing punches at each other's faces, entangled in a fierce brawl, only to separate and reveal their identities. It was Akira and Matsuda, who had clashed since their first day of school. Their mutual disdain had led to this confrontation. Determined to settle the score tonight, Akira had enhanced his physique. To avoid bullying and to fit in, he restrained his strength to match Matsuda's level. Even so, Akira's combat skills, honed under the guidance of Jin since childhood, were evident, leaving Matsuda with a bloodied lip. Nevertheless, Matsuda held his own, managing to inflict injuries upon the restrained Akira. Who would have thought that someone could still stand after taking my punches? Akira paused, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he regarded Matsuda. Matsuda wiped the blood from his mouth, spat out a dislodged tooth, and with a serious expression in his indigo eyes, began to confront the freshman representative who had spoken at the entrance ceremony. "This should be my line, you blonde brat." With that, he launched another attack, and Akira, unwilling to back down, retaliated, their fists once again colliding with one another's faces. "I don't know what exactly it is you find so intolerable about me, but I assure you, I am determined to become a police officer. Only then can I confront those who make deals with vampires. Don't even think about stopping me." Akira glared at Matsuda, resolute that no one could deter them from protecting Kuran Keru in their own way. "Indeed, it is that Navi enthusiasm for the police that irks me. Don't you realize that? Are you out of your mind? When did I ever say I like the police? My ambition to become one has nothing to do with my affections. Who decided that one must love the police to enter the academy? By your logic, why are you here?" Akira finally pinpointed the crux of the matter, clearly baffled by this rationale. Yet, it indirectly affirmed that Kuran Keru's intuition had not been mistaken. This Matsuda truly harbored a disdain for the police, that if he despises them so much, why then pursue a career as one? But what does that have to do with me? It's not like I instigated trouble. A crisp voice laced with annoyance echoed from above the two. Upon hearing this familiar tone, one individual froze, casting a fierce glare at Matsuda before sighing in resignation. This was Dyer. He had even forgotten to call Akira by his nickname, and now he felt he was in deep trouble because of Matsuda. Matsuda also heard the voice and looked up to see a figure clad in a vibrant red kimono, her long white hair fluttering in the wind. The delicate features that had exuded warmth on the day of the entrance ceremony were replaced by an expression of sternness. Kuran Keru sat perched on a branch, swinging her legs and casting a discontented glance at Akira. With a resigned sigh, Matsuda approached the tree, arms outstretched, and said, "Ko, let us talk." Aware that there were others present, Keru opted not to leap to the ground. Instead, she jumped into Akira's embrace the moment he caught her. He stumbled back 2 steps, though her expression remained unyielding. What brings you here? I went to retrieve something. Why brother Wu Ti let me return, but he arranged a meeting place to deliver it. I also took the opportunity to clean up some trash nearby. Kiru produced a small box from her pocket, shook it slightly, and then tucked it away again. Akira recognized that she had sneaked out to eliminate level E foes. And as for how she had tracked him down, it was likely due to her familiarity with their blood scent. I'm sorry, in moments like this, why not admit fault? Akira willingly took responsibility, knowing that otherwise, it would only lead to further trouble later. Kiru shot him a glance, ignoring his apology, and instead turned her attention to Matsuda. Donning a gentle smile, once more that I apologize. Akira can be a bit temperamental. Please bear with us. Faced with such politeness, even Matsuda, who usually exuded a carefree demeanor, could not let Kira lose face that he waved dismissively. It's my fault for not understanding the situation. It was my choice to engage. But I must admit, I find it surprising how similar this fellow's temperament is to mine. Indeed, now that I've set aside the issue of his obsession with the police, you're starting to look rather agreeable. The last comment was directed at Akira, who said you looked agreeable to me. If it weren't for Kira suddenly appearing, you would have seen what I would do to you. Akira, you went behind my back to fight and ended up injured? I haven't even settled the score with you yet. All right, I'll be quiet. Witnessing the banter between the two, Matsuda couldn't help but chuckled out on the day of their entrance. He had thought Kira was at the bottom of the social hierarchy. It turned out she was at the top. Let us go. It's unsafe outside at this hour, and both of you are injured. I'll escort you back to the dormitory. Matsuda looked at Kiru in confusion. Logically, he and Akira should be the ones protecting her, so why was it reversed? However, seeing Akira obediently following Kiru, he decided not to question it and simply joined them. During their walk, Matsuda noticed Kiru suddenly glance in a certain direction. He followed her gaze but saw nothing amiss, leaving him to suppress his curiosity. Kiru was aware of Matsuda's bewilderment but chose not to elaborate. Instead, she merely smiled and urged him to leave quickly, assuring him that all was well. Meanwhile, Akira's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated that they would truly attract attention. Thankfully, he always carried weapons with him. Even without Kiru, he wouldn't allow any incidents to occur. Though it would be a hassle afterward, you need to apply medication before heading back. Upon reaching the entrance of Akira's dormitory, Kiru turned to ask, "There's medication in the dorm. I'll be leaving now." With that, Matsuda entered the room diagonally opposite. Kiru pulled Akira inside, preparing to use her abilities to heal his wounds when she was halted. That guy Matsuda knows I'm injured. If he discovers my wounds have healed, with his level of sensitivity, he will definitely figure something out. Did you not notice that he sensed your use of psychic abilities just now? And you still dare to complain? Sneaking out to fight in the middle of the night is reckless enough. But breaking things? You know full well that it's during these hours that those individuals are most active. Jiu Lan Feng sat upon the bed, observing the flustered Ryo Takaguchi rummaging through a first aid kit in search of band-aids, and complained, "That guy's been incessantly provoking me. This matter of not keeping our appointment is far from over, and rest assured, I am armed." With a sigh, she added, "Honestly, have you found any yet, you fool?" Jiu Lan Feng leapt from the bed to join the search for the elusive band-aids. "Stop looking. They must be all used up that I'll go fetch some from Hero. Care to join?" "Of course," came the reply. "Who on earth are you?" she exclaimed, glancing at the clock. "It's 2 a.m. Zhu Fu Ke Guang glanced at the time before descending from his bed to open the door, upon seeing the two figures squatting at his doorstep. He briefly questioned whether he was still at the Police Academy .0. And, "Little Feng? My apologies, Hero, I've run out of band-aids that, if you have any, could you spare me a few? What happened to your injuries?" "Someone came looking for trouble, and we ended up in a fight." Jiu Lan Feng pouted and reported to Zhu Fu Ke Guang. "This fool got into a brawl with that curly-haired guy we met the other day. Honestly, the blood even attracted level. Seems you had quite the beating, didn't you? Did you hold back too much? Do you think you could reconcile with the person you fought?" "Ha! Are you joking? All right, you two stay put in my room while I retrieve the medical kit from the infirmary." Zhu Fu Ke Guang patted Ryo Takaguchi on the shoulder before departing. "Hey, Zero, don't you want to befriend that little curly-haired fellow? But your heart doesn't seem to agree. You little brat. How dare you intrude upon my feelings? You've misread me. I have no desire to be friends with that guy." Ryo Takaguchi retorted defiantly, pinching Jiu Lan Feng's face. All right, perhaps I misread, observing her steadfastly denying friend. Jiu Lan Feng could only nod in agreement. Formation, 3 columns, class Gizuka. Attention! The command echoed from a tall figure within the ranks. Hajiwara Kenji stifled a yawn, appearing to be still in a daze. What S with your faces? Takaguchi and Matsuda. Gizuka Hachizo, the class instructor, inquired, noticing the injuries on the two. Don't want to know. Matsuda Jinpei replied lazily. Well, go ahead, enlighten me. Gizuka Hachizo stepped forward, his gaze imposing. Report. Last night my room was infested with cockroaches, and they helped me deal with them. They got so carried away that they accidentally bumped their heads on the table, resulting in quite a bit of suffering. The class leader, Idako, woefully fabricated a story to shield the two from the truth of their fight. I see, but this... Before Gizuka Hachizo could finish, Idako interrupted respectfully. In any case, since school property has been damaged, punishment must ensue. Therefore, let SF class Gizuka run an extra lap around the track. Move out. All right. Idako signaled to the two, and Ryo Takaguchi and Matsuda Jinpei promptly led the charge. Hey! Gizuka Hachizo called out in vain as they ignored him completely. All present, form 2 columns and depart. Wait a moment, I haven't finished speaking. Unfortunately, the two fighters had already sprinted far behind Idako. Hey Jinpei, what happened to your face? Such a handsome visage should not be squandered. Hajiwara Kenji caught up with his childhood friend with a grin. You sure do talk a lot. Not to mention you lost a tooth in the fight. It's quite amusing, he continued, but you know Takaguchi is quite formidable. After all, Jinpei, you've undergone training from your father, a professional boxer. Hajiwara Kenji marveled, unaware of Ryo Takaguchi's true strength, nor that he had been training and getting beaten under a particularly rigorous master for 14 years, by the way. Who ended up winning between you two? Hajiwara Kenji inquired, still curious. Humph, that would be me. The two who had just fought responded in unison, casting disdainful glances at each other afterward. Have you taken too hard a hit last night? Jinpei, is your brain all scrambled? Matsuda Jinpei shot an annoyed look at Ryo Takaguchi. ISNT that you. Besides, had it not been for Little Feng's sudden appearance, who knows who would have been left on the ground? What did you say? The two immature boys began to shove and jostle each other in the formation. I must say, though I'm unaware of what transpired between you two, you absolutely must include me next time. Idako interjected as he linked arms with the quarreling duo. Hey, what are you two doing? Focus on your run, understood? Gizuka Hachizo could no longer hold back a reprimand at the unruly group. Gizuka-sensei, it seems your class has attracted quite the troublesome students, and in a single swoop, no less, another instructor approached, glancing at Ryo Takaguchi and his companions, unable to suppress a comment. Gizuka Hachizo sighed. I have truly been unfortunate of late. Each of them presents a unique challenge. Ryo Takaguchi excelled in all subjects, having entered the academy with the best results since its establishment, serving as the student representative. Yet his overly earnest nature and conspicuous hair led to constant friction with his peers. Zhu Fu's older brother was an exemplary policeman from Nagano Prefecture, and he himself was quite capable. However, he had yet to emerge from the shadow of his parents' case, burdened by heavy convictions. Idako, second only to Ryo Takaguchi in overall ability, possessed remarkable leadership qualities, yet the resignation of his father from the police force had impacted him greatly. Meanwhile, Hajiwara displayed sharp perceptiveness and exceptional social skills, though he only utilized such talents in dealings with women. As for Matsuda, his outstanding academic and practical skills, along with a high level of expertise, compensated for his deficiencies in interviews, yet his self-centered demeanor remained a significant flaw. My future days will surely be challenging, Gizuka Hachizo lamented to the nearby instructor. By the way, did you return him? Matsuda Jinpei inquired. The academy operates under a closed system during school hours. Are you referring to Little Feng? He is currently asleep in Zero's dorm. He won't be waking up at this hour. Zhu Fu Ke Guang replied. Indeed, he was correct. Jiu Lan Feng lay curled up under a blanket, blissfully slumbering. That guy won't rise until he's well rested. Besides, there's no inspection today, so let him be, Ryo Takaguchi added. Are you saying Little Feng came by yesterday? Jinpei, have you seen him? He arrived in the middle of the night, pulled me and this guy apart, and then he just stayed. Say, Hajiwara, little Feng has only met you once. You're quite forward, aren't you? Ryo Takaguchi harbored a mild dislike for Hajiwara Kenji's familiarity with Jiu Lan Feng. Even though he knew there were no ulterior motives, the way Hajiwara approached Jiu Lan Feng upon his arrival left a significant dent in Ryo Takaguchi's impression of him, that I assure you. I mean no harm that if I were him, and had such an innocent child around, I would protect her even more fiercely than Takaguchi does. Hajiwara Kenji expressed understanding, his interest in Jiu Lan Feng stemming from an appreciation of beauty, a yearning for innocence, and a hint of curiosity. For someone he had only just met, Hajiwara Kenji had made character judgments based solely on superficial appearances, yet this very aspect made him eager to befriend her. Who are you all talking about? Idako, bewildered by the conversation among the four, inquired. Friends of Takaguchi and Zhu Fu that we met on the day of enrollment. He has quite an endearing child. Didn't you notice how Takaguchi and Zhu Fu protect him like a precious jewel? Kenji Hajiwara explained with a smile. Wataru Date nodded in understanding, then cautioned the two, you both need to be careful not to let the instructor notice any outsiders. Otherwise, Instructor Onizuka will surely find an excuse to punish you. We are aware, Kajimitsu Jubin said with a wry smile. Who could possibly stop Xiaofeng? Just by observing how he lingered in the Zero dormitory yesterday, it was clear that Kurosawa was busy again. It seemed that for the next few days, both his and Zero's dormitory would be occupied by that little rascal. Fortunately, the little fellow had some sense and wouldn't show up in front of others haphazardly. With no inspections recently, it was unlikely he would be discovered. Here, this is the chicken and egg stir-fry set you ordered, with a small portion of rice, right? The cafeteria lady handed the lunch to Kajimitsu Jubin. Thank you, he replied, holding the meal while scanning the cafeteria for his target before heading straight towards it. Hey, are you sure you want to sit here? Akihiro Matsuda asked, his mouth full of rice. Raising his head to mumble. Hey, this spot is empty. I assent it. Kajimitsu Jubin took a seat, glancing at the one item he had forgotten to take. Here, a dark claw handed him a cup of water. I notice you've been daydreaming a lot lately. Thanks. Kajimitsu Jubin smiled in gratitude as he looked up. Why are you sitting here too? Akihiro Matsuda shot an annoyed glance at the person opposite him. Zero Shizuku. This seat is empty. I assent it? Ah, I'm so hungry. Wataru Date said as he walked past a few seats, but eventually decided to sit down that I want to eat this. You can have it. Class leader Date. Kajimitsu Jubin offered a side dish from his set to Wataru. Then aren't you having it? Wataru asked. Not really. I don't have much appetite right now. Then I want to hold back. By the way, where did that sauce bottle on this table go? Kenji Hajiwara approached the table with his lunch. Here, ISNT mixing condiment your forte. Wataru handed the sauce bottle to Kenji. Kenji took the bottle, explaining apologetically, oh dear, but all the bottles on the other tables are empty. Thank you. How do you plan to bring food back to the dorm? Akihiro Matsuda inquired, observing the two as they ate. Xiaofeng might not even wake up. If he does, he has his own food. He doesn't like what we eat, Zero explained. The picky eater, Conan Feng, would at most eat a few dishes made by the three of them. As for the rest, he wouldn't even try, constantly complaining about the taste of blood tablets and ultimately relying on them to satisfy his cravings. That I say, what made you change your mind so suddenly in class just now? Akihiro Matsuda lifted his head to glance at Zero. If I recall correctly, you used to despise the police, didn't you? Are you one of those people who say one thing and mean another? Just as Zero was conversing with Akihiro Matsuda, he was jostled from behind, causing his chopsticks to clatter to the floor. Which blonde in the police academy is that? Forget about it. Two men intentionally bumped into Zero as they passed by. Upon waking, Conan Feng stealthily approached them and chanced upon this scene, fury welling up within him. His eyes glowed red as he unleashed his wrath, causing the utensils in the hands of the two men who had just bumped into Zero to shatter into pieces. No, my thoughts haven't changed. The police can go to hell. While Zero was listening to Akihiro Matsuda's reply, the sound of breaking utensils caught his attention, and he turned to see the two men ashtrays littered with fragmented tableware. He exchanged a knowing glance with Kajimitsu Jubin and quickly excused himself. Sorry, we have matters to attend to. Please continue your meal. Hey Zero, Kajimitsu, are you full? Kenji Hajiwara asked, watching the two hurriedly leave that were full. Zero waved his hand dismissively, and after returning his tray, left the cafeteria with Kagemitsu Jubin, arriving beneath the cherry blossom tree. Those two are rather peculiar, Kenji Hagiwara mused while eating, reflecting on their recent behavior. Rather than the two being odd, it was more peculiar that the utensils of the two earlier were shattered without explanation. Was the quality of the police academy's utensils really that poor? Wataru Date eyed the crowd that had not yet dispersed, beginning to doubt the quality of his own utensils. Kenji Hagiwara's intuition told him that Zero and Kagemitsu must have known the reason behind the shattered trays. However, upon further reflection, he deemed it improbable, as such occurrences lacked scientific basis. Unable to comprehend the situation, Kenji abandoned his thoughts and focused on his lunch. In the future, Kenji would realize that he was merely one exaggerated imagination away from the answer. Just a leap of creative thought from the truth. Not long after the two settled under the cherry blossom tree, Jiu Feng dispelled his ability, leaning against the trunk with a sulky pout. "Oh, who has upset our little Feng?" Zero teased, aware of the reason for Jiu Feng's displeasure. "Why do they say such things about you? How can there be such people in the police academy? Aren't they supposed to be filled with a sense of justice? Why judge by appearances? What is wrong with having blonde hair? Who can choose their background? I have white hair, so what? Did I eat their rice? It is so annoying. Once Matsuda is back, I will definitely complain to him." A stream of complaints burst forth from him like a firecracker, and he seemed not yet satisfied, planning to report to Jin as well. Zero shook his head with a smile. Here we go again. After all these years, he had grown accustomed to the mockery from others, yet Jiu Feng was the only one still angry at such things. "Don't be upset, okay? It's not worth it, but they're being unreasonable. They'll all be police officers in the future, so why discriminate against others? Besides, they might not even be better than our Zero. How dare they mock him?" Even though Zero continually urged him not to take it to heart, Jiu Feng could not let it go. Throughout his life, Zero had endured countless taunts due to his mixed heritage. The first time Jiu Feng met Zero, he bore the scars from fights with other children. Hair color was not a choice he could make. It was most despicable to highlight the differences of others to assert one's own normalcy. "Zero, don't be angry. Their blood is tainted. You can see they are rotten to the core," Jiu Feng said. "When I taught them a lesson earlier, one of them accidentally got a cut on his face from the shards, which is why he spoke such nonsense. You shouldn't have brought it up. Now that you did, I want to teach you a lesson. Using abilities in public, have you lost your mind?" Zero pinched Jiu Feng's cheeks and pulled hard. "Ouch, I forgot for a moment. Zero, don't be angry. It was a mistake. Don't pull." All right, Zero. Xiao Feng knows he was wrong. "You've already made his cheeks red," Kagemitsu Jubin interjected, attempting to ease the tension. Seeing Jiu Feng's slightly flushed cheeks, Zero felt a pang of sympathy and gently rubbed them. "You better listen next time. Hero, you spoil him too much. You've turned him into a little brat. What did I say before? No using your abilities in front of outsiders. See if he listened?" In response to Zero's complaints, Kagemitsu merely smiled indulgently and gently advised, "You've already taught him a lesson." Xiao Feng didn't do it intentionally. A few words are enough. Shifting his tone, Kagemitsu's voice turned serious as he reminded Jiu Feng, "But remember, not all police officers are good or possess a sense of justice. Just as Zero and I entered the police academy, we didn't do it out of love for the profession. Don't be too one-sided in your judgments, understand?" "I get it. No wonder Xiao Wan hates the police so much." "I do too, of course. I don't mean you guys. I don't dislike Xiao Wan and his friends, and the one who was just with you guys didn't give me a bad feeling either." Jiu Feng suddenly realized that his list of dislikes was quite extensive and began to backtrack. This little performance amused the two watching him. He truly was a lively spirit. "Found it. It should be this one. Professional boxer Jotaro Matsuda arrested on suspicion of murder." Kirigane Zero ascended the internal network, seeking information about events that piqued his curiosity. Is it because of this incident that the little curly-haired one harbors a dislike for the police? Could there be a misunderstanding? Jiu Lan Feng perched at the very top of the shelf, swinging his legs while a lollipop lingered in his mouth that I said, "Little Feng, could you possibly come down to converse? It's rather tiring to look up at you from such a height." Kirigane Zero supported his forehead, gazing upward at the mischievous little vampire. "Oh dear, Zero, don't mind me. Just continue your search. If anyone were to come in while I'm up here, they wouldn't notice, thus sparing you any trouble. I've already noticed you, little Feng. What mischief are you and Zero up to at this late hour? Zhu Fu Jingguang stealthily entered the data room, standing behind Kurigane Zero, glancing at the information on the computer before elucidating for his two friends. That case was quite the sensation at the time. Hero, are you investigating Matsuda's father's incident? Indeed, I wish to understand why Matsuda harbors such animosity toward the police that, I say, Zero simply wishes to befriend the little curly-haired one. Yet he denies it, claiming mere curiosity. Jingguang, do you believe him? Jiu Lan Feng bit into the lollipop with a crunch, exposing Kurigane Zero's concealed thoughts. If you don't believe him, how can I? Zero has always been duplicitous. Yes, indeed, Zero is quite the tsundere. Zhu Fu, Jingguang, Jiu Lan Feng, have you two finished your playful banter? Kurigane Zero's forehead seemed to sprout an angry cross, casting a slightly threatening glance at his two friends. All right, I shall be silent. I never intended to truly provoke you, for it would be us who suffer the consequences. Zhu Fu Jingguang ceased his jesting and began clarifying matters for the two. I also inquired with Hajiwara, who is quite close to Matsuda, that he mentioned that Matsuda's father was wrongfully arrested. Wrongfully arrested? But if he was wrongfully apprehended, why isn't there an explanatory note in the records? Wouldn't that lead to misunderstandings for those who read the documents? People would inevitably whisper about the little curly-haired one. It's no wonder he detests the police, were I in his position. I would harbor the same feelings that Matsuda's father was a professional boxer. Upon returning from the gym, he witnessed two men fighting but chose to ignore it, as he was due to compete soon. However, the following day, one of the men's bodies was discovered. Eyewitnesses claimed to have seen Matsuda's father near the scene. Furthermore, the victim had ties to Matsuda's father, and since the individual died from blunt force trauma, the police arrested Matsuda's father. Eventually, the true culprit was apprehended, exonerating him, but he lost out on a significant match in the process, leading him to abandon boxing and succumb to alcoholism, becoming a drunkard. Zhu Fu Jingguang divulged all he knew to that S.Y. Matsuda holds such disdain for the police. Yet curiously, why does he still aspire to become one? Hearing the unfolding events, the rationale behind Matsuda's attendance at the police academy became increasingly perplexing. Unclear, Hajiwara also found it strange and could not fathom the reason. Zhu Fu Jingguang was equally uncertain regarding Matsuda Jinping's thoughts. Perhaps he seeks to vindicate his father? For instance, by tracking down the officer responsible for the wrongful arrest and exacting some form of retribution. Or perhaps even physically confronting him. It's not impossible that he might aspire to unseat that individual from their current position. After all these years, that person's rank should be considerable. Contemplating his own thoughts, Jiu Lan Feng wildly speculated on Matsuda Jinping's motivations for attending the police academy. If I were wronged, I certainly wouldn't let it go easily. Even if I didn't resort to murder, I wouldn't allow that person to have an easy time of it. One must pay for their transgressions. Wouldn't you agree? Why are you all staring at me like that? Noticing the identical shocked expressions on their faces. Jiu Lan Feng felt a twinge of guilt. Even if he couldn't quite comprehend why it's nothing. I just thought that the intelligence you displayed when you ran away from home has finally returned. Jingguang, you've been a bad influence on Zero. You should play with him less, that you're becoming increasingly unappealing. Jiu Lan Feng puffed out his cheeks, casting a resentful look at Zhu Fu Jingguang. Hero, perhaps little Feng has indeed hit the nail on the head, as he and Matsuda share a similar thought process, both preferring to be straightforward. Kurigane Zero chuckled in agreement with Jiu Lan Feng's assertion. What do you mean by straightforward? You all simply overthink things. Don't you tire yourselves out? If we didn't contemplate these matters, little Feng, you would inevitably be deceived. All right, come down now. We shall return to the dormitory. How long do you plan to linger here? Did that guy Kurizawa upset you? Not at all. He is away on a mission outside of Neon. I had initially intended to accompany him, but as a newcomer, I am not trusted yet, so I decided to come and visit you. Jiu Lan Feng spread his hands and jumped down from the shelf, his expression taking on a serious demeanor as he regarded them. Perhaps it's best to abandon the idea of becoming a police officer. I can't shake the feeling that this place is rather unreliable. Just look at how wrongful arrests can occur. Is it truly trustworthy? What does it matter? The personnel at the Metropolitan Police Department are of no concern to us as long as they don't impede our work. He cared little for who comprised the police force. As long as they did not obstruct his objectives. It's late. Let us head back. Patting Jiu Lan Feng on the head, he signaled for him to hide, then glanced at Zhu Fu Jingguang before preparing to depart. Zero, you and little Feng should leave first. I wish to stay a while longer. I have some matters to investigate. Zhu Fu Jingguang waved his hand, declining Kurigane Zero's suggestion. Very well, then return early. Kurigane Zero gripped Jiu Lan Feng's hand as they stood at the door, peering through the crack to catch sight of Zhu Fu Jingguang's face, which was etched with resentment. Sighing, he led Jiu Lan Feng back to the dormitory. Let Hero be. That matter is the one he wishes to avoid most. He needs to resolve it on his own. Shaking his head at Jiu Lan Feng, who desired to seek out Zhu Fu Jingguang. He disapproved of interrupting him at this time. I remember there is a pure blood ability that allows one to see past events. However, such abilities are taxing for vampires and rarely utilized. Perhaps I should consult my brother about it. Before he could finish, Kurigane Zero interrupted him. No, you must not involve yourself in such matters. Setting aside whether the pure blood you mentioned shares the same stance as your brother, anything that could expose your identity is strictly off limits. Hero would never agree to you exposing yourself on his account. All right then, if I can't assist, I suppose there is nothing more I can do. Observing his resolute friend, Jiu Lan Feng ultimately acquiesced. I will help Hero in searching for the true culprit. We shall find them in our own way. Trust us. All right? It seems I am unable to be of any help, like a useless burden. He pressed his lips tightly together, feeling a pang of guilt. As those around him labored for their own causes, he felt idle and ineffectual, stirring discomfort within Jiu Lan Feng. What are you saying? Kurigane Zero slapped him lightly on the head, frowning as he regarded him. You are the strongest among us. Without you, we would have perished countless times. How could we be in our current situation, still able to spare energy to deal with the vampires that assail us? Attacks from vampires are unpredictable. No one can guarantee they will always be fortunate enough to evade them. Even if bitten by a low-level vampire, one does not necessarily become a vampire, yet they will still suffer harm. Little Feng, what you provide us with is the ability to protect ourselves. How could you possibly be a burden? If you keep speaking nonsense, I truly will become angry. All right, Zero. You're far too serious. I was merely joking. Why take it so earnestly? I worry you might overthink it. Kurigane Zero sighed, gently tapping his head. The little fellow was both sensitive and troublesome. Wow. Thankfully shooting practice is in the afternoon. Otherwise, I would have missed it. Jiu Lan Feng transformed into a small white bird, perching on the chandelier. But yes, there was no space in the training area for him to settle. He could only shrink down and sit atop the chandelier. I could see this moment. Jiu Lan Feng felt an immense gratitude for the inherited abilities shared with his brother. Listen carefully. Everyone, in your hands, you hold the Sakura, a 5-shot revolver officially equipped by the Neon Police Force. This shooting test consists of 4 rounds, each with 5 shots. The best 2 rounds will be summed for the final score. A score below 70 rings is deemed unsatisfactory. Instructor Gazuka fixed his gaze on the students in his class and succinctly explained the assessment rules. A small white bird pecked at its feathers, its blue eyes darting around. After a moment's contemplation, it flew down from the chandelier, flapping its wings, and landed directly atop the police cap of Zero Down Guy. The little claws grasped at the cap before it settled down comfortably. Witnessing this familiar bird's antics, Zhu Fu Jingguang couldn't help but chuckle, extending a finger to poke its fluffy body while softly saying, "Be good, don't cause trouble." Hero, due to the bird's diminutive size and weight, Zero Down Guy remained oblivious to the tiny creature perched atop his head, casting a puzzled glance at Zhu Fu Jingguang. A mischievous little bird has landed on your head. Zero removed his cap and, noticing the familiar bird, gently tapped its beak before placing the cap back on. How did this bird get in? Who left the window open? Instructor Gazuka scrutinized the small bird on Zero's head, seeking the cause, attempting to shoo it away. Yet no matter how he tried to intimidate it, the bird remained unfazed, even leisurely preening its feathers. Gazuka Hachizo felt as though he had detected a hint of disdain in the bird's gaze, seeing that the bird refused to leave and insisted on lingering atop Zero's head. Instructor Gizuka ultimately relented. After all, could he truly hold a grudge against an animal? Observing Jiu Lan Feng's defiance against the instructor, Zhu Fu Jingguang turned his head away to hide his amusement. All 5 shots hit the bullseye. Impressive. Hajiwara Kenji remarked, eyeing the bullet holes in the target with admiration. Jiu Lan Feng rolled with pride. Of course, 0 is remarkable. After all, his shooting skills have been honed under the guidance of Jun and 0. And Jingguang is no slouch either. After all, failing to shoot accurately would mean missing the vital points of Vampire Point 0. Your shooting feels quite natural. But remember, there are always greater heights to reach. An individual surpassing you that I know he had never taken pride in his shooting scores. After all, throughout his life, he had been accompanied by 2 exceptionally skilled shooters. Without their guidance, he likely wouldn't have achieved such commendable results. Among your predecessors, there exists one who achieved a perfect score during his first trial, hitting all 80 shots. Truly a genius. Instructor Gizuka recounted about that prodigious predecessor. Hajiwara Kenji whistled in interest, yet Jiu Lan Feng grew displeased. In his eyes, 0 was the best, especially since he had only fired 5 shots. How could the instructor assume 0 wouldn't hit them all? The more he pondered, the more discontented he became, flapping his wings and flying straight toward Instructor Gizuka's face, scratching at it with his tiny claws, completely unrepentant. After all, he was merely an ignorant little bird. Who would argue with a bird? Thus, to the astonishment of onlookers, Instructor Gizuka found himself embroiled in a battle against the bird. Instructor, what have you done to provoke this little creature? Your face, huh? Hajiwara Kenji chuckled at the claw marks adorning Instructor Gizuka's face, while Matsuda Jinpei, who had been engrossed in studying the revolver, couldn't help but join in the laughter. Instructor, why bother squabbling with a bird? Zhu Fu Jingguang seized the opportunity to grasp Jiu Lan Feng, hiding him behind his back. Zhu Fu tossed the troublesome bird outside. Instructor Gizuka glowered at Zhu Fu Jingguang, demanding the immediate removal of the pestering bird. With a smile playing on his lips, Zhu Fu Jingguang approached the window, spreading his hands. Jiu Lan Feng took the chance to fly back to the chandelier, joyfully bouncing twice and letting out a triumphant chirp. Chirp, chirp, from now on. Ensure the windows are shut before entering the shooting training room. Otherwise, those responsible for cleaning will have to run laps. Ignoring the irate Instructor Gizuka, Jiu Lan Feng landed once more atop 0's cap. Under the instructor's murderous glare, 0 shrugged, claiming no responsibility for the situation. Instructor, the predecessor you mentioned, are they currently shining in the spotlight of the first investigation unit? As Dehang noticed the instructor's attention shifting to 0, he quickly diverted the topic to assist in easing 0's predicament. Hajiwara Kenji also gazed at the instructor with interest, clearly intrigued by that predecessor. Instructor Gizuka promptly forgot his earlier irritation, responding somewhat awkwardly, No, he has resigned and seems to have opened a detective agency in Mihua Town. After finishing his 5 shots, Matsuda Jinpei looked perplexedly at the revolver in his hand, frustrated that he couldn't hit a single target. Jiu Lan Feng tilted his head curiously, perching on Matsuda Jinpei's cap, his icy blue eyes fixated on the revolver. Possessing acute senses, he discerned that the sound of Matsuda's gunfire differed significantly from 0's, much more muted. What's wrong? Matsuda, are you struggling with shooting the brawler? Instructor Gizuka's voice carried a hint of schadenfreude. Are you sure this gun hasn't been dropped? Revolvers are notoriously fragile. Could it be that the cylinder alignment is faulty? Ignoring the instructor, Matsuda focused intently on the revolver, meticulously disassembling it. Stop with the excuses and shoot already. Seriously, why do you always find useless reasons? Instructor Gizuka dismissed Matsuda, turning to inspect the shooting results of other students. Watching Matsuda's nimble hands, Jiu Lan Feng's interest grew. This guy's dexterity is impressive. He disassembled it effortlessly. Hey, Matsuda. Sure enough, the cylinder alignment was indeed problematic. The barrel and cylinder axis were misaligned, explaining why he couldn't hit anything. Matsuda Jinpei suddenly produced a small pair of pliers from somewhere, reducing the revolver to a scattered heap. Sensing a surge of hostility, Jiu Lan Feng promptly flapped his wings and flew to a safe spot atop Zhu Fu Jingguang's head. Matsuda, put it back together immediately. Just stand there and reassemble it. Jiu Lan Feng's instincts proved correct as Instructor Gizuka, upon witnessing the disassembled gun, was understandably furious that, it seems this fellow's old habits have resurfaced. Hajiwara Kenji crossed his arms, chuckling helplessly. Has he done it again? Yes. Little Jinpei has an insatiable curiosity for disassembling things. Since childhood, anything that comes into his possession ends up in disarray. Thus, he possesses extensive knowledge of mechanics, especially explosives, while little curly hair is quite impressive. Jiu Lan Feng, perched atop Zhu Fu Jingguang, kept his gaze fixed on Matsuda Jinpei. Matsuda, why haven't you reassembled the gun yet? Instructor Gizuka's agitated voice rang out once more. Startled, Jiu Lan Feng nearly lunged to peck him, but the keen-eyed Zero swiftly grasped the bird's beak, his icy blue eyes wide with astonishment at Zuki. Good point, Zero warned, causing the threatened Jiu Lan Feng to quiet down, obediently resting atop Zhu Fu Jingguang's head. Meanwhile, Hajiwara Kenji observed the interaction between Zero and the little white bird, speculating that it might not have accidentally flown in. Perhaps it was a pet of either Zero or Zhu Fu that had inadvertently escaped. After all, Hajiwara Kenji did not believe they would bring a pet to class, nor could he surmise that this little bird was indeed Jiu Lan Feng in disguise. Didn't you just tell me to stand still? Forget it. Hand over those stolen bullets. Hearing Instructor Gizuka's blunt accusation, the four of them couldn't help but furrow their brows. After all, none of them believed Matsuda Jinpei would hoard bullets, though Matsuda was somewhat carefree and unruly. He would never stoop to such a breach of conduct. Instructor Gizuka's judgment was indeed too hasty. Upon hearing the instructor's wrongful accusation, Matsuda Jinpei lost control of his temper and retorted, I didn't take any bullets. I finished all of them and even returned the empty casings. Stop lying to me. All right. Let us give the class leader some face and avoid confrontation. Don't worry. We will return the bullets. As the argument between the two intensified, Ida Hang swiftly positioned himself between them, attempting to mediate. Pardon the interruption, Instructor. May we confirm the repairs on the roof now? I'll take you there right away, Instructor Guizhu replied, dismounting his donkey and reminding Ida Hang. Listen carefully. Ensure he hands over the bullets obediently. Understood. Ida Hang saluted in response. You aren't doubting me too, are you? Matsuda Jinpei glared at Ida Hang, clearly displeased. It's not like you are the one hiding them, right? Then be straightforward about it. I will definitely root out the person who stole the bullets and compel him to confess. Ida Hang's gaze swept across the classroom, assuring Matsuda Jinpei of his intentions. Class leader, you are rather naive. If it doesn't prove his innocence personally, he will end up following in his father's footsteps. Tsukumo Rei interjected. You brat, don't drag my father into this. Indeed, can you enlighten me? And while you're at it, share why you chose to become a police officer. Tsukumo Rei smirked slightly, glancing at him. I can tell you, but only after I defeat you first, Matsuda Jinpei declared, readying himself for another match. Suddenly, a worker repairing the roof accidentally fell, and upon witnessing this, Instructor Geiju leaped over the railing to catch him, only to find himself ensnared by the safety rope around his neck. Kuran Keed was about to flutter up to assist, but was restrained by Shifuku Kajimitsu, who quietly cautioned, there are too many people here. Tone it down a bit. Leave the rescue to us. Nearby, Tsukumo Rei also heard Shifuku Kajimitsu's words and nudged him, reminding, with so many people, even if memories are wiped, it will still take a while. Let us handle it. Understood? Continuously reminded, Kuran Ki nodded like a little bird, deciding to wait until they were at a loss before intervening. The worst that would happen was merely erasing memories, which was a hassle, but manageable. Oh no, the safety rope is entangled around the instructor's neck. Did the worker who just fell lose consciousness? We should hurry and call for help. Should we go get someone? A group of police academy students, inexperienced in such matters, nervously voiced their thoughts. In contrast, the actions of Tsukumo Rei and his four companions were relatively composed. Hey, you lot, do you know what we should do now? Ida Hang inquired of the four beside him. Matsuda Jinpei raised his head, having already determined his course of action. Handgun. Bullets, Hajiwara Kenji added. Confident in his abilities, Tsukumo Rei opted for shooting, observing that the others knew their responsibilities. Ida Hang looked at the instructor dangling in midair and, leveraging his physical advantage, declared, "I will serve as support that in that case, I will stand on top and stabilize the instructor." Chirp chirp. Kuran Keed anxiously hopped about above Shifuku Kagemitsu's head. Sensing his intentions, Tsukumo Rei gently cradled him in his hand and placed him on Hajiwara Kenji's shoulder, instructing, "Take care of this little one. He might be of assistance. This little white bird is indeed yours." Hajiwara Kenji remarked, confirming his suspicion. "Enough chatter, quickly find the bullets," he urged, tapping Kuran Keed's head, his words ostensibly directed at Hajiwara Kenji, but subtly advising Kuran Keed, for his perceptive abilities were most useful at this moment. Action. With Ida Hang's command, the group positioned themselves and collaborated effectively. Kuran Keed flew aimlessly amidst the crowd, while the other students assumed the little bird was merely startled. Only Hajiwara Kenji kept a watchful eye on Kuran Keed's movements while searching for the bullets. Upon detecting the individual hiding the bullets, he circled above his head, chirping incessantly. Recognizing the bird's unusual behavior, Hajiwara Kenji recalled Tsukumo Rei's earlier words. Regardless of whether the bird was indeed suspicious of this person, it was worth investigating. "Excuse me, coming through, oh look, isn't that where the bullets fell?" Hajiwara Kenji feigned discovery, his gaze still trained on the person beneath the bird. "Strange, it's still here. Found it. You are the one who hid the bullets, aren't you?" "Why, yes, I'm sorry. This is my first time training and shooting, and I wanted to keep a memento." While Hajiwara Kenji searched for the bullets, Matsuda Jinpei's hands continued their swift motions. Tsukumo Rei, observing Matsuda Jinpei's rapid actions, inquired, "How long will it take?" "1 round, 3 minutes, is that so? Usually I could wrap it up in 30 seconds. However, this gun has issues and I cannot test fire it. Therefore, I must make precise adjustments to ensure the bullet is fired accurately. After all, we need our golden-haired master to hit that rope on the first try." Matsuda Jinpei answered while simultaneously provoking that, "I believe Hagi will likely find that bullet soon and I'm not concerned about him. After all, Kuran Keed is assisting, so it shouldn't take long." "Damn it, what's wrong now?" Matsuda Jinpei turned the cylinder, realizing the mechanism was still sluggish. "Don't panic. Once a person is strangled, their respiratory functions will cease within a minute, and the heart may continue beating for a few minutes afterward. As long as we administer first aid within 3 minutes, there's a high chance of saving him without causing brain damage. In simpler terms, you still have time. The instructor won't die." "Tsukumo, I'm throwing it," Hajiwara Kenji called out as he located the bullet and tossed it toward Tsukumo Rei. "In this, the gun is fine now." As Tsukumo Rei caught the bullet, Matsuda Jinpei handed over the handgun. "If you miss, I'll take you down, Rei." Seeing that Hajiwara Kenji had found the bullet, Kuran Keed immediately flew over to Shifuku Kagemitsu, pressing his fuzzy face against his, closing his eyes to transfer his ability into Shifuku Kagemitsu's body. "Don't mess around." Shifuku Kagemitsu gritted his teeth, unable to stop him due to his lifting position, only able to remind him verbally. Kuran Keed feigned ignorance, and upon seeing Instructor Geiju begin to lose consciousness, he transferred his ability through Shifuku Kagemitsu to the worker, ultimately reaching Instructor Gu. Tsukumo Rei aimed at the safety rope and decisively fired. At the moment the rope snapped, Kuran Keed flew to Instructor Guiju's forehead, his claws pressing down on his head, erasing the memory of the strange energy he had just felt within his body. Then repeating the action to cleanse the worker's memory. Using his animal form multiple times to employ his ability left Kuran Keed somewhat fatigued. Upon seeing Tsukumo Rei rush over, he contentedly closed his eyes and fell into his hands. Drifting off to sleep, Tsukumo Rei, noticing Kuran Keed's state, realized he was exhausted. After all, transforming into a small animal was a feat in itself, requiring energy transmission and memory cleansing. Were it not for Kuran Keed's rapid progress in recent years, he would have likely collapsed. Social gathering? Not interested. Tsukumo Rei firmly rejected Hajiwara Kenji's suggestion. "Come on, let's have some fun. We're having a social with another class. If we have enough people, I'll treat everyone to drinks." "How about that? Help gather a few more. Is it fun?" A drowsy little creature peered out from the bed, sleepily querying that, "Oh, little Keed, you were sleeping? My apologies for waking you." Hajiwara Kenji, oblivious to the sleeping creature behind Tsukumo Rei and Shifuku Kagemitsu, exclaimed, "Isn't it your lunchtime? What's wrong with me taking a nap?" Kuran Keed sat up, further tousling his already disheveled white hair, appearing adorably dazed. "What did your hair do to you? Why start complaining about it as soon as you wake up?" Tsukumo Rei gently helped Kuran Ki tidy his unruly locks, while Shifuku Kagemitsu assisted with the other half. "I must say, you two, Tsukumo and Rei, you really are like caretakers, after knowing you for so long. It's the first time I've seen how patient you are, Tsukumo." Leaning against the table, Hajiwara Kenji observed the interaction among the three with a smile. Such a dynamic was indeed rare, that if you raised this scatterbrain from childhood, you would be equally patient. After all, one could hardly anticipate the challenges to one's patience that this scatterbrain could pose upon waking. Takagi Rei continued to move his hands, casting a glance at the amused Hajiwara Kenji, as he explained. "Zero and I are somewhat better off. Our other friend who grew up with us has true patience for Kofu. Most of the time, he is the one taking care of Kofu, while Zero and I merely entertain him. It is only in the absence of that fellow that we take on the responsibility of looking after him. I can take care of myself." "You are merely overreacting." Kuran Kofu blinked awake, and couldn't help but complain. Takagi Rei patted his head, remarking that, given Hajiwara Kenji's presence, it would be best to keep Kuran Kofu's peculiar antics from those unaware of his identity. For instance, Kuran Kofu had leapt barefoot from the window into the yard on countless occasions, seeking out people, all under the pretense of being a vampire. "Humph, I can't be bothered to talk to you." Hey, is that social gathering you mentioned fun?" Kuran Kofu, unwilling to engage with the one who had exposed his shortcomings, turned his sparkling eyes toward Hajiwara Kenji. "Well, how should I put it? It's probably just a group of people eating, drinking, and playing some games. However, it is quite lively and crowded, so what do you think? Would you like to go?" Hajiwara Kenji ignored Takagi Rei's murderous glare and focused on Kuran Kofu, but he realized that if he could sway this little one, the two older ones would be no issue. "Did no one invite you to a social gathering during university?" "That seems unlikely," Hajiwara Kenji remarked, observing Kuran Kofu's obliviousness, which piqued his curiosity. With such looks, how could he possibly go unnoticed? "Zero and I have been blocking him. This little scatterbrain could easily be deceived if you were not careful when going out. Moreover, those who sought him for social gatherings often harbored ulterior motives." Jofu Kajiki squinted his eyes, warning Hajiwara Kenji. Hajiwara Kenji quickly defended himself. "Jofu, don't jump to conclusions. The police academy's social gathering is merely a means of getting to know one another. After all, we might become colleagues in the future, of course. If you wish to find a girlfriend, that is not out of the question. Thank you for your concern, but I do not require it." Jofu Kajiki replied with an awkward smile, bemused at how the conversation had shifted to this topic. "Would you like to take a look?" Takagi Rei noticed Kuran Kofu's eagerness and couldn't resist pinching his cheek. "I'm a bit curious, but if it's not allowed, then never mind. It's not a must for me." Though he had lived for ages, his life from millennia ago had been dull and tedious. The fresh experiences of this era were ones that the three of them explored together. "Very well, I shall indulge you. It won't be an issue to bring one more person along." Takagi Rei relented, reasoning that since Kuran Kofu was interested in the police academy's social gathering, it was worth attending. And certainly more reliable than the gatherings organized by the boys in college, of course. "I don't mind, I will send you the address shortly, and I shall go ask Captain Idat." Hajiwara Kenji waved goodbye. Though he was curious about how Kuran Kofu had managed to evade scrutiny while staying with Takagi and company for so long. However, that was a personal matter, and a fleeting curiosity would suffice. The trio of black, white, and red sport cars came to a halt before the designated restaurant, the young man clad in a beige short jacket, paired with a pink and white striped base layer, stepped out from the red sports car. Black jeans perfectly accentuated Kuran Kofu's long legs. Jofu Kajiki closed the car door, observing the conspicuous vehicles and feeling a headache coming on .0. "Are we being too ostentatious?" Takagi Rei leaned against the white sports car, offering a wry smile. "Can you find a more understated vehicle from Kofu's garage than these three? You know how obsessed Karanzu is with his brother. He would go to great lengths to acquire every new model of sports car for Kofu. Indeed, that fellow had wrecked more than a dozen cars while learning to drive, believing he would be unharmed. Karanzu had never shown any concern then, and once Kofu learned, he only intensified his efforts to furnish Kofu with cars .0. Why did you and Kajiki choose these two soon-to-be retired cars?" Kuran Kofu finally voiced his long-held question after disembarking. Ancestor, young master, this is already quite ostentatious. Not everyone belongs to a long-established family like yours. Had it not been for the concern that Hajawara and the others might get drunk and need us to drive them back, Hiro and I would have opted not to take 2 cars at all, Takagi-Rei explained, rubbing his forehead, trying to clarify for this young master who had never lacked material possessions. But you never warned me about this before when we were in school. Kuran Kofu protested. That's because Kurizawa mentioned that your major differs from ours. Those who dare to enroll in the arts department either lack funds or are exceptionally talented. Such individuals are often difficult to get along with. We didn't want you to be bullied by your peers, so we refrained from intervening. 0, and I share the same sentiment. Given our differing majors, we cannot monitor you constantly. IT would be better to let you remain blissfully unaware and ostentatious. Which might instill some caution in others, Jofu Kajiki added, finally understanding why he sensed negative emotions from some classmates, yet still received friendly greetings. Then let's leave the cars here and take a taxi back tonight. Since we are too conspicuous, we shall avoid detection. Otherwise, Kajiki and the others would attract jealousy at the police academy. You foolish child, it's too late to think about hiding now, Takagi-Rei remarked, watching Matsuda Jinpei and Idako stare at them in astonishment not far away. Poking Kuran Kofu's forehead, following Takagi-Rei's gaze, Kuran Kofu indeed spotted the two who had a good rapport with Takagi-Rei. Cool, 0, you and Kajiki have really kept it under wraps. How did you manage to acquire such high-end sports cars? Matsuda Jinpei exclaimed, circling the vehicles several times in awe. Takagi-Rei, seeing Matsuda Jinpei's eyes light up like a puppy that had discovered a bone, decided to shift the blame. These belong to Kofu. Hiro and I are merely driving his cars. We were just worried that you might drink too much and wouldn't have a ride home. Though Idako did not exhibit the same enthusiasm as Matsuda Jinpei. His gaze remained fixed on the 3 cars. Young men in their 20s who could resist the allure of automobiles. All 3 belonged to him. Idako, seeing Kuran Kofu for the first time, though aware that Takagi and his dorm occasionally had visitors, had never encountered one before. Observing this exquisitely handsome young man, radiating an air of gentle nobility and possessing clear, pristine eyes, Idako instantly grasped why Hajawara Kenji was so eager to befriend him. Get used to it. Kofu enjoys clinging to us. Being a freelancer, he has ample time, so your encounters will not be infrequent. Eventually, you'll grow accustomed to it, Jofu Kajiki resignedly declared, choosing to embrace the situation. I must ask 0, what exactly is Kofu's background? Matsuda Jinpei finally inquired after admiring the cars. What is his surname? Takagi-Rei prompted. Kuran. Why? Matsuda Jinpei still did not comprehend. Idako, however, seemed to have connected the dots. Looking at Takagi-Rei as if startled, that Kuran, the one associated with various fields of business. Takagi-Rei nodded in affirmation. Forget it. I cannot compete with that, Matsuda Jinpei remarked, continuing to gaze at the cars, still hesitant to voice his own request. Sensing Matsuda Jinpei's inner turmoil, Kuran Kofu, ever perceptive, offered, would you like to take it for a spin? If you don't drink too much tonight, perhaps you could drive those who are back home. Sparing 0 and Hiro the trouble, Takagi-Rei directly handed the car keys to Matsuda Jinpei, adding, just don't drink too much. It's best not to trouble Hiro and me with detours. Matsuda Jinpei held the keys, his typically carefree expression softening with rare gentleness, clearly understanding Kuran Kofu and Takagi-Rei's intentions to accommodate him with this somewhat awkward excuse. Indeed, having others treat you to drinks is quite delightful. Hey, what do you mean by being treated to drinks? Hajawara, didn't he tell you? That fellow mentioned that if we could gather enough participants for today's social gathering with another class, he would cover the cost of drinks. So, Captain, you have a girlfriend yet still choose to attend the gathering simply for that. Over here, Matsuda Jinpei and Ida Keiichi engage in conversation while enjoying their meal. Over there, among the trio, one was sipping wine while chatting with Jiu Lan Feng. Another was savoring food, and upon discovering something delectable, would place it onto Jiu Lan Feng's plate. Most of the girls' attention was captivated by the gentle and refined demeanor of Jiu Lan Feng, a young man they were meeting for the first time. Are you still adjusting? asked Ryuga Zero as he took a sip of his drink. That IT seemed less entertaining than I had anticipated, and the food was not particularly appealing. However, I could sense that everyone present appeared to be in high spirits. Noticing the friendly and joyful atmosphere, Jiu Lan Feng's mood also lifted. If he was uncomfortable, he would simply endure. We had already arrived, and leaving now would be impolite, making things difficult for Hajiwara. I am aware of this. Zero, I understand a thing or two about social etiquette. What are you drinking? Is it good? Jiu Lan Feng eagerly gazed at the beer in Ryuga Zero's hand. Would you like to try? Wait, can you drink this? Of course, it's akin to regular food, just with a difference in taste. I'm unsure if I'll like it, but I assure you I want to get drunk. Jiu Lan Feng guaranteed him. Then give it a try. If you dislike it, return it to me, he said as he passed the cup, offering a gentle reminder. It's not bad, but it doesn't compare to the cocktail that Junjin made for me. That one had a touch of sweetness. If you can accept it, shall I pour you a glass? Your palate is quite discerning, so there are not many things you would find acceptable. Thank you. Zero. Jiu Lan Feng replied with a smile, his eyes crinkling with delight, clearly unbothered by Ryuga Zero's remark about his selectiveness. Try these. I think they have a decent flavor, and the ingredients are all to your liking. Zhu Fu Jingwang offered him a plate filled with items that Jiu Lan Feng would find agreeable. Jingwang, stop being picky. I'm not hungry. You can eat. Besides, I noticed the chocolate bar peeking from your pocket. I want that. Jiu Lan Feng's sharp eyes had spotted the corner of a chocolate bar box sticking out from Zhu Fu Jingwang's clothing. Here. Isn't Xiao Feng feeling out of place in this kind of environment? Why isn't he eating anything? Matsuda Jinpei inquired of Ryuga Zero, having just realized that this was a young master. No, he is merely selective. He wouldn't disdain the setting, that he is oblivious to the cost of living and does not care whether the place is upscale. As long as he enjoys himself, he is content. Aside from his eating preferences, he is quite easy to please. You see Hero and me as the type to frequent high-end hotels. We can't afford it. How can we bring Xiao Feng here? Ryuga Zero waved his hand dismissively, reassuring Matsuda Jinpei that Xiao Feng disliked being treated differently. Their family's young master was not the kind to be finicky. His selectiveness stemmed solely from biological reasons. Matsuda, you should continue to treat him as you always have. Xiao Feng is quite sensitive. That if you start to worry about whether he can adapt after knowing his background, he might feel he is being a burden to you, if you wish to be friends with him. Treat him equally. I can see that he genuinely likes you and Hajiwara. After patting his shoulder and offering this advice, Ryuga Zero stepped inside. Matsuda Jinpei remained in place, staring blankly for a few seconds before breaking into a smile and returning to the private room. Where is that Hajiwara fellow? Why hasn't he arrived yet? As soon as he entered, Ida Ichi asked, I have no idea. Hey Hero, this appetizer is really delicious. Does Xiao Feng want to try? What? Let me have a taste. Jiu Lan Feng cautiously picked up a small piece from Ryuga Zero's bowl and tentatively placed in his mouth. It's tasty. Jingwang. Upon encountering something delightful, Jiu Lan Feng immediately turned to Zhu Fu Jingwang with excitement. I can make this kind of appetizer too. I just didn't know you liked it before. I'll make it for you when we get home. .0. If you like it, I can teach you how to make it next time. Hero, you're so biased. One is made directly for him, while the other is just a recipe. Your double standards are quite evident. After all, you can cook. If Xiao Feng were to try, he might blow the house up. The sliding door of the private room opened, and the long-awaited Hajiwara Kenji finally arrived. Sorry, I'm late. Oh, dear, there was a long flight of stairs, and I saw an elderly lady struggling to climb them. So I helped her up. Then I realized I had lost the amikuji I drew at the shrine, and no matter how hard I looked, I couldn't find it. So I went back to the shrine to draw another one until I got good fortune, which delayed me until now that a sudden silence enveloped the room. Who would believe that? Even Xiao Feng wouldn't buy it. Ida Ichi looked at Hajiwara, who sat between him and Matsuda Jinpei, clearly skeptical of this tall tale. I believe it. Jiu Lan Feng blinked and responded honestly. You believe that excuse? Matsuda Jinpei's eyes widened, genuinely incredulous that someone would buy such a preposterous excuse at a course. He is not lying to you. Jiu Lan Feng nodded, completely unaware of how astonished the others in the room were by his statement, except for one involved party and two who were aware of Jiu Lan Feng's abilities. The rest believed he was merely flattering Hajiwara Kenji. Did you really encounter such a peculiar situation? Reflecting on Ryugazuro's earlier remark about Jiu Lan Feng's sensitivity to emotions, Matsuda Jinpei began to believe a little. Xiao Jinpei, you truly sadden me. You don't trust me, but instead believe Xiao Feng. Hajiwara Kenji had already guessed Jiu Lan Feng's emotional sensitivity during their first meeting, so he wasn't particularly surprised. Isn't it because, Hagi, your reasoning is too absurd? Oh, by the way, I just saw 3 super cool sports cars parked in front of this tavern. Whose are they? They seem so out of place. I nearly tripped over my own feet. They're just too cool. Hagi, you saw them too? We were also startled when we came in. Who are these wealthy individuals with such carefree hearts to park such fine cars here? Yeah, they're really awesome. I like them so much, but unfortunately, I can't afford them. After Hajiwara mentioned the cars outside, several girls and other boys began chattering with curiosity, having been intrigued for quite some time. Unfortunately, the few who had arrived earlier, including Ryugazuro and his companions, had not mentioned this topic, seemingly uninterested. Jiu Lan Feng concealed his embarrassment behind his drink, nudging Ryugazuro's arm and quietly asking Zero, should I have my brother prepare some understated cars? But none of them are as visually appealing as sports cars. Ryugazuro patted his head, offering comfort. Ignore them. They're merely curious. If you like them, buy them. You're not spending anyone else's money. And your brother can certainly afford it. Indeed, Xiao Feng, they're only curious because they've never seen such cars before. Didn't T0 and I used to be curious too? Zhu Fu Jingguang chimed in to reassure Jiu Lan Feng, simultaneously giving Matsuda Jinpei a knowing glance. Are you envious? I'll drive you home later. Matsuda Jinpei, catching Zhu Fu Jingguang's hint, directly brought up the topic. The 5 of them were fine, but who knew what others might say that could provoke unnecessary thoughts in Jiu Lan Feng. By clarifying the topic, it might at least help them tone it down a bit. Xiao Jinpei, did you rob a bank? Rob? Not at all. It's Xiao Feng. I said I just borrowed it for a drive. The class monitor borrowed 1-2. Matsuda Jinpei raised an eyebrow, signaling to his childhood friend. Understanding immediately, the perceptive Hajiwara Kenji realized why Matsuda Jinpei had suddenly produced the car keys and also noted Jiu Lan Feng's concealed embarrassment behind his cup. Hajiwara Kenji pulled Matsuda Jinpei over to his side, then sat in his spot, looking at Jiu Lan Feng across Ryugazuro, and smilingly proposed, Xiao Feng, you can't be biased, can you? Look, both Xiao Jinpei and the class monitor can touch the car. I give, but I've lent them all out. You guys need to ensure you drive us 3 home, or we'll have to walk back. Kenji, don't drink too much, otherwise we really won't be able to return. Jiu Lan Feng handed him his car key, concerned solely about how they would get home later. Initially just trying to smooth things over, Hajiwara Kenji hadn't expected Jiu Lan Feng to genuinely hand over the car keys. This one was of a different caliber than what Matsuda Jinpei and the others had, and certainly more expensive. Did he really just lend it out? Hajiwara Kenji's expression softened even more, his smile growing ever more gentle. I promise to take you all home. Don't worry about it. There are only 3 cars, and it's first come, first served. Satisfied with the keys, he deftly silenced the other boys who were about to speak. After all, Jiu Lan Feng certainly does not strike one as someone who would refuse others that it would be best to prevent those individuals from speaking, lest Jiu Lan Feng inadvertently makes promises regarding other things. Jiang Guling quietly gave him a thumbs up. If Hajiwara Kenji did not intervene, he felt compelled to step in. They were merely unfamiliar faces. Just because their little Feng had a soft heart did not mean they could bully him. It was unthinkable for ordinary classmates to lend out such an expensive vehicle so carelessly. Hajiwara and his 2 companions were exceptions, but that did not extend to everyone else. The few boys silenced by Hajiwara Kenji, upon catching a glimpse of Jianggu Ling's unfriendly gaze, promptly suppressed their words. Shall we go sing? Hajiwara Kenji suggested, noticing that everyone had nearly finished eating. Certainly, several girls immediately concurred. Given the proximity, Hajiwara and his companions chose to walk instead of driving. Despite their envy of the 3 cars, Jiu Lan Feng gazed in astonishment at Hajiwara Kenji, who was surrounded by girls, and couldn't help but marvel at his prowess. In the end, wasn't he monopolizing all the attention? Yet there was no little curly hair that he fancied. Was there? Jiu Lan Feng looked at him with bewilderment, not understanding his remark. Little curly hair? Matsuda Jinpei glared at Jiu Lan Feng with a displeased expression. Zhu Fujingwang and Jiang Guling each took hold of one of them. Zhu Fujingwang quickly covered Jiu Lan Feng's mouth, while Jiang Guling restrained Matsuda Jinpei, persistently advising. He's still a child, speaking without thinking. Oh, both of you are aware that he calls me that behind my back. Matsuda Jinpei squinted, his gaze shifting between the two. Cough. He calls me Ling too. It's just a habit. We both have it easy enough. Can you believe this guy even refers to a tall, icy figure as Jin? Jiang Guling promptly threw Jin under the bus as well, declaring that they were all victims of Little Feng's nicknames. No one was to escape embarrassment. Matsuda Jinpei felt reassured to discover that he was not the only one subjected to such nicknames. Jiu Lan Feng looked plaintively at Zhu Fujingwang, who was still covering his mouth. After ensuring that a childhood friend had calmed Matsuda down, Zhu Fujingwang finally released him with an awkward smile. As they playfully jostled through a secluded alley, what began as a simple passage turned into a sudden commotion of fighting sounds emanating from within a group of police academy students. They immediately rushed in upon hearing the altercation. Only Jiu Lan Feng and the other two remained rooted to the spot, his expression growing increasingly grim. What a bunch of fools, falling for such a ploy so easily. Jiang Guling and the others also shared his expression of concern. They had initially intended to pursue, but were pulled back by Jiu Lan Feng, only then realizing the situation at hand. Little Feng? Zhu Fujingwang expressed worry for those who had just rushed in, yet he did not wish for his identity to be exposed. Ling Jingguang, if I were to say I wanted to save little curly hair and the others, would you blame me for revealing my identity? If it weren't for those three, the rest would be foolishly stumbling into a gathering of lowly vampires. I would not intervene. However, having spent every day with you recently, I can sense your feelings. You regard those three as friends, don't you? If you do not act to save them, it will weigh heavily on your hearts. Jiu Lan Feng smiled as he expressed his thoughts. There are always some individuals who are unique, possessing connections or backing. Spending time with them, he understood his two childhood friends all too well. On one hand, they wished to rescue others, yet on the other, they were reluctant to expose their identities. How conflicted they must be. Despite their short acquaintance, some people could connect through character alone. Not wanting to witness his childhood friends in turmoil, he thought it better to take action and save these individuals. After all, even purebloods have a duty to rid the world of filth. The worst outcome would merely be erasing memories. Although Jiang Guling disapproved of Jiu Lan Feng revealing his identity, he couldn't deny that Jiu Lan Feng had accurately grasped their sentiments. They exchanged bitter smiles, realizing they could never be as ruthless as Kuriza. If Kuriza were here, he would likely whisk Little Feng away without a second thought. Unlike their current indecision. Fear not, it's merely a matter of erasing a few memories. I'm perfectly fine with it. Alas, I will have to endure Kuriza's rigorous training afterward. But never mind, I have you to accompany me. Zero, let us go. They are about to spring their trap, and if we delay, someone may get hurt. Grasping the hands of the two, he transported them instantly to the main group. The coward has arrived? With such timidity, how can he even consider being a police officer? A man from another class, envious of Jiu Lan Feng's previous display of wealth, immediately began to mock the three latecomers, having decided to reveal their identities before erasing memories. Jiu Lan Feng no longer suppressed his temper. His gentle demeanor evaporated, replaced by the noble air of a vampire exuding disdain. Fool, do you even comprehend the situation within? Are you so eager to charge in and meet your demise? Jiu Lan Feng coldly regarded the man who had just mocked him. Little Feng, Matsuda Jinpei, and the others were somewhat taken aback by Jiu Lan Feng's sudden change in demeanor. I will explain later. But the situation ahead is far more complex than you perceive. Jiang Guling interjected, positioning himself protectively beside the three. Stay close to us. Most importantly, do not distract Little Feng. Zhu Fujingwang's expression turned serious as he drew his specialized vampire hunting pistol. Cautioning the trio, Hajiwara Kenji had always suspected that there was a secret among them. Yet given the current circumstances, it seemed he was not far from discovering their truth. Several girls gasped instinctively upon seeing Zhu Fujingwang and Jiang Guling draw their guns. Ling Jingguang, either incapacitate them or keep them in check. Do not let them escape. or the aftermath will be too troublesome. Seeing a man attempting to flee, Jiu Lan Feng swiftly used his abilities to immobilize him. Dealing with conscious individuals was indeed a nuisance, as they would simply run at the first opportunity out if he wished to escape. He should not have followed them in. Coward, a hindrance to success, merely alive to cause trouble. Hero, Jiang Guling nodded to the man, and together they dashed into the crowd, incapacitating others one by one. Ling Ling, Zhu Fu. I don't understand why they're incapacitating these people. Ida K was puzzled by their actions. I will explain later. Jiang Guling and his companion formed a protective circle around the three, turning their attention back to Jiu Lan Feng. Once the noisy individuals were subdued, Jiu Lan Feng finally felt inclined to look into the darkness. Ah, it seems we have attracted quite a bounty tonight. I shall feast well. A typical vampire, level C, stepped forth, accompanied by 4 or 5 human vampires emerging from the shadows, upon witnessing the group. The three understood the reason for Jiang Guling and Zhu Fu Jingwang's earlier intervention. The disparity in numbers was staggering. The leading vampire eyed Jiu Lan Feng with a lewd grin. Care to consider becoming my blood slave? I shall provide you with a life of luxury, as long as you serve me well. Have your eyes deceived you? Take a good look at who I am. A mere level C dares to boast in my presence. Jiu Lan Feng was nearly amused to the point of laughter. Never had he encountered such a foolish vampire, one who could not even recognize a pure blood and still dared to propose servitude. Vampire Hajiwara Kenji glanced at the two in the know, seemingly grasping the nature of their concealment, and no need to probe further. Had it not been for the three of you, Little Fo would have never considered revealing his identity today. Jiang Guling rolled his eyes, finding Hajiwara Kenji's probing at this juncture rather absurd. Vampires are merely myths, figments of imagination, are they not? Ida K's worldview began to crumble. Class leader, they stand before you. Do you still perceive it as a fabrication? Zhu Fu Jingwang replied with a smile, yet remained vigilant of their surroundings, just a human. Do you understand what I am? A vampire who crushes you at every turn. You are merely my food. The vampire licked his lips, his depraved gaze lingering on Jiu Lan Feng. Oh, I apologize. It seems I have acquired an extra accessory. Take another look at who I am. Jiu Lan Feng produced a mask from his possession and tossed it to Jiang Guling, then coldly regarded the vampire before him, the aura of his power gradually radiating outward. I am the pureblood. Confronted by overwhelming pressure, the average vampire collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Jiu Lan Feng advanced step by step until he stood before him, looking down imperiously. Whom do you wish to serve as your blood slave? Who dares to command me? Do you even consider whether you are worthy? No, not worthy, my lord. Please spare me. Originally, he had been going about his business in the dead of night when a swift kick sent him sprawling. Jiu Lan Feng then raised his hand, grasping his throat from a distance, dragging him back and slamming him violently to the ground. My lord, I shall release your friends at once. Release them under my authority? Before my identity is revealed, you might have had a chance to let them go. Alas, thanks to you, my identity has now been exposed. Now ponder how you shall meet your end. Jiu Lan Feng, too intimidated to glance back at Matsuda, Hajiwara, and the others, vented all his fury upon the vampires before him. His eyes glowed with a fierce crimson light, and most of the vampires disintegrated into dust, leaving only a handful of distant ones. Jingu, the remaining few are yours to handle. Do not concern yourselves with these individuals. The danger here has dissipated. This level C1 is mine to deal with. It's the first time in my life I've encountered a vampire bold enough to demand I become a blood slave. Even my brother would never dare to drain my blood so recklessly. Where do you find such audacity? You dare look at me with such loathsome eyes. Speak, which noble's vassal are you? I wish to see the backing of the one who raised such an audacious beast as you. Recognizing Jiu Lan Feng's genuine ire, the two ceased their hesitation, instinctively firing their weapons to eliminate the remaining human-vampire hybrids. However, Jufuku Jingu's precision faltered slightly, leaving one alive. The half-breathing human-vampire hybrid gazed at them in terror. As a vampire hunter, I am not on the list. You have no right to execute me. I am still far from descending to level E. You are violating regulations. Apologies, but we are not under the jurisdiction of the Hunter Association. The association requires procedures to eliminate you, but we do not. You have angered Xiao Feng, so it is best for you to become dust. Jifuku Jingu fired another shot, definitively dispatching the remaining lackeys. Hero, explain to a vampire what it means to die. Make sure he understands. Weren't vampires supposed to be immortal? How can you eliminate them so easily? Matsuda Jinpei raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. Ordinary weapons cannot kill them. But specific ones can, for example, the 2 guns and heroes in my possession. However, higher-level vampires possess greater abilities. Hero and I can only contend with C-level and lower. Recognizing his curiosity, Jiang Guizhou tossed him his gun. Hey, Jinpei, you can't dismantle that. Hajiwara Kenji quickly intervened, reclaiming the gun. Why can you take everything apart? Jiang Guizhou hurriedly secured the gun, but if he disassembled it, it would likely be rendered useless. He had merely intended to pique his curiosity, unaware that he would immediately start dismantling it. If he succeeded, he might as well prepare to face the wrath of Heike's and Jiu Lan Shu later. Now, tell me, which noble raised you? I would like to see which pure blood could nurture a creature of such poor character. Jiu Lan Feng disdainfully regarded the vampire as being beneath his notice, merely gripping his throat from afar, lost in his own musings. But you know what irritates me most about vampires? It's how they persist in their existence despite any torment. Yet, paradoxically, I also admire their tenacity. It signifies that as long as I do not strike at your vital points, you shall remain alive. But he regarded the creature with a cold smile, akin to observing an inanimate object. Indeed, in Jiu Lan Feng's eyes, it scarcely differed from mere matter, perhaps even less than that. You understand. You are the most repugnant vampire I have encountered. As for my greatest disdain, you are unworthy. For my true loathing is reserved for 2 purebloods. You, a mere waste, should feel honored to be bestowed the title of most disgusting. With a flick of his wrist, he discarded the vampire as though it were refuse, only to pull him back once more. Observing the astonished trio, Jifuku Jingu chuckled and inquired, "Have you never seen Xiao Feng like this?" They nodded in response, taken aback not just by the presence of vampires, but also by the transformation of Jiu Lan Feng from a gentle, lively individual into an intimidating, regal, and decisive being. In truth, Xiao Feng employs gentleness as a facade around those he does not know well. However, in the presence of those he trusts, he gradually lowers his guard, becoming a bit scatterbrained, carefree, and playful. That is his genuine self. Of course, the dignified, pure-blood vampire you see now is also authentically him. When facing vampires, Xiao Feng possesses an innate ability to look down upon them. Being born among humans is a skill. Yet for vampires, being born a pureblood is a source of envy and respect. Jiang Guizhou continued his friend's explanation. Xiao Feng is a pureblood vampire. Due to certain circumstances, living alongside his brother became too perilous, leading him to be sent to the human world. Pureblood vampires are akin to kings among vampires. However, their kings are akin to the rulers of different nations, as each pureblood family possesses its own territory. Recently, due to internal strife, an increasing number of vampires have entered the human realm. Having lived here for a while, Xiao Feng often assists in eliminating them to prevent harm to humans. Therefore, I truly do not believe you need to fear Xiao Feng. Observing his interactions with us should assure you that he will not harm us. Consider carefully. If you cannot accept this, once Xiao Feng deals with that waste, he will erase your memories. He left the decision in their hands, awaiting their conclusion. Should they choose to erase their memories, he and Hero would inevitably maintain a certain distance from them. After all, prolonged contact would inevitably raise suspicion, revealing some hints that if we choose to erase our memories, will you and Hero no longer be as close to us? Idaiko raised an eyebrow, questioning. Precisely, due to Hero and my half-hunter status, we will engage with vampires. Being too close poses a risk to you. Moreover, as the top students at the police academy, you may inadvertently discover something. Hero and I cannot always rely on Xiao Feng to erase memories. Jifuku Jingu replied seriously. Understood, I refuse to erase my memories, for I do not wish to be attacked without knowing what assailed me. Idaiko promptly made his choice. Consider this carefully. Knowing too much is not always beneficial. Just like when Xiao Feng used his abilities to slay the vampire today, if you're aware of such occurrences, they will become commonplace. Class leader, think it through. Jiang Guizhou urged once more. I have made up my mind. I will not erase my memories. And you too? Jifuku Jingu turned his gaze to the remaining two. I choose not to erase my memory, but I have questions. Hajiwara Kenji raised his hand to voice his doubts. Speak. Jiang Guazuro nodded. Can Xiao Feng sense the emotions of others? Why was he frightened by Matsuda on the day of enrollment? Was that bird during shooting practice actually Xiao Feng? The two exchanged glances, sighed, and chose not to disclose the truth in front of Jiu Lan Feng. Indeed, Xiao Feng can perceive the emotions of others, and that bird was indeed a transformation of his abilities. As he found the dormitory exceedingly dulled as for why he was startled by Matsuda, they would explain that later, ensuring Xiao Feng did not overhear. All right. Hajiwara Kenji nodded, then regarded the two with suspicion. Are you certain there is nothing you are withholding from us? They nodded in response. Answering, there is nothing left that we can share today as for what we may be concealing. We apologize, but those matters pertain to Xiao Feng and his brother's privacy, which we cannot disclose. That I understand. As long as there are no fundamental issues being concealed, it is rather exhausting to rely on guesswork. Hajiwara Kenji chuckled. Yet you have managed to deduce quite a bit through your conjectures. Guessing that is a million miles off the truth. I also choose to retain my memories, but I have questions. Matsuda Jinpei raised his hand as well. Jiangwa Zero clenched his teeth, glaring at Matsuda Jinpei. Where do all these questions come from? Are you all just 22-year-old problem children? I sent it natural to ask questions when encountering new phenomena. My worldview has shattered. Do you expect me to remain silent? Matsuda Aramian rolled his eyes. Why is it that Hagi can inquire while he cannot? Enough. Just ask your question. That day when we fought, Xiaofeng glanced in one direction and remarked that there was nothing amiss. Was there not? Zoro nodded slightly. Indeed, but it was resolved by Xiaofeng's abilities. However, rest assured, even had Xiaofeng not intervened, you would have emerged unscathed. After all, I'm also half a hunter, although post-incident I might need to trouble Xiaofeng to erase your memory. You are quite perceptive to have noticed that point. One last question. Get lost. I'll have Xiaofeng wipe your memory in a moment. That you're not done yet. Are you? Matsuda Aramian scoffed. This feels targeted, Hagi asked too. Quickly, ask your last question. Ask again, and I shall strike you. What does it mean to be half a hunter? Why can your gun slay vampires? And did you hold back during our fight? After all, the speed at which you and Jufu subdued those individuals was remarkable. Fearing that Zero might truly deny him further inquiries, Matsuda hastily voiced all his questions. Point zero. Destruction? Is that even a question? Matsuda Aramian, are you truly seeking your demise? Zero. Calm down. Did we not have many questions when we first learned of these matters? Did not Conan Shu provide us with answers? Zhufu Jingguang hurriedly restrained him, anxious that he might lose control and strike Matsuda. I now wish to toss him over to Conan Shu. Let him provide the explanations. All right, I shall respond. The ancestors of vampire hunters are the progeny of vampires and humans, born with inherent energy. Through rigorous training and the use of weapons capable of harming vampires, they are dedicated to the extermination of vampires. Most hunters are coordinated by the Hunter Association, which issues kill orders. Vampires on the list are prime targets for hunters, primarily those who disrupt order and harm recklessly. Of course, aristocratic vampires are dealt with by their loyal pureblood kin. However, we are merely ordinary individuals, able to hunt vampires solely due to our weapons. The term half a hunter is used because Xiaofeng's brother, fearing for our safety and Xiaofeng's distress, provided us with means of self-defense, hoping we would also look out for Xiaofeng. We follow Xiaofeng's directives, and the Hunter Association has no bearing on US.AS for Zero's prowess. It indeed has been suppressed. In order to become half a hunter, we have undergone blood modifications from purebloods. Otherwise, encountering a vampire would merely mean delivering ourselves as prey. Before we became hunters, our initial training focused on controlling our physiques to appear as ordinary humans. The fact that you could match a suppressed Zero is truly impressive. Finally, having addressed Matsuda Aramian's inquiries, a sigh of relief escaped him. This is all you may know. As for the rest, let Xiaofeng elucidate. Just as Zhufu Jingguang concluded his statement, a scream echoed from Jiu Lan Feng's direction. Trouble, stay back. What did that fellow do to provoke Xiaofeng? His abilities are spiraling out of control. Zero swiftly carried Hajiwara Kenji and Idate Ko to a secure location. while Zhufu Jingwang led Matsuda Aramian away from the chaos. I believe you have indeed been modified. This power is somewhat intimidating, Hajiwara Kenji remarked with keen interest as he observed Zero, who effortlessly lifted both him and the class leader. Hey, can we become those hunters? Matsuda Aramian inquired of Zhufu Jingwang. Wait until you truly comprehend vampires and the matters surrounding Xiao Feng. Without passing his brother's assessment, you may as well forget it. After all, our weapons were crafted by his brother. Xiao Feng, restrain yourself. There are ordinary people around. Zero frowned, offering a reminder. Upon receiving the prompt, Jiu Feng immediately reined in his abilities, glaring with lethal intent at the fallen vampire. Zero. Jingwang, draw your daggers and keep watch over him. I shall erase the memories of those individuals. The smile that once adorned Jiu Feng's face vanished entirely as he emanated a chilling aura, methodically approaching the unconscious victims to expunge their memories. And you, do you wish for your memories to be erased? Jiu Feng moderated his intensity, biting his lip as his fingers instinctively tugged at his clothing. Erase what? Just moments ago, Zero and the others explained everything to us. Xiao Feng, you are quite impressive, Matsuda Aramian remarked, daringly tousling his hair in praise. Sensing his unease, staring at the trio, the vampire questioned uncertainly, Aren't you afraid of me? I am a vampire, a pure blood no less. My bite would transform you into one of my kind. Are you too calm? Stop pretending. Xiao Feng and the others have stated that you have not bitten anyone. Your scare tactics are futile. These individuals are your responsibility. Devise a plausible excuse and continue your singing. Enjoy yourselves and ensure they do not perceive any inconsistencies. And you, I date Ko inquired, as for me. I shall locate that beast and find my brother. Humph. I will not allow such filth to tarnish his name. Zero, Jingwang. I shall take my leave now. After your fun, return to me, and remember, all 5 of you must come back. With that, he seized the nearly lifeless vampire and vanished from sight. It seems he is quite infuriated. Zero observed, sighing as he watched Jiu Feng depart. That individual is seeking his own demise, daring to slander Jiu Lan Shu before his own brother. Remarkable. Gazing at the prostrate vampire, Jiu Feng temporarily disregarded the trio's concerns. After all, with Zero and Zhufu Jingwang available for explanations, prioritizing the disposal of refuse was of utmost importance. Have you made up your mind? Speak. Let me broaden my horizons. That it has been too long since I last encountered aristocratic vampires. When did their standards decline to such depths, accepting such wretches into their fold? Since you wish to know, I shall enlighten you, but do prepare yourself mentally. Though you're also a pure blood, some pure blood families are not to be trifled with. Jiu Feng regarded the blustering vampire with mockery, nearly laughing at his audacity. Speak. I wish to hear which pure blood family I ought to fear. How amusing. During the Progenitor's era, no vampire dared to provoke those 2 brothers. Had they not fallen into slumber, allowing Jiu Li to seize the opportunity, they would not now be so meek. The Jiu family. I am a nobleman under Jiu Shu's command at My Lord. Spare me this once. You would not wish to confront the pure blood king, would you? Jiu Feng was taken aback. Who do you claim is a pure blood? The Jiu family's pure blood. Lord Jiu Shu. The vampire, attempting to leverage Jiu Shu's name to intimidate, afforded himself no opportunity for regret. Humph. You possess quite the audacity, brandishing Jiu Shu's name to swindle. Do you believe your demise to be insufficiently tragic? Jiu Feng, incensed, lost control of his abilities, daring to tarnish his brother's reputation. Confronted by Jiu Feng's unleashed might, the C-grade vampire was flung several meters away, his internal organs shattered. The benefits of the vampire's formidable vitality began to manifest, as their natural healing abilities commenced a sluggish repair of the damage within. Although the restoration was gradual, given ample time, recovery was inevitable. Regrettably, Jiu Feng would not grant him that luxury of recuperation. Xiao Feng, restrain yourself. There are ordinary people present, Guro's voice echoed from a distance. Realizing that his uncontrolled abilities had harmed the innocent, Jiu Feng hastily retracted his powers, casting a glance at the seemingly lifeless vampire as he engaged Zero in conversation. Zero. Jingwang, draw your daggers and keep watch over him. I shall erase the memories of those individuals. The duo swiftly unsheathed their daggers, positioning themselves before the nearly lifeless vampire. A single strike would reduce him to dust. However, Jiu Feng had no intention of permitting his demise, and they certainly would not allow him to act. What provoked our Xiao Feng to such a degree that he lost control? Zero inquired, intrigued as he regarded the vampire. Lord Jiu Shu shall not spare you. Uro, convinced his ears must be malfunctioning, questioned, did you just mention Jiu Shu? Who is he? I suspect my hearing may be impaired. Zhu Fujingwang sighed. You heard correctly. He did indeed mention Jiu Shu. And no wonder Xiao Feng was driven to lose control. The path has narrowed, my friend. Had you sought a different ally, Xiao Feng might have dispatched you with ease. Alas, you have chosen the most untouchable pure blood as an excuse that I am aware of your thoughts. Given Jiu Lan Shu's status, even if one harbors resentment towards him, they would not dare to show him disrespect, believing that he could spare your life, correct? Unfortunately, before his younger brother, you have slandered his elder sibling. You are doomed. Kuang Yuling gazed at the vampire sprawled on the ground with glee. I have never witnessed anyone so eager to court death. Today has truly opened my eyes. Zhu Fujingguang shook his head in lamentation, declaring that there is no saving him. Not in the least. Hero, when we return, please prepare a chocolate cake for Xiao Feng. He is quite fond of anything with a chocolate flavor. You might as well call back Zhe. He is far more effective than a chocolate cake. Come now, why does Xiao Feng spend every day with us? It is simply because Zhe is not at home. Otherwise, would Xiao Feng be so obediently cooped up in the dormitory, not wishing to engage with his cunning childhood friend? Kuang Yuling chose to remain silent. Ling Ling, Jingguang, I shall take my leave now. After your fun, return to my place, and remember, all 5 of you must come back. He disdainfully yanked the vampire from the ground. Casting a critical glance at him, unable to suppress a murmur, tonight, I shall need to take several baths. With that, he vanished from sight. Clearly, he was quite incensed. Kuang Yuling shook his head and followed Zhu Fujingguang back to the main group. Hajiwara, I leave this to you. How you manage it is up to you, for you possess the best eloquence among us. Kuang Yuling decisively shifted the burden, finally freeing himself and Hero from the aftermath. Having seen through their thoughts, Hajiwara Kenji let out a dismissive chuckle. All right, let us continue our game. Do not let them catch on that we will discuss other matters once we return to Xiao Feng. Zhu Fujingguang patted Hajiwara Kenji on the shoulder, swiftly changing the subject and refusing to assist in concocting excuses, relishing the rare opportunity to avoid cleanup duty to eye in the Black Lord Academy. Jiu Lan Shu, who had been immersed in his reading, lifted his gaze, furrowing his brow as he regarded the window. Why has this troublesome child returned disobediently? As the scent of blood drew near, the noble vampires in the classroom raised their heads, glancing toward the entrance. Who possesses such audacity to stir trouble within Black Lord Academy? A vampire with pale golden hair and sapphire blue eyes rose with evident excitement, clearly weary of the monotony of daily life. Rein it in a bit. Jia Yuan Shao discreetly cast a glance at the closed book of Jiu Lan Shu, cautioning his foolish cousin. Lan Tang shivered slightly, dejectedly taking a seat and falling silent to avoid incurring wrath. Jiu Lan Shu sighed softly. Come out. The scent of blood is so strong. Where do you think you can hide? The vampires present stared in astonishment at Jiu Lan Shu. Although he was usually calm and gentle even in the presence of Yu Ji, he had never exhibited such a spoiling demeanor towards her. Yet now, he displayed such indulgence towards a vampire that dared not reveal themselves. The secretly infatuated Zhao Yuan Lu Jia and the most ardent admirer Lan Tang exchanged glances, a flicker of jealousy passing between them. Dragging in a half-conscious vampire, the pitiful Jiu Lan Feng entered the classroom. Spotting his younger brother's distress, he stood, arms outstretched. Come here, what troubles you? Have you been bullied? Jiu Lan Feng promptly tossed the rubbish he held to Xing Lian and leaped into his brother's embrace. The other vampires, aside from Xing Lian, collectively inhaled sharply, recognizing his identity. Lan Tang and Zhao Yuan Lu Jia were already driven mad with jealousy, but remained silent, having discerned his pure blood lineage. Brother. Upon seeing his elder brother, all prior grievances transformed into a sense of victimhood. Brother. Lan Tangying's eyes widened in disbelief at this revelation. Silence. Jiu Shao quickly covered his mouth, noticing that Lord Shu's gaze had already shifted in their direction. Who has dared to wrong our Shao Feng? Let me see. Your eyes are nearly bloodshot with fury. Bolstered by his brother's support, Jiu Lan Feng became even more audacious, approaching the vampire he had dragged in, challenging him with a look. Come on, did you not claim to be a noble's pet? They are all right here. Point them out to me. I wish to see whose taste is so poor. Xing Lian, Lord Feng, introduce the noble guest to this fellow. Let him recognize who it is that has sullied the reputation of my brother. Jiu Lan Feng perched himself atop a desk, glaring at the nobles with disdain. Go on, introduce yourselves to him. While you're at it, let him know who you are. Jiu Lan Shu finally comprehended the source of his younger brother's grievances, his gaze sweeping over the vampires present. Taku Ma, Vice President of the Night Division, I do not know him. Ji Kue, Qian Li, never seen before. So, you are the subordinate of my brother. I was curious why a noble would choose to be a model. Jiu Lan Feng mused, eyeing the ruby-haired vampire with a glimmer of interest, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. Imo. Yuan Yili Mo. Never seen before. Lan Tangying. Who is this? Who possesses such a subordinate? I shall laugh at him for a lifetime. Jiayuan Shao. Ying's cousin. Unfamiliar. Zhao Yuan Lu Jia. Can we deal with him directly? Lord Feng. She expressed her desire to swiftly resolve the issue of the one who had slandered Lord Shu's name. What are your abilities? Picking up on Zhao Yuan Lu Jia's feelings, Jiu Lan Feng inquired, that I can create illusions to manipulate his mind, controlling vampires of lower rank than myself, that a commendable ability, that I entrust this to you. Make him divulge the names of those who pledge loyalty to him. How dare he demand that I become his blood slave and expect me to serve him? He cannot simply be allowed to perish. Jiu Lan Feng cautioned. Understood, Lord Feng. Zhao Yuan Lu Jia's words were abruptly cut off. Bang! The chandelier in the classroom shattered, the glass splintering as Jiu Lan Shu's anger flared. Lord Shu, please calm your wrath. The 6 noble vampires and Xing Lian respectfully bowed. Having provoked both his younger brother and his elder brother, this vampire's fate was certainly dire. Come here. Jiu Lan Shu beckoned to his younger brother. Please do not be angry, brother. I've already vented my frustrations. Jiu Lan Feng bounced into his brother's embrace, smiling sweetly. In truth, I had no intention of reporting this. I can handle such trash outside. It is not a significant matter. However, he threatened me using your name, claiming he would give you face, so I simply brought him here to confront him. It seems it was merely bluster. You did not find an excuse to return. Did you? Jiu Lan Shu gently rearranged his hair, pinching the tip of his nose. I just made a small gesture. I was careful to conceal my whereabouts. Aside from the 7 vampires here, no one else knows of my presence. You, having been told not to return, always manage to find an excuse to do so. However, considering the circumstances today, I shall let it slide. With Zhen not present in Neon, Ling Ling and Jing Guang have gone to the police academy. And I am utterly bored staying in their dormitory. I finally had the chance to go out with them today, and this rubbish spoiled everything, forcing me to reveal my identity. Jiu Lan Feng pouted, expressing his dissatisfaction. Jiu Lan Shu understood what he meant by revealing his identity, rubbing his temples in exasperation and poking his forehead. You have softened once again. Not quite. I simply maintain a good relationship with them, and I have sensed their inner thoughts. They are quite close with Jing Guang and Ling Ling, so I could not possibly avoid them. Over time, I would inevitably raise suspicion. They did not wish to erase their memories. So I agreed. They are all intelligent individuals. Rather than letting them discover something later, it is better to clarify things now. Moreover, it serves as a test. If they choose to erase their memories, I will simply maintain my distance from them in the future. Jiu Lan Feng obediently allowed his brother to poke at him, flashing a sweet smile that caused Jiu Lan Shu to swallow his reprimands. Jiu Lan Shu, who permitted you to use your abilities so freely within the academy? Are you breaking the rules you established? The door to the classroom swung open once more, and Zue Shengling entered, brandishing the blood rose gun. Just as he stepped inside, an unidentified object collided with him. Had it not been for that familiar voice, Zue Shengling might have fired his weapon .0. Feng? Zue Shangling stared at the familiar white hair draped over him, his eyes widening in confusion. Was this fellow not particularly averse to vampires, especially purebloods? In a state of disbelief, Rantu Ei rubbed his eyes as if he had seen a ghost. I had expected him to draw a gun. Jiu Shao also found it astonishing. This was not the disciplinary committee member he knew to know. It turns out our disciplinary committee member has a double standard as well. That a glimmer of mockery flashed in Ichijo Takuma's eyes as he stroked his chin, evidently intrigued. Huh. The drowsy Chikuki Senri also woke up, his mouth agape in surprise. Eat. Farashi Rima fed him a chocolate bar. Thank you, Rima. How did you come back? Also, please refrain from suddenly pouncing on me. What if I can't control my gun? Tsukisho Zero admonished, the troublesome little vampire with a stern expression. What does it matter? Didn't I remind you? If you can't even recognize my voice, then I shall ignore you. Duro, get off me already. You're 20 years old, yet still so reckless. Hee, you must be too excited to see me. Kyuan Ki nimbly climbed off him, standing cheerfully by his side. I only saw you on your graduation day. How did you sneak back? I came to complain. You can't just complain once. Who said after telling one brother you can't tell zero again? Complaining. Look, over there, that guy's incredibly formidable. He want me to be his blood slave and serve him. Even using my brother's name to intimidate me, I brought him here to confront him. Kyuan Ki pointed with a grin. Bang! The blood rose gun struck the vampire's lower body directly, the sound of the gunfire. The vampires present instinctively took a few steps back. That was a weapon feared even by noble vampires. Hiss, that's ruthless. Rantu Ei involuntarily shuddered. Oh, you understand now who is truly untouchable. Jin Xiao was deeply troubled by his foolish cousin. Zero, leave him alive. He's already on the brink. Don't kill him. Kyuan Ki quickly grabbed his hand, snatching the blood rose gun away. That I understand. Even daring to snatch the blood rose and not being thrown out by Tsukishiro. Can I take an alternate route from now on? He's not dead. Give me the gun back. That I'm merely incapacitated his healing abilities temporarily. Now, do whatever you wish here. I was just afraid you'd get angry and accidentally kill him. Kyuan Ki returned the gun to Tsukishiro Zero, sticking out his tongue. Senior Kyuan didn't make a move, so I naturally know not to kill. But Zero, why aren't you resting at this hour? It's quite late. I am on night patrol. Also, please refrain from adding to my workload. Thank you for your cooperation. Tsukishiro Zero shot a displeased glance at Kyuan Ki. He didn't have much patience for this fellow. Quietly tugging at his sleeve, someone softly explained to his brother. Brother didn't mean it. He was just angry because he knew I was wrong. That I know, so I merely asked him for the glass money. After all, the chairman needs money to replace the glass, and I don't want to hear him cry. Point zero. Didn't you come to check on the situation? What happened? Why is Senior Kyuan so furious? A girl in a black uniform akin to Tsukishiro Zero's, with short brown hair, hurried over. Upon seeing her, Kyuan Ki concealed his playful demeanor, adopting a distant smile once more. Although she was the younger sister of this body, he and his brother had promised her parents to take good care of her. Yet Kyuan Ki couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. Why should she get to see their brother frequently, while he had only seen him a handful of times in 14 years? Noticing Kyuan Ki's unusual behavior, Tsukishiro Zero sighed, positioning himself to shield him, that if he didn't want to engage, then so be it. Who are you? Yuki Kurohashi looked at Kyuan Ki, trying hard to recall his identity. Ki, brother, it seems you are doing well. Kyuan Ki nodded politely in response. Would you like some dessert? Tsukishiro Zero pondered for a moment before asking. Do you make it? Why else would I ask? You make it. Zero retorted. Fine, since someone won't let me stay here long, I'll leave you to deal with the trash. I'm off. The moment he saw Yuki, memories of being cast out by his brother for over a decade flooded him with a sense of grievance, prompting him to drag Tsukishiro Zero away. Kyuan Shi sighed and called out, Ki. What is it? Kyuan Ki turned back, pursing his lips at him. Kyuan Shu approached, ruffling his hair. Didn't I say I would visit you more often? Why haven't you forgiven me yet? There's nothing to forgive. I'm just being stubborn. Brother, just let me take my time. After all, one never realizes their own suffering until they see it compared against another's. Ancestor, you truly have a knack for misjudging others. Kyuan Shu felt wronged, but it was fine. The one with the temper was his little brother. I know you have your reasons, but I'm still unhappy, especially after seeing the comparison. Kyuan Keed openly admitted to his petulance. After all, someone would indulge him that it was just a rare meeting. What harm was there in throwing a tantrum? Let's go eat with Zero first. Later, brother will take you back and accompany you for a few days until Kurizor returns. How does that sound? You promise? I want to decide everything for the next few days. All right. Kyuan Shu nodded in agreement. Great. Zero, let's go eat. Yuki, we're off. With her brother's favoritism, Kyuan Keed's spirits lifted, and she found Yuki more agreeable. Kyuan Shu suddenly recalled a saying about the bittersweet nature of families with multiple children after Kyuan Keed left. Kyuan Shu returned to his usual cold demeanor with others. Ichijo, I leave him to you. After you uncover what Keed wishes to know, hand him over to the other Class C vampires if he wants Keed as a blood slave. Let him experience the sensation of being drained. Keep a close watch on Ichijo. Understood, Lord Shu. Shao, you carry him and come over with Ruka later. Originally, Ichijo Takuma had intended to send Ruka sayonara alone. But after some thought, he decided against having a girl carry this burden, also lending Jian Shao a hand. Lord Keed, are you feeling better? Shikuki Senri recalled Kyuan Keed's recent state, which hardly resembled the frail pureblood he had known as a child. Although Shikuki Senri was the son of Kyuan Rito, Kyuan Shu had never held his forefather's grievances against him. Shikuki Senri, also at odds with his father, had always lived with his mother. Just call me cousin. Keed has guessed your identity. His health has only improved in recent years. Since you were aware of his previous condition, you should also have deduced my reasons for sending him away. Today is an exception. It seems he was quite angered to the point of returning to complain. Zero must have gone too easy on him. Rantu, Ei shivered. Too easy. If I recall correctly, Tsukeshiro Zero struck his lower body. Right? Any male would feel fear over such a matter, and vampires are no exception. I won't say much, but how did you guess my identity? Shikuki Senri inquired, curious. It's an innate perception ability I've had since birth, allowing me to sense others' emotions. When you met him, the emotions you revealed were easily discernible. Kyuan Shu explained, half truthfully, that I hope everyone keeps Keed's identity confidential. It is not yet time to reveal it, that I expect you to treat him as you would treat me. Of course, if you dislike him, then refrain from flaunting yourselves in front of him. He is highly sensitive to emotions. Keed has no vampire friends, only a few human companions. When you happen to encounter him outside, conceal your arrogance as you would with humans. Otherwise, how Keed chooses to deal with you will be beyond my control. Kyuan Shu's gaze swept over all the vampires present, feeling exasperated for his troublesome younger brother. And Yuki, Senior Shu, Yuki looked at Kyuan Shu, clearly puzzled as to why she was being addressed. Please keep Keed's identity a secret. Just pretend you have never seen him, all right? I'll handle the chairman. Understood, Senior Shu. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Yuki performed a graceful bow before turning to leave. Reflecting on the promise made to her younger brother, Conan Shu could only reiterate to his vampire subordinates that during his absence from the academy in the coming days, they must ensure their kin do not cause any disturbances, lest they trouble the disciplinary committee, for should they be dealt with by Kureha, they would have no one but themselves to blame. Yes, my Lord Shu. 0. It seems I have inadvertently added to my brother's troubles by suddenly appearing here. I can only imagine the complications that may arise. Yet, in that moment of fury, I was provoked by that individual who dared to threaten me using my brother's name. Nothing irks me more than when others exploit my brother's reputation for their own misdeeds. As she strolled through the academy behind Kureha. Jiu Lan Feng finally spoke after a considerable silence. If he cannot even manage his own subordinates, he hardly deserves to be called a pure-blood king. Though she harbored disdain for Conan Shu, she could not deny his remarkable capabilities. And, as for Yuki, I never intended to feel jealousy towards her. She is but a mere child. Had she not appeared before me, I might have completely forgotten her existence. Yet the moment she does appear, I cannot help but feel a sense of discomfort. I understand that my brother only acted in my best interests by sending me away, yet he never sought my opinion on the matter, were it not for the companionship of those three over the past 14 years. In your visits, I truly cannot fathom how I would have fared. Jiu Lan Feng did not expect to find a solution from Kureha. She merely sought someone to confide in, as these matters were not fit to burden her brother, who already had enough on his plate. With Kinjaku and the others currently absent, her only option was to voice her grievances to Kureha. After some contemplation, Kureha replied, If I were Conan Shu, I would have made the same choice. Nothing is more paramount than your safety in comparison to your well-being. All other matters pale in significance. It is only natural to protect what one values. Even if the methods employed may be somewhat misguided, as for Yuki, it is evident to any discerning eye that you hold greater importance. Conan Shu's choice to remain by her side is solely due to her status as a human, and he has entrusted her care to the chairman. This academy is jointly managed by Conan Shu and the chairman. Only he possesses the authority to keep those vampires in check, hence his inability to depart. I comprehend the logic, yet my emotions momentarily overwhelmed me. Perhaps I shall apologize to my brother later. I sincerely hope he is not genuinely upset. With a sigh, Jiu Feng ultimately resolved to offer an apology. Is it really possible for him to be angry with you, Feng? Do you truly believe that? The absurdity of Jiu Feng's thought process was almost amusing. He was a quintessential example of someone lacking self-awareness. Jiu Feng tilted his head and gazed at Conan. Is it impossible? I did sneak back today. Conan merely smiled faintly, not offering an explanation, and reached out to ruffle his hair before leading him back to his room. Wait here. I shall prepare something to eat for you. Very well. Jiu Feng settled down obediently, awaiting his return. Clang. The door suddenly swung open, startling Jiu Feng as a man with light brown hair and glasses barged in. Oh, Zero's father. I have never seen you bring someone back to your room before, the handsome man remarked with a teasing tone. Jiu Feng's eyes widened in astonishment as he regarded the unexpected guest. Recalling that 14 years prior, this individual had appeared perfectly normal when he had brought Yuki to him. Otherwise, his brother would not have placed Yuki in his care. What had transpired since then? Once a reliable and charming figure, now. He closed his eyes, taking a moment to gauge the man's emotions before scoffing softly. Humph, not a single one of these hunters is trustworthy. Chairman, how many times must I remind you not to refer to yourself as father? And also, do not enter my room without my permission, Conan said, his expression darkening as he regarded Jiu Yan with exasperation. But I saw you bring a friend back, didn't I? The handsome visage transformed into a pitiful expression. Jiu Feng could no longer tolerate his exaggerated demeanor and spoke coolly. Have you finished your probing? Zero suddenly returns with a pureblood. I presume you are concerned about the implications of a pureblood's arrival at the academy? Jiu Yan's interest was piqued. Although he refrained from making any distasteful remarks, his demeanor differed somewhat from the formidable hunter Jiu Feng had once known. How did you know I was testing you? It seems you are not as naive as you appear. With a pureblood in our midst, I wonder what fascinating aspects of this humble academy would pique the interest of such a distinguished guest. You were not so brazen 14 years ago, for how I know you were testing me. Why should I divulge that information? Were it not for the fact that you raised Zero and imparted hunting skills to him, your earlier intrusion would have warranted my immediate expulsion of you. Upon hearing mention of the past, Jiu Yan scrutinized Jiu Feng's face, striving to recall events from that time. What? Has the once great vampire hunter's memory begun to falter? Jiu Feng smirked, mocking Jiu Yan. Were you the little vampire who accompanied Shu to deliver Yuki? TSK, you have certainly grown less charming. You were quite adorable as a child. Jiu Yan finally connected the dots. Recognizing the refined vampire before him as the same cherubic figure from years past, as for the hunter who resorts to probing, how should I treat you? Enough, enough. There is no need for veiled barbs. As the chairman of this academy, I must consider the well-being of my beloved human students. It is only natural to be cautious of a sudden appearance of a pureblood last. Jiu Yan resumed his usual demeanor, looking at Jiu Feng and conceding first. Thus, I did not take action against you. Even though I was displeased with your testing, I refrained from hostility. Now that we have concluded our little game, may I take my leave of Zero's quarters? I merely came to find my brother and perhaps share a meal with Zero. Rest assured, I harbor no intentions toward your students. Seeing Jiu Yan yield first, Jiu Feng reciprocated with utmost sincerity, his ice blue eyes meeting his with earnestness. Though I am a pure blood, I do not bite without provocation and shall not linger in the academy. After all, this place bears my brother's efforts. I shall depart shortly. With that, Jiu Yan finally felt reassured, a smile gracing his face. You are welcome to visit any time, so long as you pose no threat to my students. Perhaps frequent visits are unwise. I would prefer not to incite my brother's ire. He will soon come looking for you, and will inform you of my matters. I have one more question. Has Zero been visiting you in recent years? Indeed, but rest assured, I mean no harm, Zero. Had it not been for your brother's insistence that I, as a vampire, could not assist in his quest to become the strongest hunter, I would not have consented to send him to your care. I am truly grateful that you have sheltered him, that I must thank you for not leaving him with lasting scars. I remain unaware of how he managed to overcome his struggles before arriving here. Yet, I must admit, I could not have facilitated such a swift recovery. Kurehazuro paused in his task of whisking the egg mixture, shaking his head in resignation as he listened to their exchange. Though a smile lingered on his lips, he truly was not as fragile as they believed. Point zero. I must take my leave now. I will find another time to visit you, Dedao. Brother, you hit me again. The words barely escaped his lips before Jiu Shu playfully tapped him on the head, prompting an immediate frown from him. You should remain there quietly. If I have time, I shall come find you. Kurehazuro gently rubbed the spot where he had been tapped, making a promise that it would be better for this individual not to frequent this side too often. Then it is settled. You will come to find me, and when you do, you can assist me in training their marksmanship. Reflecting on the significant disparity in shooting skills between the other 3 police academy students and Jianggu Zero, he was determined to find them a mentor. But Jianggu's marksmanship is not particularly poor, is it? Zhu Fu may be slightly lacking, but he can still defend himself. Why would he need my help? Kurehazuro was aware of the shooting abilities of the 3 individuals in Jiu Lan Feng's family. There was no need to mention Hei's Zhan. Jianggu Zero's talent was commendable, while Zhu Fu Jingguang merely paled in comparison to the 2 exceptional marksmen, but was still capable of outperforming others. It is not Jianggu and the others. It is the other 3 that Kurehazuro frowned, disapprovingly regarding him. You have taken in more people at home again, and you did not erase their memories? Ah, an unexpected incident has occurred, rather intricate in nature. Jiu Lan Feng, resembling a child who has erred, feebly attempts to justify himself. Prior to sensing any negative emotions, he has always been more driven by sentiment than reason. However, once he detects any unpleasant feelings, his response is swifter than anyone else's. The act of rescuing individuals becomes familiar with practice. After the first attempt, it becomes second nature, and after 3 times, it transforms into a habit. Yet, not every individual is worthy of being salvaged by him. Moreover, the situation among humans is far from comforting. For ordinary humans, vampires exist solely as fictional characters within stories. However, for those with connections, it is hardly a secret. As for the personnel of the Metropolitan Police, while not everyone may be aware, at least a portion is certainly informed of this matter. Given the prowess of the 3 individuals, it was only a matter of time before they uncovered such hidden truths. Are you not going to intervene? Kuei Shengling promptly redirects the conversation towards Jiu Lan Shu, hoping that this elder brother can manage his reckless sibling. With a sigh, Jiu Lan Shu contemplates what he can possibly do. Aside from tidying up the mess left by his troublesome younger brother, what other options does he have? Fortunately, while this child may be somewhat careless in trivial matters, he remains dependable in significant situations. Am I not going to see him? Or do you have a better solution? After erasing his memory, this fellow exposed himself again just days later. Do not forget, excessive memory erasure can lead to the original memories becoming chaotic. Do you truly believe Feng would only expose himself once? Yet, it cannot be dismissed entirely. Feng has mentioned the identities of these individuals, who are currently police academy students and will eventually join the Metropolitan Police. It is merely a matter of time before they learn of the existence of vampires. Kuei Shengling remains silent, unable to guarantee that a single memory erasure, or even 3 or 5, would yield no issues beyond 5 erasures. The original memories may indeed be affected. Although vampires possess abilities, they are not omnipotent. Since they will inevitably discover the truth, it would be prudent to solidify their positions and evaluate them sooner rather than later, lest the opportunity slip away, making it difficult to recruit them later. How many individuals have you brought back? Kuei Shengling gazes at Jiu Lan Feng with a mix of exasperation and curiosity. Jiu Lan Feng raises his hand, displaying 3 fingers, and weakly states, "Only 3. It was purely accidental that their identities were exposed. The trash I brought back leads a group of original human vampires. Enough. That's the last three. No more picking up individuals in the future. Do you hear me? I was under the impression that after several years of no such incidents, you had finally matured, only to discover you brought home 3 at once. Kuei Xiangling genuinely wishes to refrain from criticizing Jiu Lan Feng any further. After 7 years of tranquility, he has suddenly returned with 3 individuals, essentially undoing the progress made during those years. Did you hear me? No more bringing back individuals. There are too many humans aware of your identity. This is the last 3. Should there be others, if you do not erase their memories, I shall do it myself. This is the final time I will accommodate your wishes regarding retaining their memories. There will be no next time, were it not for the fact that these individuals possess valuable connections. Jiu Lan Shu would have liked nothing more than to give his younger brother a stern reprimand. Facing his younger brother's traditionally gentle and doting demeanor, he adopts a serious expression, realizing he can no longer afford to be lenient. Even though Jiu Lan Feng can perceive the emotions of others, he must recognize that the sheer number of individuals presents an ongoing challenge, bowing his head after being reprimanded by both parties. Jiu Lan Feng can only assure them, I promise, these are the last 3 individuals that I met them while accompanying Ling Ling at the police academy. They are all good people. They do not wish to lose their memories either. I truly assure you, there will only be these 3. Please do not be angry. I ask that a firm commitment. The last 3, Kuei Xiangling inquires once more. Jiu Lan Feng nods vigorously. Yes. I truly will not do it again. I will control myself from now on. Brother and Zero, you both are truly fearsome. Exchanging glances, Kuei Xiangling and Jiu Lan Shu finally feel a sense of relief, acknowledging that Jiu Lan Feng can no longer be allowed to rescue individuals indiscriminately. Let us depart, Kuei Xiangling states as he steps out of the academy. Jiu Lan Feng looks at him in confusion. Depart? Where are we going? To meet those 3 you brought back and to settle some accounts. No matter what, Jiu Lan Feng cannot believe that this instance of rescuing individuals is unrelated to his family. Silently shrinking his presence, Jiu Lan Feng follows behind Kuei Xiangling, obediently refraining from uttering a word. I am sorry, Ling Ling, Jingguang. I cannot save you. Jiu Lan Shu is quite pleased with Kuei Xiangling taking charge of the situation regarding the individuals as for the 3 from Xiaofeng's side. Aside from Kazuo Jin, who is somewhat ruthless, the others still require further training to Zero, you have not retired for the night. Upon returning home, Jiu Lan Feng discovers 5 individuals seated in the living room, engaged in conversation. Were you not waiting for me? Is the matter resolved? Yes, little curly hair, Yen Air, and Hang. Let me introduce you. This is my elder brother, Jiu Lan Shu. The silver-haired individual here is also named Zero. Kuei Xiangling, a vampire hunter. Little curly hair, Matsuda Jinping's expression contorts, resembling a palette of colors as he wrestles with how to respond to this name. Ida Hang, no longer silent, interjects, I can understand the introductions of your elder brother and friends. But can someone explain to me what Hang is? The most qualified to comment, Kogu Zero awkwardly explains to Ida Hang. This fellow thinks that directly addressing by surname feels too distant. When unsure of what to call someone, he collectively refers to them in plural form. For instance, Zhanjin, Ling Ling complaints have been made, but to no avail, the implication being, just deal with it. You're not the only one subjected to such nicknames. No way. Xiaofeng, change my nickname. If that is not possible, calling me Idago is acceptable, but Hang's simply unbearable. Look at my face. Can it even compare to Kogu's youthful visage? It would be more fitting to call him Ling Ling. But look at me. How can that possibly match? Ida Hang adamantly rejects the moniker. Class monitor, you have gone too far. What do you mean by my youthful visage? Kogu Zero glares at Ida Hang, his expression darkening. Ida Hang clings to this point desperately. Ask them. See if you do not have a youthful appearance. Kogu Zero's gaze sweeps over the other 3, each one avoiding his eyes in succession. However, the slight upward curl of their lips clearly indicates their response. Wait, Xiaofeng. Explain why Kuei Xiang is Zero, and I am Ling Ling. Why is he not Ling Ling as well? You are clearly biased because Zero has been relatively reliable since I met him, diligently learning the ways of a hunter. While you were still being bullied back then, unable to even hold your own in a fight, Jiu Lan Feng sees nothing wrong with his nickname, as when he first met Kogu Zero. He was akin to a pitiful child, unable to defend himself. Kogu Zero's expression darkens further, resorting to childish tactics that I protest. You must change your name to match mine and Kuei Sheng's today. Come, let us have a duel. If you win, I shall grant you the name Zero. Witnessing Kogu Zero's antics, Kuei Sheng Ling casually tosses the blood-rose gun onto the sofa, preparing for a confrontation. Zhu Fu Jingguang hastily detains his childhood friend. You cannot win. Zero, stay calm. You cannot defeat Kuei Sheng. That we, as novice hunters, should not engage in battle with the offspring of a hunter family. We have been called Ling Ling for 14 years. I refuse to change it. I will not change. Besides, Ida is not wrong. You inherently possess a youthful face, just slightly. Jiu Lan Feng is determined not to alter the nickname, as Ling Ling is indeed a youthful face. How dare you? With your beautiful visage, criticize my youthful appearance. Who acts like a child every day? You dare to say such things to me. Ling Ling, Ling Ling, Ling Ling, Ling Ling. It is simply Ling Ling. Jiu Lan Feng transforms into a little bird, soaring up to the chandelier, taunting Kogu Zero, fuming with frustration. Kogu Zero wishes he could fly himself. Come down, you little rascal. You think you can provoke me and then hide away because you can fly? Jiu Lan Shu, unable to watch any longer, reaches out and captures the little bird, Jiu Lan Feng, who falls helplessly into his hands. Why are you so mischievous now? The mirth in Jiu Lan Shu's eyes grows, for it is a relief to see his younger brother finally shedding the weight of his previous melancholy. He fondly pats the little bird's head, realizing that sending him here was indeed a wise decision. Chirp! Jiu Lan Feng calls out towards Kogu Zero. Since Zhu Fu Jingguang and Kogu Zero have also tasted his blood, they can still understand Jiu Lan Feng's chirping despite his transformation. Who do you think brought them here? What do you mean by saying I'm being unreasonable? Who is it that, once familiarized, begins to reveal their true nature? Ah, please elucidate this for me, that if it weren't for the intervention of Zhu Fu Jingguang, Ryo Sakaguchi could very well find himself in a quarrel with a mere bird. Chirp. What do you mean by I? That fellow, Kurizawa, allows you to act carefree. Why not shift the blame onto him? Don't think that just because you've transformed into a bird, you can falsely accuse others. Transform back. Chirp. No, I refuse. A dispute erupted between a person and a bird, transcending language barriers. Hurry and change back. Your antics are giving me a headache. Jiu Lan Shu gently poked the little bird's head in the palm of his hand and spoke softly. Jiu Lan Feng, after all, was a good child who listened to his brother, promptly transforming back. The three who witnessed Jiu Lan Feng's transformation into a small creature found it quite intriguing. Even though they had long accepted that this world was unlike their previous understanding, it still came as a surprise that, it is settled. If I directly call you by your surname, you mustn't think I favor you. It is you who is dissatisfied with my form of address, that as for calling you brother. That is out of the question. One brother and one little brother suffice. Jiu Lan Feng approached Ida Ko and tentatively spoke. Ida Ko smiled and nodded. As long as you don't call me Hang Hang, you may address me however you wish. At long last, Ida Ko had preserved his naming rights, breathing a sigh of relief. Little brother, who might you be? Matsuda Jinpei curiously glanced at Ryo Sakaguchi, questioning how this fellow could possibly be the little brother Jiu Lan Feng referred to. This guy was the first to bring him back. Having followed his every step since childhood, persistently clinging to him, and eventually securing permission for Xiao Feng to remain by his side. Ryo Sakaguchi responded with a smile, admitting he had only managed to coax Xiao Feng into calling him brother when they were young. Now that he was older, it was no longer so easy to deceive him that that the one? Hajiwara Kenji inquired. Xiao Feng may call him that, but we cannot. Hajiwara, do not create trouble for yourself. He is called Kurizawa Jin. Zhu Fu Jingguang provided a preemptive warning to his friend. Just because that fellow was boundlessly indulgent with Xiao Feng, it did not imply he would afford others the same leeway. Their 14 years of camaraderie had barely led him to accept Ryo and Zero as friends. Understood. Suji Seiji, why are you here as well? Ryo Sakaguchi, having had his fun, chose not to argue with Suji Seiji over titles. Let Jiu Lan Feng call him whatever he liked. After all, he had always indulged him since childhood. Suji Seiji pointed at Jiu Lan Feng and coolly remarked that he had brought someone back, complaining about their marksmanship and seeking his assistance. The Suji instructor making a comeback. Zhu Fu Jingguang chuckled. noting that besides Kuruzuwa-jin, both he and Zero had been trained in marksmanship by Suji Seiji. They felt no shame in being instructed by someone younger than themselves. After all, he hailed from a family of hunters and had been handling firearms since childhood. Instructor Suji? Ida echoed, his gaze shifting between them. Ryo and Zero's shooting skills were honed by Suji and Kuruzuwa, but Zero possessed greater talent, learning more quickly. Ryo merely trained extensively later on to elevate his accuracy to match Zero's. No wonder. Ryo, your shooting scores are impressive, rivaling those of the prodigious senior from the police academy. Idako remained quite curious about that esteemed predecessor. Isn't it merely hitting the bullseye with 20 rounds? Not just Zero. Even Jingguang could accomplish that. It's simply that your arrogant instructor didn't allow Zero to continue shooting and instead compared him to others. Jiu Lan Feng pouted, still recalling that day. Zero excelled in close-range shooting, while Jingguang was more adept at long-range sniping. However, the speed of vampires rendered long-distance shots ineffective, necessitating double the training for close-range accuracy. It's different. Our training differs from that of the police academy. We practice marksmanship to confront vampires. From the very beginning, we trained against vampires. Fixed targets were only utilized when we first began shooting. After all, those vampires do not stand still for us to shoot. Zhu Fu Jingguang explained, accustomed to Jiu Lan Feng's protective nature. Despite Xiao Feng's penchant for bickering with Zero, he was in fact most protective of him. Even Kuruzuwa-jin sometimes had to take a step back, though such instances were rare. Upon hearing Zhu Fu Jingguang's explanation, the eyes of the three brightened. No one wished to remain weak. Moreover, if life ahead truly became tumultuous, possessing more means of survival could only be advantageous. Jiu Lan Shu noticed their excitement, but expressed his thoughts candidly, as he never cared about others' feelings aside from his own brother. Not at this moment. Feng's trust in you is his own affair. But as for me, you have not earned any trust. Suji may train you, but for now, you cannot become half-hunters. Brother. Jiu Lan Feng bit his lip, gazing at his elder brother with a troubled expression. This matter is non-negotiable. You must understand the troubles they would encounter should they become half-hunters. I do not oppose your friendships, nor do I oppose your desire to enhance their abilities. However, I cannot allow them to wield weapons capable of harming vampires, at least for the time being. This was the first time Jiu Lan Shu had refused his younger brother. His Navi sibling could make friends based on feelings. But for him, Jiu Lan Feng's safety was paramount. Once weapons meant for vampire hunters were handed out, it would mean entrusting Jiu Lan Feng's safety to them, and Jiu Lan Shu had to be cautious. I can understand your concerns. After all, only today did we learn of the existence of vampires. I cannot say how long it will take to meet your requirements. However, I wish to assure you that I will not harm Xiao Feng. From the moment I laid eyes on him on the first day of school, I wanted to connect with him. Hajiwara Kenji understood Jiu Lan Shu's worries. After all, Jiu Lan Feng did not appear to be someone who could inspire confidence. What I refer to as trust does not pertain to whether you would harm Xiao Feng. You are all aware of his perceptive abilities. The fact that he chose to befriend you suggests that, at your core, you're all good people. Why notion of trust revolves around whether you can prioritize Feng above all else that do not misunderstand. Both Ryo and Zhu Fu have traversed this path before. Jiu Lan Shu calmly observed the three, scrutinizing their actions that you'll get used to it. This fellow is also pure blood, a king among vampires. The fact that he can converse with us so amicably is already a testament to Xiao Feng's influence. He does not extend such courtesy to other vampires. After all, he was born a ruler, standing atop the hierarchy. I cannot appreciate the hierarchical structure of vampires, but I can comprehend it. Ryo Sakaguchi pondered for a moment before offering an explanation for Jiu Lan Shu's pride and his earlier remarks. After all, their environments were different. One was born at the pinnacle of the pyramid, while others lived within a peaceful society, and it was normal for them not to understand each other. Sometimes, it was necessary to clarify matters. After all, it would reduce unnecessary troubles. Though I find your attitude displeasing, I must concede that you are a king among vampires, with reason to be proud. However, I still wish to voice that, among purebloods, your brother is far more endearing. Matsuda Jinpei looked at Jiu Lan Shu with evident dissatisfaction, perplexed as to why there was such a disparity among those of pure blood. Upon hearing Matsuda Jinpei's words, Jiu Lan Shu felt no offense. Instead, he was quite pleased. After all, he appreciated that his brother did not obey him unconditionally simply because he was Xiao Feng's sibling. This was precisely the night he sought for Xiao Feng, someone who would always prioritize him. Moreover, Jiu Lan Feng's innate disposition made him far more likable to humans than other vampires. This is why I sent Feng to the human world, allowing him to forge friendships with humans. For in his heart, there exists no notion of vampires being superior to humans. Even after having been deeply hurt by humans in the past, he harbors no hatred toward them, while I advocate for peaceful coexistence between humans and vampires. My true concerns lie more with the interests of the vampire side. As humanity approaches extinction, vampires cannot isolate themselves. This is the reason I persist in promoting harmonious coexistence between humans and vampires. The development of blood serum significantly reduces the vampire's reliance on human blood. Although the primary material is human blood, there is nothing that cannot be acquired with money. The advent of blood serum has considerably smoothed the path of Jiu Lan Shu's grand ambitions. Jiu Lan Feng suddenly leapt into his brother's embrace, disliking the words of his brother, furrowing his brow in protest. "Brother, you have done enough. If not for your unwavering determination, human society would eventually fall. Therefore, brother, you must not speak such disheartening words. You are occupied with important matters, while I merely play in the human world. In truth, I am the one who is unworthy to as long as you are enjoying yourself. That is what matters to do not forget, dear brother, that your ultimate plan cannot do without you. But the prerequisite is that you must ensure your own safety. I understand. I have adapted to all my abilities quite well. Yet this body is truly a hindrance." Jiu Lan Feng feels a twinge of disdain for his own form. The integration of abilities is progressing far too slowly. While he too has been awakened, his brother can already exert his full strength, whereas he can only manifest a little over half of what he possessed during the primordial era. The thought of his ancestral body gives him a headache. Had he known that such circumstances would arise a millennium later, he would not have chosen to fall into a deep slumber. That method of hibernation was essentially a path toward dissipating. Even with an ancestral body, after so many years, it may well be inferior to this inherently frail vessel. Patience is key. Too much haste can be detrimental. That fellow is still sealed away, and we have ample time to let him languish. What is 0? How much longer can the mark be sustained? Please wait for me. Once I become stronger, I will seek vengeance against Fei Ying and reclaim your blood. There is no rush. At least for the next few years, things will not deteriorate. Tsukugo 0 gently ruffled Jiu Lan Feng's hair. Amazed that after all these years, this fellow still remembers this matter. Though unaware of the specifics of their conversation, the three remained rational and refrained from inquiring. What they ought to know, they will ultimately discover. What they cannot know is of no consequence. None of them are here to pry into Jiu Lan Feng's secrets. After spending several days in the company of his younger brother, he had also engaged with Hajiwara Kenji and the others quite a bit. Even he could not help but marvel at Jiu Lan Feng's social skills. Each of them is exceptional among humanity, and notably, the three treat Feng with genuine sincerity, although they have not reached the level of Kurosawa and his companions. They're still somewhat commendable. After all, their time of acquaintance is relatively short, while Feng and Kurosawa grew up together. Expectations should not be excessively high. "Brother, what are you thinking about?" Jiu Lan Feng lay on his brother's lap, gazing up at the cherry blossoms above as he inquired. "Thinking about your friends. Brother, I do not want them to get involved. This is a matter internal to us vampires. Why should we drag a few humans into it?" Jiu Lan Feng pouted, clearly averse to the idea that he agrees that these individuals becoming half-hunters would merely provide them with some self-defense capabilities, enabling them to survive should chaos arise. However, he is opposed to his brother's intention to involve them in the situation. The brother's adversaries are purebloods. It is far too difficult for a group of humans to contend with purebloods. Little fool, this is no longer merely a conflict within the vampire community. Jiu Lan Li Tu made extensive preparations before awakening me, and you and Shuri are utterly oblivious to it. Jiu Lan Shu sighed, acknowledging that his younger brother has grown up enough to voice dissent against him. "What do you mean?" The Elder Council was established by him and several other purebloods, and the Hunter Association has been infiltrated by the Council as well. Do you still believe that humans are safe? Although hunters are considered humans, their disputes remain our internal matters, do they not? Jiu Lan Feng still fails to grasp how this relates to other humans. It is no longer a millennium ago. Having spent so many years here, you should be aware of their advancements, peculiar potions, research, and highly destructive weaponry that did not exist a millennium ago. Moreover, the existence of vampires has ceased to be synonymous with fear for those with ambition. Rather, it now signifies power, longevity, eternal youth, and authority. Major institutions around the world are infiltrated by the Elder Council. They engage in trade with humans, mutually exploiting one another. However, from my investigations, I have found that Kurizowa's organization, the Japanese public security, as well as the police and political sectors, and other nations' institutions such as the FBI, MI6, CIA, among many others, are all involved. You still naively believe this is merely an internal struggle among us vampires? Jiu Lan Shu retorted. But why? Vampires are already quite powerful. Why engage in such actions? Furthermore, what can those humans provide for them? Although vampires possess long lifespans, they are not eternal. For the nobility, attaining a lifespan comparable to that of purebloods is also a pursuit. For some purebloods, what they seek is immortality and power, rather than the current arrangement where each pureblood is responsible for a specific domain. It is absurd. What use is such a lengthy lifespan? Brother, once you resolve these troublesome matters, do you intend to return to slumber? Jiu Lan Feng blinked, asking, what about you? Perhaps, once all remnants of the past are gone, I may choose to sleep again. After all, I have little attachment to this world. The once dreary world has gained vibrant hues due to the presence of jinn and others. However, when the colorful images fade back into gray, the desire to continue living dissipates as well. Then the time you must wait is quite long. Aside from Tsukigo and the new trio who have yet to taste your blood, the rest have already partaken of both our bloods. The effects of two purebloods' blood are not to be underestimated. Jiu Lan Shu observed his younger brother's contemplative expression and chuckled. .0 has always resisted drinking blood. This is quite normal, as once he consumes blood, regardless of whether it is from a pure blood or not, he will transform into a vampire. While we cannot prevent the outcome of his becoming a vampire, we have done our utmost to help suppress it. Moreover, I can see that he seems to be making an effort to fortify his resolve. From the very beginning, Tsukigo Zero has been aware of his fate. He is merely engaging in a final struggle now. Unable to bear witnessing his brother's despondence, Jiu Lan Shu could only strive to console him. Brother, do you think we can find humans who trade with vampires and deal with them, if we do not want them to harm others? It would be better to eliminate them altogether. I do not wish to harm humans, but that does not mean I am incapable of taking a life. It is preferable to eliminate those who sow discord between the two races. Dealing with them may be easy, but can you guarantee that after one is resolved, another will not take their place? Jiu Lan Shu inquired with a smile. He had genuinely not considered this point. So do not rush. Take your time, we must not act hastily until we can uproot them completely. Alright, this is truly troublesome. The emotions of humans are far too complex and chaotic. It is quite vexing, jealousy, aversion, greed, and other such nonsense. Hasn't society progressed? Why have emotions become increasingly convoluted? Jiu Lan Feng lamented, knowing all too well the disarray of emotions he experienced daily at school. Truly maddening. Thus, when he first encountered Hajiwara Kenji and the others, he felt compelled to converse with them, as the absence of malicious emotions is a rare find. With an abundance of desires, emotions naturally become intricate. This ability of yours is quite burdensome. Can you not control it? Jiu Lan Shu felt a pang of sympathy for his younger brother. He envied Jiu Lan Feng's ability to perceive emotions, unaware that such a gift could be an immense burden for someone as pure-hearted as Jiu Lan Feng. Initially, the acquisition of this ability may have brought him joy. However, over time, regardless of how steadfast one's character, the incessant onslaught of negative emotions erodes one's former cheerfulness. Brother, do not dwell on it. Even the progenitor could not control it freely, let alone my current self. However, I have somewhat acclimated, which is why I felt an urge to befriend Kenji and the others. But you have already promised me that even if you encounter more like them, you shall not reach out again, understood? I know. I truly will not reach out again, so, brother, when will you agree to let them become half-hunters? Jiu Lan Feng grinned at his brother. Wait until they graduate. They need training at the police academy. Having just undergone transformation, they cannot control themselves immediately, and it would be easy to expose them at the academy. You will find use for them in the future. The blood of two pure bloods over time will make them stronger than most hunters, becoming your significant allies. A knightly order that belongs solely to you. That it is a pity that they are currently too weak. Brother, Jiu Lan Feng looked up at Jiu Lan Shu with indignation, refusing to back down. That I know you dislike my saying this. However, Feng, you will not regard them as your knights for your protection. If they face danger, you will go to great lengths to assist them. Thus, the term knightly order is merely a figure of speech. What truly matters is the bond between you. It is not merely about unidirectional absorption. Rather, it is the reciprocal nature of interaction that fortifies such bonds. This is something only you can accomplish. I cannot, and no other pure blood can either. Only you possess the genuine capacity to forge friendships with humanity. This formidable order of knights can only be wielded by you. Jiu Lan Shu initially intended to extricate his younger brother from a perilous situation, never anticipating that his sibling would inadvertently assemble a knightly order of immense potential, one that no pure blood could replicate. A team that would never betray, bound solely by emotional connections devoid of bloodline constraints. This was ultimately Jiu Lan Shu's aim. Originally, he had planned to select knights from the Jiu Lan family's affiliates, with Kwanshan Yudo being his first choice. Little did he realize that his brother would serendipitously identify the ideal candidates. However, it seems that his brother's judgment is far more reliable than his own. Are you truly certain they will appreciate it? Jiu Lan Shu mused, holding a plethora of snacks as he observed his brother, who was intent on purchasing even more, and let out a sigh. They should. I just have a better understanding of Ling Ling and Jing Wang's taste as for the three of them. Purchasing a variety will surely yield something they enjoy. Alas, I remarked, you aren't complaining about my request for assistance in carrying these items. Are you? Jiu Lan Feng narrowed his eyes at Jiu Lan Shu, his tone laced with an unmistakable threat. You are overthinking it. I merely fear you might buy too much for them to consume. Jiu Lan Shu now regretted heeding his brother's suggestion. Having ventured out together, he could not bear to see his younger sibling burdened, and thus assumed the responsibility of carrying the items. Oh, is that so? Then very well. I shall refrain from purchasing more. Jiu Lan Feng, observing the multitude of bags in his brother's hands, finally relented in his quest to acquire more goods. Jiu Lan Feng, along with his brother and a heap of belongings, sped toward the police academy in a sports car, but vehicle ahead yielded a path as a truck behind lost control. Jiu Lan Feng opened the sunroof and accelerated forward. What's the matter? I thought I heard Ida's voice. Uncertain if he had misheard, Jiu Lan Feng decided to speed ahead for a closer look. Jiu Lan Shu, noticing the motorcycle drawing closer, cautioned his oblivious brother, it's not just a coincidence. Look towards the front left. Indeed, it was Ida alongside Jing Wang. What are you two doing? Jiu Lan Feng inquired as he approached them. Xiao Feng, the truck ahead has lost control, and we are devising a strategy to manage the situation, Zhu Fu Jing Guang succinctly explained. You are merely pursuing it like this? Zero, and the others are en route. Brother? Absolutely not. Jiu Lan Shu could tell from his expression what his brother intended and immediately dismissed the idea without a second thought. Jiu Lan Feng reluctantly abandoned his plan, apologizing to Zhu Fu Jing Guang and his companion. I'm sorry, Jing Guang. I fear I may not be of any assistance. It's all right. They are on their way. And there are plenty of people here. You should remain calm, Zhu Fu Jing Guang reassured him. Observing the white Mazda, are 7 slowly catching up. Hey boss, Matsuda Jinpei greeted Ida from the passenger seat. Apologies for making you wait. Hajiwara Kenji managed to greet while driving. Hi. Jiu Lan Feng called out, waving to Hajiwara and the others from a distance. Xiao Feng, the 3 occupants of the white Mazda were taken aback to see him there. I came to deliver some snacks, and I happened to run into Jing Guang and Ida, but it seems I am of no help. That we don't need you. To stay put, Ryuga Zero responded, clearly understanding his intent and quickly intervening. TSK Zero, why are you so fierce? If you behave, I won't be harsh with you. Jiu Lan Feng pouted, responding honestly. All right then, is this truly acceptable? The school explicitly prohibits students from driving vehicles. Ida remarked, noting that it was Hajiwara behind the wheel, his concerns about regulations surfacing. The engine noise is too loud. I can't hear what you're saying. Matsuda Jinpei feigned ignorance, recalling that they had driven during their social outing. Disregarding such trivial rules, Kenji, find a way to halt the car. Ryogazuro likewise ignored Ida's words, shifting the conversation. Isn't that simple? Just watch me, Hajiwara Kenji declared, shifting gears and veering towards the truck. I advise you to be cautious. I can already smell blood. You better not get hurt. You bunch of fools. Jiu Lan Feng grimaced at the scent of blood, unable to restrain himself from admonishing the reckless group. Understood, but the weight difference in the vehicles is too substantial that if anyone gets injured, Kenji, do you believe Xiao Feng will tear us apart? Be careful, otherwise you'll have to placate him when he gets angry. Akazawa has been absent lately, so I can't handle his ire. Fine, I'll tone it down, Matsuda Jinpei replied, glancing at the out-of-control vehicle, then producing a police light from the car. He turned to his childhood friend. Hagi, can we manage this? Understanding Matsuda Jinpei's intent, Hajiwara Kenji smirked confidently, replying of course. Ryogazuro, bewildered by the cryptic exchange between the two, looked from one to the other, muttering, what does that mean? Unfortunately, no one offered him an explanation. Hey, open the sunroof. Matsuda Jinpei instructed the two in the car wedged behind the truck. All right, what on earth are you two planning? Ryogazuro remained perplexed, still failing to grasp the nature of their cryptic discussion. Wondering if he and Hiro and Xiao Feng shared a similar dynamic. .0. Be careful not to bite your tongue. Matsuda Jinpei chuckled as he grasped the bewildered Ryogazuro. Now what exactly are you two plotting? Ryogazuro scrutinized the enigmatic duo, unable to suppress his emphasis on their current predicament. It appeared a car had rear-ended the truck, resulting in the bumper being lodged, with the truck now dragging the car along. Moreover, the truck driver might have fainted due to a medical episode. In such a scenario, what could they possibly achieve? Just wait and see. The real show is yet to unfold, Hajiwara Kenji declared as he turned the steering wheel sharply, causing the car to tilt and propel forward, simultaneously tossing the police light ahead, which caught on the truck's wheel, lifting the entire vehicle into the air. Wow, that's awesome. I want to learn too. Jiu Lan Feng exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with excitement at the display. Jiu Lan Shu averted his gaze, unwilling to witness his brother's exhilaration. It seemed he would have to purchase a few more toy cars for him to wreak havoc with. How was it that upon arriving in the human world, his once obedient and gentle brother had transformed into such a wild child? Where had it all gone awry? The once excited Jiu Lan Feng's exuberance swiftly morphed into fury upon witnessing their next move. Unable to restrain himself from shouting, Matsuda Jinpei, Ryogazuro, are you both trying to get yourselves killed? Jiu Lan Shu was taken aback by his brother's outburst, his pupils dilating in disbelief. It was rare for Jiu Lan Feng to express such anger. Even when upset, he typically emitted a cold aura or resorted to physical action. Never had he raised his voice like this. That seemed that a shift in mindset could lead to a significant alteration in character. Redirecting his attention to the individuals ahead, he finally understood the cause of Jiu Lan Feng's earlier ire, and shook his head helplessly. Whoever had provoked him would have to placate him. It was not his concern. Taking advantage of the moment when the vehicle soared, Matsuda Jinpei unbuckled his seatbelt, flung open the door, seized Ryogazuro, and leapt onto the sedan. Meanwhile, the white Mazda's wheels skidded along the roadside barrier for several seconds before landing securely on the opposite side of the sedan. Continuing its journey, Jiu Lan Feng gritted his teeth, maneuvering the car to the other side, feeling utterly exasperated by their antics. This is just too impressive. Ida couldn't help but marvel, while Zhu Fu Jingguang appeared astonished that Ida could express such admiration. Resignedly covering his face, no collateral damage, please, Xiao Feng. Impressive my foot, Hajiwara Kenji, Matsuda Jinpei, and Ryogazuro, you fools are truly finished. Jiu Lan Feng's furious voice echoed in everyone's ears. The three individuals named instinctively shuddered. Ryogazuro offering a wry smile. Don't involve me. I'm innocent. If you want to escape, are we not brothers? We either sink or swim together, Matsuda Jinpei declared, pulling Ryogazuro closer, grinning wickedly at him, ensuring he could not flee. Brother, you drive. I'm a bit worried about them. Jiu Lan Feng unbuckled his seatbelt, opened the door, and leapt out. In the instant he jumped, Jiu Lan Shu instantaneously teleported to take Jiu Lan Feng's place. Feng, be careful. Jiu Lan Shu reminded him. Understood. In an effort to remain inconspicuous, Jiu Lan Feng grasped the rear seat of Ida Hang's motorcycle with both hands, exerted force with his toes, and leapt directly into the air, landing on an empty space before subsequently springing onto the roof of the sedan. You too. Jiu Lan Feng seized one by the scruff of the neck, a cold smirk gracing his lips. The two, rendered speechless by shock, stared at Jiu Lan Feng, bewildered as to when he had made his ascent. Well, Xiao Feng, save the person first. Matsuda Jinpei seized the opportunity to divert the conversation, reasoning that whether one died sooner or later, living even a moment longer was preferable. Observing the gash on his face caused by shattered glass, Jiu Lan Feng furrowed his brow, extending a finger to gently trace the wound, which promptly healed. Now, speak. What's your next move? I shall keep watch. Kawaguchi Rei immediately distanced himself from the matter, declaring, I have no idea. Ask Jinpei. I'm still in a daze. Do enlighten me. Matsuda Jinpei shot him a glare before turning his attention to the two anxiously fixated on the jammed section, stating, when we reach the front of the car, we'll open the hood. Are we supposed to climb onto the truck? Jiu Lan Feng inquired. Precisely. Once they lift the hood, I'll disassemble the bumper, allowing Rei to climb into the cargo area. Why go through such trouble, Rei? Okay, I'm ready to know. What exactly are you prepared for? Now, it was Matsuda Jinpei's turn to be puzzled by their cryptic exchange. Jiu Lan Feng seized Kawaguchi Rei's shoulder, tossing him onto the cargo area, feigning a slight struggle to avoid arousing suspicion from the two inside the vehicle. Kawaguchi Rei executed a forward roll and landed safely in the cargo area, then turned to Jiu Lan Feng with a smile, saying, All set. What do you mean by all set? I'm not ready. Less chatter. It doesn't matter if you're ready. Where's that reckless courage of yours? Go dismantle the bumper. We have no use for you here. Jiu Lan Feng shot him a cold glance, remarking that it was too late to realize he wasn't up to the task. With that, Jiu Lan Feng grasped the handle at the rear of the cargo area, flipped himself over, and leapt onto the truck. They are in your hands now. If you can't handle it, seek out my brother. He is behind us. With that, Jiu Lan Feng shifted his focus entirely to cooperating with Kawaguchi Rei. 0. This highway is still under construction. Jufuku Kiku shouted at the three ahead while glancing at his phone. Done. I've removed all the securing components from the inside of the bumper. Matsuda Jinpei closed the hood, returned to the sunroof, and urged the two inside. Quick, pull the handbrake. Pull hard to detach the bumper. As the sedan's handbrake was engaged, Jiu Lan Feng glanced at the bumper, which instantly released from both vehicles. With the added layer of assurance, Jiu Lan Feng sighed in relief, hoping no one had noticed his discreet use of abilities. After all, he had merely lent a small hand. Kawaguchi Rei clambered into the truck, relocating the unconscious individual to the passenger seat, while he took the driver's position, glancing nervously at the nearby chasm. Step on the gas. We can only press the gas pedal. Floor it, Rei. Hajiwara Kenji's white Mazda caught up with the truck, offering Kaguchi Rei advice through the window. Jiu Lan Feng leaned in, followed by his entire body, grinning as he said, Rei, step on the gas. I'm right here, have no worries. All right, let us take a gamble. Kawaguchi Rei slammed down on the accelerator. Racing towards the breach, Jiu Lan Feng swung open the door, hoisting the unconscious driver while his other hand gripped Kawaguchi Rei's shoulder for safety. Both vehicles leapt simultaneously. Hajiwara Kenji's lightweight car easily cleared the gap, whereas the truck, weighed down by its heft, collided with the chasm edge, flipping over. Seeing this, Jiu Lan Feng immediately pulled Kawaguchi Rei into his embrace, using his psychic power to shield all three of them before jumping from the vehicle. Hajiwara Kenji rushed over, looking at the three sprawled on the ground with concern, asking, Are you all right? Of course, with me around. How could anything happen to Rei? Jiu Lan Feng replied, relieved that the individual had merely fainted. Otherwise, it would have been more troublesome that he cast a disdainful glance at the source of the predicament, expressing his dissatisfaction. Good call. Kawaguchi Rei, lying on the ground, opened one eye and cheerfully gave a thumbs up. What a mess. Jiu Lan Shu's icy voice came from behind them. Jiu Lan Feng awkwardly chuckled, murmuring, "Brother, how did you get here? Didn't you tell me not to misuse my abilities? Aren't you doing the same?" Jiu Lan Shu pointed at the red sport car beside them. "How did you arrive? How did I arrive? Did you think I was you? Hurry and tend to the unconscious one. You don't need me to teach you." Jiu Lan Shu glanced at the two police academy students, reminding them Feng did an exceptional job protecting that person. How could someone who is unconscious not sustain any injuries? All right. Jin pushed open the door. Eyeing Jiu Lan Feng, who was acting coy with Jiu Lan Shu, raising an eyebrow, an unexpected figure had appeared. Jin, you're back. It's been quite a while. Jiu Lan Feng immediately abandoned his brother and lunged towards Jin. Jiu Lan Shu, troublesome child, behave yourself. Jin caught the charging Jiu Lan Feng, saying with resignation that I missed you, but since you didn't take me with you, I had no choice but to hang out with Ray and the others at the police academy every day. Jiu Lan Feng wiggled his nose, playfully licking Jin's neck with his tongue. Miss me? Or are you just craving something? Jin shot him a glance, tossing it back to Jiu Lan Shu's side, that I missed you. Jiu Lan Feng replied weakly, lacking any credibility, or perhaps he was simply more eager to drink his blood, essentially still that gluttonous child from years past. Humph. Jin scoffed, reaching for a fruit knife on the table, making a small cut on his arm before beckoning Jiu Lan Feng over. Elated, Jiu Lan Feng dashed forward, wrapping his arms around Jin's arm and beginning to drink. What brings you here? Jin, clearly surprised by the seldom-seen vampire's presence, inquired. Came to clean up the mess and keep him company for a few days. Jiu Lan Shu sighed as he looked at his contented younger brother, lamenting how he desired blood, but not his brother's company. Once Jiu Lan Feng had his fill, he helped Jin stop the bleeding, then cheerfully looked at his brother, saying, Brother, you can go back to your work now. Jin is back. Jiu Lan Shu, do you really think you can use me and then toss me aside? Are you asking for a beating, you insolent child? Jiu Lan Shu narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the troublesome child before him. That's not it. ISNT, there's still plenty for you to handle. You can't always be by my side. We'll discuss your matters later. Xiaofeng, did you pick up someone again? Jin interrupted the brothers' conversation, fixing his gaze on Jiu Lan Feng. Jiu Lan Feng suddenly recalled the significant action he had taken while Jin was away. Looking at the mischievous child hiding behind the sofa, Jiu Lan Shu smirked. Now you know to hide behind me? Brother, don't make snide remarks. Jiu Lan Feng pouted, irked by his brother's amused demeanor. Congratulations, this child has brought you back 3 individuals. They should be trustworthy. Jiu Lan Shu remarked with a hint of schadenfreude, relieved that the most reliable person had returned. Should be. Looking at Jiu Lan Feng, who was only revealing the top of his head, he asked, Where did you find them? From the police academy. It was tough. Jiu Lan Shu patted Jin's shoulder, acknowledging how unfortunate he was to be surrounded by police as a hitman. Jin, damn it, can we just get rid of this child? You picked them up from the police academy. Those two seem to be asking for trouble. Jin surmised that this was connected to Kawaguchi Ray and the others. Don't be angry. It was truly unavoidable. You know that repeated memory erasure affect a person's original memories, and my perception tells me they're all good people. Jin, they are good people. I'm not that I should never have allowed those two to enter the police academy. Jin's voice grew colder, wishing to drag those two back and give them a good thrashing. Feng, you head back first. I need to find Oh, brother, please talk to him nicely and don't let him get upset. Jiu Lan Feng nodded and returned to his room. Something on your mind? Jin was clearly displeased. Extremely displeased. Anyone would feel unwell with a few future police officers suddenly appearing nearby, that I've checked. One of those 3 has a grudge against the police chief. Another is only stable due to the police job. And the last has a negative perception of the police due to his father's resignation. In simple terms, their decision to attend the police academy was not driven by any so-called sense of justice. What does that have to do with me? Why does their choice to become police officers concern him? Without them, what do you intend to do? Infiltrate the Public Security Bureau and the police department with undercover agents? Would you even dare to utilize the individuals you insert? Can you be certain that those you place will not harbor ulterior motives upon discovering Feng's identity? Do not forget, you are merely the head of the action team, not the leader of the entire organization. Jiu Lan Shu calmly elucidated the pros and cons to Jin. Are they usable? Jin raised an eyebrow, countering with a question. Jiu Lan Shu nodded, indicating that, for now, they seemed viable. He was more aware than I of Feng's reliability regarding his perceptive abilities. While they may be dependable, what use is it if they are ultimately ineffective? Jin remained dismissive of those police academy students, viewing them as mere novices, unworthy of his attention. Ordinary police academy students pale in comparison to the organization's coded members. Are they truly useless? That remains to be seen. Jiu Lan Shu smiled knowingly, refraining from elaborating to Jin. You ought to know that Feng, through his intuition, befriends those who are likely the polar opposite of you. After all, how many individuals like you exist, devoid of desires or ambitions regarding anything? Jin fell silent. Prior to meeting Jiu Lan Feng, he was merely a killer molded by the organization, obediently following orders, immersed in training, striving to survive in the training camp without letting others trample over him for advancement. That was his mindset in his youth. Upon encountering Jiu Lan Feng, he initially found the young vampire's persistence a source of annoyance. A fledgling vampire, drawn to him simply because his blood was appealing, lacking any fear emanating from Feng. The latter continued to follow him. However, over time, Jin grew accustomed to having this chatty little vampire by his side, who would excitedly rush to him after every mission, concerned for his well-being, having lived alone for so long. It was surprisingly rare for him to find the little vampire's chatter bothersome. Even when two troublesome individuals appeared, Jiu Lan Feng still clung to him, and on occasions when Akai and the others attempted to reason with him, a mere glance from Jin would suffice to make Feng comply. After 14 years of stability, Jin had thought that this fellow had mellowed and become more discerning, only to find upon returning from a mission that Feng had brought back 3 reserve police officers. Nonetheless, Jiu Lan Shu was not wrong. Jin indeed despised the indecisiveness exhibited by the police. However, one must acknowledge that how many individuals like him exist, entirely devoid of desires. Once emotions become complex, the perceptive fellow, Feng, would have long since distanced himself. Jin sighed. Ever since encountering this little vampire, his life had taken a turn. Since he chose not to leave at that time, what options remained now? A child he had raised. Albeit a bit foolish, could he truly cast him aside? The stakes had grown substantial. Anyone who appeared by his side had been meticulously factored in. Jin regarded Jiu Lan Shu with a cold smile. Not necessarily. Those I find unworthy do not merit my calculations. Jiu Lan Shu, instead of becoming incensed, smiled back, his expression notably gentle. Has anyone ever mentioned that your arrogance is quite irksome? We are all purebloods. Yet the disparity is remarkable. Thus, the one worthy of your protection is him. Not me. 7 years ago, you agreed to collaborate with me precisely because you held Feng dear. I haven't even asked you yet. Have you uncovered anything regarding that matter? Was it from your organization? At the mention of this issue, Jin's murderous intent involuntarily radiated outwards. Jiu Lan Shu smiled knowingly, evidently having guessed correctly. The matter had indeed been sealed away, and yet remained unresolved. And that boss of yours was not one to be trifled with. Immortality had always been his goal, yet progress had been stagnant. Your adversary is adept at manipulating others. However, I've always opposed the idea of little Feng joining the organization. Jin grimaced at this realization. Were it not for the agreement of the elder brother before him, he would have never consented to Feng's entry into the organization, nor would have discreetly suppressed the assignments directed towards Feng. What? You think you cannot protect him? You actually have something to fear. It is precisely because your organization has ties with vampires that they understand their pride. A vampire would never submit to another. And one would never suspect a pure blood could infiltrate the ranks of the organization. Of course, placing little Feng in the police department is an option as well, but would you truly feel comfortable leaving him in the care of Akai and the others? Jiu Lan Shu queried with a smile. Jin chose not to respond. He truly harbored reservations. The police academy had only commenced 2 months prior, and he had been away from Neon for 2 months. Akai and Juji's ineptitude had allowed Feng to gather 3 individuals, and the thought alone made his hands itch. Even if you do not trust me, you should trust Feng. Believe in his judgment. After all, you are all the ones he selected. Perhaps attempting to trust will save you considerable trouble. After all, those individuals possess commendable abilities. Fine, I shall observe for now, since they have managed to earn your favor. At the very least, they have kept Feng in mind. As for the rest, I will assess further. Jin relented. Having retrieved them, resolving the situation would only serve to distress Jiu Lan Feng. He could only blame himself for having entrusted him to those two unreliable fellows. This time he would not easily let them off the hook. Those deserving of punishment could not escape their fate, that at the very least. I believe having them as fixtures in the police department is more reliable than the trash you sought from the organization. Jiu Lan Shu approached the doorway, offering a final reminder before departing. Please convey my farewell to Feng. I have been away for a while, and the academy is beginning to feel the strain. No need to see me off, Jin stated, settling back onto the sofa, lighting a cigarette while contemplating Jiu Lan Shu's proposal. Truly, he had a knack for courting trouble. Amidst the bustling commercial street, a striking silver-haired man cradled a white little vampire that seemed incongruous with his demeanor. This stark contrast drew attention as Jin donned casual attire, a plain white t-shirt paired with black cargo pants, resignedly holding a particularly lethargic little vampire. Are you genuinely planning to cling to me like this indefinitely? Jin glanced down at the small white vampire, whose eyes were closed in slumber, and sighed in exasperation. God only knew how much he wished to rid himself of the onlookers. Mimu, Jiu Lan Feng raised his head, sleepily vocalizing his discomfort. Tired, unwilling to walk, that if you don't want to walk, why not stay home and sleep? Mimu, the chocolate cake at home would be sold out by the time I wake up. Jin chose silence, thinking to himself that Feng was indeed a glutton. Fortunately, as a little vampire, he did not have many cravings, or it could prove troublesome. Then switch to another form. What kind of sight is it for me to be carrying a little milk? Mimu, I don't want to. If I transform, I can nestle in your arms to sleep. Other animals cannot do that. What if I turn into a bird and sleep atop your head? It was uncertain what drew more attention, a sleeping little white bird perched on his head or the little vampire dozing in his arms. Forget it. You may sleep. Jin ultimately decided to continue holding him. After all, having a bird on his head would be even more peculiar. Mimu, you are quite the nuisance. Upon hearing this, Jin nearly tossed him out in irritation. Who was it that insisted on sleeping yet refused to walk? Who was it that had been clamoring for chocolate cake all morning? How could Jiu Lan Feng dare criticize others for being bothersome? Who was being bothersome? Jin's fingers gently kneaded the little white paws, his voice a low, threatening murmur. Jiu Lan Feng, disturbed from his slumber by the commotion, was about to extend his claws when Jin's words forced him back. Extend your claws, and do you believe I want to throw you out? Jiu Lan Feng recoiled. How could he not let it go? A warm and fragrant mobile nest was far too precious to abandon. Mimu, hurry and get in line. If you're late, you want to get any. Jin thought to himself, this troublesome child. Aren't you already 20? Why then, do you still transform into a juvenile creature? Mimu, aren't you growing up at all? Jiu Lan Feng opened one eye, his ice blue pupils glowering at him, letting out a fierce Mimu. 20 years is hardly old for a vampire, especially since his ability is that of spiritual projection, a skill common to purebloods. While the primary function is surveillance, there's nothing preventing him from using it to slack off. However, he found himself in a dilemma. His brother transformed into bats and wolves. While he ended up as a little bird, milk, or a butterfly, of course, he detested the butterfly. Thus, he primarily transformed into birds. As for the sounds he made, were they really of his choosing? Once the transformation was complete, what could he possibly do about that noise? Upon seeing the little creature in his arms about to lose its temper, Jiu ceased to tease him, lest he actually provoke a meltdown, leaving him at a loss for how to handle it. All right, you should sleep now. Gently stroking his head, enveloped in the familiar scent, Jiu Lan Feng stifled a yawn, curling his tail around himself, and drifted into a deep slumber. Just like that, he fell asleep. Not wishing to disturb him, Jiu continued on his path towards their destination. He needed to hurry and purchase the cake, and then rush back. Otherwise, he genuinely could not guarantee that he wouldn't commit murder in the streets. After acquiring the cake, Jiu's gaze fell upon 5 young men in short-sleeved police uniforms rushing by in a fluster. His eyes immediately caught sight of the striking golden hair of Ryuguzuro. Even without recognizing the 3 individuals Jiu Lan Feng had brought back, it was evident what the other 3 looked like by their association with the first 2. Xiao Feng. Jiu pinched his claws together and softly called out, "Miwu, if you disturb my sleep again, I'll bite you." Though it was a rather harsh remark, biting was not a feasible threat. Jiu poked his forehead and chuckled. "Miwu, what's wrong with you? I'm truly exhausted." The tone carried a hint of grievance, and his watery eyes brimmed with resentment. Jiu, lacking the inclination to engage in further conversation, lifted his two front paws, compelling Jiu Lan Feng to direct his gaze towards the 5 individuals. "Me? Is it Zero and the others? The remaining 3 are the hunters you picked up who are still undergoing evaluation by Jiu Lan Shu." Jiu Lan Feng nodded, entirely unsurprised that Jiu was aware of these matters, considering he had conversed at length with his brother beforehand, making it impossible not to mention Matsuda and the others. "Miwu." Jiu Lan Feng waved a paw, urging Jiu to lean in closer to observe. Those 5 appeared to be in a hurry. Finding a secluded corner, he transformed into human form to join the fray, although he had temporarily accepted the fact that Jiu Lan Feng had brought someone back. Jiu still did not wish to interact with them, including the 2 at home whom he now regarded with disdain. "Miwu." Jiu Lan Feng nudged Jiu's hand with his head and licked it with his tongue. Irritated, Jiu poked his head, instructing him to use his abilities to create a barrier, promising to let him see, but warning not to expect him to reveal himself in front of them. Jiu Lan Feng nodded, understanding this was Jiu's greatest concession, and complied, obediently hiding both himself and Jiu. After all, time was on their side. Surely he would come to accept it eventually. Jiu led Jiu Lan Feng into the shop where the 5 had just entered. As they stepped inside, they heard a curly-haired youth call out to Ryogzuro, "Don't move. This is a bomb." Now Jiu's interest was piqued. These individuals were quite perceptive. Even before any interaction, they could identify a bomb, and a wonder Jiu Lan Shu had mentioned they would be of use in the future. He was eager to see what capabilities these 3, freshly retrieved, possessed, setting aside their connection to Jiu Lan Feng. Jiu observed the 5 with an air of detachment, keen to ascertain whether the other 3, aside from Zero and Jufu, could prove themselves useful. Indeed, the washing machines within the store were all interconnected. The potential devastation could obliterate the entire commercial street. It seemed the washing machine on the right was the main unit. Dismantling it would suffice, and no need to rush. Let us watch how they proceed. After all, weren't these the individuals you selected? Do you lack confidence in them? Jiu pacified the restless little one in his arms, his interest intensifying with the danger at hand. How else could they discern their capabilities? If they were to be blown to bits, it would be less of a concern. After all, Ryugu and Jufu had undergone modifications, making them resilient enough to withstand fatal blows at awe. This certainly simplifies matters. Watching Ryuguzuro dismantle the bomb under Matsuda's guidance, Jiu finally saw something gratifying. He no longer needed to teach them this skill, but if, as Jiu Lan Shu had claimed, they would protect Jiu Lan Feng at all costs. He could accept their roles as police officers, who says that police must always uphold a sense of justice. Their objective was merely to eliminate threats to Jiu Lan Feng's safety. Wasn't he also devising ways to seize control of the organization? With the assistance of the police, the process of eliminating undesirable elements would undoubtedly be expedited. Casting a cold smile at their bustling activity, Jiu thought, indeed, aside from their abilities and teamwork, they possess little else of value. Not a single reliable one among them. Too soft-hearted. His gaze turned icy as he observed the banner being raised. Catching sight of Jufu Kajiki and the murderer of his family, a derisive smile crept across his face. After all these years, it seemed all his teachings had gone to waste. Not only had they failed to execute the killer, but they had also chosen to save him. He made a mental note to remind Jufu to practice with him when he had the chance. Reaching out, he pinched Jiu Lan Feng's ear as a reminder. Jiu Lan Feng shrank his neck, sensing Jiu's ire, and refrained from opposing him at that moment. He could only silently pray for Kajiki. Hoping it was merely a practice session, Kajiki could manage it. Jufu Kajiki looked around in confusion, and Ryugzuro approached, resting a hand on his shoulder, asking, "Hero, what's wrong? I sense a feeling of danger. What are you thinking?" "We've already captured the murderer." Ryugzuro chuckled, patting his shoulder in reassurance. Jufu Kajiki shook his head, his expression difficult to articulate. "I'm not referring to this kind of danger. It's that ominous feeling I get every time before training with Kurzawa. Could it be? Ryuga's smile froze on his face. Hiro's intuition in such matters was usually quite accurate. Thus, he immediately began scanning the surroundings. How perceptive, albeit a tad late. Hidden by Jiu Lan Feng. Jinjiu observed the two slow-witted individuals with a cold snort. Kajiki, I recall that Xiao Feng enjoys chocolate cake. Once we hand this fellow over to the police, let us see if we can still buy some nearby. Kenji Hajiwara suggested. Hiro, congratulations. Your premonition has come true again. Where could those two be hiding? Ryugazuro looked around, but found nothing. The next moment, Jufu Kajiki's phone buzzed with a message from Jinjiu. Remember to seek me out for training during your vacation. Jufu Kajiki forced a wry smile as he handed his phone to Ryugazuro, surrendering to his fate. Ryugazuro sighed, patting his shoulder. Good luck, Hiro. After all these years, you should be accustomed to this. Jufu Kajiki shot him a frosty glare, swatting his hand away. You better pray that he doesn't find something to hold against you, or you'll see how I mock you. Ryugazuro rubbed his nose. As if I want to give that Kurzawa guy any excuse to take me down. Negro was seemingly on a killing spree today. Ireland observed Negro, Jiu Lan Feng, sitting in the corner. Drinking, the murderous intent still palpable, as though he had just returned from hell. What is going on? Kiani asked curiously, not daring to approach just yet. Today's mission involved a transaction with the Mud Eel gang. Initially, it was meant to be Jinjiu and me, but Negro, feeling bored, tagged along that in the end, they ambushed Jinjiu, though fortunately they failed. Ireland swallowed hard, suppressing the fear rising within. While Jinjiu remained unharmed, Negro had become incensed. Without even needing a gun, he obliterated the assailants with a dagger, as if crushing a swarm of ants, leaving not a single one alive. What was even more terrifying was that he had completed the act without a single drop of blood on him. Ugh! Gasps filled the room as everyone reacted in shock. And no wonder he had been promoted by the boss. Vodka remarked with a hint of awe. You, Jinjiu's #1 underling, are about to be replaced. Yet you still dare to express your discontent. A member known for his discord with Jinjiu began to sow discord. What does it matter? ISNT its survival of the fittest. If you can take down Negro, then go ahead and try to usurp his position. Vodka dismissed him, unconcerned. His initial motive for joining the organization was merely to stave off hunger. It was only after being recognized by Jinjiu that he became his subordinate. It would take more than mere provocation to rattle him. Negro, who had been sitting quietly drinking while waiting for Jinjiu, overheard the instigator's words. Anger flickered in his brown-red eyes, concealed beneath his mask. As he set down his drink and approached the provocateur. Centaur, if you no longer desire your tongue, feel free to inform me. I can assist you with that. Negro grasped his neck, applying just enough pressure to make the man squirm helplessly. A smirk playing at the corners of his masked mouth, as if he could extinguish him with a mere squeeze. I'm from Rum's side, if you dare to touch me. You truly are Jinjiu's dog. Oh, you might want to test whether I will kill you here, and if Rum will come to your rescue. I am Jinjiu's dog. What about you? Rum's mutt. Do you even measure up? Negro and I tightened his grip, clutching the man's neck and hoisting him up. This individual was familiar to him. Akin to Jin, he was a trained assassin cultivated by the organization, perpetually striving to surpass Jin. Yet he had never triumphed. Today, he was genuinely intent on killing, the murderous intent from a previous mission still lingering. Provoked by the man in his grasp, he yearned to eliminate him immediately. The emotions radiating from this wretch inducing a profound revulsion in Negro and I. Observing that the man known as Remy was on the brink of asphyxiation, Vodka hastily intervened. Negro and I, do not create trouble for the boss. Get lost. If I hear you maligning Jin again, I'll not only kill you, but also sever your tongue. After Vodka's admonition, Negro and I flung the man violently against the adjacent wall, seemingly unsatisfied, and drew a dagger from his person, hurling it directly at him. The onlookers watched in horror as the dagger soared toward Remy, carving a gash across his face before embedding itself into the wall behind him. Consider this a lesson. This time it's your face. Next time it will be your throat. A voice, laced with chill, resonated through the silent bar. Upon entering, Jin immediately spotted Remy, lying lifeless in the corner. The familiar dagger lodged in the wall beside him. He approached, extracting the dagger, and then faced Negro and I, observing his tightly pressed lips. Raising an eyebrow, he inquired, still not calmed down. It was indeed Swift. Was there truly someone so oblivious? He gestured toward the corpse, replying sullenly, though the murderous aura around him had dissipated completely. This rapid shift in demeanor. Thankfully, Jin, you have returned. If you hadn't, no one could reign in this killing machine. Where did you find such a monster? When he gets ruthless, he is even more fearsome than you, that I must admit. I'm truly astonished today. Get lost. Have you forgotten how you provoked me during my assessment? Having recently spent time with Jin and the organization, Negro and I had become familiar with most of the codename members. He generally held a favorable attitude towards those who bore no malice or hostility. Remy was simply seeking his own demise. I implore you to forget our past grievances. It was my folly to provoke you. Could you grant me a few more years of life? Remy pleaded desperately. If you remain silent, I might just overlook that incident. Otherwise, all right, I'll keep quiet. Have you reported everything? Did they make things difficult for you? Negro and I inquired, knowing Jin had gone to clean up the mess. However, upon witnessing the ambush aimed at Jin, he lost control. Even though he was aware Jin would remain unscathed, it did nothing to quell his anger. Jiu Lan Feng could exhibit kindness towards humans, yet there remained a distinction in closeness. In terms of species, humans were merely sustenance on the vampire's menu. As long as his bottom line was not crossed, Jiu Lan Feng could find joy in saving them. However, once that line was breached, humans were simply food. Who would show mercy to their meals? No worries. The evidence has been erased. Let the police deal with their headache. Jin pondered over the 5 freshly graduated individuals, uncertain if they would encounter any issues. It was time for them to tackle the mess. Just then, Ida Ko, who had just joined the investigation unit, was accompanying his seniors to survey the scene. Officer Moku, the assailant, has been excessively brutal. All the corpses were dispatched with a single stroke, firmly embedded in the heart, that a policeman reported the coroner's preliminary findings to Officer Moku. Ida, take a few men and check the vicinity for any witnesses. However, I doubt there will be much hope. This area is too remote, Officer Moku instructed. Ida scrutinized the wounds on the corpses, his brow furrowing. The technique mirrored the lethal methods Jiu Lan Feng had taught them for exterminating vampires. Could it be mere coincidence? Is there an issue, Ida? No, none at all. I'll attend to it right away. Ida Ko composed himself, managing a wry smile as he recalled what Tokugawa and Shufu had said before graduation. It had indeed come to pass, and now it was his turn to clean up after Xiao Feng. It's been a month. Why Haven T? I heard anything from Ling Ling and Jing Guang. Xiao Zhuangku and Kenji are dealing with explosives, while Ida is in the investigation unit. Where could those two possibly be? After leaving the organization, Jiu Lan Feng reverted to his original demeanor, sitting in the passenger seat. Tilting his head to gaze at Jin, his slightly furrowed brow betraying his concern, Jin had a fair inkling of what the two were up to. However, given the numerous underground organizations in Neon, it was difficult to track their whereabouts, so he could only reassure Jiu Lan Feng that do not fret. They are adults. How could they possibly go missing? Remember, with their skills, how could they encounter trouble so easily? They might just be temporarily unable to contact you. Let us wait a bit longer. They have drunk your blood. Do you not sense any danger? Jin remarked, gripping the steering wheel with one hand while ruffling Jiu Lan Feng's hair. Jiu Lan Feng pouted, unable to suppress his complaints. You are truly worrisome. Once they reach out to you, if you're still displeased, just give them a good beating. Let it go, as long as they are safe. I can rest easy. Surely I can still provide them with my blood? In that case, if something were to happen to them, I would know. Jiu Lan Feng looked at Jin, tentatively inquiring. Previously, his brother had mentioned that once they graduated, he would enhance their physical abilities, thereby increasing their future safety. However, Jiu Lan Feng was growing anxious due to Ling Ling's temporary disappearance. Jin gazed at him deeply, exhaling a sigh. If you have made up your mind, then do it. However, once you've given it, it will be too late to erase their memories. Consider it thoroughly that I remain firm in my belief. They would never harm me. Jiu Lan Feng replied resolutely, staring into Jin's eyes. Then go ahead and give it. Jin had long since adopted a laissez-faire attitude. Having conducted ample private investigations, he had gathered sufficient information. I shall seek out Kenji and the others tomorrow. Why are there so many police officers here? Jiu Lan Feng maneuvered the car through the sea of patrol vehicles. Hello. Access ahead is temporarily restricted that a traffic officer halted Jiu Lan Feng's vehicle. May I inquire what has transpired? Why are there so many police cars? He had just left his residence and was utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. Have you not seen the news? There's a building ahead with a bomb. They're currently defusing it. The traffic officer explained. Jiu Lan Feng's eyes widened in alarm. Defusing? Is it the explosive ordnance disposal team handling it? Indeed, but do not worry. I have heard that the person defusing it is an exceptionally talented newcomer. It is precisely them that I am concerned about. That I apologize. They're my friends. With that, Jiu Lan Feng extended his hand to erase the officer's memory, driving straight past him. Attention, residents. Please remain calm and do not carry any belongings. Cooperate with the police for evacuation. For safety reasons, please refrain from pushing those in front of you. Simply evacuate in an orderly fashion. The moment Jiu Lan Feng exited the vehicle, he heard the police's evacuation announcement. He quickly grabbed the arm of a nearby officer, urgently asking, "Excuse me, could you tell me which member of the explosive ordnance disposal team is inside defusing the bomb?" Hajiwara, the newly appointed officer Hajiwara. "This is outrageous. I should have never allowed them to join this unit. It's utterly perilous." Jiu Lan Feng released the officer and raised his gaze toward the towering building, pressing his lips together tightly. Xiao Feng, Matsuda Jinpei, who had just arrived on the scene, spotted Jiu Lan Feng. "Xiao Juanku, are you unharmed?" Jiu Lan Feng rushed toward him, inspecting him from head to toe, relieved to find he had all his limbs intact. "Who do you think I am? Defusing bombs is a piece of cake for me. Oh, not worry. Hagi will sort out soon." Matsuda Jinpei consoled, dialing Hajiwara Kenji while gently patting Jiu Lan Feng's head. "Please make your call, but I sense a surge of malevolence directed at the police nearby. It is not far from us. See if you can pinpoint its source. That I'm heading to Kenji. I want to feel at ease until I see him safe." Jiu Lan Feng promptly concealed himself, leaping into the apartment where the bombs were placed. Alerted by Jiu Lan Feng's warning, Matsuda Jinpei immediately signaled to his team, instructing quickly deploy the safety air cushions beneath the apartment. "Move swiftly, Captain Matsuda. Is that necessary? With Officer Hajiwara's skills, he will certainly be fine. Just do as you're told, and do it quickly. Bring another person to scout for any suspicious individuals nearby." Matsuda Jinpei shot a glare at the officer. Regardless of the situation, it was always better to be overprepared. "Yes, Captain Matsuda." The officer, chastised, promptly instructed the firefighters to raise the safety cushions. Matsuda Jinpei gripped his phone tightly. Dialing Hajiwara Kenji once more, his gaze fixed intently on the window of the scene. Even if Jiu Feng ascended, he could not fully relax until the bomb was defused. All the residents of the building had evacuated. A team member reported to the smoking Hajiwara Kenji. "Kenji, instruct them to leave this place. Rest assured, even if an accident occurs, you shall remain unharmed. However, their lives are not my concern." Concealed in the shadows, Jiu Feng leaned closer to Hajiwara Kenji's ear, whispering with an unusual sternness that deviated from his usual gentleness. "Understood. Yes, for you all, retreat. Descend 3 floors or more. Your presence is unnecessary here." Kenji commanded his team behind him. "But this is an order. Evacuate immediately. If an unforeseen incident arises, you must have time to escape. Dio, you understand? Evacuate at once." Kenji raised his voice, issuing the command once more. "Yes." Once the others had retreated, Jiu Feng revealed himself. Unable to suppress his frustration, "I should never have allowed you to come here. You nearly frightened me to death. Isn't it just fine? I've nearly disarmed it. Only a few steps remained. I hesitated earlier due to the large number of residents. Relax, this bomb is trivial for me and Shunpei." Hajiwara Kenji smiled, attempting to soothe Jiu Feng, noting his pale face and the worry evident in his eyes. Instantly, warmth filled Kenji's heart, regardless of whether Jiu Feng was relying on his vampire identity to accompany him. The concern in his eyes brought comfort to Kenji. Since his family's auto repair shop went bankrupt, Kenji had witnessed the fickleness of human nature, yet only a few could truly open their hearts to him. His childhood friend Matsuda Shunpei, 3 friends from the police academy, and the present Jiu Feng. "What are you doing here? It's so dangerous. I'm not afraid. I cannot rest easy until I see you safe." Little Kawa is waiting below for you. I asked him to look for any suspicious individuals. Kenji, I just sensed a malevolence amidst the anxiety and fear of everyone. That malevolence stands out distinctly. However, it was intermittent, and I couldn't determine its exact location or take the time to sense it. So I rushed up to find you. That malevolence is likely directed at your police force, which is why I didn't bring Little Kawa up. I can protect only you today for your team. They're not my concern. I merely urge you to remind them to evacuate out of respect for your colleagues. Their lives or deaths are not my responsibility. Do not mistake me for cold-blooded. This is an internal issue among your kind, and I see no necessity to intervene. In other words, had Hajiwara Kenji not been present, those individuals would have perished in the explosion, and Jiu Lan Feng would not have intervened. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I ever think of you as cold-blooded? Little Feng, I understand we did not grow up together like you and Shunpei, or that your brother and another friend distrust us. But you are truly important to me. It only requires time to affirm that. Just take it slow. Didn't Shunpei and the others take 7 years to earn your brother's trust? I can do the same as him. Hajiwara Kenji extinguished his cigarette, ruffling Jiu Lan Feng's hair, his expression serious as he regarded the bomb before them. But I'll handle this first. Wait for me, Little Feng. Hurry and defuse it. Your earlier words sound like a farewell. I'll tell you this, Hajiwara Kenji, as long as you have a breath left, even if it means turning you into a vampire, I will bring you back. Even if you die, do you believe I wouldn't dare defy your brother to resurrect you? Jiu Lan Feng glared coldly at him, clearly displeased by his earlier remarks. I was merely expressing my thoughts. Little Feng, you suddenly appeared. Shouldn't I feel moved? Humph. First, replace the photonic detonator with the electric tube, then connect the mercury column to the white tubing and observe the LCD display. Little Feng, stop reciting. I might as well defuse it myself. I memorized that long ago. Hajiwara Kenji interrupted him with a grin that I'm just curious. It's my first time watching you defuse a bomb. Jiu Lan Feng stuck out his tongue, setting aside the bomb schematic. Hey, Shunpei, what is going on? Little Feng went up, and what are you doing, Hagi? Why are you still dawdling up there? Just dismantle that thing and bring Little Feng down with you. That little rascal didn't wait for me to finish my words before rushing up. Is that a place for him to frolic? Got it. Shunpei, could you refrain from shouting? Little Feng is right here with me. Rest assured, I will ensure he is safe and sound when bringing him down, and the timer has been disabled. Have you resolved the situation on your end? Little Feng mentioned he saw you earlier. Hajiwara Kenji activated the speakerphone and continued disarming the bomb that I've dealt with it. Upon opening it, I discovered it was merely a simple device akin to those bombs. It only requires 3 minutes, which is more than sufficient, don't you think? Ha! Hearing Hajiwara Kenji perfectly mimic Matsuda Shunpei's tone, he couldn't help but laugh, the tension surrounding the bomb dissipating in an instant. Tisich, I heard you laughing too loudly over there. Matsuda Shunpei felt utterly speechless at his childhood friend's ability to joke in such precarious circumstances, while the one beside him, observing the spectacle, should tone it down. Thank you, Shunpei. Little Feng finally smiled. He came up looking so serious. It was terrifying. Seeing Jiu Lan Feng smile, Hajiwara Kenji finally breathed a sigh of relief. Their Little Feng was indeed meant to be cheerful. What is the situation on your end? Matsuda Shunpei redirected the conversation. To disarm this thing within 3 minutes seems rather implausible. Although the assembly principle is quite simple, there are numerous traps inside that, in my view, the criminals likely focused on this aspect. The malevolence Little Feng sensed earlier may indeed originate from the perpetrators. That is secondary. I've dispatched personnel to investigate suspicious individuals. The priority is that you should be wearing protective gear now. Protective gear, is it the one on the ground? Jiu Lan Feng inquired. Hagi, Wara, Kin, Ji, you scoundrel. Wearing that thing is sweltering. I have no desire to wear it. You fool. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Matsuda Shunpei shouted into the phone. Little Feng isn't a professional. Doesn't he understand the purpose of protective clothing? Is it something that can be removed? If I truly die, remember to avenge me. Ow. Hajiwara Kenji glanced up at Jiu Lan Feng, who had once again donned a serious expression, offering an awkward smile that I'm still here. What do you mean by dying? Did you seek my permission? I'm angry now, Matsuda, Shunpei murmured, a hint of pride subtly woven into his tone. I was merely joking. How could I allow such an oversight? Regardless, once you disarm it, hurry and come down, bringing little phone with you that I understood. Oh no. Hajiwara Kenji noticed the timer suddenly ticking down and immediately shielded Kalan phone. Little phone, run. Kalan phone also noticed the timer had reset. He turned and enveloped Hajiwara Kenji in his embrace, using his abilities to protect him, teleporting to the window, where he glimpsed the safety cushion prepared below. Before leaping down with Hajiwara Kenji in his arms. The moment they jumped, the bomb detonated. Hagi. Little phone. Matsuda, Shunpei watched as the two were propelled from the explosion's force, immediately waving off other officers to rush to the safety cushion. Kalan phone flipped mid-air, ensuring he landed first. After all, he was a vampire. Such a fall would not injure him, that I told you. With me around, dying is no easy feat. Kalan phone looked up at Hajiwara Kenji, finally breaking into a genuine smile, untainted by jest, but rather one of relief. Thank you, little phone. There were countless words he wished to express, yet they coalesced into a simple gratitude. However, falling from such a height, even with a safety cushion, it was impossible to emerge unscathed. Thus, it would be necessary for Kenji to spend a few days in the hospital. I will withdraw some of my protective abilities to shield your organs and vital areas. But you will likely still sustain some abrasions and fractures that AS for me. Don't worry. I'll ensure the doctors who see me instinctively believe I'm gravely injured, as long as my life is spared. Sustaining a few injuries is trivial, as long as you remain concealed. I could even spend a month in the hospital. Once this matter is resolved, I'll come to settle the score with you. As he perceived that he was nearing the ground, he promptly withdrew most of his abilities. Upon impact, Kenji Hajiwara immediately spat out blood, while Kuran Keed seized the opportunity, unnoticed, to manipulate shards of glass to slice toward Hajiwara's body, carelessly smearing the blood he had lost onto himself. When the doctors approached, Keed's eyes reddened, exerting control over the arriving medical personnel. It was only when they were lifting him onto the ambulance that he erased their memories one by one. Pushing open the ward door, Keed placed the fruit basket he held on the cabinet and gazed at Kenji Hajiwara, who lay on the hospital bed, a smile gracing his lips. So, have you begun to contemplate the meaning of life after narrowly escaping death? Keed asked, tilting his head as he waved his hand in front of Hajiwara's eyes. I'm wondering where Zero and Kajihiko have disappeared to. After all, this bomb incident has caused quite a stir. Yet those two haven't even shown their faces or sent a single message. Upon mentioning those troublesome individuals, Keed's good mood dissipated, and he replied glumly, I don't know, but I've heard they are fine. Moreover, their bodies contain my blood. If anything were to happen to them, I would undoubtedly sense it. The absence of any warning indicates their safety, though I remain perplexed as to why we cannot contact them. It's infuriating. Had I known being a police officer would entail such anxiety, I would never have allowed them to attend the police academy, nor would I have permitted you and the curly-haired one to join the explosives disposal team. That day truly terrified me. What if I hadn't sought you out? Kenji, were you planning to abandon us? At such a close distance, without protective gear, I didn't even have the chance to rush over and turn you into a vampire. Keed shuddered at the thought. Although Kenji Hajiwara was currently hospitalized, he was in fact perfectly fine. It was all for show. Even his examination was orchestrated by Keed, who had gone back to enlist his brother's help, borrowing Ruka Hayasaka to manipulate the doctor's notes and subsequent rounds at AS for those who had seen Keed up close at that time. Their memories had long been erased, to ensure there were no oversights. He had even visited the home of the reporter who covered the event to review the footage, confirming he was not captured on camera before he fell to ease. Keed mused that the most prudent decision made by the police was to forcibly evacuate the reporters, which spared him considerable trouble. I'm perfectly fine. What is this about? Surviving a great calamity must surely herald future blessings. My fortune lies ahead. Don't worry about me, Keed. I truly have no issues and could discharge myself immediately. Keed shook his head disapprovingly. You should remain here a while longer. After all, jumping from such a height and merely resting for a few days before springing back to life seems far too implausible. He had been pretending to be human for so long that he had almost gained experience in it. All right. I shall indulge in a bit more laziness. Here, this is for you. Keed handed Kinji Hagiwara a delicate glass vial filled with vibrant red liquid. Hagiwara took the vial and held it up to the sunlight, the liquid shimmering beautifully, translucent and striking. What is this? My blood. Both Zero and Kajihiko have consumed it. Whether you wish to drink it is entirely your choice. Should you partake, does that mean you will trust me completely, just as you do Zero and Kajihiko? Hagiwara's typically cheerful expression grew serious. Belief is not contingent upon consumption. However, certain matters should remain untouched by an ordinary person, as delving into them is tantamount to courting death. But Kinji, consider this carefully. Once you drink, there is no turning back. Not only will you need to confront fallen vampires, but should you encounter certain humans, it may require you to take lives. Can you accept that? This stands in stark contrast to the path you wish to tread as a police officer. Think well upon this. After drinking this blood, you will irrevocably shed your identity as an ordinary person. Your life may become fraught with peril, and you may once again brush against death. Are you truly prepared for that? Once you drink, there will be no opportunity for retreat. For upon consumption, your constitution will be altered, aging will be slowed, and longevity will be extended, all effects that will reveal themselves post-consumption. Furthermore, your abilities will be enhanced. You must learn to control them, keeping yourself within the realm of the ordinary. Even a slight edge over regular humans is acceptable, but must not be excessive. Should those with ulterior motives learn of your transformation, they will surely come after you. I have laid out the pros and cons clearly. I shall not coerce you. Contemplate your decision, and should you choose not to drink, please inform me. The blood of a pure blood is immensely tempting to vampires, and keeping it in your possession for too long could prove hazardous. Keed rose, offering Hagiwara a warm smile that if you decide against drinking, it is perfectly fine. I will still come to visit you. However, that will only be after I ensure my surroundings are devoid of danger, as I do not wish to involve you in my troubles. Well then, ponder it well. I shall take my leave. You may also discuss it with the curly-haired one as for Edai. We shall leave that for another time. Keed sighed. What a coincidence that they all converged here. Huh. Kinji Hagiwara looked at Keed in confusion. You've only spoken half of what you intended. And what about those two at the door? Come in. Did you forget that I can sense your presence? Keed smiled at the entrance, gently urging them forward. Matsuda Jinpei pushed the door open, entering alongside Edai Kodai say, Keed, you're rather biased. Aren't you? You've given something to Hagi, yet excluded me. Isn't that a bit much? Matsuda Jinpei glared at Keed, clearly disgruntled. I have prepared something for you as well. I planned to let Kinji inform you first before you made your choice. However, I must caution you, if you choose to get involved. Your future adversaries may not be merely the criminals or vampires you envision. They could very well be your seniors, superiors, or colleagues. One can never be certain, for I am equally uncertain as to who among them may be colluding with vampires. Even if they are in league, they will not reveal themselves to you. They may still present as the respected seniors, amicable superiors, or the colleagues you interact with daily. Killing vampires is trivial, but should you find yourselves tasked with eliminating those seniors around you, you must be resolute. If they remain alive, it is you who may end up dead. Consider this carefully while your lives remain relatively unchanged. Take the time to reflect. Here are your 2 vials. Be cautious not to shatter them. Handing the other 2 vials of blood to them, Keed turned to leave. Even prepared for rejection, Keed still hoped such matters would arrive later. However, unlike Zero and Kajihiko, who had known from a young age what awaited them, they would undoubtedly be in a quandary. Encountering Kinji Hagiwara and his companions was an unexpected twist, not only for Zero and Kajihiko, but also for Keed. Kinji Hagiwara called out to Keed as he was about to depart, softly inquiring, Keed, just tell me if your surroundings are perilous. Did Zero and Kajihiko choose to become police officers to assist you in uncovering those colluding with vampires? Just provide me with answers to these questions. Keed turned to face him, his gaze devoid of the usual gentleness, replaced with the gravitas befitting a pure blood. It is quite dangerous. Your assumptions hold merit. The reason Zero and Kajihiko became police officers aligns with your thoughts that in fact, their reach extends beyond the police department. If memory serves, they have influence within the Public Security Bureau, FBI, CIA, and other agencies. Do you have any further inquiries, Kenji? If not, I shall take my leave. Contemplate this matter thoroughly. No, I have no need to deliberate. In the past, I might have hesitated, but the current me finds no reason for hesitation. With that, under Keed's astonished gaze, Kenji Hajiwara tipped the vial and consumed the blood within. You truly are reckless. Keed fought back the moisture in his eyes, forcing a smile as he looked at him helplessly. I told you to think it over. Why did you drink it so hastily? Once consumed, there is no chance for regret. If those individuals learn of your transformation, you risk becoming their target. Consider that. I am not denying you time for reflection. Why the rush? Even if you choose not to drink, we remain friends. Before Keed could finish his lament, Matsuda Jinpei interjected. I expected it to taste strange. But it's sweet. Keed turned to Matsuda Jinpei, gazing at the now empty vial, feeling an overwhelming urge to pummel him. Did you even listen to what I said? I mentioned that once you drink it, there will be no room for regret. You understand what you will face afterwards. You went ahead and drank it, so just let it be. It drives me insane. What is there to be conflicted about? Let me ask you, if you weren't a vampire, would you still save Hagi? Matsuda Jinpei gazed intently at Kuru as he posed a question. I would, but not in this manner. I would simply pull him away. Regardless of whether I am hated afterward or not, I cannot stand by and watch Kenji get into trouble right before my eyes. As I've said before, the lives of others are irrelevant to me. All I desire is the safety of those I care about. Kuru replied without a hint of hesitation. In his view, such matters required no contemplation. What if I were to take Hagi's place? What if I were the one defusing the bomb? Would you still save me? Or what if the one in danger were the class leader? Would you still intervene? Kuru frowned, looking displeased at Matsuda Jinpei. What are you thinking, Jinpei? Whether it's you, Kenji, or Idai, you're all my friends, of course. I would save you. Do you see me as someone who is biased or fearful of death? The answer was clear. Matsuda Jinpei spread his hands, chuckling at Kuru, who seemed unable to grasp the situation. What answer has emerged? Kuru was genuinely bewildered. Wasn't he responding to Jinpei's question? How had it turned into Jinpei answering him? Jinpei, stop picking on Kuru. Speak plainly. Don't play riddles. Exactly. Kuru nodded in agreement. So what exactly are you saying? Matsuda Jinpei covered his forehead, retreating into silence, unwilling to continue the conversation. Hajiwara Kenji smiled as he explained. What Jinpei means is that you would resolutely save us, and we would do the same for you, regardless of fear of danger. We simply care about you, understand, you little fool? How unfair. Everyone calls me foolish. Since I was little, Jinpei and Zero have mocked my inability to think quickly, but I don't need to. I once had an older brother, then Jinpei and Zero, and in the future, I will have you all. My only responsibility is to wield my strength, as none of you combined could overpower me. Kuru had long since grown indifferent to such matters, as he preferred to discern the goodness or badness of others through intuition. He simply did not comprehend the convoluted intricacies of human emotions. He believed in addressing issues directly, for after all, strength was of utmost importance. Hajiwara Kenji, Matsuda Jinpei, and Idai K. Ouch, that stings, you little rascal. Idai K gazed contemplatively at the glass vial in his hands, that a pale hand reached out to retrieve it from him. Interrupting his thoughts, he looked up to find Kuru before him. Idai, you have someone you love, don't you? I can sense it. You love her deeply. You find it hard to accept that she might age before you or even leave this world prematurely, Kuru said with a considerate smile. His perceptive abilities far from being a jest. You sense that, huh? Idai K responded with a bitter smile, letting out a sigh. Indeed, after all, my perceptive abilities have never faltered, that's right. Idai, the class leader, has a girlfriend. Unlike us, Matsuda Jinpei suddenly realized, contemplating why Idai had been so troubled. Apologetically, he smiled at Idai. My apologies, Idai, for not considering this earlier. I retract what I said. Idai, what are you thinking? Does not drinking this mean we're no longer friends? I said from the beginning that the power to decide lies with you. Whether you drink or not, we remain friends. Since you are unsure how to decide, I will make the decision for you. Kuran genuinely believed that Idai was overthinking the matter. He truly did not mind whether Idai drank his blood. After all, had it not been for Zero and Kagehiro's insistence, he wouldn't have involved them at all. The only one he had forcibly fed was Jin, and that was only out of concern for his safety at the time. Without considering other matters, he had simply done it. Indeed, class leader, you are not like us, isolated and lonely. You have attachments, which naturally leads to conflict. As for Jinpei and me, although we have family, we understand that family cannot accompany us for a lifetime, even if you do not drink. Our bond will remain unchanged, will it not? Hajiwara Kenji leaned back casually against the headboard of the hospital bed, his hands resting behind his head, a gentle smile gracing his lips. I cannot assist you with dangerous matters, Kiro, but in other respects, I will do my utmost to help you. For instance, with what you wish to investigate at the police headquarters, or regarding that unsolved case in the suburbs. Idai looked at Kuranko, his own worries dissipating as he revealed the truth he had kept hidden for so long. What does that case have to do with this? Matsuda, Jinpei glanced back and forth between Idai and Kuranko. Puzzled by their cryptic conversation, Hajiwara Kenji raised an eyebrow, gazing at Kuranko in astonishment. Kuranko felt a momentary panic, but quickly calmed himself upon sensing the emotions around him. Idai, you figured it out. The methods were too similar. When you taught us how to approach vampires, it was just like that. Idai nodded, identifying the details he had noticed. Kuranko applauded appreciatively. Correct. It was indeed my doing. Idai, are you going to turn me into the police now? Upon hearing Kuranko's probing, Idai's expression darkened. What nonsense are you spouting? You sense my emotions and are now deliberately testing me. Hey, don't be angry. I merely sense that you meant me no harm and was curious why you suddenly decided to ask after keeping it hidden for so long. Kuranko smiled, calming him down. It's not so much a test. However, it is true that our identities are temporarily at odds. I'm simply curious why you acted that way. You don't attack humans, do you? A quick death, rather than a mishap requiring blood replenishment. I'm merely concerned that you might be in some unknown danger, Idai expressed. Because they ambushed Jinpei, Kuranko replied matter-of-factly, not perceiving anything wrong with his reasoning. But for what I've heard from you and Zero, that individual should be quite formidable. He doesn't seem like someone who would be ambushed and injured, Matsuda Jinpei inquired. Kuranko nodded, acknowledging that the individual had not been harmed, yet it did not prevent his anger. Much like Kenji's, if Kenji were to encounter an accident during the bomb disposal, I would ensure that all police present at the scene would pay the price. That I don't dislike attacking humans because I wish to avoid increasing the number of level E vampires. However, in the food chain, humans are my sustenance. Would you show mercy to your food? Generally, I am indifferent to how humans perceive me. I might even rescue a human from a vampire attack, but that is because I am a pure blood and belong to the pro-mainstream faction of vampires. Purging fallen vampires is my duty, but I have those I care about, and I have my boundaries. You all are my limits. Regardless of whether you are harmed or not, I will not permit it. So, who exactly is this Kurosawa? How could someone affiliated with a mutant association be ambushed? Idai posed the pivotal question. Knowing too much is not beneficial for you. Do you understand why Jinpei has always refrained from allowing me to give you blood? Kuranko countered, looking at the three of them. Hajiwara Kenji nodded in response. He doesn't trust us. Not even your brother trusts the three of us. That cannot be entirely true. You see, your identities are at odds. It is not just he who is opposed to you. I am as well. That as my identity aligns with Jinpei's, the choice of whether or not to see you as adversaries rests with you. If the positions differ, he will never appear before you. That if you do not cross his boundaries, as long as you do not obstruct his goals, he will not harm you. Akutagawa and Shibuki know his identity. Yes, they have known for 14 years. Zero and Jinpei almost parted ways over this. But in the end, they each took a step back to avoid putting me in a difficult position. So, are you suggesting that a person whose identity is opposed to ours is surrounded by police? How can he accept that? Matsuda Jinpei expressed disbelief at such a scenario, feeling a twinge of sympathy for that individual. Goodness, being surrounded by those who could apprehend him. Jinpei, what are you shocked about? If anyone is to be pitied, it should be Jinpei, who, for my sake and possibly for Zero's, chose to back down, merely delaying the time for me to be candid with you all. Indeed, if there is anyone to be pitied, it is him. But what about Zero and Kagehiro? Since they are friends, why did they choose to come to the police academy? Hajiwara Kenji inquired. Part of Kagehiro's reason is to uncover the truth behind the tragic events of that year, while the remaining reason aligns with Zero's, seeking to expose those in the police who were colluding with vampires. In simpler terms, they were like two nails driven into the police by Junjin and me. Or so they stated at the time. As for why I chose to stand with Junjin instead of the police, it was because my brother believed that Lingling and Jingguang could not keep an eye on me, and thus handed me over to Junjin. Regardless, he had privately engaged in a significant affair with Junjin, though he did not disclose the specifics to me. What about you? How do you choose your stance? Jiu Lan Feng gazed unwaveringly at the three individuals before him. Put it simply, those two friends also held opposing identities, and you're caught in between. There is a saying, if you cannot defeat them, join them. Therefore, I choose to align myself with you. Do I need to formally join your ranks? Hajiwara Kenji was the first to speak. After he unhesitatingly drank Jiu Lan Feng's blood, he resolved to stand by his side, indifferent to the implications of their opposition, as his life was saved by Jiu Lan Feng. This marked the second time. The last time Jiu Lan Feng revealed his identity upon falling into the vampire's trap was somewhat justifiable. But this time, there was no connection to vampires whatsoever. Jiu Lan Feng could have easily chosen to look the other way. I am indifferent. I've never held any fondness for the police. If it weren't for my desire to deliver a sound beating to that individual from years ago, the current police chief, I would never have chosen to become a police officer. This matter was even more inconsequential to Matsuda Jinping. Considering Hagi, Ling, Jingguang, and Xiao Feng were all on his side, and Xiao Feng would never harm him, I shall not dwell on this further. My stance has already been made clear. Had I not chosen side with Xiao Feng, I would not have concealed this matter from the start. This alleviates my dilemma, that I was pondering what to do if you truly found yourself in opposition. Regardless, Junjin is not the type to join you. Thus, the only option is for you to alter your stance. I have no desire to coerce you. With all that had been concealed now resolved, Jiu Lan Feng's spirits visibly soared. The other three exchanged knowing glances, each recognizing a shared sense of relief in one another's eyes. That it seemed the impetus for their change of stance was their desire to avoid placing Jiu Lan Feng in a difficult position. Since those on the opposing side were unwilling to yield, it was they who had to make concessions. By the way, Junjin mentioned that once you reach a decision, you should strive to ascend. If he requires your assistance, he will provide you with a list, and you can proceed accordingly. After all, it is far more advantageous to allocate merits to one's own people rather than to outsiders. Jiu Lan Feng reiterated the instructions he had received from Jin. Upon hearing this, despite never having met the individual, it did not prevent them from feeling a surge of anger. That insufferable wretch had clearly done a thorough background check on them, anticipated their decisions, and even prepared for it. Truly, just as those two had said, this unseen ally was nothing more than a dog, a cunningly calculating dog. Had it not been for Jiu Lan Feng's long-standing acquaintance with Kurosawa, they would genuinely fear that he might betray Jiu Lan Feng. The scheming at play was simply on another level. Lying in bed, gazing at the empty room, Kawaguchi sighed in resignation and muttered to himself, "That little rascal, Xiao Feng, must be anxious by now. But with Jingguang and that Kurosawa fellow keeping him company, he should be able to manage." The situation had escalated to this extent against his wishes. The abruptness of the assignment had caught him unprepared. Selected immediately upon graduation due to his capabilities, he was taken to this secluded training base where all communication devices were confiscated, leaving him no time to inform Jiu Lan Feng of his whereabouts. He could only imagine how furious the child would be when he finally managed to contact him. Initially, he intended to refuse, but upon learning that the public security leader who approached him required him to infiltrate a rather perilous organization as an undercover operative, while simultaneously holding a high position within the public security, he reconsidered that, of course, during his undercover period, only his contact would know his true identity, and his position would only be revealed after the mission's completion. This meant that as long as he fulfilled his duties and returned, it would be relatively easy to investigate the public security's trading partners. This was the reason Kawaguchi Rei ultimately agreed. Why toil through the ranks when one could take a shortcut? Furthermore, the public security was the very institution they had once struggled to infiltrate, making it an opportunity he could not afford to pass up. He could only explain things to Jiu Lan Feng after the training concluded. As for the police department, with Jingguang involved, it essentially meant that they had infiltrated two organizations right after graduation, saving them considerable trouble. However, Kawaguchi-Rei was quite curious as to what organization could invoke such trepidation within the public security. Never mind, he would find out once he entered. Simultaneously, Zhu Fujingwang was also undergoing training at another secluded base. He had only been approached by the public security a week after graduation, with the promise of a high position serving as the incentive for his agreement, fully aware of how difficult it was to enter the public security. Knowing that Kawaguchi-Rei was keeping an eye on the police department alleviated his concerns. It was merely a matter of going undercover and returning for promotion. What could be better? As for the potential dangers of being an undercover agent, Zhu Fujingwang had not given it much thought, as his enhanced physique, though still unable to contend with Kurosawa, could handle others without issue. Even if his identity were exposed, making an escape would not prove too difficult. Two childhood friends, at different times and places, made the same decision, tacitly entrusting their respective targets within the police department to one another. Unfortunately, both ended up joining the public security a year and a half later, finally emerging into the light. Kawaguchi-Rei had been released from that accursed training base, without even a moment to return home, heading straight to infiltrate the organization's lower ranks as directed. Kawaguchi-Rei had initially intended to return home to explain to Jiu Lan Feng where he had been during his year and a half of absence, hoping to prevent an explosive reaction. However, the public security bastards did not even grant him the chance to return home, casting him directly near his destination. The public security had erased his past life experiences to prevent any risk of exposure, issuing stern warnings that if he did not wish to endanger his friends and family, he must refrain from contacting them. Had Jiu Lan Feng been an ordinary person, Kawaguchi-Rei might have complied. However, his Xiao Feng was a pure-blood vampire. What was there to fear? It was a miracle that Xiao Feng did not regard those people as mere food. Would they dare to trouble Xiao Feng? Yet, due to the public security's vigilant watch, he had no choice but to temporarily abandon his plans to contact Jiu Lan Feng, intending to wait until the public security retreated before reaching out. Operating under the alias Mitagawa Hikaru, Zhu Fujingwang had joined the organization's lower echelons half a year prior. They asked for why he had not contacted Jiu Lan Feng. It was initially due to the public security surveillance and later because the environment was too dire. He did not wish for Jiu Lan Feng to be exposed to such a place that he decided it would be better to wait until he had infiltrated the action team, where he would have more freedom. Before making contact, due to their differing assignments, the personnel contacting them were also distinct. Thus, neither was aware that their childhood friend was engaged in the same activities. The individual reaching out to Zhu Fujingwang had targeted the action team of this organization. Hence, his training focused on combat and sniping. After a year of training, he successfully passed the assessment and blended in, forging good relationships with several outer members due to his personality. Mitagawa, have you heard? The coded members have been wreaking havoc again. The action team, S-Jin and Negroni, are truly terrifying, remarked an outer member, plopping down beside Zhu Fujingwang with a drink in hand. Zhu Fujingwang feigned interest, inquiring about what had transpired this time and how many times it had happened. I'm not sure how accurate this information is, but it seems that Negroni has been unusually unhinged over the past year and a half. However, he was always quite erratic. A year and a half ago, he and Jin were on a mission when they were ambushed, and he eliminated everyone present. Upon returning, he nearly killed other coded members out of frustration. I cannot vouch for other matters, but I can confirm that this incident has spread like wildfire among the coded members. Aside from those on Jin's side, the rest of the coded members would rather stay as far away from Negroni as possible. The man whispered to Zhu Fujingwang, "Where did you obtain such information? How could we outer members possibly know so much about coded members?" Zhu Fujingwang regarded the man skeptically. The man finished his drink and leaned closer to Zhu Fujingwang, saying, "I'm not like you, who has the ability to infiltrate the coded group. I can only seek support and run errands for the coded members. However, there are plenty of people like me who cling to powerful figures. I consider myself fortunate to have latched onto Remy Martin AS for how I learned about that incident. The Remy Martin got drunk and spilled everything .is at the action team member who has issues with Jin. The perennial second fiddle, Zhu Fu Jingguang had heard of his reputation. His character was questionable, and he was rather flamboyant. Had he not possessed some abilities, he would have been eliminated long ago. Shh, don't say that. If he hears you, you might lose your life. The coded members can easily eliminate people like us, that I'm merely letting you know in secret that he might not even be able to keep his second position. It seems he was recently beaten by Negroni. Alas, were it not for Negroni's disinterest in peripheral affairs, I would truly consider running errands for them. After all, aside from his slight madness, Negroni is quite amiable. The man sighed. Had he not been left with no options and desire to cling to a higher-ranking figure, he would never have sought refuge with Remy Martin. Is Negroni truly that formidable? He was brought in by Jin, so one could say he entered through the back door that I was present during the initial assessments as well, due to the disrespect shown by the individual in charge at the time. Negroni rendered him incapacitated, and subsequently, the head of the peripheral assessments was replaced. It is rumored that Jin intervened on Negroni's behalf, dealing with the matter decisively, although it was indeed a backdoor entry. Negroni proved his worth on the spot. Jin merely facilitated his bypass of the common assessments, yet he earned his code name solely on merit. I see. Zhu Fu Jingguang nodded. Such matters were best left to idle conversation. Perhaps that individual truly possesses talent, but what relevance does it hold for him? It is far more important to complete the task and return home to find Xiao Feng. He wondered if Zero would react with the same ire as Xiao Feng. Likewise, you may not be aware, but the organization conducts elections every 3 years, and this year marks the selection period. In 3 months, it will be assessment month, the sole pathway for peripheral members to ascend to codename status. Unless a codename member offers a backdoor opportunity, which is rare, as codename members seldom concern themselves with peripheral matters, a backdoor entry signifies that the individual will thereafter be associated with that codename member. Of course, if their abilities are lacking, the sponsoring codename member may face ridicule. Thus, they are reluctant to extend such favors. Negroni is the only one to have received such an opportunity from Jin. And indeed, Negroni possesses genuine skill, that the only route available. Zhu Fu Jingguang expressed a keen interest in the assessment, eager to become a codename member and connect with Xiao Feng sooner rather than later. He hesitated to contact Jiu Lan Feng, fearing that his curiosity might lead him here. This place is hardly suitable for him. Chaotic and murky, perhaps he should delay further. Indeed, are you considering trying it? Although there is some danger, the treatment afforded to codename members is vastly superior to ours. I think I shall refrain from attempting it. I narrowly escaped death during the last assessment, and it is wiser to cling to a powerful ally. If you succeed in the assessment, perhaps as a token of our camaraderie and the information I have provided, you could extend a hand to me. After all, Remy Martin's capricious temperament can be quite perilous. Zhu Fu Jingguang chuckled. That is contingent upon gaining entry first. You are certainly capable. After all, you are quite formidable. By the way, should you become a codename member, you would likely join the action team. Considering your exceptional skills and proficiency with firearms, indeed, I find it quite intriguing. Who wouldn't desire better treatment? High risks often yield high rewards, so why not give it a shot? Which group would you choose? The action teams are currently dominated by Jin and Remy Martin, with Jin being cold-blooded yet immensely capable. However, he lacks a strong backing, while Remy Martin is slightly less competent, though reportedly has the support of a powerful intelligence group behind him. The man provided a brief overview of the situation, clearly optimistic about him and genuinely seeking a new ally. Is there a distinction? Zhu Fu Jingguang inquired. Certainly, the action team is a vast department, and currently, Jin and Remy Martin are vying for the title of head of the action team. The victor will undoubtedly wield significant influence. Aligning oneself with the right faction will be advantageous for your future. Do not forget, you promised to assist me. You truly believe I can succeed. You are hesitant to cast a wide net in your search for a new ally, so why focus solely on me? Zhu Fu Jingguang regarded him with an amused expression. The man scratched his head and smiled ingratiatingly. I have seen you in action before, albeit from a distance. Your marksmanship is commendable, and snipers are typically in short supply. Even if others possess lesser skills, they can still pass the selection process, especially considering your capabilities. You seem to have conducted quite a thorough investigation on me, Zhu Fu Jingguang remarked, his expression cooling momentarily. Yet he reverted to his previous demeanor. However, given the wealth of information you have provided, should I succeed, I may indeed extend a hand to you. Thank you, Lu Chuan. Zhu Fu Jingguang took a sip of his drink. Realizing why law enforcement had been so intent on capturing his skills in sniping and combat, they were evidently waiting for him here. It appeared that this was not the first time individuals had been sent here. He pondered the whereabouts of previous undercover agents. But if they dared to make such promises, this organization must be quite formidable. So, if you had to choose, which side would you align with? The man leaned in close and whispered. Jin, Zhu Fu Jingguang raised an eyebrow, urging him to elaborate. Isn't it said he has no connections? Previously, Remy Martin leveraged his backing to contest power with Jin. However, Jin managed to unearth Negroni from obscurity. His strength already eclipsed Remy Martin's, and with Negroni now in the fold, Remy Martin stands little chance of rising under their pressure. Even if Remy Martin has connections, they would likely refrain from overtly intervening in the action team's affairs. Ultimately, it is the prowess of the members that holds the utmost importance. Nevertheless, they are still far superior to us peripheral members that if they hold such promise, why did you not choose to join them initially? After all, isn't it merely a matter of which leg to cling to? Zhu Fu Jingguang observed the man with amusement, noting how his earlier words had nearly revealed his desire to ally with Jin. I would like to, but it requires them to deem me worthy. Jin's loyal subordinates are also codename members, known as Vodka. As for those aligned with Jin, most, like him, refrain from involving themselves in peripheral matters, as the chaotic atmosphere is rather off-putting. Zhu Fu Jingguang nodded in understanding that I see. You wish to join, but they do not accept you, leaving you with no choice but to seek alternatives. It is not just me. Anyone sharing my aspirations would feel the same. Initially, every one of us aimed for Jin's team, yet they deemed us unworthy. Now that Negroni has arrived, he is an undeniable powerhouse, commanding Jin with ease. Who would dare approach him? Fascinating. What else do you know? Do share, particularly about Negroni. My knowledge is somewhat limited, mostly gleaned from Remy Martin's complaints. However, one thing is certain. He is exceptionally strong and, like Jin, kills without hesitation. His sniping skills are on par with Jin's, and even Jin's loyal subordinate, Vodka, has yielded to him. Very well, I have gleaned enough information. Zhu Fu Jingguang decided to shift the topic, realizing that further inquiries would yield little of value. Then I know whom to select, but this premise hinges on my acceptance that if I must choose between two options, I might as well opt for the more reliable one. Associating with a dependable team will expose me to greater opportunities. You will undoubtedly succeed. I await your good news. However, the assessment is perilous. Should you fail this time, it may be wise to withdraw and wait for the next opportunity. If you lose your life, nothing else matters. The man cautioned Zhu Fu Jingguang, fearing he might underestimate the competition due to his confidence. After all, he had painstakingly identified this candidate, originally considering another individual, but found that person difficult to approach, hence his decision to probe this individual named Lu Chuanguang first, as he appeared to be more amenable than I understand. Having spent considerable time on the periphery, do you know which individuals I should be wary of? A preemptive understanding of my rivals would be beneficial. Zhu Fu Jingguang recalled that this was a triannual assessment, and presumably, many would be vying for the limited slots. Even if one felt confident in their chances, it was prudent to gather information to avoid unnecessary delays. He wished to complete his tasks swiftly and return home. Yes, I know. Lu Chuan, wait for me a moment. I will fetch another drink and return to elaborate. With that, he hurried towards the bar, observing the man with red-dyed hair and a carefree demeanor. Zhu Fu Jingguang shook his head in disbelief. This peripheral world truly harbors all manner of characters. While his intentions may be somewhat self-serving, he is, for the most part, tolerable, possessing a few schemes, yet nothing too detrimental that I'm back. Let me elaborate, since this is a triannual assessment. Many are fixated on those few coveted spots. Thus, your competition is considerable, but you only need to pay attention to 3 individuals. Which 3? Are they all present in the bar? Just a moment. Let me find them. The man began scanning the room. Found them. Look over at the corner of the BEA. You see the man with long black hair, wearing a knit cap? He is one of the three. Zhu Fu Jingguang followed the man's gesture, spotting an individual with an aggressive demeanor, sitting alone at the bar, surrounded by an empty space, suggesting that no one dared approach him. Zhu Xingde. Do not be fooled by how he entered through a woman. His girlfriend merely facilitated his introduction. He truly secured his place through his own abilities that I once undertook a mission with him. This fellow, much like you, is also a sniper with commendable skills, making him a formidable opponent. He appears rather difficult to approach. Indeed, he possesses considerable talent and looks down upon us peripheral members, likely striving to ascend into the inner circle. Typically, he wears a cold expression, exuding an air of do not disturb. Have you noticed how no one dares to approach him? There was once an unwise individual who ventured too close, only to be met with a severe thrashing. Did you witness that? Zhu Fu Jingguang observed the shivering man with amusement. Such skills in gathering intelligence are truly wasted in the periphery. Yes, I've seen it. One grows accustomed to such occurrences after spending considerable time within the organization. All right, please continue. And then there's that woman, the beauty in the blue attire. Mizuki Rina, not let her looks deceive you. She is quite ruthless. Anyone who attempts to strike up a conversation with her ends up severely beaten. Whispers circulate that her standards are exceedingly high. Aside from codename members, she shows little interest in others. As for us, ordinary members, we stand even less chance of capturing her attention. You don't fancy her, do you? Allow me to issue a warning. This sister is truly off limits. Those who provoke her often end up incapacitated. That I advise you. While beauty is captivating, your life holds far greater value. Zhu Fu Jingguang, momentarily losing his composure, kicked him away, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? Did I express any affection? Let me tell you, do not spread baseless rumors, or you shall pay dearly. What on earth is going on here?" Zhu Fu Jingguang genuinely could not fathom how this fellow's thoughts had leapt to that conclusion. To be frank, after spending so much time with Jiu Lan Feng, He Eyes Jin, and Quan Yuling, I have developed immunity to those of striking appearance. Not to mention, this woman pales in comparison to my little Feng. Even if she were, I would not be interested. Do not be angry. I was mistaken. Would you like to continue listening? The man eagerly returned to Zhu Fu Jingguang's side, offering an ingratiating smile. Please proceed with your introduction. There is no need for superfluous chatter. Avoid any further comments that might provoke him. Zhu Fu Jingguang coldly reminded him. Understood, understood. There's one last person. Let me see. He should be quite conspicuous. Found him. Do you see that blonde man? He has only been here for a few days and has already sent those who dare to provoke him to the hospital. He has a friendly face, yet fights ruthlessly. You must be cautious when encountering him. The man pointed towards a dimly lit corner where a blonde man stood, introducing him to Zhu Fu Jingguang. Upon catching sight of the individual in question, a ripple of emotion briefly flickered in Zhu Fu Jingguang's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. His hands itched slightly. What was this man doing here? Shouldn't he be at the police headquarters? Who is watching over little Feng? Eyes? Only just arrived. Zhu Fu Jingguang focused on the man's words, repeating them. Yes, indeed, but do not underestimate him. He has single-handedly taken down all those who sought to challenge him in the periphery. While I am uncertain if he intends to participate in the assessments, it is wise to remain vigilant. Hey, Midorikawa, where are you off to? The man called out to the rising figure, his tone urgent. I am curious. I intend to speak with him. With that, he abandoned the man and strode directly towards the familiar figure. No way. Could it be? No wonder you have no interest in Mizuki Rina. It seems you fancy men. No, Midorikawa, take it easy. That guy is not someone just anyone can woo. With the assessment period approaching, do not create unnecessary trouble for yourself. Watching the pair walk away, the man's voice grew quieter. A myriad of thoughts racing through his mind. Those capable individuals enjoy challenging themselves. That fellow named Zhu Xingde is quite attractive as well. Could Midorikawa's disinterest stem from fearing competition? Zhu Fu Jingguang, now distant, remained oblivious to the man's fabrications about him. Otherwise, he would have surely dealt him a harsh blow for such absurdity that a newcomer, Would you mind if we were to become acquainted? Zhufu Jingwang lowered his voice, clutching his wine glass as he approached. Leave me be. Do not compel me to strike you. The irritable individual looked up, but before he could finish his sentence, he recognized a familiar face. And his rationality swiftly returned. You wish to know me? Care to test your mettle? Zhufu Jingwang, eager to vent his frustrations, readily agreed that Midori Kawahikaru, let's find a venue and engage in a friendly duel. Amuro Turu, no need to find a venue. Let us commence right here. With that, he launched a punch toward him. Weren't you supposed to keep an eye on little Feng? What on earth is happening now? The distance between the two men was filled with the unique camaraderie of childhood friends, leading to unspoken grievances. The man, watching the two engage, was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, Wait, do men really need to spar before a rendezvous? Have the standards for casual encounters become so high? Those nearby, upon hearing his words, exchanged knowing glances, not once considering that the two were childhood friends. After all, such a level of fighting could only occur if both were evenly matched. Otherwise, one would surely end up in the hospital. With such intensity, who could believe they were lifelong companions? Are you still fighting? Zhufu Jingwang, bearing wounds upon his face, gazed at his childhood friend, who also bore injuries at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, Kuang Yuling continued to throw punches, believing he had come to infiltrate, and with no way to contact Jiu Lan Feng, he had hoped to persuade little Feng with the company of Jingguang and Hei's. But alas, it turned out that this fellow had also come to infiltrate without a word. So, they both left little Feng to Hei's, and now they truly faced a dire situation. When the day came to contact little Feng, they would either be met with tears or fists, or perhaps even a scenario they dared not imagine. That is, if Jiu Lan Feng were to completely disregard them, they would be dangerously close to being beaten to a pulp by Hei's. What a calamity! Is it still possible to withdraw at this point? The two fought for nearly an hour before finally breaking apart, then seamlessly transitioning into an act. Kuang Yuling, no, now he should be a Muro True, raised his wine glass, clinking it with that of his counterpart before downing its contents. Not bad. Your strikes are equally fierce, you rascal. Neither party was willing to concede. Have the two prominent figures finally finished their skirmish? The man who had previously conversed with Zhufu Jingguang approached them, wine glass in hand, hesitating to join their conversation. Let us get to the point. He had no time to engage in further banter. It would be wiser to find a quiet space to converse with nothing of consequence. I merely feared for your friendship, seeing how fiercely you two were fighting. But it appears you have become acquainted through your brawling. I have something for you. Please accept this gift. With that, he placed a box upon the table and swiftly departed. Upon discerning the contents, Zhufu Jingguang could not help but curse under his breath. Kuang Yuling, newly arrived and unaware of the group's nature, was excused, but he was fully aware. However, the commotion provided him with an excellent pretext for departure. He tossed the box to Kuang Yuling. Propping his chin upon his hand, anticipating his reaction, the triumphant smile replaced his usual gentleness as he announced, loud enough for nearby spectators to hear, Care to give it a try? Kuang Yuling, taken aback by his childhood friend's cunning method of seeking an exit, quickly adapted to the situation. Why not? As for the rest, let us see who prevails. Let us go. Darling T draped an arm over his shoulder, speaking in a teasing tone, not disgust me. Kuang Yuling walked alongside him, yet made no effort to shake off his hand. As they departed, the two of them were pleased to overhear the speculation surrounding them, indicating their collaboration had been effective and had not raised suspicion. So, it turns out that as long as one possesses fighting prowess, no one is beyond reach. I can't believe how challenging it has become for same-sex encounters. At this rate, how will one ever date again? Yet the individuals in the hospital must be suffering greatly. Each one, thinking the newcomer an easy target due to their looks, attempted to flirt, only to be left unable to get back up. This one was also dealt with, though no clear victor emerged. But didn't that count as a successful encounter? Thus, it seems that being able to fight is indeed essential. As the two gradually moved away, the murmurs faded into the background. As for the speculations that would arise after their departure, they cared little. It conveniently facilitated their communication. Once inside his newly rented apartment, Zhufu Jingguang meticulously inspected the premises for any hidden surveillance devices. Once assured of the absence of such equipment, he finally exhaled in relief. Point zero. What brings you here? I was about to ask you the same. Weren't you supposed to be at the police headquarters? Shouldn't you be by little Feng's side? That question should be directed at you. Why haven't you entered the police headquarters? Didn't a recently graduated police officer come looking for us? I thought it was quite challenging to get into the police force, and once the mission is completed, promotions would follow, saving time and effort. With you at the Metropolitan Police Department, we could expedite our search for our intended targets. Ryuga Zero briefly explained his presence there. After hearing his explanation, Suguro Kiyotaka found himself at a loss for words. What could he possibly say? The unspoken understanding between childhood friends manifested in moments like this. They had made the same choice to remain silent, and had tacitly entrusted the target from the Metropolitan Police to Xiao Feng, allowing themselves to focus on their undercover role. Yet, they ended up crossing paths? So, Hiro, what about you? How did you end up here? Moreover, from the looks of it, you've been here for quite some time. Ryuga Zero countered, I've been here for over 6 months. That as for why I'm here. It is quite similar to your situation. After graduation, Suguro Kiyotaka forced a smile as he recounted his circumstances. Listening to the eerily similar tale, Ryuga Zero fell silent. This damned understanding. If they weren't so in sync, it would have been impossible for them to arrive at the same decision that IT's done. I can already imagine Xiao Feng's reaction. Hiro, what should we do? Let us hold off for now and not contact Xiao Feng. As you've seen, that environment is precarious. If Xiao Feng can't resist coming to find us, even if he possesses the ability to remain unseen, do you really think that environment is suitable for him? Ryuga Zero pondered his words carefully and ultimately decided to heed Kiyotaka's advice, opting not to reach out to Jiu Lan Feng for the time being to prevent him from unwittingly revealing their positions. Why have you been training alone for so long? Suguro Kiyotaka inquired. What have you been trained in? Combat, sniping, counter-surveillance, and information transmission. I was deemed proficient and released. The disparity is infuriating. Why was Hiro's training so uncomplicated? Noticing Ryuga Zero's expression of exasperation, Kiyotaka surmised that his training must have been far more complex than his own. All right, Zero. No need to elaborate. I have a fair idea of what the police are scheming. Suguro Kiyotaka interrupted Ryuga Zero before he could voice his thoughts, having already pieced together much of the puzzle. Indeed, they are playing a clever game, preparing for both contingencies, knowing we grew up together, and daring to send us in. It's evident they intend for us to recognize each other and assist one another when necessary. The implications that Kiyotaka had deduced were also clear to Ryuga Zero, leading to a significant decline in his regard for the police. Spending too much time with Xiao Feng had made him forget that not everyone in this society shares his naivety. Rather, it is rife with schemes. Ryuga couldn't help but lament, as long as we are aware. It doesn't matter since we don't sincerely wish to join them. It's better to complete the mission swiftly and gain our freedom. It seems they have calculated the timing of your training as well. 3 months from now marks the organization's triennial assessment. What assessment? I've only been here a few days and haven't grasped the situation yet. It is impossible to start probing around immediately after just getting in. That would attract too much attention. Suguro Kiyotaka shared what he knew and voiced his conjecture. I suspect they want you to infiltrate the intelligence unit. Your expression just now tells me that your training period has been longer than mine, and the content must be more diverse as well. Moreover, you are undoubtedly the most capable trainee in our cohort. As for myself, it's likely due to our childhood bond, which fosters good synergy, hence why they paired me with you. That is why they have me honing my sniping skills, gathering intelligence for the intelligence unit, and coordinating message transmissions for the action team. They truly play a cunning game. Just as Ryuga Zero began to relax, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he spoke slowly. Hiro, I believe we are certainly not the first batch sent in. Given their meticulous arrangements and precise timing, it is evident they possess substantial knowledge of this organization. Where do you think their intelligence is sourced from? And those individuals. It is fortunate that Jin remains oblivious to their conversation. Otherwise, he might have something to say, questioning whether the undercover agents he previously eliminated were mere decorations. Sigh. Indeed, there is no easy path to shortcuts. That may be true for others, but not for us. Let us not forget, those in the organization seeking our demise will find it no easy task. Hero, regardless of the circumstances, if things go awry, we must withdraw immediately. As for our target, we shall devise another plan. Ryogazuro recognized the precariousness of this undercover operation and earnestly cautioned Suguro Kiyotaka. The same words apply to you. Don't forget, if anything happens to us, Xiaofeng will undoubtedly not stand idly by. If the situation escalates too far, our identities will become impossible to conceal. For both our sakes and Xiaofeng's, safety is paramount. Shortly after their departure, a black Porsche 356A pulled up at the perimeter of the base. Upon entering the base, Jiu Lan Feng furrowed his brow. What were these people discussing? He truly disliked the atmosphere here, that I already said I wouldn't be here, yet you insisted on coming. Jin understood the reason for his insistence. It was all due to those two troublesome individuals. Let us go. Having faced disappointment too many times, Jiu Lan Feng no longer harbored great expectations. Back in the car, he leaned against the seat. Gazing out the window, a look of persistent concern etched on his face. Let us switch cars and head home. Jin ruffled his hair, offering a reminder. I wonder where those two have gone. The second-year students mentioned that there has been no word from them at the Metropolitan Police Department. Nor have they reached out. You told me they should be undercover, making it inconvenient to relay information. However, we've been searching for a year and a half, and there are only a handful of organizations here in Neon that warrant official attention. We've scoured them all, yet there is still no trace of them. Everything truly fine. Even with the blood ties and Jin's assurances, Jiu Lan Feng remained anxious for their safety. A year and a half without a single update. How could he not worry? Even if communication is inconvenient, it shouldn't result in complete silence. He was well aware of their capabilities. Yet, it was precisely this silence that heightened Jiu Lan Feng's apprehension. The absence of news is a typical occurrence. Once selected for undercover work, all means of communication are confiscated, rendering it impossible to reach out to others while erasing their true experiences, and one understands this better than he does. Although he had never been an undercover agent himself, he had seen countless undercover operatives perish at his hands. Jin was certainly aware of such trivial matters. Despite his countless explanations, Jiu Lan Feng continued to worry. I believe you, and I plan to search gradually. The first organization I'll investigate is the one we are currently in. However, we've found nothing at all. Half a year ago, I shifted my focus to other gangs, provoking them madly to see if I could draw them out. After all, they're so formidable. If they would go undercover, they would surely be utilized, encountering matters they couldn't resolve, even if they weren't dispatched to handle things. They should at least send someone to scout. Yet what was the result? They caught nothing and only drew out a bunch of dregs. Jiu Lan Feng complained in frustration, cursing those two rascals. He hoped he wouldn't find them, or else they would not escape his wrath. Jin, however, was not as concerned as he was. After all, he had dealt with too many undercover agents and understood that their greatest skill lies in concealing their identities. Not to mention those two had undergone modifications. The question remained where they had been dispatched or if they had even gone undercover at all. Perhaps they are still with the police. Jin suddenly felt as if he had been led astray. Due to Jiu Lan Feng's anxiety, they had begun their investigations prematurely. The timing might have been a bit off, and no organization would dare send undercover agents into the field without proper training. They certainly hadn't factored in the duration of their training. Jiu Lan Feng immediately turned to Jin, not comprehending his reasoning. Perhaps you were too eager in your search. They might still be undergoing covert training. But what organization or gang would warrant such an extensive training period? Apart from us, it would be the theft organization known only by animal code names. You mean to say that while I've been frantically searching for a year and a half, had he been held by the police for training? No way he still chose to trust Jin's conjectures. After all, Jin was more knowledgeable about such matters if Jin weren't by his side. He would likely be like a headless fly, flailing about aimlessly. With that thought, his worried expression gradually faded, clearly reassured. If that's the case, Xiaofeng, you must stay put and refrain from provoking anyone. The commotion has become too great. If we don't see them in 3 months, we'll focus our attention on the zoo point 3 months. Why? 3 months from now is the organization's assessment. If they truly went undercover, this is the only way for them to blend in with the coded members. They certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity that, if not, then they are with that theft organization that keeps to itself. If they had been training for this long, it would only be those two organizations that would warrant such extensive efforts from the police. Can we pull up the information on the perimeter members for a check? It is unwise. If you wish to keep them from exposure, it would be prudent to abandon this idea altogether. The risks associated with altering the list are far too great. Besides, who in their right mind would use their real name for an undercover operation? Jiu gazed seriously at Jiu Lan Feng. He possessed the authority to access the list, but what would be the outcome? It would merely attract undue attention, that if it were to be noticed, that would be bearable. But what if attention turned towards Jiu Lan Feng? Jiu was unwilling to gamble on such possibilities and decided to dissuade him from this notion entirely. I will endure for 3 more months. Just 3 more months. If I do not succeed, I shall return to find my brother. That I refuse to believe that a pure blood cannot locate 2 mere humans. Here we go again, that if memory serves correctly, this proposal was just recently rejected by Jiu Lan Shu. He wishes to mobilize vampires to search for them? Utter nonsense. We shall revisit this in 3 months. Jiu could only temporarily suppress his thoughts. If it proves unfeasible, he would simply hand this troublesome individual over to his brother for discipline. Bang! The windows of the sport car shattered once more due to Jiu Lan Feng's fury. The 8th time, for heaven's sake, he intended to settle the score with those 2 scoundrels. Jiu Lan Feng conveniently shifted the blame, refusing to acknowledge that this was indeed the 8th instance of his own anger shattering the vehicle's glass. This time, however, he seemed to have learned his lesson, as Jiu suddenly uttered a remark. What do you mean? The shards of glass, thankfully, did not fall into the car. Jiu Lan Feng. Very well. If those 2 scoundrels have now transformed into 3, then they're all scoundrels. The familiar round face reappeared, and Jiu finally felt satisfied. Indeed, this fellow was most delightful when relaxed. As for those 2 rascals, it would be best if they went undercover next door, should they dare to come here. That would truly be courting disaster. Isn't today the assessment day? Why is Jiu still here? He had returned late from a mission, and Ireland was unaware of the events that had transpired. He merely sensed a low pressure in the atmosphere. The ancestor was angry. Who would dare provoke him? Vodka forcefully pulled Ireland over, covering his mouth, and discreetly pointed at the source of the low pressure. Negroni wiped the liquid from his fingers with a tissue, internally cursing those 2 rascals. Jiu had indeed hit the nail on the head. Negroni, who had originally intended to look for individuals at the assessment site, was intercepted by Jiu to prevent others from deducing their intentions. Jiu opted to select individuals from the base of the coded members, just as before. The moment the surveillance was activated, Negroni's gaze fell upon the striking golden-haired individual, alongside another person who had been missing for quite some time. All previous concerns morphed into fury. He gripped his glass tightly, shattering it. Are you injured? I'm fine. He bit down on the wound, then stuffed his hand into his pocket, hoping no one would notice that it had already healed. Very well, he was determined to make those 2 scoundrels pay. What concern or longing? All of that could take a back seat. He only wished to unleash his wrath upon others. Brother, how many do we need this time? Vodka forced himself to ignore the low pressure emanating from Negroni and inquired. Ask him. Jiu tossed the decision back to Negroni. The child was angry, so it was only fitting for him to sort it out. That as for others, Jiu was indifferent, but those 2 rascals were definitely not getting away. He was unconcerned about anyone else. He wanted those 2 and that long-haired individual in the knitted cap. His skills were commendable as well. Negroni tapped on the avatars of the 2 individuals on the screen with his other hand, speaking directly to obscure his true intentions. Negroni had to casually introduce a shield. Otherwise, if they were exposed, selecting 2 undercover agents would implicate even Jiu. Despite having inadvertently picked up a shield, Negroni still chose an individual with acceptable strength. If he were to select the 3 strongest individuals, the horsemen would surely be infuriated. Vodka observed that Negroni's selections were all top-tier candidates for this assessment, leaving no room for the other side to maneuver. Do you have any objections? Can you outmatch Jiu or me? If it weren't for that old man Rum protecting you, would you dare to be so arrogant? If Jiu hadn't stopped me. Based on his attitude towards Jiu, I could have killed him countless times. Negroni paid no mind to such matters. The long-haired individual in the knitted cap could be given to the horseman. But those two rascals were certainly off limits. Brother, this, he glanced at Jinjiu, hoping he might intervene and restrain this ancestor. Jinjiu ignored Vodka's plea, issuing a direct order. Go do it this. Vodka dared not speak further. It was indeed the case that when the elder brother spoke, the younger brother had to run. Once Negroni had calmed down, he halted Vodka, who was about to leave, and suddenly changed his mind. If there were objections on the other side, he would offer up that fellow named Zhu Xingde and casually find another person of similar strength to bring in if they didn't want to go. Then just bring them back. Ireland, you go with him so he doesn't have to face that bunch of lunatics alone. Point 2 against that bunch of lunatics. Do you really think we are as formidable as you and Jinjiu? Ireland complained verbally, yet his body obediently stood up and walked over to Vodka. Do you want me to personally invite them? What business do you have with those useless subordinates of the horsemen? And you can take a hit, so hurry up and go. Negroni was fuming and had no desire to fetch those two rascals himself. Why aren't you going yet? Jinjiu's eyes narrowed, and he waved his hand to usher them away. As for the others, they dared not interject, fearful of being targeted by Negroni and then used as practice dummies. Are you here to select people for your master? You sure have quite the attitude. Whatever comes your way, Vodka and the others are only afraid of facing them, which is why they hurried over, colliding with them right at the entrance. Don't waste time with them. If you can't bring them back, it won't be easy to explain. He stopped Ireland, dragging him into the base. The horseman glared at the individuals chosen by Vodka, feeling it was excessive. Was Jinjiu truly prepared to burn bridges? Ireland looked at him with disdain. Sorry, this time it was Negroni's choice. It has nothing to do with Jinjiu. Mentioning that lunatic reminded the horseman of the times he had narrowly escaped death. He was reluctant to confront him again. However, facing Vodka and Ireland, he did not wish to appear weak, so he diverted the topic to those who had passed the assessment. We still need to consider their opinions, right? We can't force anyone, can we? The choice is now in your hands. Think carefully about which team you wish to select. You insist on stirring up trouble. There are others within. Why fixate on the ones Negroni wants? Ireland glowered at the horseman. There are only a few viable candidates, and you took 3 at once. What's wrong with letting them make their choice? Moreover, Ireland, had Negroni been here today, perhaps there might have been room for banter. You are not worthy of such. Horseman, remember what you said today. Should Negroni truly become displeased, I hope you can withstand the consequences. The choice is yours. Select as you wish. Vodka prevented Ireland from making a move. The horseman, while unimpressive, certainly possessed commendable skills. How will you choose? You have but one chance. Think it through. Ireland suppressed his rage, eyeing the 3 individuals who were merely spectating. I must remind you, among them, with Jinjiu and Negroni presiding, you may not even have a chance to shine. The horseman threatened ominously that I remain quite interested in the sniping capabilities of Jinjiu and Negroni. Zhu Fu Jingguang interjected. Kong Yu-Zero smirked derisively, maintaining his arrogant persona. Apologies, but it seems you do not measure up to those two in their estimation. That if we are to select, why choose someone of lesser caliber? Same here. Zhu Xingde also made his choice. Having no regard for the horseman, the horseman observed the selections of the 3. His expression darkened progressively, and he menacingly replied, Very well. You had better pray that Negroni and Jinjiu can protect you, or else you shall not fall into my grasp. Ha! You have good taste. After releasing the pent-up frustration in his heart, Ireland burst into laughter. We must be off. Our brothers are still waiting. Horseman, farewell. Do not be in such a hurry to rage. I have left you a beauty, have I not? If you do not want her, we shall take her as well. Ireland provocatively eyed the horseman, continuing to provoke him. Enough, do not waste time with him. Our brothers await. If we return late, you will face Negroni alone. Do not involve me. Let us go, let us go. It is unwise to provoke that ancestor today. I am cowardly, despite encountering a minor setback. The tasks assigned by Negroni were ultimately accomplished. Otherwise, they would have been too ashamed to return. The 2 individuals, who were secretly pleased to see their progress finally advancing, remained utterly oblivious to the challenges that awaited them shortly. Access to this place was restricted to members with code names, and its environment was significantly superior to where they had previously resided. Thus, it was not common for them to venture there. Led by Vodka, the trio entered the base, which was bustling yet not chaotic, devoid of the noxious atmosphere found outside. You are all newcomers, and I must advise you, regardless of your past identities in the outside world, do not carry that atmosphere into this realm. Jin, unlike Remy Martin, has no tolerance for disorderly conduct. Above all, refrain from uttering nonsensical words in front of Negroni, or you may find yourself in dire straits. Out of kindness, Ireland offered this counsel to prevent any foolishness that might provoke those two and inadvertently drag innocent bystanders into the fray. I'm not that idle, Zhu Xingda remarked disdainfully, clearly understanding Ireland's implication. The reason for not choosing that fellow previously was his distaste for him. You think I possess the inclination to engage in the frivolous activities you mentioned? Zero, with a hint of disdain, rejected Ireland's words that don't look at me. I'm not interested either. Sensing Ireland's gaze, Zhu Fujingwang quickly declined as well, wary of the rumors circulating outside. They could not afford another incident. I must remind you, not all Codename members are as despicable as the one you just encountered. Ireland regarded their responses with satisfaction, his tone softening slightly. Are you not worried that he might seek retribution after being labeled as such? Zhu Xingda inquired, curiosity piqued. They dare not approach this vicinity. Negroni has nearly killed Remy Martin on multiple occasions. You truly believe we could have brought you back so effortlessly today without the pressure from those two inside? Here we are, Vodka announced, knocking on the door before ushering them into the modest base of Jin's team. Brother, I brought them back. 3 in total. Very well, Jin replied, turning with a cold smirk directed at the trio. Upon encountering this familiar figure, 2 of them widened their eyes momentarily before regaining their composure, their expressions betraying nothing, though internally they were grimacing. What a predicament! How did he end up here? Surely, it cannot be mere coincidence. Please do not inform them that the madman Negroni they overheard is none other than our Xiao Feng. However, the more they pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Who else but Jiu Lan Feng would dare to be so audacious in front of Heisei? This truly spells trouble. Has Jin arrived? Negroni, previously hidden behind Jin, stepped forward. Though his hair had been trimmed and his eye color altered, the two still recognized him instantly. Moreover, the mask he wore was familiar to them. Having seen it on multiple occasions, gazing at the smirking figure, Zero felt tears welling up, wishing for a place to cry. First, he was caught by Hero outside, and now by Heisei and Xiaofeng. Could life not show him a bit more kindness? The ominous premonitions had indeed come to fruition. Ireland, Vodka, give me a good beating. Let me witness the newcomer's abilities. Allow the recent arrivals to experience our welcoming ceremony. Negroni gestured mischievously at the 3 unfortunate souls. As for Zhu Xingda beside him, he felt quite embarrassed for the innocent ones, but who could blame him for being in such a foul mood? He had searched for a year and a half for this person, only to find him under his very nose. Ireland and Vodka, momentarily taken aback, wondered, when did we establish such a procedure as a welcoming ceremony? Why were we not informed? Still not moving. Do you wish to fight me? Jin's emotionless voice echoed in their ears, causing them to shudder and cast apologetic glances at the 3 newcomers. My apologies. It is merely a test of your capabilities. Reluctantly, Vodka stepped forward, preparing to gauge their skills. 2 against 3, Ireland hesitated, uncertain of their abilities. However, being chosen by Negroni suggested they were not to be underestimated. 2 against 2 would be manageable, but 3? I truly lack confidence. Dear leader, could you consider the feelings of the veterans when bullying the newcomers? Not everyone is as formidable as you 2 lunatics. Ireland lamented. Exasperated, Negroni's gaze shifted between the 3 individuals before he smirked coldly. Very well, I shan't make it difficult for you 2. I shall handle this myself. Zero and Zhu Fujingwang were taken aback, exclaiming, there is no need. Can you handle a sniper? Negroni approached Zhu Xingda, intrigued by his unflappable demeanor. What kind of psychological fortitude did this individual possess? Even his 2 trained companions had failed to suppress their emotions upon encountering Jin, yet this one remained composed. Yes, Zhu Xingda affirmed, nodding. While he was unsure why Negroni was fixated on him, he answered truthfully. In this place, possessing skills was paramount. There was no need to conceal one's strengths. Conan, Kiani, take him to the adjacent training room to assess his skills. Vodka, Ireland, Wait until the sniper evaluation is complete before sparring with him to test his prowess. Negroni pointed towards the training room next door, signaling for them to proceed. How will we assess these two? Vodka inquired. Am I the dead one? Or is Jin? Is that a satisfactory answer? Negroni shot him a frosty glare, his displeasure evident. The ever-invisible Zero and Zhu Fu Jingguang exchanged glances, both sensing a shared helplessness. This was truly disastrous. Not only had Xiao Feng made an appearance, but now Heisei was involved too. Their little vampire would likely show mercy, but Heisei was indifferent to their familiarity. Was it too late to escape now? Forget the police undercover work. My life is far more valuable. Vodka exclaimed. Let us go. Avoid provoking him. He is eager to evaluate our skills. A.S. for you too. Take care. He is known for being rather harsh. With a sympathetic glance at the two left behind, he threw his arm around Vodka's shoulder, dragging him into the training room. The others soon followed suit, none daring to provoke Negroni's ire. Jin opened another training room, his expression impassive as he regarded the two finally revealed individuals. Get in here for your evaluation. The two exchanged glances, sharing a resigned smile as they entered. Subsequently, Jin closed the door behind them and stepped inside. Initially, they assumed Jin had dismissed everyone to speak privately, but just as they were about to voice their thoughts, Jin's gaze silenced them. What a naive notion. Even if he had something to discuss, it would not be here. He was simply itching to throw a punch. Having been informed by Zhu Fu Jingguang about Jin's status and position within the organization, Zero quickly deduced that this was not a suitable environment for conversation. Thus, he provocatively inquired, how will the assessment proceed? Come, let us practice that. I shall spar with you first. 1 against 2. The not claim I am taking advantage of you. Negroni had been harboring pent-up frustration for quite some time, and now he had a chance to unleash it. Although certain matters could not be discussed at present, nothing prevented him from venting his anger. Even with a gentle disposition, he was still capable of having a temper. This little vampire, spoiled by so many, was certainly not one to accept grievances lightly. After worrying for so long, how could he not take the opportunity to unleash his frustrations on these two rascals? Bring it on. Zhu Fu Jingguang nodded, readying himself in a defensive stance, fully aware that evading this impending thrashing would be impossible. The child was less than pleased, clearly prepared to engage personally, recognizing the extent of their modifications. He held nothing back, striking with the intent to bruise out of course. He made sure to target their faces, knowing they would receive treatment upon returning home. But that was a matter for later. For now, he relished the satisfaction of unleashing his pent-up frustration. As he landed featherweight, yet powerful punches on the two, the question of whether they could retaliate was moot. Finding an opportunity to do so was an impossibility. While they had undergone modifications, this opponent was a pure blood. Challenging him in speed and strength was laughable. Negroni clearly transformed his worries from the past year and a half into unrelenting fury. Striking without mercy if his hands were blocked, he resorted to kicking. The sound of slicing air accompanied his movements, clearly indicating a lack of restraint. In that fleeting moment, Zhu Fu Jingguang was unable to evade, resulting in him being forcefully kicked away. After dispatching one opponent, Negroni immediately turned his attention to Akira Sakurai, landing a punch squarely on his face, followed by a kick that sent him sprawling next to Zhu Fu Jingguang. As his anger subsided, Negroni's rationality began to resurface. Observing the battered duo, a flicker of compassion crossed his eyes. Despite his ire, they were childhood friends. His concern outweighed his anger, and with the venting of his frustrations, his ire dissipated. Just as he prepared to assist them, Jin's hand inadvertently rested on his shoulder, applying a slight pressure, a reminder that this was not a domestic setting. You managed to withstand quite a few of my attacks. You possess decent skills. Consider yourselves fortunate. Take the next few days to recuperate, he stated, opening the training room door and striding out. Ha! Have you two been beaten up? Such incompetence. Upon exiting, he spotted the two injured individuals. Unable to suppress a laugh at their dismal state, the duo, thoroughly demoralized, had no desire to engage in conversation, silently averting their gazes from Negroni. They had not anticipated being bested so thoroughly by a newcomer. Negroni turned his gaze towards the side, where Zhu Xingda stood, His interest piqued. "Hey, what is your name? You seem to have some skill," he inquired with a smile. "Zhu Xingde," came the reply. "Noted. However, the two who entered with you have already succumbed. You still stand. Don't you think that is a bit out of place?" Negroni, intrigued by this individual with remarkable psychological fortitude, sensed no emotion beyond impatience. Yet this curiosity did not hinder his intent to engage in combat. With both Akira and Jing Guang down, Zhu Xingda's upright stance became an eyesore. "What do you mean?" Zhu Xingda prepared to defend himself, eyeing Negroni warily. Negroni raised an eyebrow, finally detecting a hint of emotion. "What I mean is, you should try to fit in a little more." Yes, soon as the words left his mouth, he charged towards Zhu Xingda, not one to remain passive. Zhu Xingda swiftly retaliated, aiming to seize the initiative by throwing a punch at his mask, attempting to dislodge it. Realizing his intent, Negroni deftly tilted his head aside, a cold smile gracing his lips. "You wish to remove my mask?" "Aside from Jin, no one has managed that. You are far from capable." With that, he ceased holding back, seizing Zhu Xingda's arm and, with a precise motion, dislocating it. Gritting his teeth, Zhu Xingda rejoined his arm and continued his assault on Negroni. Viewing this as a prime opportunity to gauge his strength, Negroni's patience waned, prompting him to escalate his attacks. Even as Zhu Xingda made earnest attempts to evade, strikes landed upon his face, body, and arms, increasing in frequency. "I have no time to waste on you." With a swift motion, Negroni leaped towards the wall, using it as leverage to propel himself behind Zhu Xingda before the latter could react. He delivered a powerful kick that sent him sprawling, followed by two fingers pressing against his throat. Any exertion would lead to his demise. "You've got decent skills, but you still fall short. Like the other two. Take this time to heal. We will discuss your assignment once you are mended." With that, Negroni withdrew his hand, stood upright, and did not cast another glance at the fallen Zhu Xingda. "Hey, you two inside. Can you get up? Can you drive home? Do you need someone to give you a ride?" "No need." Akira Sakurai gritted his teeth, pushing himself off the ground and assisting Zhu Fu Jingguang to his feet. "And you? Do you require assistance to return?" Zhu Xingda struggled to stand, coldly responding, "No, I can manage on my own." "Then we're off. We can find our way home without assistance. There is no need for you to fret." Although Jin addressed Negroni, he was actually conveying a message to the other two. "No need." "Very well. Hey, you two shouldn't disappear again. I can't afford to lose promising newcomers." He felt a twinge of anxiety about the potential disappearance of the two troublemakers. Yet recognizing they were within the organization and having promised Jin not to grow too close for their safety, he could only mimic Jin's approach, conveying ambiguous messages that we look like children. What is there to lose? Zhu Xingda gazed at Negroni, bewildered. No wonder he was labeled a madman. He truly was inscrutable. Only Akira Sakurai and Zhu Fu Jingguang understood the underlying significance of Jin and Negroni's words, offering them reassurance that they wouldn't vanish. "All right, Jin, I'm leaving, but I'll wait for those two at home to settle the score." "Understood." Jin and Jiu Lan Feng settled onto the sofa, awaiting the return of the two wayward individuals. As they observed the two being helped inside, Jin smirked. "So you've returned, have you?" The pair chuckled awkwardly. Though Jiu Lan Feng was still quite upset, seeing them in such a state stirred a pang of sympathy within him. The frustration he felt ultimately succumbed to the longing from their prolonged absence. Jingguang. Jiu Lan Feng couldn't help but rush forward to embrace them, his voice trembling slightly. "I was so worried about you. Had I not sensed you were safe, I would have truly lost my mind. I even sought help from my brother, but he outright refused." "How could you not send a word?" "My apologies, Xiaofeng. An unforeseen incident occurred, and I only just emerged 3 months ago. Initially, I was under surveillance by the police, making it impossible to reach out to you." Akira Sakurai apologized, suppressing the ache in his arm as he ruffled Jiu Lan Feng's hair. "And you? Have you all been together?" Jin inquired, directing his question at Zhu Fu Jingguang. "Not at all. 0, and I trained separately. I completed my training 9 months ago," Zhu Fu Jingguang replied, shaking his head. Jiu Lan Feng narrowed his eyes, disgruntled. "So you finished training over 6 months ago and had countless opportunities to contact us, yet there was no word? Just thinking about it makes me angrier." "Initially, I was under police scrutiny like 0, which made contacting you difficult. Later, due to the environment, I wanted to shield you from such circumstances. Who could have anticipated you two would be with Jin and Negaroni? Had they known of the situation, they wouldn't have gone to such lengths to conceal it. Now, they were the ones receiving a beating while also playing the role of caretakers. Though Zhu Fu Jingguang yearned to argue against this accusation, he found himself lacking the conviction to do so. Had he suddenly learned of their whereabouts, he would undoubtedly have sought them out. Zhu Fu Jingguang's concerns were not unfounded, even if he spoke the truth. It did little to assuage Jiu Lan Feng's anger. Not be angry. Xiao Feng, I had intended to contact you after becoming a codename member, yet I hadn't anticipated being caught right after the assessment. So it's our fault, is it? I refuse to accept that. You two must not go missing again, otherwise you will be in serious trouble, Jiu Lan Feng threatened, baring his teeth at the pair. Akira Sakurai reached out to poke Jiu Lan Feng's small fangs. Chuckling, it won't happen again. Will you let us in now? You're being too rough, Xiao Feng. This gesture startled Jiu Lan Feng significantly, prompting him to retract his fangs in fear of accidentally injuring Akira Sakurai. He shot a glare at him before assisting the two onto the sofa and using his abilities to help heal their injuries. Let us see if you dare to vanish again. I still think I went easy on you. If it had been any other vampire, they would have turned to dust by now. That we truly regret it. Leave my face alone. I don't want others to notice the injuries. Akira Sakurai grasped Jiu Lan Feng's hand, shaking his head to dissuade him from addressing his facial wounds and bruises. Have you finished reminiscing? Can we discuss serious matters now? Jin's expression was frosty, clearly infuriated. The little vampire's debts are settled. Now it's time to address yours. With a glaring intensity, he focused on the two before him, his tone growing increasingly frigid, laced with an undercurrent of murderous intent. Surely, both of you understand what I detest the most. Had these two miscreants not been from his own organization, he would have already sent them to the afterlife with a couple of well-placed bullets. Calm down a bit. You're scaring them. Jiu Lan Feng quickly interjected, sensing Jin's murderous aura. Xiao Feng, don't interfere. Scaring them? Anyone daring to go undercover has seen worse. Jin scoffed, a smirk playing on his lips. Do they truly believe that having grown up alongside me would spare them from my wrath? Kurizawa, please remain composed. Although we know you are an assassin working for an organization, we genuinely had no idea you were part of this one. And you never disclosed your code name to us. .0 quietly distanced himself from Jin, gently touching his own arm in an attempt to persuade him to calm down. The murderous intent in the air was indeed palpable. This is merely an accident, a coincidence. Who would believe that an undercover operation would lead them to their doorstep if they had not experienced it firsthand? Jin was almost amused by the absurdity of it all. Are you suggesting that I must recount all my affairs in detail? Zero did not mean that. It truly was a coincidence. Before going undercover, we had no idea that it was your organization involved. Although we had speculated on the possibility of encountering you, the odds were exceedingly slim that I should have realized when Xiao Feng spent a year and a half searching for you without any news. I ought to have dealt with you sooner in the periphery, thereby preventing any opportunity for you to meet Xiao Feng. The chance to silence you came and went in an instant. It seems these two fools are fortunate to be alive. Do not be angry, Heisei. You must remain composed. After all, it is a bond forged since childhood. How can we resort to violence? If it were not for our shared upbringing, do you think you would still have a chance to stand here and converse with me? Casting a disdainful glance at Zero, he mused that it was only a matter of time before these rascals would drive him to his demise. He could not fathom the sins he had committed in his past life to be tormented by such ancestral spirits in this one. A few words of admonition should suffice. They did not willingly choose to be undercover agents. Gently prodding Jin's arm, Conan keyed smiled to ease the tension. .0 and Zhu Fu Jingguang. Well, we actually were willing to, albeit lured by the promise of benefits. Someone who saw through their thoughts let out a cold snort, asking them to question themselves. Were they not willing? What a farce. It seems they have indeed deceived a little vampire. What do you mean? Zero chuckled awkwardly, clearing his throat. Well, the police offered promotions as bait, promising that once we completed our tasks, we could ascend the ranks, which would grant us significant influence that we believe this would save time and effort, allowing us to locate the target for our dealings with the vampires sooner if we were to rise incrementally. Who knows how long it would take? Jiu Jingguang nodded in agreement. They had approached him in a similar manner. He thought that since Zero was already at the police headquarters, going undercover would pose no issues. Even if he disappeared for a while, with Zero and Heisei by his side, he would not feel too despondent and thus consented. Little did he expect that Zero would also be assigned to an undercover role. Are the two of you truly lacking in intellect? You cannot discern such an obvious trap. It seems you are indeed out of practice. Perhaps I should focus on training you both in the future. We were found separately. Both I and Hiro shared the same thought, and it was only when we encountered each other on the organization's periphery that we learned we had been played. But having come this far, it would be a pity to give up. Moreover, we did not embark on this endeavor unprepared. If we were to inadvertently expose our identities, we would simply withdraw and devise another means to locate the target. We would not place ourselves in danger. Jin absent-mindedly tapped his fingers, pondering before inquiring. Are you too sent by the Neon Police? Indeed, we felt that infiltrating the police force would be challenging. And thus we did not want to miss this opportunity, that IT is merely an undercover operation. Even if we cannot overpower them, they shall not retain us, as we are well aware of our situation. Aware? You may want to test whether you too can escape from my grasp. Jin, seething with rage, almost laughed. If he were to allow these two to flee, he would write his codename backward .0 and Jiu Jingguang. It truly seems impossible. Is it not true that I did not anticipate your presence here? Without you and Xiao Feng, those incompetent fools would never have been able to stop us. .0 muttered defiantly. He could compete with others, but not with a psychopath. You have two options. Either return as undercover agents or face your demise here and now. Jin pulled out his firearm, decisively chambering around, clearly denying them any chance for choice. Is this your idea of a choice? Put that thing away. If it goes off, see if Xiao Feng will not retaliate against you. What difference does it make whether you return as undercover agents? You never truly joined. You only infiltrated to gather intelligence on the target. .0 exploded in frustration, swiftly darting out of range, casting a furious glance at Jin before hastily explaining. Returning as undercover agents is not an issue, but we will require your assistance. Jiu Jingguang articulated the crux of the matter. Without Jin's help, obtaining intel would prove exceedingly difficult, let alone earning the trust of the police. Without information, how could we even think of going back undercover? I understand, Jin nodded. Since he was permitting their return, he would pave the way for them, using the police's resources to eliminate those troublesome individuals from the organization. So, can you tell me how the police have been scheming against you? I do not quite understand. I only sense the anger and disdain emanating from Zero and Jingguang. Conan Keed quietly raised a paw to inquire. He had pondered for quite some time, but could not fathom how the police had plotted against them. After all, it was merely a coincidence that they were all dispatched to the organization. Was it not? Jiu Jingguang. They had forgotten that there was an innocent soul here who operated solely on instinct and lacked the understanding of intricate schemes. Do not look at me like that. I am contemplating, albeit I cannot comprehend. The little one felt wrong but chose to remain silent. Under the gazes of the three, Conan Keed shyly lowered his head. After millennia of habit, it was not easy to change. Possessing an exceptionally keen sense, he had long been accustomed to using intuition to seek out benefits and avoid harm. If there was even a hint of ill intent towards him, he would swiftly distance himself. He ran faster than a rabbit. What could he do? After all, he was born to be an assistant to avoid causing trouble for his elder brother. It was more convenient to keep his distance, allowing his brother to unleash his power. Since you do not comprehend, let us be more detailed. Whether you understand or not is irrelevant. Just remember your habit. Once you sense something amiss, distance yourself promptly. Do not rely on your physical prowess to act recklessly. Sometimes, relying solely on cunning can ensnare you. Remember to ask us when you return. Understood? Jiu Jingguang gently ruffled his head, speaking softly. Let's begin with the matter of how Hiro and I were found by the police. They must have only had their sights set on Zero, who was the top graduate at the time, while I was merely a secondary consideration, resulting in my training being shorter than Zero's. It was merely to ensure I could identify Zero within the organization and assist him in completing tasks. This distinction is evident from the fact that my assignment was in the action group, while his was in the intelligence group. Useful information predominantly resides within the intelligence group, which is why his training was lengthier and more comprehensive, that I was merely an adjunct. This was due to the police's familiarity with Zero and me, as we had grown up together. Normally, individuals with particularly close relationships would not be sent undercover together. This is because if one were to betray, the likelihood of the other following suit would significantly increase, representing a considerable loss for the police. Alternatively, if the two were to diverge in their actions, their deep understanding of one another would pose a substantial blow to the undercover operation. Thus, I stated that this is the general situation. Zero nodded in agreement, and Jufu Jingwang continued to elucidate. Hero was not mistaken.as for why both I and Hero were simultaneously dispatched into the organization as undercover agents. It was likely due to my strong desire to become a police officer during my time in the police academy, which led to their misunderstanding. Did not Matsuda also trouble me regarding this matter back then? Perhaps they believed I would not betray them, which is why they sent Hero to assist me. The bond forged from our childhood would not easily fracture, thus providing them with a sense of security. We initially thought it was a straightforward undercover mission, only to discover upon entering that the police had considerable information. It was far from a situation of first-time undercover agents. The organization's evaluation period would be time to release us from the training base. If they had previously sent undercover agents, why would they send both Zero and me as well? Clearly, those prior agents had all failed. Furthermore, before dispatching us, they had not informed us of the dangerous nature of this mission. So, Xiaofeng, do you understand? Jufu Jingwang inquired. Kuran Qi nodded, grasping the general idea, but it seemed rather obvious that they were essentially being sent to their deaths. Did it not? Previously dispatched undercover agents had vanished, indicating the high level of danger. Thus, they opted to send two individuals to work in tandem. Upon meeting Hero, I surmised the police's intentions. Zero concurred with his child's reasoning. This little one had finally begun to think critically. So, where did those previous undercover agents disappear to? Are they all dead? You should ask him, little fool. The two pointed in unison at Jin, who was watching the scene unfold. Died. The police have dispatched numerous moles in recent years. It appears they have sent in two more. Jin chuckled coldly. Anyone who had to deal with such a messy business of exterminating rats would inevitably find their spirits dampened. Akai and Zero shared a tacit understanding, choosing silence. At this moment, it was best not to assert their presence. That I failed to grasp the motives of you humans, constantly scheming and plotting. If you truly needed assistance from Zero and his companions, why not simply articulate your needs? Why resort to convoluted methods of separating and training them? Given the perilous nature of the situation, no one could guarantee that the individuals they selected would act in accordance with their desires. Humans lack the inherent hierarchy found among vampires, where lower-tiered vampires cannot defy their higher counterparts. The authorities could not assure that, upon revealing the dangers to Akai and the others, they would proceed fearlessly with their tasks. Moreover, the deployment of undercover operatives is not something that is shared with individuals of little consequence. Once informed, Akai and his companions would forfeit their choices. They would inevitably be sent undercover, yet the distinction between forced and voluntary involvement is significant. They sought individuals willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of the authorities, rather than those coerced into compliance. Hence, the allure of high-ranking positions to entice Akai and Jufuku. Jin affectionately ruffled Kuran Kanami's hair, offering a brief explanation. Poor child, this vampire was accustomed to commands being followed without question. He had never encountered such complications. Zero sighed, wishing that Kuran Shu, the cunning one, could impart some of his cleverness to his younger brother. Just a smidgen would suffice. To prevent the child from being so straightforward, I understand now. The authorities are deceiving Zero and Kyuko to achieve their own ends, all while concealing the inherent dangers of their tasks. Isn't that just bullying? Let us go teach them a lesson, Kuran Kaname exclaimed, shaking his fists. While he might be outmatched in cunning, he could certainly hold his own in a fight. Why engage in mind games when matters could be resolved through sheer force? Indeed, let us teach them a lesson, but not just yet, Jin conceded with a nod, allowing for a little troublemaking. Why not? Jin playfully pinched Kuran Kaname's cheek, smirking. You don't find that the horsehead is an eyesore? An eyesore indeed, but you forbade me from dealing with him, Kuran Kaname replied, pouting in dissatisfaction, and own need for you to intervene. Leave it to the authorities, and perhaps lend these two fools a hand. Jun, don't overstep, Kyuko retorted, incensed by Jin's remarks. Who are you calling a fool? Anyone who fell victim to the authorities' schemes could be deemed a fool. Clearly, their intelligence had been consumed by dogs. And just a word of caution. Little Can-Aim, your innocence doesn't bode well for you too. What's that supposed to mean? The two labeled as fools looked at Jin, puzzled. It implies that the authorities have resolved to sacrifice one among you to ensure the success of the other in infiltrating the higher echelons of the organization. One life exchanged for another. One serves as a stepping stone for the other. They failed to comprehend this, as it was evident that they would be played by the authorities. The two, thoroughly disheartened, fell silent. They had never contemplated such a grotesque scenario. Forget it, forget it. We don't wish to know about such matters. We never intended to serve the authorities anyway. Their schemes are of no concern to us. Holding back Zero, who seemed eager to argue, they realized that, with their tainted pasts, it was wiser to remain subdued. That fellow was holding back his temper and had yet to lash out. They should not provide him with ammunition. Furthermore, Jin's words held some merit. All right, is the questioning done? Can we move past this? Zero's sole desire now was to discover how to extricate themselves from this predicament. Had he known that this individual was affiliated with the organization, he would have never agreed to go undercover. Now they had been caught red-handed, which was utterly frustrating. Is this what you call an interrogation? Would you like to see how I interrogate other undercover agents? Jin smirked coldly. Had it not been for the fact that this time S-Rat was one of you two, it would not be so easily brushed aside. Fine, fine. But shouldn't you also reveal your own circumstances? Given your situation, you aren't in a particularly favorable position. Point Zero tossed the topic back at Jin, provocatively stating that, while he usually appeared calm and unfazed, the truth was that he was now aware of Jin's precarious standing within the organization. There's nothing to say. We were all raised as assassins by the organization, merely a defeated adversary attempting to provoke. Will you allow him to continue this charade? I have heard that his character leaves much to be desired, and his subordinates are no better. Is he truly backed by someone? Jifuku pondered over the rumors he had heard from the periphery, preparing to confirm with Jin that a pawn propped up by Rome. Jin had always regarded trash with disdain. Even if it had backing, those capable should eliminate it, while those incapable should await their just desserts. Rum? Zero echoed the codename. I'll tell you more later. Knowing too early won't benefit you. When you came to go undercover, did the authorities not assign you a task? They did, but it lacked detail, Zero replied, nodding in acknowledgement. Elaborate, please. That I'm temporarily mixed in with the action group, Jifuku stated. And you? The intelligence group, though I'm still uncertain how to infiltrate it. After the assessment, only you and that disgusting fellow were selected. He hardly seems clever, so do not inform him that he is from the intelligence group. The intelligence group is drawn from the action group, as most tasks require overlapping responsibilities. The intelligence group is responsible for gathering information, after which the action group executes the operations. So, you mean to say that the intelligence group is essentially your superior? Zero's spirits lifted. If he managed to infiltrate it, he could command Jin to do this or that. What a delightful prospect. Jin scoffed, shattering his fantasy. Reign in those thoughts, while the tasks are executed by us only after they have been gathered. The ranks of the two departments are equivalent. Without the action group, relying solely on Rum's lackeys, what could possibly be accomplished? Rum, the head of the intelligence group, the same one who backs that horsehead? Jifuku furrowed his brow. Questioning further. Point Zero also grasped the significance and turned to Jin, asking, is there no head for the action group? Rum intends to capture both sides, aiming to become the organization's second in command. However, the intelligence group has an uncontrollable woman, and the individuals he has nurtured within the action group are of little use. Though they may be ineffectual, they have still delayed the decision-making of the action group's leader. Jin replied flatly, though a glimmer of sharpness flickered in his eyes. Had it not been for Kuran-Shu's earlier suggestion, he would have had no ambitions for this position. Yet Kuran-Shu was correct. To protect those he cared for, he could only hold the reins of power firmly in his grasp. Is this your mission? More or less. To be honest, the two of them probably understood their tasks less than Jin did. Can-Aim? Why so quiet? Have you not yet resolved your thoughts on these matters? If you're perplexed, then simply let it be. It's of little importance. Point zero, observed Conan, who had remained silent and playfully pinched his nose. I am contemplating something. Conan continued to ponder the question that had him perplexed. Little Can is also engaging in critical thinking. What's on your mind? Zero remarked, intrigued. It was quite rare for this little one to take the initiative to think critically. Zero. Jafuka tugged at his childhood friend, wondering if he was itching for a reprimand. What kind of person remains emotionally detached, devoid of fluctuations, and even lacks any semblance of other emotions, especially when compared to the mixed emotions of those within the organization? Upon hearing Conan's words, Jin's demeanor shifted. His green eyes glinted with murderous intent as he coldly inquired, "From whom did you sense this situation? From whom did you sense this situation?" Faced with Jin's sudden change in demeanor, Conan was bewildered but obediently responded, "Zhu Xingda, the one who passed the assessment alongside Zero and the others. His skills are at least commendable." Zhu Xingda. Jin repeated the name, as the tension in the air thickened. Is something wrong? Not yet confirmed, but it appears a rat has infiltrated that I told you to stop. Did we not agree that you would reverse your undercover role? Zero glared at Jin. Exasperated by the incessant reference to rat, Jin cast him a sidelong glance, redirecting his focus to Conan. And once he had composed himself, he spoke again. "I didn't mention you too. I am uncertain whether to commend you, Can, for your sharp insight or attribute it to mere luck." "Huh. I don't quite understand." Can blinked, struggling to grasp Jin's meaning. "The three individuals you selected. Aside from our two blundering fools, the remaining one is likely not a simple character. You mean to say that the three individuals chosen by Xiao Feng are all undercover agents?" Zhu Fu Jingguang, upon comprehending Jin's words, widened his eyes slightly in disbelief. "Surely, it cannot be mere coincidence that it is likely so." Jin nodded, though it remains uncertain which side they hail from. "How did you discern this? Was it solely because I remarked upon his lack of emotional fluctuations?" "Indeed, when it comes to being an undercover agent, psychological fortitude is paramount. I presume both of you have undergone similar training. Learning how to regulate your emotions, heartbeat, and expressions," Jin asserted as he regarded Akai Shuichi and his companions. They nodded in agreement, acknowledging his words. "You are correct. The training is exceedingly rigorous, even employing machinery to monitor our heart rates and such. To avoid revealing our identities, such training is indispensable, enabling us to approach any situation with composure, thus enhancing our ability to fulfill our missions. Hence, Xiao Feng exhibits no emotional fluctuations in his demeanor. When confronting you, he must maintain his calm, ensuring that no peculiarities can be detected, even in provocation. His inner self remains unfazed, black Zai. Is that what you intend to convey?" Zhu Fu Jingguang surmised Jin's reasoning, and one must concede that his deduction holds considerable merit. "Xiao Feng, reflect carefully. Prior to Akai and Zhu Fu's arrival, did you sense any emotional cues from them?" Jiu Lan Feng furrowed his brow, striving to recall the circumstances of that moment. Fortunately, he possesses a heightened sensitivity to emotions. Even when he was agitated, he instinctively perceived the emotions of others, as it had become second nature to him. "No, the only emotions I detected at that time were the joy and relief from vodka and Ireland successfully intercepting. I am certain of this," Jiu Lan Feng stated earnestly. Although he may not contribute much in terms of strategizing, he is unparalleled when it comes to emotional perception. This assessment is indeed intriguing. It appears that the rodents we previously eliminated have significantly heightened the vigilance of these individuals. Each one of them is meticulously timing their entries to send in elites. Jin lit a cigarette, placing it between his lips, and spoke nonchalantly. "What shall we do? Should we eliminate him?" Akai Zero inquired. Regardless of whether Jin is genuinely loyal to that organization, this remains a pressing concern. Having an undercover agent in close proximity is invariably perilous. Thus, his ruthless disposition cannot be entirely condemned. There is no rush. Let us first ascertain which side he represents at the very least. We can rule out the neon public security that if the police can send two agents in, they're unlikely to allow anyone else entry for the time being. Jin stroked his chin, squinting his eyes as he shook his head, dismissing Akai Zero's suggestion. However, Xiao Feng, maintain a distance from that Zhu Xing. Do not allow him to uncover your identity. After all, we cannot ascertain whether he is here for the organization's experimental data or to dismantle it. Both possibilities are equally uncertain. Understood, understood. Jiu Lan Feng nodded, pondering how he inadvertently chose an undercover agent, having initially selected him based on his impressive performance during the assessment. And you too, having entered as a group. There are many tasks that may require your collaboration. Remember to remain vigilant and avoid falling into traps. Exercise caution during joint missions. Suppress your true abilities, even if it means sustaining some injuries. Jin has felt an incessant worry since encountering Jiu Lan Feng. It is not enough to be concerned solely for him, but he must also fret over two burdens. 14 years ago, he should have prevented Jiu Lan Feng from associating with these two nuisances. At the very least, he shouldn't have allowed them to attend the police academy. The current troubles are entirely self-inflicted, we are well aware, yet which organization does this fellow belong to? Black Zai. Do you have any insights? Zhu Fu Jingguang nodded, simultaneously voicing his doubts that IT can only be a handful of organizations. FBI, CIA, MI6, and the like. After all, in recent years, I have expelled quite a number of their undercover agents, until they achieve their objectives. These organizations are unlikely to relinquish their pursuits. Jin extinguished his cigarette, tapping his fingers rhythmically on his leg, contemplating which organization is most likely responsible for sending him. I have heard that this individual was introduced to the organization through his girlfriend. Is this information of any use? Zhu Fu Jingguang recalled some gossip he had encountered. Regardless of its utility, he felt compelled to share. Girlfriend? Indeed, a member mentioned this to me while on the periphery. I shall investigate further upon my return. In the meantime, you all should stay put at home. After all, the organization has an excuse for not making an appearance, given that Xiao Feng's actions were rather forceful. That Zhu Xing, like you, also requires some rest. How troublesome. One can only wonder when Jiu Lan Shu will resolve those matters. Perhaps a dual approach will yield faster results. Akai Zero reclined lazily on the sofa, hands clasped behind his head. Although his undercover mission had yet to commence, it seems to have been prematurely aborted. Nonetheless, this may prove beneficial, as he need not worry about potential exposure. Black Zai, could you perhaps divulge a hint regarding your clandestine dealings with Jiu Lan Shu? Zhu Fu Jingguang poured himself a glass of water. Regarding Jin, with an amused expression, IT hardly qualifies as a significant matter. Xiao Feng's identity is unique. A considerable portion of the organization's experiments stem from dealings between the boss and the vampires. However, they only trade in the blood of low-level vampires. His agreement to allow Xiao Feng to join the organization is also due to the boss's understanding of certain vampire traits, an underhanded maneuver. If I wish to protect Xiao Feng, I must possess sufficient influence within the organization. Otherwise, should Xiao Feng's identity be exposed, the covetous eyes will not solely belong to the organization. Do you truly believe that other agencies send undercover agents merely to dismantle the organization? Jin scoffed lightly. The allure of wealth is profoundly enticing, and greed even more so, let alone the boss's research on immortality. So your intention is to usurp. Jin's lips parted, uttering a turn that was startlingly candid. The boss has long remained in the shadows, known only to the heads of various groups. Others are entirely unaware of him. Displacing him and assuming his identity is not beyond the realm of possibility. I had thought you harbored some special sentiments toward the organization, laboring tirelessly on their behalf, yet it seems you have been concealing a grand scheme. However, I am genuinely curious. Do you truly believe that those killers cultivated from a young age, such as yourself, do not develop ulterior motives? Although Akai Zero wore a playful expression, his gaze towards Jin was filled with earnest scrutiny. Zero is correct. That individual known as Remy, like you, Black Zai, was also nurtured as a killer from childhood. Am I right? Thus, it is understandable why the Rum would place their trust in him. The organization's assassins are predominantly meticulously selected orphans, often forcibly made into orphans, and then offered favors and inducements, all with an undercurrent of brainwashing from a young age. Consequently, The assassins they cultivate are undoubtedly loyal to the organization. Yet I am an exception. Is this due to your encounter with Xiao Feng? Akai Zero inquired with curiosity. Jiu Lan Feng shook his head, clarifying that it was not the case. I found myself drawn to him the first time we met. It was not merely due to the allure of his blood, but rather his emotions. The only sentiment I perceived from him was an overwhelming sense of solitude, devoid of any other feelings. Typically, whether in children or adults, a myriad of emotions exist, excluding those who have undergone specialized training. I can sense the full spectrum of emotions at that moment. He was the only individual I had encountered in millennia whose emotional state was so untainted. When I refer to an untainted emotional state, I do not mean what you might consider positive emotions, but rather a state of complete emptiness. Put simply, he exhibited no interest in anything whatsoever. Akai Zero and Zhu Fu Jingguang gazed at Jin in astonishment, as this was their first encounter with such revelations. Precisely because I have no interest in anything, the organization's brainwashing holds no sway over me. I merely find it bothersome. Furthermore, as a killer cultivated by the organization, I enjoy a considerable degree of freedom and indulgence, receiving ample rewards. Apart from completing certain assignments, there are no significant inconveniences, which is why I am disinclined to relocate. Do not suggest that if the brainwashing is ineffective, I should simply leave the organization. Since I am indifferent to all matters, I am even less concerned about human life. Thus, where I am does not hold significance for me. Jin interjected, anticipating Zhu Fu Jingguang's forthcoming words with clarity. As for Xiao Feng, upon mentioning Jiu Lan Feng, Jin's tone softened unusually, for this individual had unexpectedly attached himself to him at that time. A vampire had been drawn by the scent of blood and was dealt with by this fellow. My reluctance to owe a favor was the sole reason I allowed him to accompany me. Yet subsequently, I found it impossible to rid myself of him. You never truly intended to cast me aside. From the very beginning, you regarded me as foolish and found amusement in my antics. Wishing to observe just how far my foolishness could extend, do not presume that I am unaware of your thoughts. With such a pristine emotional state, I can discern even the slightest change. Can you not show some understanding for an ancient relic from millennia past? Were it not for the fact that I had just awakened at that time, finding a source of blood that satisfied both my cravings and my desire for cleanliness would not have been an easy feat, and I would not have clung to you. Jiu Lan Feng pouted, voicing her dissatisfaction that, "Oh, is that so? Then do refrain from drinking in the future." Qin Jiu retorted with a faint smile, I was wrong. It is I who craves. It is I who clings to you. Is that satisfactory? Jiu Lan Feng, whose palate had been spoiled by Qin Jiu, immediately softened and clung to Qin Jiu's arm, acting coyly. Observing Jiu Lan Feng's swift transition from complaint to affection, Jiang Guoling and Zhu Fu Jingguang exchanged glances and chuckled. These two truly were a case of opposites attracting. Jiang Guoling and Zhu Fu Jingguang cast furtive glances at their three friends, who wore scowls on their faces that, I say, silence. I do not wish to hear it. Matsuda Jinpei interrupted Jiang Guoling's attempt to speak with a stern gaze. Helpless, he could only fall silent and feign muteness. You two disappeared right after graduation. Nearly driving Xiao Feng to despair, Hajiwara Kenji admonished with an equally displeased expression. Were it not for Xiao Feng's message urging us to come, how long were you planning to keep this from us? Listening to the words of their three friends, Jiang Guoling and Zhu Fu Jingguang awkwardly averted their gazes. Could they confess that they had no intention of contacting them until the undercover mission concluded? After all, unlike Jiu Lan Feng and Qin Jiu, who were impervious to harm from ordinary people, their three friends were just that, ordinary. Initially, they hadn't intended to reach out to avoid putting them in danger. However, witnessing their friend's anger, the two of them tacitly suppressed their urge to speak. Wait, let's save the scolding for later. You lot know about Heike's identity now? Jiang Guoling suddenly realized something was amiss. Heike's was at home, so how could Xiao Feng possibly bring the three of them over unless they had already determined their stance? What else could it be? Matsuda Jinpei crossed his arms and regarded them with a disdainful snort. After all, you are no longer considered part of the Metropolitan Police Department, are you? We are still the ones who must rely on the police. Xiao Feng and the others are remarkably quick. Did they resolve matters so swiftly Have you switched sides so soon? Jiang Guoling raised an eyebrow. He had not anticipated their betrayal would occur at such a rapid pace. Was it fair to say that his charming little vampire was simply irresistible? It was only a matter of time. There was nothing surprising about it. Hajiwara Kenji shrugged nonchalantly. Isn't it that particular incident that solidified your resolve? Matsuda Jinpei shot a sidelong glance at his childhood friend, exposing his innermost thoughts. Little Jinpei, do not wrongfully accuse me. That incident merely served as a catalyst, prompting me to make a decision ahead of time. What incident? Kenji, what transpired between you? Zhu Fu Jingguang inquired with a slight frown, a hint of concern in his voice. That fellow nearly lost his life at a bomb disposal site. Had it not been for Xiao Feng rescuing him, you would have gone straight to the cemetery to visit him after training. Idai K explained with a displeased tone, his anger boiling at the thought. Hajiwara Kenji awkwardly rubbed his nose. He was accustomed to being scolded since that incident, to the point where he now hesitated to remove his protective gear during missions. What happened? You mismanaged the bomb disposal. With your skills, that should not have occurred. IT has nothing to do with Hagi. The criminal had a sudden change of heart and activated the bomb again. Had Xiao Feng not reminded me to inflate the safety cushion before seeking Hagi, I would not have anticipated that criminal would slip away in a crowd. Matsuda Jinpei clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in frustration. All right. Little Jinpei, see? I'm fine. RNTI. Hajiwara Kenji consoled, patting his childhood friend's curly hair. They will eventually catch him. Kenji Matsuda, do not fret. However, that does not excuse you from removing your protective gear during bomb disposal. Upon hearing Idai K's words, Jiang Guoling and Zhu Fu Jingguang glared at him, wishing they could deliver a solid punch. You still removed your protective gear. Have you lost all regard for your life? Ah, here we go again. Whenever the topic of protective gear arises, Hajiwara Kenji immediately falls silent. After all, if he does not interject, these guys will scold him and move on. But if he speaks up, it will go on forever. Kenji has certainly learned his lesson. Let him be. Besides, he has consumed my blood that I will retrieve some of his blood from my brother soon, and both you and little Jinpei's resilience will significantly enhance. With protective gear on, even if a bomb were to explode, the impact would not inflict severe harm. Jiu Lan Feng brought out a tray containing 5 cups of milk, stating, "It is too late for tea or anything else that might keep you awake. Drink some milk, and after a little conversation, it is best to retire for the night. Thanks to our dear Xiao Feng for providing an escape." Hajiwara Kenji ruffled her hair, taking 2 cups of milk and casually handing one to his childhood friend. "Have you been sneaking drinks again?" Zhu Fu Jingguang remarked playfully, catching a glimpse of a red stain at the corner of his mouth. Caught off guard, Jiu Lan Feng froze in place, then stubbornly denied it. "Jingguang, you speak nonsense. I did not. There is still blood on your mouth. Have you managed to placate Haike's?" Jiang Guoling pointed at the corner of Jiu Lan Feng's mouth, reminding the one who was feigning ignorance that he couldn't help but wonder what it was about Haike's blood that drew her in. Every time she was threatened with such matters, Xiao Feng would turn soft and act coy, providing quite a spectacle. However, he was deeply suspicious that Haike's, that black-hearted fellow, was doing it on purpose. After the reminder, Jiu Lan Feng shyly licked the bloodstain from her mouth and smiled. "I only had a little. It was Qin Jiu who fed me voluntarily." Jiu Lan Feng made a concerted effort to emphasize that it was Qin Jiu who had taken the initiative, and not that she had clung to him out of craving for blood. "Oh, so I was the one who initiated feeding you? Very well, I shall not take the initiative again." Qin Jiu walked from the kitchen to the liquor cabinet, poured himself a glass of alcohol, and then settled onto an empty sofa beside them. "Oh no, I was wrong. Jinpei, please do not hold it against me." Jiu Lan Feng immediately pounced, gently nuzzling against Qin Jiu's neck, apologizing softly. "Enough, you've been completely dominated." "Xiao Feng, do show some spirit." Jiang Guoling covered his head, looking at Jiu Lan Feng with disappointment. "Showing spirit while starving. What can I do?" Jiu Lan Feng shot a glare at Jiang Guoling, who was making snide remarks, before returning to her coaxing. "Do you not find their interaction a bit off?" Hajiwara Kenji frowned, observing the overly affectionate dynamic between the two, feeling that something was amiss. It? Xiao Feng has always been like this since childhood. Haike's indulges her, and a little teasing is all that is required. Jiang Wuling did not perceive their interaction as strange, given that they had always been this close. Is that so? Hajiwara Kenji watched them, hoping he was merely overthinking. Noticing Hajiwara Kenji's gaze, Qin Jiu paid it no mind. He was still uncertain of his own feelings. What could others discern? Enough of that. Here, have a drink. Qin Jiu placed his hand against Jiu Lan Feng's approaching head and covered her chattering mouth with his other hand. Jiu Lan Feng glared at him, pulling his hand away with a complaint. Hey, be careful. What if I bite you? I am well aware. Zhu Fu Jingguang shifted his attention from the pair entwined with one another to the three friends. That I just heard Xiao Feng mention that you have consumed his blood? Yes, but the class leader did not. Matsuda Jinpei nodded, responding. After all, class leader Idai is not like us, single and alone. It is quite normal. Zhu Fu Jingguang was not surprised by Idai K's choice. After all, no one wished to witness their beloved aging before their eyes. You three need to be vigilant regarding matters on the police front. Zero and I are unable to assist for the time being. As things have become rather complicated, aren't you supposed to be undercover? After this secret meeting, you won't be able to see each other for quite some time to avoid complicating matters. Take care of your safety. If things reach an irretrievable point, withdraw immediately without concern for the mission. Idai K looked sternly at the two embarking on their undercover assignment, clearly exasperated. The two listened to Idai K's concerned words, warmth flooding their hearts. But you need not worry about us. There was just a minor mishap. Best not to mention this undercover business. Jiang Wuling instinctively felt pain at the mere mention of such matters. What do you mean? Matsuda Jinpei asked, instinctively responding to the peculiar expressions on his friends' faces. Those two have gone undercover right in front of us. You need not worry about them. They might actually have it easier than you. Jiu Lan Feng engaged in playful banter with Jin while responding to Matsuda Jinpei's remarks. Hajiwara Kenji. Matsuda Jinpei, date Wataru. Return our earlier concerns to us. You two scoundrels, Midori Kawa and Zhu Xing. The items are secured. Once the target is neutralized, we shall withdraw. A shadow, cloaked in darkness, darted from the edifice, clutching a communicator to relay the situation to their comrades. Received. Understood. Midori Kawa, Hikaru, and Zhu Xing, each armed with a sniper rifle, took aim at their respective targets, waiting for Muro Turu to safely evacuate the area before pulling the trigger to eliminate their mark. Midori Kawa observed the decisive actions of Zhu Xing. Had it not been for Xiao Feng's reminder, he might never have suspected this man was an undercover agent. After all, Zhu Xing's demeanor resembled that of second Jin, seemingly indifferent to all matters, solely focused on his task. That what's wrong? Zhu Xing, sensing Midori Kawa's gaze, inquired coldly. Midori Kawa shook his head, dismissing any concerns. After all, it was a rare sight to encounter such a skilled marksman. You are quite formidable. And you are not lacking either. Besides, isn't it said that Jin and Negroni possess superior sniping skills? Zhu Xing holstered his rifle into the case and stood by, awaiting Midori Kawa. They may say that, but having never witnessed it firsthand, who can say for certain? Midori Kawa continued his preparations, his tone laced with a hint of disdain to avoid arousing Zhu Xing's suspicions. Zhu Xing remained oblivious to any awkwardness in his tone. After all, anyone who had successfully passed the assessment would naturally possess their own pride. Have you two finished? Why the delay? Amuro Turu's impatient voice crackled through their communicators that were on our way. Midori Kawa hoisted the cello case onto his back, nodding to Zhu Xing, signaling that it was time to move, as there was an urgency in the air. Upon returning to the organization, the three soon realized Negroni was absent. Why is someone missing? Amuro Turu surveyed the others and queried. Negroni seldom lingered at the organization, only making appearances when boredom struck or when there were tasks to undertake. Vodka explained that, of course, if you have matters to attend to, you need not stay here. We merely gather here out of boredom, preferring not to roam aimlessly outside, as it serves as a form of relaxation. Ireland finished his drink and casually reclined on the sofa, observing the three newcomers. Is it really that good? Amuro Turu approached the liquor cabinet, nonchalantly pouring himself a glass. It wasn't always like this. Jin altered the rules. Care for a comparison? Kiani chimed in excitedly, casting a glance at Zhu Xing and Midori Kawa. Little did anyone know that the reason Jin had instituted this change was merely because Jiu Lan Feng found him too preoccupied to spend time with him. However, this regulation was now thoroughly enforced by Jiu Lan Feng. Unless there was something of significance or Jin was present, Jiu Lan Feng wouldn't linger at the organization for even a second. What has sparked your interest again? Haven't you been sufficiently tormented by Jin and Negroni? Ireland remarked, eyeing the provocative Kiani, unable to suppress his exasperation at this lunatic whose passion for sniping bordered on obsession. Well, since there's nothing to do, I had the chance to witness his skills during the last test, but we're still short one participant. Care for friendly competition? Kiani's gaze landed on Midorikawa. Sure, it's a perfect opportunity to assess the abilities of a codename member. How about you, over there? Absolutely. Conan, having been addressed, nodded in agreement, as idleness was not appealing. Hey, what about you, Amuro Turu? Care to join us? Kiani inquired. Amuro Turu shook his head, disinterested. Not really. If you want to compare handguns, I'd be game. Handguns? Not my preference. I relish the feeling of resolving targets from a distance. Don't you find it beautiful when you see the head or heart explode in a shower of blood through the scope? Kiani shook her head, a somewhat deranged smile creeping onto her face. Amuro Turu grimaced slightly. What kind of twisted hobby was this? Could Jin not have a single normal person under his command? Kiani, for goodness sake, refrain from emulating that lunatic Negroni. Can't you leave at least one sane individual among the ranks? One madman is quite enough. No need for another. Vodka covered his head, bewildered by how the atmosphere had turned so morbidly sanguine. What do you mean by not following Negroni's example? Midorikawa inquired curiously, wondering what shocking act Jiu Lan Feng had committed. That fellow claimed to relish the sensation of a dagger plunging directly into the heart for a swift kill, asserting it possessed a certain artistry. Ireland shivered at the thought of Negroni's words. It was hardly an exaggeration to call him mad. What sane person would take pleasure in such a notion? Amuro Turu and Midorikawa nodded in agreement. It was indeed Jiu Lan Feng style, applying methods suited for dealing with vampires to others. Believe it or not, had it not been for Jin urging him to temper his approach, he would have savored the sensation of penetrating their chests directly. Why are you two nodding in agreement? You can't possibly share Negroni's sentiments? Ireland asked, astonished at their concurrence. Surely, this was a gathering of lunatics? A swift kill was far more efficient, after all. Amuro Turu nodded, seeing no flaw in Jiu Lan Feng's thinking. It was undoubtedly preferable to prolonging suffering. The feeling of a single shot resolving the matter is quite satisfying. The target dies swiftly, and we save ourselves the trouble, Midorikawa added quietly. Zhu Xing Da's gaze shifted between the two, contemplating their thoughts, yet finding himself in agreement. Surely, a swift kill was far better than torturing someone. Wasn't it more deranged to torment someone for an eternity without granting them a swift end? For individuals like them, who lived as undercover agents, resorting to murder was an unfortunate necessity. Hence, they preferred to resolve matters directly. Minimizing the target's suffering. I believe you are referring to Remy Martin, and I possess evidence. Vodka interjected, unable to restrain his sarcasm. Only that fellow took pleasure in tormenting others. I am not criticizing the method of death as being mad. It is merely Negroni who perceives it as an art form, who can derive artistry from murder. However, he is indeed efficient. After eliminating his targets, he does not bear a trace of blood. The atmosphere in the room was filled with a blend of bemusement and disbelief.